1. Chapter 1 Son of Darkness. Today is a day worth celebrating and commemorating. Our Konoha Ninja School has cultivated a group of pillars. You are the future of Konoha, and the future of the ninja world needs you to write it with your own hands. Looking at the spitting and brainwashing on the stage, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who was giving a speech. No, it was the speech of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Xianding couldn't help but complain. This old guy is really worthy of being the strongest Hokage. He has never repeated his graduation speech in the past 4 years. To be honest, he admires Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can give a 2 or 3 hour speech without a script. He is really worthy of being the strongest Hokage of all generations with the strongest illusion of the ninja world, the will of fire. If this happened in his previous life, he would definitely become a pyramid scheme tycoon. Master Xianding, don't talk nonsense. Lord Hokage is your uncle, and Lord Hokage is in his prime, not old. Shimura Genma, who was sitting next to Shimura Genma, couldn't help but whispered to persuade him, and then he looked around carefully, fearing that someone would hear his master's rebellious words just now. Even though he had long been accustomed to some of the taboo words of this young master, he was still very nervous at this moment. After all, that was the Hokage. Look at your bear. Shimura Genma, who was next to him, squinted at his cousin Shimura Genma, and expressed contempt. This kid is too timid, and it's a pity that he has such a name. Of course, this is the Genma of their Shimura family, not the one of the Shiranui family, and the Genma of the Shiranui family has not been born yet. Master, the clan leader asked me to inform you that if you still can't graduate this year, you should go back and follow the path he has arranged for you. After all, you have been held back for 3 years. Looking around again, Shimura Genma lowered his voice and whispered the order of his clan leader. It's just graduation, no big deal. I spent 3 years holding back to forge a super low-end fate. Soon I will become a genin, become Hokage, become the Ninja King, marry a beautiful woman, and reach the peak of my life. Shimura Genta replied proudly, full of confidence. He had long expected that this year was the limit that his father could tolerate. At this moment, he was already 12 years old and had been held back for 3 years. He almost became the laughingstock of the ninja school and even the entire Konoha. This period of time was very early in the plot of Naruto, and even Hotaki Guyuk was not born yet. Many systems of the ninja school were different from the beginning of the plot. For example, the graduation age of ninja school students was generally 9 years old. This is normal. After all, the ninja school has only been established for more than 20 years, and many rules are still in the process of being explored and improved. For example, the graduation age of the 3 ninjas is 6 years old. In comparison, the current graduation age of 9 years old is much better. He himself has been held back for 3 years and is the oldest student in this class of ninja school. As for the path arranged by his father, it is very simple, that is, to go back and be a middle-class pig who eats and waits for death. After giving birth to a son with excellent qualifications, he can continue to eat and die. He even found a fiancé copyrightee for him, the kind of child bride. Although that kind of life is also very comfortable, as a generation of time travelers who graduated from the global village, he has a higher pursuit. After graduating as a genin, shouldn't you be promoted to chunin, then jonin, and finally have a slight chance of becoming a Hokage? Shimura Gento blinked his eyes in a daze, not understanding the brain circuit of this young master, and what does the tail end fate and Ninja King mean? You don't understand the world of the strong. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi was not interested in explaining these metaphysical questions. This was a romance that only belonged to time travelers. You should know that in the world of Naruto, the fate of being the last in line is quite against the sky. From the oldest last in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Ashura, to Jiraiya, to Kai's father, Kai, to Ge, Naruto, they are all quite awesome. And Konoha's genin is the most terrifying strong, some of them can even beat the 6th-path level. Among them, Naruto directly jumped from genin to the CEO of Konoha, and also married the beautiful goddess Hinata. This is the template that he wants. Graduation is not a problem, but I have to get a better teacher. Rubbing his smooth chin, Shimura Gentoi thought. He was well prepared for graduation. Even if his current chakra and physical defects are far from meeting the graduation standards, we can overtake in a curve. As a new generation of people with 4 qualities, there is no shortage of crooked means. The most important issue now is how to find a good team leader. You need to know what you can get after graduating from the ninja school. The only way to obtain ninjutsu is from one's own leader teacher. As for the policy of using merit to exchange ninjutsu from the Hokage in some Naruto fan fictions, there is indeed one, but the minimum standard for exchanging ninjutsu from the Hokage is A-level ninjutsu, and it is conceivable how many merits are required, and the leader teacher must guarantee it. So the leader teacher is very important to a newbie like him who is about to graduate. Of course, if the leader teacher himself has a lot of ninjutsu inheritance, it will be better. No merit is needed. As long as you please the leader teacher, or even be seduced, you can basically get some better ninjutsu inheritance. Speaking of ninjutsu inheritance, this year is indeed a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Shimura Gendo couldn't help but look at a fat cow standing a few meters behind Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform. No, it's a fat sheep. Why did Tsunade and the others come to attend the graduation ceremony of the ninja school this year? The eyes turned away from a fat sheep with the first weapon in the ninja world, and flowed on the two young men beside him, and asked Shimura Genma beside him. Tsunade-sama's brother, Senju Noeki, is also a graduate this year. Shimura Genma hurriedly replied. He was very clear about this. After all, Senju Noeki was his classmate. Senju Noeki. He was slightly stunned, and then reacted, thinking of who Senju Noeki was. He had no interest in those little brats in the school, and had never known about this aspect, even though he had seen the name Senju Noeki in the Naruto animation he had watched in his previous life. But even in the Naruto animation, Senju Noeki was just a background board, and was mentioned in passing. I heard that he died early and died miserably. That's her. Turning his eyes to the fat sheep with the first weapon in the ninja world again, Shimura Gendo was full of confidence. At this stage, there is no better leader than Tsunade. In this regard, even Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who are also three ninjas, are far from comparable. After all, the Senju clan is still standing behind Tsunade, and now the Senju clan is at its peak, not declining like when the Naruto plot began. Not to mention that Tsunade's second grandfather, Senju Tobirama, is the first generation of Konoha's Hokage, but he is different from his father, the second generation of Hokage. Just like the truth in the previous life, if there is a black pot in the ninja world that no one takes, it must be his father's. If there is a forbidden technique in the ninja world that the creator does not know, it must be Senju Tobirama. The seal book of Konoha is almost specially established for Senju Tobirama. And as the boss of the Senju family, would Senju Tobirama not leave a copy of the forbidden technique he developed for his family? As long as you can become Tsunade's disciple, you will have the opportunity to bypass the third generation of Hokage and get in touch with these powerful forbidden techniques. I'm about to become a ninja. Take a deep breath, Shimura Gendo couldn't help but sigh. Although he had never worked as a ninja, he was not unfamiliar with it. After all, he was an all-knowing and all-powerful Yellow and Blue Knight in his previous life. The nature of the two jobs was similar. They were both paid to run errands, and they also needed to be versatile to satisfy their employers. As for why he was a Yellow and Blue Knight, rather than a simple Yellow Knight or a Blue Knight, it was mainly because he had too many negative reviews when he first worked as a Yellow Knight, so he had to switch to a Blue Knight, and then he was fired not long after because of too many negative reviews. Master, I think it's better for you to go back and admit your mistakes to the clan leader. Shimura Gento's words made Shimura Genma on the side couldn't help but look over. After a moment of hesitation, he kindly advised, and secretly complained in his heart. Your chakra amount doesn't even meet the minimum standard of a genin, what a ninja. He knew the eldest young master of the Shimura family well. Because he was a premature baby, he basically had no ninja talent. At the age of 12, the amount of chakra he could extract did not meet the minimum standard of a genin. Not to mention compared with those geniuses, he is far inferior to those civilian ninjas. Moreover, this young master cannot form seals to release ninjutsu, which is a fatal flaw. But this young master is still stubborn and insists on becoming a ninja. Admit my mistakes? What's wrong with me? Others are afraid of him, Shimura Denzo, but I am not. With a cold smile, Shimura Gentoi will not admit his mistakes to that black-hearted father. Of course, although he said he was not afraid, he was still a little scared in his heart. After all, he was a man with the title of Ninja Dark. That's right, his name is Shimura Gentoi, a very pit surname and an even pitter name. The Hyuga Kagami next door is also a tool man, but he is just a mirror, while he is a pot, and a black pot. This name is full of ominous breath, with black forehead, blood disaster, and other terrifying visions that are detrimental to the master. If this was not the name given by his deceased mother, he would have wanted to change his name. In addition, he has a father who has been a big shot in the past, that is, the ninja dark who has the titles of the world's Pot King, Pot Shadow, etc. Shimura Danzo. Although there is a saying that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, he is not sure whether this saying applies to the ninja dark. Of course, although he was scared, he still decided to be a ninja walking in the dark with a bleak future. Only by becoming a ninja can one master the strongest power in this different world, not to mention that as a time traveler, he has a golden finger. A very powerful golden finger, but this golden finger needs a lot of young ladies to sponsor, and the most powerful young lady in Konoha today. Thinking of this, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but look at a fat cow again, no, a fat sheep. That is the most powerful young lady in Konoha and even in the current ninja world. If he can get her to sponsor his golden finger, he will definitely soar to the sky. As long as there is where leaves flutter, fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the whole village and make new leaves sprout. The power of a ninja will be truly revealed when you want to protect the people you cherish. After an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing on the stage, finally finished his speech that was like an old woman's foot rap, and ended with the will of fire. Then thunderous applause broke out from below, and Shimura Gentoi, who was originally drowsy, was shocked. I have been growing up for 12 years, it's time to show off. Looking at the fat sheep with the most powerful weapon in the ninja world again, Shimura Gentoi took a deep breath and knew it was his turn to perform. Although he prefers to play the pig and eat the tiger rather than show off in front of others, the time is too tight this time. After the graduation examination, there will be a week's vacation for the ninja school students to relax. A week later, the third generation Hokage will come to the ninja school in person to distribute forward guards to the graduates. It is not easy to capture Tsunade in 7 days and make her your teacher, not to mention that his class is the worst in this class. After all, repeaters have no human rights. More not to mention that he had been held back for 3 years. If it weren't for his father's notorious reputation, he would have been persuaded to drop out of school long ago. So at this stage, he can only use some extreme methods, hoping that he will not be beaten to death by Tsunade. At the same time, Tsunade, who was drowsy after hearing this, was also shocked, and looked at the teacher in front of her with more fear in her eyes. This old guy is too good at talking nonsense, he is indeed worthy of being the strongest Hokage in history. If her younger brother Nawaka hadn't graduated this year, she would never come to listen to the old man's brain-filling magic sound. For her stupid Ou Daudu, she endured it. Uncle Hokage, I want to report. When the applause stopped, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something else when a loud roar suddenly came from below. It's Xiao Xianding. Who are you going to report? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with a kind smile, his eyes fixed on the young man who was taller than the other graduating students around him. He was naturally familiar with the only son of his old friend, and that boy was his nephew's husband. I want to report the principal of the ninja school for being incompetent, doing nothing, talking about excellence but doing bad things, and being a good-for-nothing. Shimura Gento below was denying the ninja school principal, who he didn't even know, like a string of cannonballs. It was impossible for him to graduate through normal channels in his current situation. If he wanted to graduate, he could only break the current graduation rules of the ninja school. At this time, it was right to fire at the unknown ninja school principal. Only by making Sarutobi Hiruzen serious can the existing rules be broken. But these words made everyone around him stare blankly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind old face on the main stage gradually turned black. After Shimura Gentobi finished spitting, he spoke faintly. Xiao Xianding, I'm not doing so badly as the principal of the ninja school, am I? A pair of old eyes stared at the heroic young man, and the veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's palm hidden under his sleeves throbbed. If that boy was not his good friend's only son and his niece's husband, he would definitely hang him up and beat him. And Shimura Gendo below froze, turned his head stiffly and looked at Shimura Genma beside him, and spoke in the same faint tone. Why didn't you tell me that the old guy was the principal of the ninja school? He felt that this little brother was pitting him. 2. Chapter 2 Overtaking on a Curve. Master, I just pulled your sleeve to hint, but you didn't pay attention. Shimura Genma had a little aggrieved expression on his face, and at the same time moved his feet little by little, trying to get away from this clan brother who was courting death. Ahem. Uncle Hokage, you heard it wrong, I didn't say the principal of the ninja school, but the vice principal of the ninja school. Glazing at his younger brother who was walking away from him, Shimura Gentoi turned around and coughed dryly, saying that you all heard it wrong. He just said the vice principal, not the principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, this is not Shimura Gentoi's fault. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is the principal of the ninja school, he rarely comes to the ninja school, and even if he comes, he is as a Hokage. In addition, Shimura Gentoi was not interested in this matter before, which led to today's oolong incident. But as soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene was quiet again, and everyone's eyes gradually became more weird. This kid is really cruel. This weird atmosphere made Shimura Gentoi a little confused, and he turned his head to send an inquiring look to Shimura Genma who was already 3 meters away from him. Master, the head of the family is the vice principal in our ninja school. Shimura Genma, who had retreated to a safe distance, felt relieved and immediately reminded him in a low voice, but what he got was a fierce look from Shimura Gentoi. Ahem. Uncle Hokage, you heard me wrong again. What I just meant was that the system of our ninja school is no longer appropriate. It has delayed many talented people, and what we have cultivated is a group of vulnerable trash. It is impossible to rely on this group of trash to carry the will of fire and protect Konoha. After another dry cough, Shimura Gentoi ignored the strange looks of everyone present and said that all the graduates present were trash. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene was quiet again, and then it was like a volcanic eruption, and everyone was angry. Dead waste, I have tolerated you for a long time, come out and die. Ignorant trash. What qualifications do you, a waste who has been held back for 3 years, have to say such arrogant words? Everyone was glaring at him. If they hadn't had any sense, they would have attacked him. That's Danzo's son. Tsunade crossed her arms, squeezing her pair of weapons to make them even more ferocious and terrifying. She was curious about Shimura Gendo. Could it be that old guy Shimura Danzo was cheated on? The son he gave birth to has nothing in common with his personality, and he doesn't look like the son of Shimura Danzo. I've heard of that kid. It seems that because he was born prematurely, his body's acupoints were not formed, and he was deformed after birth, which made it impossible for him to cast seals and perform ninjutsu. At the same time, he has no talent in chakra cultivation. Licking his lips, Orochimaru had no interest in Shimura Gentoi, but he was very interested in his father Shimura Danzo. That old guy has a lot of good stuff in his hands now. The amount of chakra is indeed a little less. After sensing it, Jiraiya nodded slightly. In his perception, Shimura Gentoi's chakra amount was very scarce, and it didn't even meet the minimum standard of genin. Judging from his age, he really didn't have much ninja talent, and it was even a waste for him to go to ninja school. And to say such arrogant words with such strength, it can't be described as arrogant, it's simply unreasonable and brainless behavior. Shimura Danzo, who was known as the ninja of the dark, actually gave birth to such a stupid son. It was really like a tiger father and a dog son. Is this the retribution for doing too many bad things? Nonsense. With a dark face, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought that this was a brainless act. He scolded lightly and signaled the Anbu hidden in the dark to take the unreasonable boy away. Sorry. The Anbu ninja wearing a fox mask appeared next to Shimura Gento, put his hand on his shoulder and wanted to take him away immediately, but Shimura Gento grabbed his wrist. Feeling the huge power coming from his wrist, the Anbu ninja's heart jumped, and he looked up and saw a smiling face. This Anbu big brother, let me use your body to perform super strength. With an innocent smile, Shimura Gentoi did not wait for the Anbu ninja to respond. He activated the little chakra in his body and burst it out, blessing his whole body. Then he grabbed the Anbu ninja's wrist with both hands and swung it up, smashing it hard to the ground on the other side. The ninjas who can become Anbu are naturally strong. At least they must be at the level of elite Chunin, and the strength of this Anbu ninja is infinitely close to that of a special Jonin. He twisted his body and landed on his feet to stabilize his body. But before he could do anything, he felt a huge force coming from his wrist, and then his body was swung up again. He was swung like this for dozens of times, and finally there was a mistake, and his body fell heavily to the ground, and his whole body was embedded in the ground. The force of the collision with the ground caused the Anbu ninja to have severe pain in his body, and his internal organs were in pain. Although he was not injured, he felt very uncomfortable. This is because he used chakra to fill his body and temporarily increase his physical strength, otherwise he would definitely vomit blood. Big brother Enbu, you have worked hard. Without waiting for the Enbu ninja to react, Shimura Gentoi squatted down and stuffed an envelope that had been prepared long ago into his hand. The confused Enbu ninja looked at the envelope, and after seeing the familiar color inside, he quickly stuffed it into the ninja bag. Without saying anything else, the Enbu ninja stood up and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After getting the signal, he jumped away, and sighed in his heart. You are worthy of being the son of that adult. Although he is a ninjutsu type ninja and is not good at physical skills, that is compared with ninjas of the same level. In terms of physical skills alone, he is enough to sweep away all genin. But he tried many times just now and failed to break free from Shimura Gentoi's palm, which shows how powerful the other party is. It is true that a tiger father will have a dog son. He immediately touched the ninja tool bag. Although he was a little embarrassed this time, he was happy in his heart. The envelope was full of 10,000 taels of banknotes. Judging from the thickness, there must be 100,000 taels. You should know that the reward for a B-level mission these days is only 80,000 to 200,000 taels, and most B-level missions are team missions. The reward needs to be shared by everyone, plus the village's commission, there is not much left. This time, he can get 100,000 taels just by playing with the eldest son of the Shimura family. He just wants to say. Will there be a next time? At this moment, everyone was staring at the human-shaped pit in front of Shimura Xianding in a daze. That pit and the vibration from the ground just now fully proved the huge power of the fall. In addition, there are many deep footprints, which were stepped on by the Enbu ninja when he was swung before. How can that guy be so powerful? Super strength! Whispering to herself, Tsunade's wonderful eyes were full of brilliance, and she saw the mystery inside. Super strength? That kid used super strength? Isn't he unable to use ninjutsu? And super strength is an A-level ninjutsu. Jiraiya was very surprised. He knew the hardness of the ground in the playground. In addition, the weather has been hot recently, making the ground very hard. It is not easy to smash such a dent in the ground. Besides, super strength is a secret A-level ninjutsu of the Senjua family. What is circulated outside is just some super strength tricks, which can't even be called a technique. How could that kid learn super strength? It's not the super strength of Tsunade, but it should have reached the D level, and his physical fitness is not weak. Orochimaru responded to some of Jiraiya's doubts, and at the same time he had many doubts. Isn't that kid unable to cast ninjutsu? How could he suddenly know this kind of super strength? And where did the other party's D-level super strength come from? I have never heard of this level of super strength in the village and in the ninja world. Is the Shimura family also researching supernatural powers? Tsunade became interested, not in Shimura Gentoi, but in the Shimura family. She naturally would not think that this level of supernatural power was created by Shimura Gentoi. You know, supernatural powers are a kind of ninja. The development of physical skills is much more dangerous than ordinary ninjutsu. All the changes are carried out in the body. If you are not careful, it will damage the meridians, acupoints, tendons, bones and skin membranes. The lightest is disability, and the worst is death. Even if their Senjua family is based on the self-healing ability of the immortal body, they paid a heavy price when they created the strange power technique. I don't trademark know how many people were injured or killed when the Shimura family created this D-level strange power technique. It is indeed my fault to miss such a talent like you, but this alone is not enough to break the graduation rules set by me. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice, and he also had interest and complaints in his heart. I didn't trademark expect that the old friend would quietly create this level of strange power technique, but Azang kept it from him, which made him very sad. Is there a crack in their relationship? Or does Azang have someone outside? Actual combat is the most important criterion for testing a ninja's strength. I will give these rubbish a chance to challenge me in a week. Those who cannot beat me, who cannot graduate, will all go back to school for another year to avoid embarrassing themselves. With his hands folded across his chest, Shimura Gentoi showed a domineering attitude that looked down on the world, and did not take all the graduates present into consideration at all. He was very confident in this regard. After all, there were only some 9-year-old brats present. No matter how talented they were, they could only be at the level of Chunin at best. As long as they did not reach the level of Jonin, he could beat them up. After all, he just had a small amount of chakra and could not make hand seals, but he could not practice. This little problem was not a big deal for a cheater like him with a golden finger. And these arrogant words once again angered the graduates around him, but looking at the human-shaped pit smashed by the Anbu, they did not curse as before, but could only glare at him. If eyes could kill, I am afraid that Shimura Gentoi would have become a window screen now. Yes, actual combat is the most important criterion for testing a ninja's strength. I hope your performance in a week will satisfy me. After looking deeply at Shimura Gendai, Sarutobi Hiruzen left a word and turned away. He had to go back to see if Danzo had someone outside. He was hiding this from himself. It was too outrageous. And this statement obviously approved Shimura Gendai's proposal, which made many graduates below in an uproar. Mikoto, that guy is so annoying. Senju Nawaki in the crowd looked unhappy. A good graduation ceremony was turned into what it is now because of that guy's disturbance. You know, my sister also came to watch this time. He is not weak, and he must have something to rely on when he said that. When the time comes, we should be careful not to be really brushed off and go back to the ninja school for another year. Uchiha Mikoto's beautiful eyes also stared at the heroic figure, and her heart was quite heavy, but she also had an absolute confidence. Although the power of the other party is amazing, the ninja battle mainly depends on chakra and ninjutsu. In this regard, it has an absolute advantage. I would definitely practice myself. I still wanted to let my sister play with himself. Now it seems to be in the soup. The battle after a week later was a bit more looking forward to. That kid doesn't look stupid. If he says so, he must have something to rely on. It seems that I have to train rope tree this week, especially in actual combat. A euro. According to the editor's suggestion, I will maintain 2 updates every day before the book is put on the shelves. It cannot reach the tens of thousands of words promised in the introduction, but I will save these chapters and distribute them after the book is put on the shelves. Everyone, look forward to the book being put on the shelves. Also, please give more votes. The new book needs your care and support. 3. Chapter 3 Black Ding Space. Shimura. After returning from the ninja school, standing in front of the family gate, looking at the family emblem of the Shimura family, Shimura Xianding was full of emotion and bitterness. To be honest, as a time traveler, his start is not bad, but it is definitely not good. Although his father is very powerful in the original Naruto, he is second to none in Konoha, but that is in the future. The current Shimura family is really not good. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen became the Hokage, the important positions in Konoha are still controlled by the Senju clan. Even though the Senju clan lost the first and second generation of top powerhouses, the family heritage cannot be underestimated. Not to mention that there is also a 9-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito, who is the strongest in the contemporary era, except for the Ninja World Dance King who is hiding in some corner. Moreover, the new generation of the Senju family has grown up. For example, Senju Tobirama's only son, Senju Orange Water, is not much worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen, not to mention Senju Hashirama's eldest son and daughter, who are all powerful people of the generation. The young generation of Tsunade has also grown up, which can be said to be full of talents. His father, the Dark Ninja, only had a nominal Hokage assistant. It would take a long time to develop to the level in the original work. At least the Senju clan must be crippled first. So, the current ambitions are not bad. The village family is really not good. On the contrary, because of the relationship with the Hokage, they are hostile to the ninja forces, and their situation is very bad. Even the death of his mother seems to be related to this aspect. Shaking his head, no longer thinking about these things, Shimura Xianding stepped into the gate and returned to his own house. Although his qualifications are very useless and he is not favored by the father of the Dark Ninja, and he has not seen the father for several years, his identity as the eldest son of the Shimura family is real, and his treatment is naturally not bad. He has not suffered the kind of dog blood plot of being bullied by servants, which eliminates the possibility of him pretending to be slapped in the face. Except that the father strictly ordered him not to contact the inheritance of the clan's ninjutsu, everything else is fine. Returning to the room, closing the doors and windows, taking a simple bath, and lying on the bed, looking at the black tripod-shaped birthmark on the palm of his hand. This is the birthmark he has had since he was a child after traveling through time and rebirth. He didn't care about it at first. When he extracted the first strand of chakra, he obtained a mysterious space, which he named the Black Tripod Space. I must be a real man for 3 minutes this time. After saying this to himself firmly, Shimura Xianding quickly fell asleep, and then his consciousness came to the replica in the Black Cauldron space. Sister Keiko, start. Nodding to the replica of Shimura Keiko holding a bright silver spear, he indicated that it was time to start. The moment the voice fell, countless spear rays suddenly appeared in front of him, and the speed was extremely fast. Shimura Xianding reacted quickly, holding a large shield with both hands to meet the countless spear rays. Ding ding ding! The dull sound of collision resounded in the black cauldron space. Shimura Keiko attacked swiftly with a bright silver spear, and Shimura Xianding defended impeccably with a large shield. The two of them fought back and forth for nearly 3 minutes. Swish! The sharp spear blade pierced through the left eye and passed through the brain, bringing this battle to an end. Ignoring the pain that went through his brain, Ziken Xianding slowly knelt on the ground, covered his lower body with his only remaining arm, and twitched in pain. This Sister Huize's clone was really ruthless. He first cut off his left arm holding the shield with a gun blade, and then stabbed himself dozens of times, covering the vital parts of his body. Other hits would be fine, but as a man's most fatal vital part, the pain is really indescribable. Facing the shot that wiped out the entire bird's nest, he really couldn't bear it. Sister Huize, you are too shameless. It's obviously a pure physical battle, but you actually used illusion again. It took a long time to recover. Ziken Xianding stood up and looked at the expressionless clone sister in front of him with resentment and grievance. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the other's unobstructed JQ, especially the pair of light illusions that could easily blind people. That's right, this cloned lady is just like him, she is honest and likes to be frank, and the weapon in her hand is the only external object. This black cauldron space can copy others and form clones here. The clone has everything of the other party, including physical fitness, means and even memory, etc. Of course, that's all, without the consciousness and thinking of the person, and even without emotional fluctuations, just like a robot, it will simply obey his orders. But it's already very against this guy. Since he made this clone of Miss Huize 6 years ago, he has fought with her in the black cauldron space every night. From being slaughtered in various fancy ways without any resistance at the beginning, to being able to hold on for nearly 3 minutes now. If it weren't for the opponent's lighting illusion being too dazzling, he would definitely be able to hold on for a few more seconds and become a real man for 3 minutes. Facing Shimura Gentoi's shameless accusation, Huize's clone was expressionless, and there was no ripple in his cold eyes. Come again. After a while, Shimura Gento put down the shield in his hand, picked up a big sword beside him, and started a fierce battle with Keiko's clone. This is a major feature of the Black Cauldron space. The clones created will always remain in peak condition, without any consumption of physical strength, chakra, etc., and even if they are missing arms and legs, they can recover to full condition in an extremely short time. The wound that was just pierced through the head healed in just 3 seconds, and even the end nest that was completely destroyed reappeared. This feature allows him to fight without any worries, accumulate combat experience to the maximum extent, and improve himself. This time, Shimura Gento, who changed to a big sword as a weapon, showed a completely different fighting style from the previous time when he held a big shield, because the weight of the big sword in his hand was only 1/10 of the big shield, and the speed of swinging was very fast, barely able to keep up with Shimura Keiko's attack speed. It's a pity that the huge gap in strength between the two still prevented him from becoming a real man for 3 minutes. The main reason is that the light illusion of Keiko's clone is too unsolvable and cannot be defended at all. There is no way, this is the nature of men, it is difficult to control. However, he is very satisfied with this point, otherwise if he can really control this instinct, he will have to doubt whether he is sick, such as sexual orientation distortion. The erotic and bitter battle lasted for 10 hours. Shimura Gento finally knelt down in humiliation again, and swore secretly in his heart. Next time, I must get a set of ninja clothes for Sister Huize to copy together. There is no way. Although the Black Cauldron space can copy people and objects, it also has certain limitations. Not everything can be copied. If it is a person or other creature, there must be energy in its body, such as the chakra of the ninja. So, if the other party is just an ordinary person, it cannot be copied by the Black Cauldron space and form a copy. The same reason, ordinary items cannot be copied, unless they are like the big sword and big shield in his hand and the Sister Huize's copy. The bright silver spear in Zhidi's hand is a high-level ninja tool with a lot of chakra metal added. If it is not a ninja tool, it cannot be copied at all, so he is still honest with Sister Huize's copy, and has been distracted by Sister Huize's copy with light illusion in the battle. After estimating the time, Shimura Xianding's consciousness left the Black Cauldron space and returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that the morning light had already poured into the room from the window. Sister Hwaizi. His nose twitched and he smelled a faint fragrance. He turned his head and saw a beautiful figure kneeling by the bed, reading a manuscript with relish. This is the original body of Hwaizi's copy in the Black Cauldron space, and also his fiancée copyright the kind of child bride, and even changed her surname to Shimura. If you can put all your energy into cultivation, you will definitely achieve a lot in the future. With a sidelong glance at someone, Shimura Keiko continued to flip through the manuscript titled Ninja Breaking the Sky in his hand. Although my little fiancé copyrightee's thoughts are a bit dirty and evil, the books he wrote are indeed very exciting and attractive, but the colors in them are a bit heavy. If I don't write these books, where will the money come from to support you? Rolling his eyes, Shimura Gento was not embarrassed, and stood up and dressed without hesitation. After all, she is his fiancée copyrightee, what is there to be shy about? Not to mention that he has been honest with her in the Black Cauldron space for 6 years, and they are also considered an old couple. As for the money earned in these years, although it is not a small amount, it is nothing compared to the 600 billion detonating talismans of the Angel Lady of the future Akatsuki organization. Even if her detonating talismans are sold for 1 tael, there are still 600 billion. 6,000 small goals, that is the real richest man in the ninja world. That's true. Gently stroking the bright silver gun beside her, Shimura Keiko agreed with what her little man said. Although these novels are very heavy, this kind of book has the most market, especially for ninjas who are always accompanied by killing and are often on edge. It is very suitable for relaxation and cultivation of sentiment. Therefore, the books of my little man have been very popular in the past 6 years, and the money earned in the Land of Fire alone is in the hundreds of millions. The materials of my 108 kg silver gun alone cost more than 10 billion taels, including 99 kilograms of 7 kinds of chakram metal. You should know that chakram metal is very precious, which is countless times more expensive than gold. Generally, it is sold by gram, and 1 gram costs 100,000 taels. Others only integrate a little bit of chakram metal into ninja tools, and even if there are ninja tools forged entirely with chakram metal, they are very small. For example, Hotaki Sakumo's White Fang short sword is forged entirely with thunder attribute chakram metal, but with his wealth and the foundation of the Hotaki family, he can only forge such a small blade, weighing less than 1 kilogram. You really have your eyes on Uncle Hiruzen. Aren't you afraid that he will find out and cause trouble for you? Putting down the manuscript in her hand, Keiko Shimura was surprised at the courage of this little man. He is so good at courting death. I don't know if this will make me a widow in the future. It's not easy to find such a man who can make money again. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I write about that old guy? After putting on his clothes, Gentashi Shimura firmly denied that he would never admit that the prototype of the protagonist in his new book was the 3rd Hokage. Do you think I'm a fool? After glancing at the name of the protagonist named Sarutobi Hine on the manuscript, and then looking at the little man in front of her who was not shorter than herself, Keiko Shimura rolled her eyes speechlessly. Even a fool would not believe this kind of behavior of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Isn't this just to increase the sense of substitution? Pushing his black-framed glasses a little embarrassedly, Gentashi Shimura also knew that there were risks in doing so, but there was nothing he could do about the greater benefits. Writing purely erotic novels has limited prospects. Only by appropriately adding some real-life celebrity characters can the sense of immersion be maximized. After all, everyone has a passion for gossip. We can't do this alone. After all, this is Konoha. We need to ask our father for help. Rubbing the manuscript in his hand, Shimura Keiko knew that this book would definitely make a lot of money, especially in Konoha. But after all, it was reflected on the Uncle Hokage. Once the other party found out, it would be impossible to hide it. He had to ask his father-in-law to help. I think so too, but don't give too much profit. After all, it takes a lot of money to make our battle suits. Nodding, Shimura Gento agreed with his fiancée's proposal and even had this idea. But if he wanted to ask the father to help, he would have to hand over part of the profit. He didn't know how much the father would ask. I hope they don't ask for too much. After all, they really need money now, otherwise he wouldn't risk writing this book with Sarutobi Hine as the protagonist. Suddenly, Shimura Keiko seemed very tired, yawned and said, I just came back from a mission, I'm exhausted, I'll sleep here for a while. Putting down the manuscript in his hand, he didn't shy away and lay down on Shimura Gento's bed, and fell asleep in a short while. It's time to update the data again. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Shimura Gento took out a small medicine bottle and opened it and put it next to the beauty to deepen her sleep. 10 minutes later, he stretched out his palm to the sleeping sister Keiko, ready to update the data of Keiko's replica in the black tripod space. As for why he used a colorless and odorless secret medicine to make her fall into a deep sleep and completely lose her perception of the outside world, it was mainly because the method of updating the data was a bit shady. Root. According to the editor's suggestion, the book will be updated twice a day before it goes on sale, with a total of more than 6,000 words, which does not reach the 10,000 word update promised in the introduction. But please rest assured that I have saved these chapters and will continuously update them after it goes on sale. In addition, the update time before the book is on sale is 12 noon and 6 p.m. Also, the new book needs your care. If you think the book is well written, please vote for it. Thank you. 4. Chapter 4 Light and Dark Illusion. After getting familiar with it and letting Sister Huiza be honest with him again, Ziken Xianding couldn't help but sighed. Sister Huiza's light illusion has been upgraded again, and it is definitely at the sea level now. But it's true. Shimura Huiza is 3 years older than him. She is 15 years old this year and is in a stage of rapid growth and development. It is normal for her illusion skills to improve. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Ziken Xianding began to copy the physical data of his fiancé copyright. The method of copying the data of the body or object is very simple, just use the palm with the black tripod mark to stroke it all over. It must be all round, otherwise it will not succeed, which is also the main reason why he used the medicine first. After a speechless copy, Shimura Xianding began to put the clothes back on for the fiancé copyright, and nodded slightly with satisfaction after confirming that there was nothing missing, but the next moment his whole body froze. I saw Shimura Keiko's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened and there was a cold light flashing inside that made people's scalps numb. Just as he was about to open his mouth to quibble, a gun blade suddenly rested on his neck, and the cold edge made his hair stand on end. I thought you were so bold, but I didn't expect you to be so brave. The voice with infinite chill came, making Shimura Xianding's heart jump. I was just giving you a full body massage to relax your muscles and bones so that you can have a better sleep. Shimura Gentoi smiled calmly, indicating that he was a serious person. He didn't expect that his fiancé copyright didn't fall for it this time, and even endured to let him complete the copying of his body data. Are all ninjas so patient these days? This time he's dead. Do you think I'm a fool? With a cold look on her face, Shimura Keiko was actually quite disappointed. She had long noticed that something was wrong. Every year around this time, she would sleep deeply with this little man. Today, she held her breath and pretended to be asleep to see what this little man wanted to do, but she didn't expect him to be so perverted. But he was just a little devil with a lustful heart but no courage. No, he was just a little devil with limited courage. He only dared to take action, but didn't dare to use the real thing. Don't hit me in the face. Looking at his fiancé copyright holding a bright silver gun, and then looking at himself who was unarmed, Shimura Gentoi decisively admitted his defeat. Although the fiancé copyright would definitely not kill him, it would be no problem to beat him into the orthopedic department of Konoha Hospital. He didn't care about the pain, but if it affected the graduation challenge 6 days later, it would be a pitfall. Boring. Seeing that the little man in front of him actually admitted defeat so straightforwardly, Shimura Keiko, who felt bored, took back the bright silver gun in her hand. Bring me the latest version of your divine power technique, divine speed technique, skin training technique, bone forging technique, tendon changing technique, muscle building technique, marrow washing technique, organ strengthening technique, meridian nourishing technique, soul enhancing technique, and Tai Chi. Leaning lazily on the bed, Shimura Keiko signaled her little man to hurry up and buy the goods. Although people outside thought that her little man was a waste, and even she herself thought so at first, it was only 3 years ago that she truly recognized the little man's demonic talent and understanding. She was also at the ninja school graduation ceremony yesterday, but she was hiding in the dark and watched the whole scene of this little man smashing the Anbu ninja. That kind of unmarked D-level divine power technique was developed by this little man independently, and he did not get any external help, nor did he cripple himself. This talent and understanding is really amazing, and it is precisely because of this secret that she recognized this little fiancé copyright at the beginning. As for being touched all over the body just now. Anyway, she will marry this little man sooner or later, so being touched in advance is no big deal, and she also touched and played with this little guy many times when she was a child. She can also take the opportunity to get the latest version of the little man's body strengthening techniques, which is not a loss. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Seeing that his fiancé copyright did not intend to send him to the orthopedics department, Shimura Gentoi breathed a sigh of relief, and then ran to the corner of the room, lifted the floor, and revealed a big box. Drag out a large box of 1.2 meters square and place it next to the bed, and use chakra to remove the sealing spell on it. Are these all? Looking at the huge scrolls that filled the box, Shimura Keiko was a little confused. These scrolls are not small in size, all of them are super large scrolls that are 1.2 meters long and more than 30 centimeters in diameter. If all the training methods of those spells were recorded here, it would take a long time just to read them, let alone practice them. Of course not all of them. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Xianding said that there were others in it, which made Shimura Keiko feel a little relieved. Fortunately, not all of them were, otherwise it would be a pit. However, Shimura Gentoi's next words almost made her unable to hold back her fist. Shimura Gentoi picked up the top scroll with a diameter of only 3 centimeters and said, "This is the structure diagram of my battle suit, and the rest is the practice method of the technique." Looking at the scroll with a diameter of only 3 centimeters in the hand of her little man, and then looking at the 10 huge scrolls with a diameter of 30 centimeters in the box, Shimura Huiza felt a little dark in front of her eyes. Other people's S-level ninjutsu is only that big, do you have to make these D-level jutsu so big? She picked up a huge scroll and unfolded it. Seeing that it was full of mung bean-sized words, she couldn't help but give him a resentful look. Although the E-level set she got 3 years ago was not small, it was far from being so crazy. The scroll in her hand alone had at least 1,000,000 words. The human body is a very delicate system. Any slight mistake will produce irreversible results. I can only write in detail, and these are just drafts. You can take a look and organize them by the way. There are blank scrolls and pens in the cabinet. Grinning, Shimura Gentoi was very proud of these achievements. This is the result of his years of hard work. In order to develop these jutsu that can improve physical fitness, his replica in the Black Cauldron space has died countless times. It can be said that every word is infected with his hard work. This is another use of the Black Cauldron space replica. Although there is only one of his replicas, and he cannot split into multiple ones like the shadow clone, it is the most real body, and is exactly the same as the original body. As long as the ninjutsu developed by the replica, he can practice it directly as the original body, and the replica is not afraid of injury or death, and can try it as much as he wants. Shimura Keiko stared at him unhappily, and didn't say much. She rolled the scroll in her hand to the other end and read it from the beginning. And Shimura Gento took out a huge blank scroll from the cabinet and placed it next to his fiancé copyright and he took some blank paper manuscripts to to create and write. The novel Ninja Breaking the Sky with Sarutobi Hine as the protagonist is about to be completed, and he can finish it by working overtime today. That's right, he was copying the book, at least 90%, and he only needed to modify some of the settings in it to conform to the concepts of the ninja world, and add some short articles he saw on small websites to add some color. As for why he can still remember the novels he read in his previous life, it is not because he is crazy, but because the replica in the Black Cauldron space is powerful enough. The replica in the Black Cauldron space has all the memories of the original body, even those that have been forgotten by the original body, so he can remember everything in his previous life. Have you practiced the mind to use 4 functions now? After reading the scroll for a while, Shimura Keiko, who was about to pick up the pen to write, looked up and found that her little man's ostentatious writing style, and felt sick. Shimura Gento was lying on a reclining chair, extending 4 chakra lines with his hands to wrap 4 pens respectively, writing on 4 pieces of paper, and the paragraphs he wrote were different. Looking at the comfortable writing style of her little man, and then looking at herself holding the pen, she felt sick. This is nothing, Elder Cho of Sand Village can use chakra lines to control 10 puppets at the same time. Shimura Gento was not satisfied with this achievement. Elder Cho could control the 10 puppets of Kinmatsu at the same time, and his combat power was not weak among the regular shadow level. And Chiyo's grandson, Scorpion of the Red Sand, was even more powerful. He directly performed 100 machine operations, and could control hundreds of puppets at the same time. It was a big deal. Compared with those two, his achievement was far behind. You want to be a puppeteer? Shimura Keiko was thoughtful. After thinking carefully, she found that puppeteer was indeed suitable for her little man. She knew the physical condition of this little man very well. Because he was born prematurely, he had no talent in chakra training. After so many years of training, his chakra volume did not reach the minimum standard of genin. Moreover, the acupuncture points of the body did not fully develop in the mother's body, and then some mutations occurred, making it impossible to seal and perform ninjutsu. The orthodox ninja route is obviously not suitable for him. In this case, becoming a puppeteer is not bad. After all, puppeteers control puppets to fight, do not need to release ninjutsu, consume little chakra, and are best at fighting a protracted war. And with their current financial resources, they are enough to pile up some powerful puppets and have good strength. Puppet masters have no future. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gento once thought about being a puppeteer, but finally gave up. The main reason is that the restrictions of puppeteers are too great. The two people with the highest attainments in puppetry in Naruto are Cho and Scorpion of the Red Sand. Looking at the performance of the two, they are at the level of the official shadow at most, and they are not even the top level among the official shadow level. Unless he can make a Gundam, it's a pity that although he was not a bad student in his previous life, he was still a long way from being a top student, and he didn't have that ability. At most, he can make a Gundam figure. In addition, the puppeteer's flaws are obvious and will be severely restrained. The most important thing is that there is no inheritance of puppeteers in Konoha. But some of the essence of puppeteers is worth learning from. As soon as the voice changed, Shimura Gento looked at the scroll of the battlesuit structure placed aside, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Although there is no inheritance of puppeteers in Konoha, a lot of puppet remains from the Sand Village were collected in the First Ninja World War, and some things were also studied from them. He got a piece of research data in this area, combined with the physics knowledge of his previous life, and finally designed a set of gorgeous battlesuits. Shimura Gento, who was thinking about the gorgeous battlesuit, suddenly felt a touch of a woman's fragrance coming towards him, and then his cheek was pinched by two tender little hands. "You're not even a genin now, don't aim too high. You were a cute little boy when you were young, how come you grew up crooked? You look like you deserve a beating, don't you know that?" Pulling the cheek of the little man in front of her, Shimura Keiko was very annoyed by his pretentious look, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. "Too arrogant, too shameful. I admit that you are very talented, but your body is useless. The combination of the two makes you a mediocre person. Whether you can grow to the level of a jonin in the future is unknown." At the same time, Shimura Gento was once again hit by the illusion of his fiancé copyright E, but it was not the light illusion of the previous type, but a dark canyon illusion, burying countless summoners in the horror canyon. Little pervert. Sensing someone's straight gaze, Shimura Keiko, who reacted, quickly covered her collar and stood up straight, rolling her eyes coquettishly. "This kid is too precocious." 5. Chapter 5 World War II is approaching. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting opposite his beloved, his best friend Shimura Danzo. There was a low table between the two of them, on which was placed a set of elegant tea sets. "Did you ask me to come here just to show off your tea art?" After a long silence, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but ask, with a dissatisfaction on his cold face. He was busy outside the village last night, and then he received a message from his friend Sarutobi Hiruzen and rushed back. He thought something was urgent, but he didn't expect this bastard to perform tea art for me. If he hadn't remained calm, he would have wanted to flip the table. "Don't you know that am very busy? Several dozen tales a minute. Azang, you are still so impatient." He shook his head slightly and poured 2 cups of brewed tea, one of which was pushed in front of Shimura Danzo. "Xiao Xianding is very good. At the graduation ceremony yesterday, he defeated an Anbu under my command with a kind of unprinted ninjutsu similar to the strange power technique. I guess he should be at the D-level. Seeing that Shimura Danzo's impatience was getting worse, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer kept it a secret and told the incident yesterday directly. This made Shimura Danzo's eyes gleam slightly, and he probably guessed what his old friend meant. He picked up the teacup in front of him and pretended to taste it, then said calmly, "Not only you have improved over the years, but I am not slow either." He naturally knew that his son was secretly developing a ninjutsu similar to the supernatural power technique, called the divine power technique, but last time he learned from his daughter-in-law Keiko that the divine power technique had only been developed to the E level, and he didn't expect that it has now been developed to the D level. The E level divine power technique is dispensable, but the D-level divine power technique has a strong practical value. As long as you learn it, you can become a physical skill type Chunin. From this point of view, his son is a rare genius, but it's a pity that because of what happened that year, he was born prematurely before he was fully conceived in his wife's belly, which made some aspects of his body not fully developed, and the meridians and acupoints had mutated, making it impossible to seal and release ninjutsu. It's really a pity. The development of ninjutsu, especially the inherently explosive jutsu such as the super strength jutsu, is not low in risk and requires unimaginable sacrifices. Don't let those old guys catch you. Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly reminded him after taking a sip of tea. Their Sarutobi family and the Shimura family had a friendly relationship during the Warring States period, and even had intermarriages. Their family's secret Houin jutsu combined with the Shimura family's wind escape can burst out several times the power. He also grew up with Shimura Denzo, went to school together, and became teammates. Even now, they are in a state of mutual cooperation, and they prosper together and suffer together. He naturally doesn't want to see Shimura Denzo make mistakes and be caught by those old guys. Once he loses Shimura Denzo's support, his situation will not be good. Although he is now a Hokage, most of the village's seniors are from the Senjua family, and they are old predecessors from the first and second generations, and they are veterans. These old guys are not easy to deal with, and they are always watching him and others. Over the years, he has been working diligently and dared not reveal any flaws. His life has been quite unhappy. I know this better than you. He replied casually, and Shimura Denzo did not take it to heart. He also paid much attention to his son. He knew that he was a complete monster. He had basically no external help and perfected the divine power to the D level by himself. He had not done any human experiments, so naturally there would be no handle. Sometimes he even doubted whether it was his own seed. It was too excellent, and it was completely unlike the son that Shimura Denzo could give birth to. How are the 4 major ninja villages doing recently? Seeing that his old friend had an idea in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen ended the topic, his face became serious, and he asked about the business. It has been too long since the First Shinobi World War. Such a long time is enough for the 4 major ninja villages to prepare for the next war. They have made a lot of small moves. The Sand Village seems to be in a position to unite with the Rock Village. The Mist Village and the Cloud Village are not clear for the time being, but they must have made preparations and are just waiting for an opportunity. With a serious look on his face, Shimura Denzo reported the information he had obtained. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in charge of the interior, and he was in charge of the outside, specifically responsible for spying on the intelligence of the 4 major ninja villages. What about the demigod of the Rain Village? With a gleam in his old eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the demigod Hanzo. He had fought with Hanzo in the First Ninja World War and had some understanding of him. He was not a person willing to be lonely. Not sure, but my people found some mysterious ninjas in the land of Taki, the land of grass, the land of iron, and the land of field. It is not clear which side they are from for the time being. With a sneer on his lips, Shimura Denzo said an uncertain piece of information. Although he could not be sure which side those ninjas were from, he had already made a guess. It seems that the demigod is also planning to show up in the Second Ninja World War. Turning his head to look at the Ninja World map hanging on the wall, his eyes swept over the 5 countries of Rain Country, Grass Country, Water Trap Country, Iron Country, and Field Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sneered, basically guessing the intention of the demigod of the Hidden Rain Village. To be honest, the Rain Country is really not a good place. It can be said to be a place of war. It is surrounded by the 3 major countries of Fire Country, Wind Country, and Earth Country. There is no room for development at all. It even almost became the main battlefield of their Konoha, Sand Village, and Rock Village in the First Shinobi World War. It would have been fine before, but there was a salamander Hanzo who was called a demigod. In the environment of the Rain Country that is very favorable to the opponent, even he is not sure to defeat this person. If the Hidden Rain Village wants to become the 6th largest ninja village, it must have a tailed beast. The 7-tailed Takigakure is his best choice, but his appetite is too big. He wants not only the 6th largest ninja village, but also the 6th largest country. Turning his eyes to the map on the wall, Shimura Denzo sneered with an undisguised disdain. The plot of the salamander Hanzo is indeed very good. If he really takes over the land of grass, land of Takigakure, land of iron and land of field, and connects these 5 small countries, it will indeed have the foundation to become the 6th largest country. At that time, the Hidden Rain Village and Land of Rain will also be able to get rid of the embarrassing situation of being sandwiched by the three major countries. It's a pity that the ninja world is too small. Their 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages will not allow anyone to jump up and share this cake. Moreover, the samurai of the Takigakure village, Land of Grass and Land of Iron are not easy to deal with. Only one salamander Hanzo is not enough to swallow so many forces. After all, he is only a demigod, not a true god like the first Hokage who can suppress the entire ninja world. Has the information about Mito Senpai been discovered by the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village? Retracting his gaze from the map, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked a question indifferently, a rather strange and taboo question. Unfortunately, the identity of Mito Senpai's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been discovered by those 2 ninja villages. Although they have not discovered detailed information, they must have known that the key to the Jinchuriki lies in the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Speaking with the same indifferent expression, Shimura Danzo understood why his friend asked this. This is an opportunity, a great opportunity they have been waiting for several years. If it works well, it will be enough for them to truly take power in Konoha. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village will definitely send troops to attack the Land of Whirlpools and seize the Uzumaki clan sealing technique inheritance. You should pay close attention to that place and be ready to provide support at any time. The Uzumaki villages are Konoha's ally. We must not watch it being destroyed by the enemy. No matter what the cost, we must preserve the Uzumaki village. Hiruzen Sarutobi said firmly and resolutely with a serious face. The pressure from the 2 major ninja villages is not easy to resist. If the situation is not favorable, I will not defend the Land of Whirlpools to the death. His expression was still indifferent. Shimura Danzo was speaking from the heart this time. He could not risk everything for the Land of Whirlpools. Once the situation was not favorable, he would definitely retreat to the Land of Fire. After all, that was just an ally, not his biological father, and not even an ally of their Shimura family, but an ally of the Senju family. If the war really develops to that point, you can retreat, but you must leave a fire for the Uzumaki clan, and Senior Mito's physical condition is not very good, and he can't hold on for a few years. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not force it, and stated his bottom line. The Land of Whirlpools and the Uzushio village can be destroyed, but the Uzumaki clan must continue, otherwise he will not be able to explain to Uzumaki Mito. And they Konoha needs the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Yet. Nodding, Shimura Danzo stood up and left the Hokage's office without saying a word. The 4 major ninja villages have been making small moves during this period, and he must keep a close eye on them to avoid causing trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was left alone in the Hokage's office, turned his head and looked through the window at the village, and was in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. At the same time, on the other side, when night fell, Shimura Gento looked at the manuscript in front of him with satisfaction. After spending more than 10 hours, this book with a strong color ninja breaking the sky was finally completed. Don't work too hard, staying up late is bad for your skin. Seeing Keiko Shimura still working late into the night with a focused look on her face, Shimura Xianding kindly advised. I can't sleep. After a casual reply, Keiko Shimura still devoted herself to understanding and sorting out the strong internal organs technique in her opponent's hand. The content of this strong internal organs technique is indeed very large, with more than 1 million words, but precisely because of the large number of words, the content inside is very straightforward, and you can understand it at a glance without having to think about it. Of course, it is understandable, but it takes some effort to practice it. Fortunately, I have the E-level body strengthening technique as a foundation, so I can practice it directly, which reduces the difficulty a lot. At this moment, I am very excited and naturally I won't go to bed. Then you take your time, I'm going to sleep. Standing up and stretching, Shimura Xianding explained, took a simple shower, and lay on the bed in a pair of boxer shorts to quickly fall into a deep sleep state. Quickly entering deep sleep and maintaining the best sleep quality can restore mental and physical strength to the maximum extent. This is a necessary skill for ninjas. Although Shimura Gento is not a ninja yet, he has already mastered this skill. To put it bluntly, it is just a little trick of self-hypnosis, which is not difficult. Little pervert, my sister's tofu is not so delicious. Seeing Shimura Gento enter deep sleep, Shimura Keiko, who was writing furiously, suddenly turned her head, and a dangerous smile appeared on her fair face, and her beautiful eyes were locked on Shimura Gento's boxer shorts. This kid must be taught a profound lesson. He didn't know that he had been taken by his fiancée copyrightee, Miss Shimura Gento, who was targeted by my sister, was fighting fiercely in the Black Cauldron space. His opponent was still a copy of Hwizi, but it was a copy that had been updated with the latest data. Hiss! Less than 5 seconds into the battle, Shimura Gento gasped and knelt on the ground. He really couldn't stand this kind of spearmanship that could directly take down the entire bird's nest. How did you become so much stronger? It took a while for him to recover, and he looked at his fiancée copyrightee standing in front of him with a gun in a depressed manner. Although he knew that the age before 20 was the golden age for ninja growth, the growth of this fiancée copyrightee was too great. In just 1 year, his strength increased by at least 3 times. Originally, he could barely act as a real man for 3 minutes, but now he was directly downgraded to a 5-second man. Don't use spearmanship this time, use ninjutsu to attack me. Knowing that there was a big difference between himself and his fiancée copyrightee at this stage, Shimura Gento changed his fighting style and prepared to resist the opponent's ninjutsu attack to prepare for the next challenge of the ninja school. Although the ninja school only teaches some E-level ninjutsu similar to transformation, clone, and substitution, which do not have offensive power, the only means of attack are physical skills and kunao shuriken throwing. But that refers to civilian ninjas. Those ninjas from the ninja clan must have mastered some D-level or even C-level offensive ninjutsu, and we must be on guard against this aspect. €. Already signed, please vote for support. 6. Chapter 6 Sealing Crystal. Hey! In the early morning, Shimura Gento woke up on time, wiped the cold sweat from his head, and was still frightened by the bitter experience of the battle last night. Shimura Keiko has 4 chakra attributes of yin, yang, wind, and thunder. Although she is not very talented in ninjutsu, she has mastered several B-level ninjutsu with her own strength as a special ninja. Among them, wind escape and lightning escape ninjutsu are quite brutal. Last night, he either received lightning escape electrotherapy or was cut into dumpling fillings by wind escape, and his end was miserable. Sister Keiko, good morning. I sat up and said good morning to my fiancée copyrightee who was still writing furiously. Just as I was about to get up and dress, I suddenly felt a chill down there. When I looked down, my heartbeat stagnated. What did you do to me last night? Twisting his stiff neck, Shimura Gento knew that the changes in him must have been caused by this woman. It's just as you think. Don't worry, I have completely destroyed the hair follicles there with the thunder escape. From now on, you will be a little ghost whose hair will never grow back. Sister will love you. Putting down the pen in her hand, Shimura Keiko turned her head and pinched Shimura Gento's cheek lovingly. A with circumflex trademark I per thousand A with circumflex trademark. This loving words made Shimura Gento look confused, and his skin couldn't help twitching after he reacted. You will lose me if you do this. Staring at his fiancée copyrightee in front of him with resentment, Shimura Gento had the urge to divorce this woman. Sister, there is only widowhood in my dictionary, not divorce. You will never escape from my palm in this life. The white hand stretched out in front of her little man and made a grasping gesture, with no concealment of the threat. Although this little man is very talented, his own strength is there, and she is confident that she can control him for life. You are not pure. With a sigh, Shimura Gento regretted giving the E-level bodybuilding technique to this woman 3 years ago. Since then, this woman has become more and more casual in front of her, and she has let herself go more and more. She has changed from a proud girl to a black-bellied woman now. Finally, he had no choice but to accept the reality that he had become one of the 4 sacred beasts. Shimura Gento stopped thinking about this bad reality, used chakra to unlock the seal of the basement door, and started to prepare to assemble the suit. The various parts of the suit were built last month, except for the final assembly, which was also the biggest confidence for him to become a ninja. Out of curiosity, Shimura Keiko split a shadow clone to continue reading the scroll of the strong dirty technique, and she followed into the basement. You are still so showy. Unfolding the battlesuit structure diagram and looking at the complete battlesuit picture, Shimura Keiko gave a look of contempt, but there was more desire in her heart. This set of armor is so gorgeous that she is moved. Although armor is not in line with the mainstream of the current ninja world, it was quite popular during the Warring States period. Even the first and second generation Hokage of Konoha would wear armor to fight. Even now some old strong men in the village are wearing armor, and even her uncle Sarutobi Hiruzen has some armor protection on his body. But in the past, they were just some simple stacked armor, and the appearance was far from comparable to the armor designed by her little man, and it was not in the same dimension at all. As a physical ninja, if you can get such a set of armor, your combat power can at least double. It's not easy to wear this suit. You have to have a load capacity of 1000 kilograms under normal conditions. Shimura Gento, who was inlaying scales on the chain mail, said casually that this was the minimum standard for this suit, and not everyone could wear it. Although the physical fitness of ninjas is much stronger than that of ordinary people, their load capacity is also very strong. For example, in the original work, Might Guy and Xiao Li often practiced with exaggerated weights. But that was just an exception. The main focus of ninjas was still ninjutsu, and they were average in physical skills and physical fitness. If you really want to wear this suit weighing 1080 kilograms, let alone fight, it would be a problem whether you can stand up. Don't be crushed by the suit before the battle begins, that would be funny. 1000 kilograms? Did you use all the heavy money to forge this suit? Eyes wide open, Shimura Keiko felt, I feel that this little man of my family may have a problem with his brain. Who would use heavy gold to make armor? Heavy gold is a special metal with extremely high density, more than 10 times heavier than gold. Although as a special metal with high density, heavy gold is extremely hard, much harder than diamond, and has strong toughness, but the weight is really too amazing. Basically no one will use heavy gold to make weapons and armor. In addition, heavy gold is a semi-raw mineral of gold, with extremely low output and a price comparable to chakra metal. Before, this little man asked me to collect and buy heavy gold. At the beginning, she didn't know what to do. I didn't expect it to be used to make a battle suit. Not all of it, 70% of it is heavy gold, 20% is various chakra metals, and the last 10% is sealing crystal. Without hesitation, Shimura Xianding revealed the material composition of the battle suit. There was no need to hide this aspect. But this composition made Shimura Keiko open her eyes again, feeling that this little man of her family really had a hole in his brain. Sealing crystal is a very rare crystal stone with a special radiation that can disrupt any energy, whether it is the mana of monks, the aura of samurai, or the chakra of their ninjas. As long as they are close to a certain range of sealing crystals, the energy in the body will go out of control. Some places even use sealing crystals as torture instruments to imprison strong people. Fortunately, sealing crystals are extremely rare and the price is frighteningly high, so they cannot be popularized, otherwise it will be a nightmare for all practitioners. What? Looking at his fiancée copyrightee who put her little hand on his forehead, Shimura Xianding was puzzled and didn't understand what this woman was doing. See if you have burned your brain. He responded gloomily. Shimura Keiko was actually quite satisfied with this little man. After all, he can not only create a secret technique to strengthen the body, but also make a lot of money to support his family. Such a good man is hard to find. Pa! You have a problem with your brain. Slapping the bare hand away in annoyance, Shimura Gentoi flicked his finger, and a chakra line extended out, dragging a huge shield placed in the corner and holding it in his hand. Although the sealing crystal can disrupt energy, it is not absolute. As long as the chakra is condensed enough and the control is strong enough, it can still reduce or even be immune to this effect, and it can also be used as an auxiliary tool to exercise chakra control. While explaining, Shimura Gentoi used divine power to add to his body, holding the heavy shield and waving it a few times. This shield is made of heavy gold, chakra metal, and sealing crystal, and its weight also reaches an astonishing 1000 kilograms, which is not lighter than that suit. Even if it weren't for his strong physical fitness and the blessing of D-level divine power, he couldn't hold this thing, let alone wave it. I don't know how many years it will take to train to your level. Secretly complaining about the monster, Shimura Keiko couldn't understand the brain circuit of her little man. The sealing crystal that others avoided was actually used as a treasure to assist in training, and he succeeded in training. Even in the sand village, few people can use chakra lines to pull thousands of kilograms of things. In terms of the toughness of chakra lines, I'm afraid they are enough to compete with that Elder Cho. You can try it, the effect is very good. Once you adapt to it, not only will your strength increase significantly, but you can also integrate the sealing crystal into your bright silver spear, which will have a stronger restraint on ninjas. But if you want to try it, you have to consume 99.9% of the chakra in your body and it will be on the verge of exhaustion. Putting down the big shield in his hand, Shimura Xianding recommended this self-abuse training method to his fiancée copyrightee. Although the training process is a bit hard, as long as the training is successful, it can greatly enhance the chakra concentration and control, and have a significant improvement in strength. Of course, the chakra in the body of the practitioner cannot be too much, otherwise the chakra that runs wild under the influence of the sealing crystal radiation is enough to make people explode and die, which is equivalent to releasing ninjutsu in the human body, and the danger can be imagined. Can't it be sealed? Shimura Keiko frowned slightly, she didn't like the state of chakra being almost exhausted. Sealing techniques are also based on chakra. Do you think that thing can withstand the radiation of the sealing crystal for a long time? Shimura Xianding said unhappily, and he has a considerable understanding of this aspect. Even when the pitiful chakra in his body ran wild, it killed his replica in the Black Cauldron space countless times, not to mention the special ninja like Shimura Keiko. There is no way, the human body is too fragile, especially the internal organs and brain spinal cord, which are more fragile, and will die if there is a slight mistake. He has a replica in the Black Cauldron space, which can make countless mistakes, even if his body is blown to pieces, it's okay, but Shimura Keiko is not like him, who has only one life. I'll try. Shimura Keiko finally decided to give it a try after pouting. Although her talent is not bad, if she continues to practice according to the schedule, she will at most be an elite jonin in this life. It is extremely difficult to reach the level of Kage, even the lowest level of Quasi-Kage. This is a problem of physical talent. After all, the Sarutobi family she was born in is only a secret family, not a blood family. Unfortunately, there is no fire attribute in her chakra attributes, so she cannot learn the secret of the Sarutobi family. Otherwise, she would not be married into the Shimura family as a tool for marriage. If you want to achieve the level of Kage, you must seize every opportunity to become stronger. What is this? Looking around the huge basement, Shimura Keiko was surrounded by two huge the nutrient tanks attracted attention, and a black mass of things was suspended in each of them. And the thing was still wriggling slightly, obviously not dead. That's called venom, a special creature without intelligence, only instinct, which can be used as a biological ninja tool after being refined with chakra. I have only developed a function of covering the whole body with this thing, which can effectively prevent the enemy's poison gas from touching the body, and at the same time, it can be filled into the wound to temporarily stop bleeding when it is injured. The one on the left is specially cultivated for you. With your chakra amount, you should be able to control it freely after feeding it for half a year. Walking slowly, Shimura Gento opened the nutrient tank on the left while explaining, and took out the venom inside. This thing was cultivated by him using a special creature that can absorb a small amount of chakra to grow. It took a full 8 years to have the current two characteristics. In fact, the inspiration for this thing comes from the venom of the Marvel Universe and the White Zetsu in the Naruto world. In Naruto, there is a Uzumaki Zetsu Afii who can wrap others like a coat and enhance their abilities in all aspects. In the original work, Uchiha Obito was once wrapped by Uzumaki Zetsu. During the Fourth World War, Uzumaki Zetsu also wrapped Yamato, using the wood escape in his body to strengthen his own wood escape power and perform the super ninjutsu of the non-immortal version of the True Thousand Hands. Of course, his current venom coat is not so awesome, and it is even far from it, but it can be used to wrap the whole body and block the penetration of poisonous gas. At the same time, the venom coat can effectively isolate the user's breath after wrapping, and better hide itself, which is quite practical for ninjas. It still needs to be fed for half a year before it can be used. Shimura Keiko pouted her red lips again with dissatisfaction, and felt that this thing was a bit of a pit. It's good enough. I have fed this thing for 3 years. Staring at him, Shimura Gento felt that this woman was very ungrateful. Do you want it? Forget it. Yes, of course. Quickly grab the squirming venom, Keiko Shimura will not let go of such a good thing. Although the effect is a bit useless, it may be very useful at some point, and next, I will use up the chakra in my body to condense the chakra with the help of the sealing crystal, just in time to feed this thing with those chakras. Just at this moment, a memory suddenly appeared in my mind, which made Keiko Shimura slightly stunned. You do your thing, I will go up and continue to watch your practice. After saying that, Keiko Shimura quickly returned to the room above from the steps, and then saw a middle-aged handsome man with a cold expression. €1, €1, €1, €1, €1, €1. If you think this book is well written, please cast your precious votes, your support is my greatest motivation. 7. Chapter 7 Soundwave Body Refining. Grandpa slowly walked forward and knelt down beside the middle-aged man, and Keiko Shimura greeted respectfully. That's right, this is her father-in-law, the current patriarch of the Shimura family, Shimura Danzo, who has the title of Ninja Dark. Without saying a word, Shimura Danzo read the training method of strengthening the internal organs in front of him and tried to practice it at the same time. As early as 3 years ago, when his son taught the E-level strengthening body technique to Shimura Keiko, he got a copy from his daughter-in-law, and practiced it in his spare time in the past few years. Although it doesn't improve himself much, it's better than nothing, and it can regulate the body and recover hidden injuries. With this foundation, it's much easier to practice this D-level strengthening body technique now, and he got started quickly. Not long after, a slight sound like muffled thunder came from Shimura Danzo's body. It was the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound body training method created by Shimura Xianding. Of course, it's just a loud name, but in fact it uses chakra to control the vocal cords to emit special sound waves to vibrate various organs in the body. There are 3 types of sound waves: one is normal sound waves, one is infrasound waves, and the last one is ultrasonic waves. Ultrasonic waves can shatter solids, while infrasound waves can use resonance to damage soft objects, such as human internal organs. Even some people's motion sickness symptoms are related to infrasound waves. Not a bad secret technique. After practicing with Tiger Leopard Thunder sound for a while, Shimura Danzo gave a good evaluation. Although practicing for a while will only improve oneself very little and can be almost ignored, as long as you can persist for a long time, practicing for a few years will definitely greatly improve your physical fitness. Moreover, this is a rare secret technique that can enhance physical fitness, and its value, development difficulty, and risk are far beyond normal ninjutsu. In this respect, his son is definitely a monster. If the boy's face was not 5 points similar to his own, he would have doubted whether it was his own child. What is he doing down there? Looking up at his daughter-in-law Shimura Keiko beside him, he was very curious about what confidence his son had to beat all the graduates. You should know that there are 300 graduates from the ninja school this year, and the lowest level has reached the level of Genin. Even some geniuses from the ninja clan have already possessed the strength of Chunin. Even some Jonin who have not mastered large-scale ninjutsu have to temporarily avoid such a lineup. Although his son's body strength is good, it is just good. Xianding is making armor downstairs, a very amazing armor, which will definitely surprise you, father-in-law. Smiling and responding, Shimura Keiko is looking forward to the armor of her little man. Although she has seen the full set of drawings, it is not the real thing after all. I think it will be more amazing when it comes. Having a set of armor can indeed improve your strength. Nodding slightly, Shimura Danzo understood that this was probably the trump card of his son. As for the word amazing that his daughter-in-law said, he didn't take it to heart. It was just a set of armor. How amazing could it be? Having come from the Warring States period, what scenes had he not seen? Even when he was young, he had a set of armor, but that thing had been eliminated from the mainstream of ninjas and few people used it anymore. Copy and organize this set of body-strengthening secret techniques as soon as possible. After saying that, Shimura Danzo stood up and walked out. Father-in-law, if you have time, please go to the ninja school in 5 days. Xianding must also hope that you can go to watch his graduation ceremony alone. Seeing that the father-in-law was about to leave, Keiko hurriedly spoke. This is a good opportunity to ease the relationship between the father and son, which should not be missed. Pausing, Shimura Danzo continued to walk away without saying a word. Did you agree? Pulling her hair, Keiko felt a headache about the relationship between her little man and her father-in-law. It's not easy to be the young lady of the Shimura family. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Keiko Shimura gave up decisively, and soon found an old scroll on the low table. This is the clan emblem of the TNZ country Death Rhyme clan. Pick up the scroll, look at the strange pattern on it. Keiko quickly matched it with a clan emblem of the ninja world that she had seen before, and it was the clan emblem of the TNZ country Death Rhyme clan. It seems that the father-in-law still cares about that kid. Chuckling lightly, Keiko knew that this must be the ninjutsu inheritance scroll that the father-in-law got from the Death Rhyme clan. I heard that the ninjas of the Death Rhyme clan do not need to make hand seals, and can use some musical instruments and ninja tools to release sound ninjutsu. I don't know what the principle is. Out of curiosity, Keiko spread out the ninjutsu scroll in her hand and read the sound ninjutsu recorded in it. This is the secret inheritance of the Death Rhyme clan, and it is very complete. Obviously, the father-in-law is very attentive in this regard. You should know that although the Death Rhythm clan is not a top ninja clan, it is also a second-rate clan. It is not easy to get their inheritance scroll from them. This is called a ninjutsu scroll, much more concise than the stuff you wrote. Looking at the inheritance scroll in her hand, Compared with her little man's crazy oversized scroll, Hwiza felt that the little boy was a complete alien. Who can write a D-level secret technique with millions of words? It takes several days to read it once. But not long after, Hwiza decisively changed her position. What kind of broken stuff is this? My little man wrote it better. Throwing the inheritance scroll of the Death Rhythm clan on the table, Hwiza felt that this thing was not for people to see. It was so mysterious that it was extremely difficult to understand even with her ninjutsu skills. Madam, this is the information that the young master asked me to collect. Please pass it to the young master. At this time, Shimura Genma came in and handed a scroll to Shimura Keiko, and then turned around and left decisively. Tsunade-senpai. Curiously unfolding the information scroll, Shimura Keiko was surprised after reading the contents inside. This is information about Tsunade's whereabouts in the village, and several key points are marked in it. What does that kid want Tsunade-senpai's information for? The beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous light flashed inside. She felt that her dog might be cheating on her. Although she didn't want to admit it, Tsunade was indeed more attractive than herself. Even though her appearance was not bad, her figure was much worse, and her mind was completely not on the same level. Ida Euro trademark S so late and Yua Euro trademark Re still awake. Be careful of dark circles under your eyes. As night fell, Shimura Gentoi, who had been busy all day, came out of the basement and found that his fiancé copyright E had na Euro trademark T slept yet. She was even very interested in wiping the bright silver gun with a cloth. This woman has na Euro trademark T slept for 2 days. Even night owls are not so fierce. A with circumflex trademark I per thousand A with circumflex trademark? Looking down at the sharp gun blade against the vital part under his lower abdomen, Shimura Gentoi was confused and did na Euro trademark T understand what was wrong with this woman? Is your period coming? Senior Tsunade is beautiful, is na Euro trademark T she? Asking with a smile, Shimura Keiko felt that this little man deserved to be punished. He dared to find a woman outside without telling her. She is very beautiful, but what does this have to do with you? Shimura Gentoi was even more confused. He did na Euro trademark T understand why this woman suddenly mentioned Tsunade, the big fat sheep. Why is it nothing to do with me? The coldness on his face became even more intense, and he thrust the bright silver spear forward. The cold touch made Shimura Xianding shudder, and even almost shrank his penis into his stomach. Hey, 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 be careful, this spear blade is very sharp, if you are not careful you will be a widow. He hurriedly persuaded, and the sharp edge close to the vitals made him dare not move, for fear of being cut accidentally. Although he was cut countless times by the girl's replica in the Black Cauldron space, he could regenerate infinitely there. However, this is the real world, if he is really cut, he will really be gone. I don't know if Tsunade can continue to go back without any hidden dangers with her current medical attainments. Are you scared now? With a cold smile on her lips, Shimura Keiko threw the information about Tsunade on the low table and asked, what do you want to do with Senior Tsunade? Is it the information sent by that kid Xianjian? He's quite efficient. After taking the information and unfolding it, Shimura Gento showed approval. Although the little brother was a bit of a jerk, he was very efficient. At that time in the ninja school, he ordered the kid to investigate Tsunade's whereabouts, but he didn't expect to get results so quickly. As expected, he is a graduate of the elite class. Be serious and answer the questions. In his hand the bright silver spear shook, and he asked again, Shimura Keiko must get it clear today. This dog can only belong to her. Ask her to be my team leader. The cold edge below made Shimura Xianding tremble, and he replied helplessly, and at the same time he was thinking about whether to divorce this woman again. Too unreasonable. Unfortunately, after comparing the combat effectiveness of both sides, he could only suppress this suicidal idea helplessly. Sure enough, women will only affect the speed of my becoming stronger. Why do you want to find her? I am also a Jonin now, and I am qualified to be your team leader. She was even more dissatisfied, and Shimura Keiko was very reluctant to let her little man contact other women, especially those who were better than herself. If you can get the Book of Seals from the old guy Hokage, I have no objection. Rolling her eyes unhappily, this woman is too self-important, and you want to be compared with that big fat sheep. You two are not even in the same dimension. You are looking for her for the forbidden techniques in the sealing book. Hearing this, Keiko was shocked. She had never thought of this before, but now she thought about it and found that Tsunade was indeed a good teacher, the best of this generation, even the senior Orochimaru, who was a generation of academic bully, could not compare to her. After all, she has the support of the entire Senju clan. To be precise, all the inheritance of the Senju family. If there is a chance, I would like to contact Senior Mito with the help of Tsunade to see if I can get some of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique inheritance. Shimura Gentoi did not mean to hide this, because the next plan required the cooperation of this woman, so it would be better to make it clear in advance. I'm going to sleep. Knowing that she had made a mistake, Shimura Keiko took back the bright silver gun and got up to go back to her room. Inexplicable. After complaining in confusion, Shimura Gentoi sat down and carefully looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand. According to the key points on it, he quickly locked an ideal location. I hope I won't be beaten to death by that fat sheep. After perfecting the plan for the next stage in his mind, Xianding rubbed his chin, but he was not completely sure. If something went wrong, he would be in trouble. It's not easy to take the fist of that fat sheep. No, I have to find an accomplice to share the firepower. His mind turned rapidly, thinking about the right person to take the blame, and the first person that came to his mind was his father. After all, that was the most famous pot shadow in Naruto. But he quickly rejected this candidate. The old father was not someone he could assign, let alone do that kind of thing. If he really asked the old father, he would probably be hung up and beaten by the old guy with 7 wolves before he could start the plan. Maybe I can ask that senior. Another candidate soon came to his mind, a perfect tool for taking the blame. 8. Chapter 8 The Pain of Married Men. Master Yunzong Niao has published a new book. Go buy it now. You won't be able to buy the front page if you are late. Master Yunzong Niao has published a new book again? What's the title? Ninja Breaking the Sky. The protagonist is Sarutobi Hine. I heard it is a super masterpiece with more than 5 million words. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. In Yuela Tavern, a man came in a hurry to tell his friend the good news, and then the two rushed to the bookstore, even using the instant body technique. That damned Yunzong Niao has published a new book again. When will my intimate paradise come out? In a private room in the tavern, a white-haired young man slammed the wine table hard, his heart full of envy and jealousy. Sarutobi Hine. Is this a novel with Sarutobi Teacher as the protagonist? It seems that Sarutobi Teacher will lose his reputation in his later years. A young man with long black hair and straight hair sitting opposite said with a smile, looking forward to the teacher's expression after seeing the book Shinobi Possessed the Sky. He had heard a little about the bird crossing the river with a reed, and had read several of his novels. They were all very interesting, and even some of the settings in them gave him a lot of inspiration. It's just that the bird always likes to add some boring fragments to the novel. If those fragments are deleted, the whole novel is still very good. That's right, the two people present are Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Orochimaru, I suddenly remembered that the faucet at home is not turned off. It is shameful to waste water resources. Let's stop here today and talk about it another day. Jiraiya couldn't sit still anymore, and he made up an excuse and got up and ran out. Although he was full of envy and jealousy towards the fellow bird, he had to say that the novels written by him were far beyond his level. The most important thing is that the novel is also equipped with many character illustrations, especially those young ladies. Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt his mouth watering and couldn't help swallowing. Just as he was about to step out of the door of the tavern, a stack of banknotes was thrown over, a full 60,000 taels of banknotes. Please bring me a set too. Orochimaru's calm voice followed, and he was obviously also interested in the new book released by Yunzong Niao. I just went back to turn off the faucet, and I didn't want to go to Xinhua bookstore to queue up to buy books. Jiraiya took the coin and instinctively refuted, but unfortunately he was greeted by Orochimaru's undisguised contempt. You have mentioned the name of the bookstore, and you still say you don't want to? No, you are actually interested in the new book of that lewd bird. Reacting, Jiraiya's expression gradually changed, with a lewd smile on his face, and he winked obscenely after saying it. He didn't expect that this person who has always been a serious friend turned out to be a fellow traveler. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in those boring clips. Some of the settings in the book by Master Yunzong Niao are very good. For example, the last book, The Heaven Shaking, provided me with a lot of inspiration. With a look of contempt, Orochimaru said that he was not the same as you, but just appreciated the novel settings in those novels. For example, the 9 secrets in the last book, The Heaven Shaking, was quite good. The setting of the Minami secret should be derived from Tsunade's super strength and 8 gates, and the fight secret that can copy all ninjutsu should be derived from the Uchiha family's Sharingan. And the heaven shaking method, they are all very interesting. I've also read the book The Heaven of Shade. The protagonist Yayuefan is really awesome. He can actually add the lightning armor to that part, reaching a sprint speed of 10 times per second, and can also use lightning to stimulate and increase the sensitivity of both parties. By the way, do you think that the third Raikage cheated on the third Tsuchikage? I heard that the third Tsuchikage's son Huang Tu is very burly. Even if he is just a teenager, he is no worse than an adult. He doesn't look like the son of the third Tsuchikage. The expression became more and more rippling, and the gossip fire in Jiraiya's heart was also burning. Speechlessly glancing at the more diligent Jiraiya, Orochimaru felt tired. It was too tiring to communicate with this guy. The two people's thinking was not on the same channel at all. I suggest you go and queue up to buy the book, otherwise you won't be able to buy the front page. Although the front page is a bit expensive, Master Yunzong Niao's masterpiece is worth the price. Yes, I have to hurry. Suddenly reacting, Jiraiya rushed to Xinhua bookstore in a hurry, even using the instant body technique. According to the usual practice, the front page of Master Yunzong Niao's masterpiece is only sold in Konoha, 1,000 copies. Although the price of the front page is 10 times higher, for true fans, this amount of money is nothing compared to waiting for a week to buy the ordinary version. The most important thing is that the illustrations of the young ladies on the front page are the most complete. Thinking of the illustrations of the young ladies in the previous novels, Jiraiya's heart became even more fiery, and his speed soared to a higher level. Fortunately, there are no more than 500 people. Jiraiya rushed to Xinhua bookstore and looked at the long line. He took a quick glance and saw that there were only about 400 people, and his heart was relieved. Xinhua bookstore has some restrictions on the purchase of the front page of Master Yunzong Niao's masterpiece. Although you can buy it for your friends, each person can only buy one set, which means that as long as you can rank in the first 500, you will definitely be able to buy it. Brother, why do you all become Jiraiya to buy books? Jiraiya felt quite depressed after patting the figure in front of him who looked exactly like him. Master Yunzong Niao's masterpieces have some strong colors, and since it is the front page, those who can buy it are generally not serious people, so it is normal to use a transformation technique to disguise. But why do most of these people have to become like Jiraiya? Is he, the hero Jiraiya, so unserious? Don't you also become like Jiraiya? The brother in front turned his head and glanced at Jiraiya, giving him a contemptuous look. You have become like Jiraiya, how dare you ask this question? Jiraiya was speechless after hearing this, and he felt even more depressed. Has the reputation of the Toad Sage in Konoha become so bad? It was just a few times of collecting materials in the bathhouse, is it necessary to be like this? Jiraiya. Just when he was feeling depressed, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned his head and found that it was another guy who had turned into his own appearance, but he soon found something wrong. This chakra aura is a bit similar to that of the teacher. Since you are here, buy a set for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had turned into Jiraiya, said in a low voice, but as soon as he finished speaking, he made several people in the queue behind him unhappy. Hey, don't cut in line, go to the back to line up. Do you have any manners? We are all loyal fans of Master Yunzong Niao, don't lose face like this, okay? I didn't cut in line, I just met an acquaintance and chatted. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stood outside the line and said with a smile. He didn't want to make a fuss at this time, it would be embarrassing if someone found out his identity. Are you really the teacher? Jiraiya's eyes widened. He didn't expect that his teacher, who was always dignified and serious, was actually a fellow student. The image of the teacher in his heart was immediately shattered into slag, but he felt more intimate. They were destined to become master and apprentice. Don't talk nonsense, don't forget to buy a set for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't want to stay here for a long time, was impatient and was about to leave, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Teacher, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, but Orochimaru has asked me to buy it for him, and I have paid for it. Jiraiya looked embarrassed. As a good disciple who respects teachers, he would not refuse the order of his mentor, but this time he really couldn't do it, after all, he had promised Orochimaru. After a short silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered again, do you have any extra money? Lend me some. Teacher, don't you have any money? Jiraiya widened his eyes and was confused. What kind of operation is this? You actually came to borrow money from me to sell Liu Bei. You are the Hokage. The pain of a married man, a single person like you will never understand. Lying on his back at a 45-degree angle, Sarutobi Hiruzen shed 2 lines of tears, which contained infinite love for his wife. Of course, it was mainly because the master of the bird in the cloud was too prolific. He would publish a book every few months, which averaged out to almost one every month. Can write 1 million words. The ordinary version of 1 million words is only 10,000 taels, and the first edition is more expensive, 100,000 taels. According to the notice posted by Xinhua bookstore in the morning, this new book Shinobi Breaks the Sky has nearly 6 million words, and it takes 600,000 taels to buy the next set of the first edition. As a married man, he has no big money, but he still has some small money. However, after many times, the private money he saved before marriage has long been squandered. Otherwise, he would not have squatted nearby just now, and only showed up when he found the real Jiraiya coming. I don't have much money with me, only 400,000 taels left. Although he felt more confused and bewildered, Jiraiya still picked up his toad wallet, took out 400,000 taels from it and handed it to his teacher. The teacher was so embarrassed to ask him to borrow money, could he refuse? Enough. Happily taking the 400,000 taels of banknotes, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried to the end of the line. Before he came, he stole the pocket money from his eldest son's piggy bank, and with his own little savings, it was enough to buy a set of the first edition of Ninja Breaking the Sky. I hope that Master Yunzong Niao doesn't write too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered to himself, feeling both expectation and hesitation. After all, Master Yunzong Niao's style has always been to use some famous and powerful people in the ninja world as the protagonist and supporting characters. For example, the protagonist of the previous novel, The Heaven Covering, was based on the third Hokage. Even the bitter sea vision of the protagonist Yayuefan is mainly thunder, and that kind of tyrannical body also corresponds to the title of the strongest shield in the ninja world that the third Hokage has recently spread. And he didn't expect that this time Master Yunzong Niao actually used him, the Hokage, as the prototype of the protagonist to write a new book. Although the colors in Master Yunzong Niao's novels are a bit heavier, the peach blossom luck of each protagonist is quite crazy, which can be called a human-shaped self-propelled artillery. I don't know how many male compatriots are envious. He had been full of envy and hatred for the protagonists of previous novels, but he didn't expect that it would finally be his turn. His heart was beating non-stop. Damn, there are more than 500 people. At this time, a man who also looked like Jiraiya performed the instant body technique and ran quickly. Seeing the team of 500 people, he felt annoyed. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Brother in front, is there anyone who can buy it for you? I will give you an extra 100,000 taels as a reward." The people in the team in front glanced over and said nothing. "Brother, don't shout, no one will buy it for you, it's already full." Seeing that the man was going to shout again, a book fan next to him who also looked like Jiraiya consoled him. "You should know that Yunzong Niao now has a lot of die-hard fans. Although Xinhua bookstore has always priced the front page of the master's masterpiece at 100,000 taels for every million words, the price on the black market will at least double. As long as you buy one more set now, keep one set for yourself, and sell one set on the black market, you can not only make up for the cost of selling the book this time, but also make a small profit. If you are lucky, you can even make a lot of money if you meet a rich book fan. So for these die-hard fans, buying the front page is both a belief and a business opportunity." 9. Chapter 9 Heart-Piercing Dragon Claw Hand. Chapter 9 Heart-Piercing Dragon Claw Hand. On the busy street, Jiraiya walked forward with a smirk on his face, and from time to time he reached out to touch the ninja tool bag on his waist. He felt at ease and expectant when he sensed the 2 sealed scrolls inside. His steps became lighter and lighter. He wished he could rush home to taste it carefully. Hey! Tsunade's chakra! Suddenly, his steps stopped. Jiraiya sensed a familiar chakra. He looked up and saw a hot spring bathhouse. It was the only bathhouse with natural hot springs in Konoha, and it was very popular. He. The lewd smile on his face became more and more ridiculous. Jiraiya looked around, restrained his chakra and ran to the hot spring bath in front. After a while, Jiraiya, with a bath towel around his waist, came to a hot spring pool. He looked around again in a lewd way. After confirming that there was no one, he took out the tools for committing the crime and carefully started to commit the crime on the wooden partition beside him. He soon drilled a small hole. Hey? Why is Tsunade only showing her shoulders? What about the lower part? Searching for a familiar figure, Jiraiya felt anxious. Tsunade on the opposite side was completely submerged in the water, revealing only a little bit of her shoulders and the parts above. There was really nothing to see. Helplessly, Jiraiya could only turn around and look at the other beauties in the hot spring pool on the opposite side. The regret in his heart was immediately filled up a lot. This red-haired girl has a good figure. She is hard for me to control. The black-haired one is not bad either. It's hard to control her with one hand. The smile on his face became more and more insincere. Jiraiya's hands unconsciously made some strange movements, and his saliva almost flowed out. They are really good. The red-haired girl has reached D level, and the black-haired one has C level. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of childishness came from the side, which made Jiraiya startled instinctively and almost shrank his penis into his stomach. After turning his head and finding that it was an acquaintance, he was relieved. You kid also know this business. Looking at Shimuragento, who was also drilling a hole in the wooden partition to enjoy the beautiful scenery, Jiraiya couldn't help but doubt again whether this kid was the child of the dark ninja. The difference between the two is too big. I know a little bit. I know a little bit. Shimuragento said modestly, indicating that he only knew a little bit. After all, he had watched those art films and action films of the island countries in his previous life for a long time. The supreme realm of having codes in front of the eyes but no codes in the heart. This appearance made Jiraiya feel very familiar. After confirming through the eyes, he knew that this was a fellow practitioner, and then asked curiously, what do those C level and D level you just mentioned mean? When mentioning this, Shimuragento proudly shared his experience with the fellow practitioner next to him. This is a measure of the breasts of young ladies. Subtracting the lower X circumference from the X circumference will give a difference. The starting point is 7.5 centimeters, and the standard interval is 2.5 centimeters. From low to high, there are 10 levels, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately thought of a very strange question. What if it is below 7.5 cm? A_A. Looking at the guy in front of him with a prematurely aged look in silence, Shimuragento felt that this guy might be a funny guy hired by Monkey, but considering his identity as a tool man, he still patiently gave an answer. The one below the standard is pure chest muscle. This answer made Jiraiya feel embarrassed, he forgot this point. Without dwelling on this strange question for long, Shimuragento continued with a senior face, after my investigation, the average level of the hearts of the girls in our fire country is C level, the wind country is the worst, with an average level of A level, the girls in the earth country are better, with an average level of B level, the water country is even better, with a D level, and the girls in the thunder country are the most domineering, with an average level of E level. It seems to be the case. Thinking back to the ninja girls from the 4 major ninja villages he had met, Jiraiya nodded in deep agreement, and at the same time felt more intimate with the little Taoist friend beside him, and even felt that they had met too late. So Tsunade is the highest level I level. The smile on his face became more and more deep. Jiraiya had full confidence in his teammate Tsunade, she was the most ambitious ninja girl he had ever seen in his life. Of course, those Yuan sisters from the Akimichi family are excluded. However, Shimuragento shook his head slightly and rejected Jiraiya's judgment. No, Tsunade's should be the first of the 7 evil weapons. It is known as a perfect circle gifted by nature. It has enough support structure and can ignore the influence of gravity. She should have reached the rare J level in the world and can be called the first evil person in the ninja world. Shimuragento is very confident in his eyesight. This is a passive skill left over from his previous life. He will never make a mistake. The difference in his mind should be 33 centimeters. And from his age, there should be some room for growth. In the future, he may become one of the 36 Tian gang and reach the number of Jotian perfection. 7 weapons? What are these? Jiraiya asked humbly. He is a good young man who is not ashamed to ask questions. He will ask when he doesn't understand, and he doesn't care that the little Taoist friend in front of him is younger than him. In this regard, he agrees with the words written by the master Yunzong Niao in the novel There is no age in learning, and the first to achieve it. I'm also curious about what these 7 weapons are. At this time, a cold voice came from behind the two of them, making them stiffen and sweat in the warm hot spring pool. Turning his head, Shimura Gentoi found that it was indeed Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was dressed neatly, squatting on the hot spring water using the treading water technique, with a pair of beautiful eyes flashing coldly, and the murderous intent exuded made the warm hot spring pool seem to lower the temperature by more than 10 degrees. Tsunade, what a coincidence! Turning around stiffly, Jiraiya forced a smile and greeted, while quietly blocking the small hole he had drilled out. Unfortunately, the response he got was a white and jade-like pink fist with brutal power. Bang! The pink fist carrying supreme power hit Jiraiya's chest, and even Shimura Gentoi, who was next to him, used his trained dynamic vision to clearly see the process of Jiraiya's entire chest sinking inward, and even heard a bone-cracking sound. The whole slender fist smashed in, and the two had a close contact at a negative distance, but unfortunately the roles of the attacker and the defender were not configured correctly. With a dull collision sound, Jiraiya's whole body flew out, knocking out a human-shaped hole in the wooden partition, making the young ladies who were bathing on the other side look cute and unable to react for a long time. Tsunade-senpai, you came too timely. I was just induced and forced by Jiraiya-senpai. Shimura Gentoi had a wronged and innocent expression on his face, and shamelessly put the blame on Jiraiya. Anyway, the guy had been knocked away, and the force would definitely cause a concussion, and he would not wake up in a short time. It was up to him, Jiraiya, to decide. Unfortunately, Tsunade was not a person who was easy to fool. Bang! Boy, now I give you two choices, choose one of the right and left cheeks. Tsunade lifted Shimura Gentoi up and banged him against the partition, waving her white hands to show her generosity. She must give this little pervert a good beating today to teach him a lesson. The only difference is whether he hits her on the left or right cheek. Do you have to choose? Seeing that there was no way to end it peacefully, Shimura Gentoi sighed and knew that he had to use his strongest killer move. Choose quickly, or I'll choose for you. Without giving in, Tsunade's eyes scanned the cheeks of the kid in front of her. I have to say that this kid is really handsome. Although he is still a little immature, he reveals a masculine beauty. Especially this kid's stature is not short. Although he is only 12 years old, he is a little taller than herself, definitely 1.7 meters tall. I don't know what he eats to grow taller big. If that's the case, then you can't blame me. 36 moves of the piercing dragon claw hand. With a serious expression, Shimura Gentoi decisively launched a big move, and his fingers turned into claws and grabbed out like lightning. Swish! The sound of cloth tearing was heard, and Tsunade instinctively turned back to protect her chest. Shimura Gentoi took the opportunity to escape, knocked down the partition next to her, and shouted at the same time, "Come and see, there is a big wave beauty." This roar made the male creatures bathing in the hot spring pool on the other side excited like chicken blood, and turned their heads to look over. Tsunade, who was about to chase, could only protect her chest with both hands and retreat unwillingly, but she was gnashing her teeth in hatred in her heart. That kid is dead. The second step of the plan was a complete success. Shimura Gentoi, who ran out of the bathhouse on the other side, put on the clothes he had prepared long ago from the corner with a smile on his face. Yes, all this was designed by him. He specifically asked his fiancée copyrightee, Keiko, to tell Xinhua bookstore to sell books at this time today to attract Jiraiya. This street is the only way from Xinhua bookstore to Jiraiya's house, and the hot spring bathhouse is on this street. With Jiraiya's familiarity with Tsunade's chakra, he would definitely be able to sense it as long as he passed this street. With that guy's lust, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to enjoy the beautiful scenery this time. As for why Tsunade-sama is here, that is the result of Shimura Genma's investigation. That woman seems to like taking a hot spring bath very much. As long as she returns to the village, she will take time to come here. In the past few days, it has almost formed a stable pattern. Now that Tsunade's attention has been attracted, we have to create an opportunity for revenge for that woman. Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi smiled slightly and rushed to the direction where Jiraiya had just been beaten away. Next, Jiraiya, the tool man, had to perform on the stage. It didn't take long to rush to the place where Jiraiya fell, and the appearance was horrible. His entire chest was sunken, and his body was embedded in the rock wall and he fell into a coma. A small team of Anbu ninjas were making a stretcher nearby, and they carefully pulled Jiraiya down and rushed him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Shimura Gentoi followed him like a family member, waiting for the result outside the emergency room. Are you a family member of the patient? After an hour of emergency treatment, the door of the operating room was opened and the surgeon walked out. I am the junior of Senior Jiraiya. If you have any questions, just tell me. I have already paid the medical expenses. I must use the best medicine and arrange the best ward nurses and doctors. Money is not a problem. Shimura Gentoi hurried forward and said generously that money was not a problem and that he must do his best to rescue Jiraiya. This made the surgeon smile kindly. They liked this kind of rich man the most. The patient is out of danger. If the best medicine is used, he can be discharged in a week and he can be cured in a month. The surgeon kindly gave a time limit, and secretly calculated how much commission he could get this time. I will only give you 1 day. Tomorrow, you must make Senior Jiraiya reach the discharge standard. Money is not a problem. Also, make Senior Jiraiya wake up as soon as possible. I have something to say to him. Extending a finger, Shimura Gentoi gave a 1-day time limit. He couldn't wait for a week. After all, tomorrow was the day for him to beat those graduates. Jiraiya must be there, or at least he had to be able to be there. It's not a big problem to make Master Jiraiya wake up as soon as possible, but I can't do it with my medical skills to restore him to the discharge standard within 1 day. Only Master Tsunade has this ability in the entire Konoha now. After being embarrassed, the surgeon said that he was powerless, but recommended Tsunade to Shimura Gentoi. Although his medical skills are higher, he is far inferior to Tsunade, who comes from the Senjua family, in the cultivation of Yangtun Chakra. This is the difference in talent and bloodline. Xianjian. He waved to Shimura Xianjian who had just arrived behind him. It was not convenient for him to see Tsunade. Master. Stepping forward, Shimura Xianjian waited obediently for instructions. Go back to ask Sister Keiko for 10 million ryo, and you take it to ask Senior Tsunade to come and treat Senior Jiraiya. Be quick. Yes, Master. Without any nonsense, Shimura Xianjian turned around and left, returning to the Shimura family. Let Senior Jiraiya wake up as soon as possible. Gestured to the chief surgeon, Shimura Xianding entered the operating room, ready to have a good exchange with Jiraiya, the tool man. Chapter 10, Rich and Powerful. I'm not dead. Jiraiya opened his eyes and whispered to himself. Although he had been hit by Tsunade's powerful punches many times before, this time was the closest to death. Jiraiya-senpai, you are out of danger. I have also asked someone to ask Tsunade-senpai to come and treat you. You will probably be discharged tomorrow. Shimura Gento, who was standing by, saw Jiraiya finally wake up, and hurried forward to comfort him, saying that he had asked someone to come. Tsunade? Do you want me to die? He widened his eyes. If Jiraiya had not been anesthetized and unable to move, he would definitely jump up. This time, he was injured by Tsunade's punch, and that violent woman was angry. Letting that woman come to treat the injury, is it to create a medical accident? Don't worry, Senior, I have someone bring a reward of 10 million taels. In view of this reward, Tsunade Senior will definitely put aside the past and treat your injury. Showing his own local tyrant domineering, Shimura Gento said that he had money. That's fine, you'll spend the money. Jiraiya was relieved to hear that there was a reward of 10 million taels. He knew the flaws of that teammate very well. He had been addicted to gambling since he was a child, but his luck in gambling was extremely bad. He always lost every time he gambled. He was said to have earned the title of a fat sheep. Although the Senjua family was wealthy, Tsunade had her parents and Mito Sr. in charge. She could not use the family's money to gamble. She could only use the rewards she earned through missions. If there was a reward of 10 million taels, Tsunade would definitely not miss it. This is a sure thing. Senior Jiraiya, actually I came to you on purpose before, and wanted you to be my team leader. Shimura Gento was very honest and confessed that it was not an accidental encounter before, but intentional. Let me be your team leader. Jiraiya was stunned. It was the first time he had experienced such a scene. In the entire young generation, only Senior Jiraiya, Senior Orochimaru and Senior Tsunade have never taught students. You are the most suitable candidates to be the teachers of the younger generation. Why don't you find Senior Orochimaru and Senior Tsunade? They should be more suitable for you. Jiraiya asked in confusion. He was very self-aware and knew that he was a little worse than Senior Orochimaru and Senior Tsunade. Although Senior Orochimaru has outstanding ninjutsu talent and knows a lot of ninjutsu, I think it is more important to practice ninjutsu than to learn a lot. There are only a few ninjutsu that we ninjas use most often in battle. Learning so many ninjutsu is useless and will distract our attention. As for Senior Tsunade, she didn't seem to have any plans to accept disciples before. Therefore, you are the most suitable teacher for me. With sincerity on his heroic face, Shimura Gentoi said seriously. Actually, seriously speaking, if he were to rank the 3 ninjas in his heart, he would least want to worship Jiraiya as his master. It was not because of his own problem, but because he was very afraid of the big toad sage with the ability to predict the future in Miyaboku Mountain. After all, he was a time traveler, and his future would definitely change because of his butterfly wings. He didn't know whether the big toad sage would predict this change. If he wanted to kill him to prevent the change, it would be a trap. So it's best not to get involved with Jiraiya and Miyaboku Mountain, so as not to be trapped. Young man, you have vision. As long as you perform well tomorrow, this sage will accept you as a disciple. With a gratified smile on his face, Jiraiya was very satisfied with this new cheap disciple. Senior Jiraiya, this is my apprenticeship gift, please accept it. Seeing that Jiraiya finally agreed, Shimura Gento took out a long-prepared sealed scroll from the ninja bag behind him. This was the gift that could most impress Jiraiya. What is this? Looking at the sealed scroll in front of him, Jiraiya looked puzzled. I know that Senior Jiraiya is a loyal fan of Master Yunzong Niao, and I bought all of Master Yunzong Niao's works for you, and they are all front pages, including the one that was just released today. And I am a VIP member of Xinhua Bookstore, and I will be able to get a set of Master Yunzong Niao's new books first page in the future. After saying that, he gave him a look that you know, and Jiraiya's expression became more and more kind, even friendly. He has decided to accept this disciple. Although he is a loyal fan of Master Yunzong Niao, he did not buy the front pages of the previous sets of books because he was short of money in the past 2 years. This has always been a regret in his heart. I didn't expect this disciple to be so powerful. Not only did he make up for the previous regrets, but he would never have regrets in the future. This is simply a disciple given to Jiraiya by God. Teacher Jiraiya, Senior Tsunade should be here soon. I can't stay for long. You should have a good rest. We'll see you at the ninja school tomorrow. Putting the sealed scroll under Jiraiya's pillow, Shimura Gentoi gave instructions and walked out quickly. He had to run away as soon as possible, otherwise he would be beaten into a chopped green onion pancake if he ran into Tsunade, the violent girl. Well, see you tomorrow. Jiraiya nodded slightly and immediately became puzzled. How come that kid is unscathed? He was already half crippled by Tsunade, so how come that kid doesn't look like he has lost a hair? At the same time, Princess Tsunade, who had returned to the family room, looked at the 10 scarlet fingerprints on her chest in the full-length mirror in front of her and smiled, a very cruel smile. Little brat, you're dead. Miss, Shimura Genma of the Shimura family brought a box and said that he was ordered by Shimura Gento to hire you to treat Jiraiya's injuries. At this time, a maid came outside the house and reported respectfully. Hire. Let him come. With her white hands clenched tightly and the fine veins on the back of her hands jumping, Tsunade spoke coldly, and at the same time took out a new set of clothes from the closet and put them on. After a while, under the guidance of the maid, Shimura Genma walked into the hall of Tsunade's house carrying a box, and under Tsunade's cold gaze, he stepped forward tremblingly. That little brat asked me to treat Jiraiya's injuries. Tsunade, who had changed her clothes, gnashed her teeth, and a ferocious look gradually emerged on her perfect jade face. That little pervert really thought I had no temper. This 10 million ryo is the reward from the young master. Please make sure that Jiraiya-sama meets the discharge standard tomorrow. Without any nonsense, Shimura Genma hurriedly opened the box he was carrying, revealing the box full of banknotes. Although he was also wondering why the young mistress had so much money and asked him to bring it without blinking an eye, this was not something he should think about. He was just an errand boy, and he just had to do his own thing. Besides, Tsunade-senpai's face was not right, so it was better for him not to say anything. The box full of banknotes made Tsunade freeze, and the anger in her heart was instantly reduced by half. God has mercy on her. As the eldest daughter of the Senjua family, she has never seen so much money. The most she got from doing a mission before was less than 1 million taels, but there was 10 million taels in front of her, and she could get it just by treating someone's injury. She really couldn't resist the temptation of money that was almost given for free. That kid is rich. Tsunade had some ideas after rolling her eyes. The young master is indeed not short of money. After thinking about it, Shimura Genma gave a vague response. The young lady Shimura Keiko's extravagant spending before did not seem like someone who was short of money. Bang! I'll take this job, and go treat Jiraiya's injury now. Tsunade closed the money box and stuffed it under the sofa, and rushed to the hospital. This job must be taken and completed. She was very clear about the effect of her punch. Even with her own medical ninjutsu attainments, it would not be easy to get Jiraiya to the standard for discharge tomorrow. It seemed that she would have to stay up all night tonight. Teacher Sarutobi. Tsunade rushed to the hospital and found that her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen was also there, and her teammate Orochimaru was beside him. Can't you be gentler, girl? Although Jiraiya is not a thing, he is your teammate after all. Don't really beat him to death one day. Glazing at Tsunade who came rushing over, Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded lightly. After all, he had just borrowed 400,000 ryo from Jiraiya in the morning, so he naturally had to stand on Jiraiya's side at this time. It's good that he didn't die. With a cold look on her face, Tsunade would not be polite to Jiraiya, the pervert. She immediately stepped forward and put her palm on Jiraiya's chest for a brief inspection. The green yang-style chakra emerged, accelerating the recovery of the injury. The surgeon had helped Jiraiya suture the damaged internal organs and reset the broken sternum, which was just about to heal. In this regard, Tsunade would use the yang escape power inherited from the Senju clan to assist with the best effect. The pain and itchiness caused by the rapid recovery of the chest injury woke Jiraiya up from his coma, and he shuddered instinctively when he saw Tsunade with a cold face. He was relieved until he saw his teacher and teammates were there. If these two were there, Tsunade, the violent girl, would definitely not cause a medical accident. Immediately, his eyes could not help but fall on Tsunade's first weapon in the ninja world, thinking about what the 7 weapons that the cheap disciple mentioned in the hot spring cottage were. If you can't control your eyeballs, I don't mind digging them out. Noticing Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade responded with a cold look. This pervert is really a dog that can't change its eating habits. Jiraiya shuddered again at this, and quickly turned his eyes away and changed the subject. Teacher, I want to be the class leader this year, leading a team of students. The disciple's apprenticeship gift had been accepted, so it was natural to arrange it as soon as possible. Who do you want to lead? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very curious, and Orochimaru, who had been silent, also turned his eyes. It's that kid that day. Tomorrow you will give me 2 more little brats to form a team. Little Xianding. Even more stunned, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused about what this disciple wanted to do. Even if he wanted to accept a disciple, he shouldn't accept Shimura Xianding. Although Shimura Xianding's performance that day was eye-catching, it was just like that. His future achievements would be an elite chunin at best. With Jiraiya's identity and current Quasi-Kage level strength, Shimura Xianding really didn't deserve to be his disciple. Jiraiya, who was about to say something, was suddenly hit on the forehead by a pink fist and fell into a coma again. Teacher Sarutobi, I also want to take that brat as my disciple. You can arrange it tomorrow. Tsunade smiled and said that she also wanted to be the leader teacher after retracting her white jade fist. It was not enough to beat that hateful brat. She had to beat him every day to get rid of the anger in her heart. And that brat seemed to want to become Jiraiya's disciple. How could she let him succeed? Besides, that brat seemed to be very rich. He had a lot of money. It would be a good source of money if he operated it. Now he would not have to worry about the gambling money in the future. So, as long as she became the leader teacher of that brat, all of this would not be a problem. She could completely clean up and squeeze that little pervert openly. I am such a genius. Tsunade, I know you are very interested in the ninjutsu used by Xiao Xianding that day, but that was the result of the Shimura family's research and development at great cost, and it is a unique secret technique of inheritance. This is a taboo in the village, so don't have any bad thoughts. Hiruzen Sarutobi warned seriously with a serious face. He didn't think Shimura Xianding was qualified to attract Tsunade. It was obvious that Tsunade had taken a fancy to a certain point of that boy, and the biggest possibility was the ninjutsu similar to the strange power technique used that day. Secret techniques are the foundation of the inheritance of the ninja clan, just like the bloodline limit of the bloodline ninja clan. Anyone who plots will be hostile to all ninja clan forces, and even attack them collectively. Am I such a person without measure? Tsunade pouted unhappily, very dissatisfied with her teacher's distrust, and this made Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru look at Jiraiya lying on the bed. Do you have any sense of measure? Don't you have any points in your heart? 11. Chapter 11, Lightspeed slapping Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. Are you sure this plan will succeed? Early morning, Shimura Keiko felt that her little man's plan was a little unreliable, and there were too many uncertain factors. Don't worry, everything is under control. As a woman, Tsunade will definitely bear a grudge, and she is also very short of money, and will definitely not miss me as a high-quality source of money. Standing in front of a full-length mirror, Shimura Gento was only wearing a pair of tight boxer shorts. While responding to his fiancé copyright with confidence, he controlled the venom suit attached to his back to spread and cover his whole body. Yes, everything before was arranged by him, including letting Shimura Genma take 10 million ryo to find Tsunade. The main purpose of that was not to treat Jiraiya's injuries, but to show Tsunade his financial strength. He had full confidence in his local tyrant domineering, and this whole set of calculations was enough to trap Tsunade, the fat sheep. What are you doing again? Looking at the sharp gun blade on his neck, Shimura Gento was depressed and had the idea of a euro divorcing this woman again. What's the matter with this couple who always use guns? Even if I want to use guns, I have to wait until I am an adult to use guns on you. Miss, you got it wrong. Are you implying that I am stingy? And you seem to know too much about Tsunade-senpai. The little information sent by Xianjian last time is not enough to reach this level. Looking at the little man in front of her with a smile, Shimura Keiko felt that this kid was just implying that she was stingy. After all, she is also a woman. A_A. Looking at his fiancé copyright who was in unreasonable trouble mode again, Shimura Gento's idea of a euro divorcing her became stronger and stronger. It's like this before they get married. Won't they make a big fuss after they really get married? Can they live like this? After waiting for his fiancé copyright to finally quit unreasonable trouble mode, Shimura Gento picked up the chainmail and scale armor that took several days to make and put them on. The venom suit on the body is like glue that sticks to the inner chainmail, shrinking the chainmail that was originally a bit wide and becoming just right. This suit is not easy to make. His body has not grown to its limit yet, so it cannot be made according to his current body. According to his estimation, he should be able to grow to 1.88 meters, so this suit is designed according to the physique of 1.88 meters. Fortunately, both the inner chainmail and the scales on the outer lock can shrink to a certain extent, and with the help of venom, they can become close-fitting. In addition, he has been diligently practicing the whole set of physical training over the years, and his body has grown much faster than his peers, reaching 1.7 meters. Otherwise, it would not be easy to wear this suit, and it would even look out of place. The reason for making such an inner armor is mainly to protect the joints, armpits, and other parts that the outermost armor cannot protect. The scale armor can resist piercing damage such as poison needles, and the chainmail can resist cutting and tearing damage. At the same time, it has a certain buffering ability when combined with the venom suit, and is an indispensable part of the whole suit. My beloved, put on the armor for me. Looking at the full-length mirror, Shimura Gendori nodded with satisfaction and asked his fiancé copyright to help put on the outer armor. Your Majesty, I can't do it. Shimura Keiko cooperated very well and was about to cry, saying that she really couldn't do it. There was no way. The whole suit was integrated with a 10% proportion of sealing crystals, especially the outer armor was inlaid with several pieces of sealing crystals. As long as I get close to the half-meter range, I will be affected by the radiation of the sealing crystals, so that the chakra in my body will start to run out of control. That taste is not good, and I will even be injured or even die if I stay for a long time. This is no joke. My beloved, you must work harder in your training in the future. With a sigh, Shimura Gendo could only do it himself, putting on the outer armor one by one, and locking the buckles from the inside with chakra threads. The entire set of outer armor cannot be unlocked by others on the outside, because the connecting buckles are all inside, and he needs to use his own chakra threads to lock or unlock them one by one. And putting on this set of battle clothes completely made him feel a lot of pressure. Fortunately, he has been insisting on weight-bearing exercises over the years, so it is not a big problem to walk freely. If the divine power is used, it is enough to enter the actual combat state. So handsome! Looking at her little man wearing a full set of battle clothes, Shimura Keiko couldn't help licking her red lips, with a little hunger and desire in her heart. I really want to have such a high-end and gorgeous battle clothes. When you put on this, what should you do when you go to the toilet? Suddenly, Shimura Keiko thought of a key and strange question. How should you solve physiological problems when wearing this battle suit? Don't you have to take off the whole battle suit every time? A_A. Looking at his fiancée copyrightee who was ruining the view, Shimura Gento's idea of a euro divorcing him resurfaced. This woman is so tactless. Your husband, I put on such a high-end battlesuit. It's fine if you don't praise and envy me, but you actually asked me how to go to the toilet at this time. After living under the same roof for so many years, don't you have any tacit understanding? The bottom is not a hole. As long as you use the chukra line to unfasten the buckle, it can be separated like open crotch pants. Staring with a pair of dead fish eyes, Shimura Gento answered this strange question from his fiancée copyrightee. He had naturally considered this aspect a long time ago, and the solution was also very simple, just like the zippers on the pants in his previous life. Is the catapult ready? He quickly changed the topic. Shimura Gento was very concerned about today's battle. Pay attention to it. Not only the battle process and results are important, but also a high-end way of appearance is equally important. For this purpose, he specially designed a catapult, which is actually the catapult used in ancient times to attack cities and conquer territories. It has no technical content, but it is large enough. Otherwise, it is not easy to project away himself wearing thousands of kilograms of armor. It was prepared 3 days ago and placed in the open space behind the clan land. It's just that the landing point cannot be accurately controlled, so it can only be roughly projected to the ninja school area. When it comes to business, Shimura Keiko's face is full of seriousness. She has already arranged this aspect, but the landing point is really difficult to grasp, and there are too many external factors that can affect it. Enough, I will adjust the rest. After moving his hands and feet and feeling that there is no uncomfortable part, Shimura Xianding replied confidently, and then took up the huge cloak that had been prepared long ago and put it on, covering the battlesuit tightly. It is better to keep this set of battlesuit secret as much as possible before he officially appears on the stage to show off, so as to produce the best shocking effect. At the same time, many graduates from the ninja school on the other side arrived one after another, and even students from other grades also rushed to the playground. Finally, under the organization of their respective class teachers, the edges of the huge playground were occupied by classes, leaving only a 100-meter diameter open space in the middle as the battlefield. After a week of preparation, Shimura Gento's rampant words that day had already spread throughout Konoha. If Shimura Gento was just an ordinary person, it would naturally not cause any reaction, just as a joke, but he happened to be the only son of Shimura Danzo, the current second-in-command of Konoha, and he also showed a ninjutsu similar to the supernatural power technique. To know that the value of ninjutsu is stronger than ninjutsu of the same level, the most important point is that ninjutsu is basically a technique without a seal, which can be instantly released and has extraordinary significance, especially in close combat. Many people have become interested in this ninjutsu. Of course, the most important thing is that they want to see what Shimura Gento wants to do. Was it his father, Shimura Danzo, who secretly instigated this? Does this dismantling of Sarutobi Hiruzen mean that there is a conflict between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? Chief Tokugawa, Chief Eniki, are you also interested in this kind of childish farce? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat in the main seat of the stands, looked at Hyaga Tokugawa and Uchiha Eniki who came one after another, and was quite surprised that these two people came. These two people are the heads of two of the 3 top families in Konoha today, the Hyaga family and the Uchiha family. Hyaga Tokugawa is a very old-fashioned person. He rarely leaves the family land and can be regarded as a dead otaku. Uchiha Eniki is not only the head of the Uchiha family, but also the head of the police department. He basically has no free time. But today, both of them came. Is it a small matter? Lord Hokage, I brought Hayashi here to see the world this time. My daughter Mikoto will graduate this year. Hyaga Tokugawa and Uchiha Eniki spoke one after another. Compared with Hyaga Tokugawa, Uchiha Eniki's attitude was much colder. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care. After all, the Uchiha family is basically like this. It's good enough to speak up and give a response. Brother Hiruzen, hasn't the little guy of Danzo brother arrived yet? At this time, a young man walked slowly, nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then looked at the playground, searching for someone. There is still half an hour before the forehead protectors are issued, and they should be here soon. A smile appeared on the old face, but in fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a deep mood. This young man is called Senjua Orangewater, the current head of the Senjua family. Although he is less than 30 years old, his mind is not low. Moreover, he is the only son of his teacher, Senjua Tobirama. Not only did he inherit Senju Tobirama's magical water escape technique, but his temperament and mind are also quite similar to that teacher. This is not a good person. I didn't expect that Danzo-kun would also be interested in super strength techniques, and he has quietly developed it to the D level. Senju Orange Water was surprised. Although according to the information obtained, the super strength techniques displayed by the boy that day were only equivalent to D-level ninjutsu, it was of great significance. The low level means that the learning difficulty is also low. If it can be obtained, it will be a good supplement to the super strength technique inheritance of their Senju family. After all, although the secret super strength techniques of their Senju family are powerful, the level is too high. Only those who reach the level of Jonin can practice them, and only members of their Senju family can practice them. In terms of value, it is not much higher than the D-level ninjutsu of the Shimura family. There are generally two ways for us ninjas to improve. Either we play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses, or we make up for our shortcomings. In addition to studying wind escape, the Shimura family has also been making up for their shortcomings in overall skills over the years. I didn't expect that they actually succeeded. Exhaling the smoke from his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. He was also surprised that the Shimura family could develop this kind of ninjutsu, and at the same time he was a little envious. If he could learn this set of ninjutsu and match it with his own stick skills, it would definitely be like a tiger with wings, even for his level. Isn't Danzo coming? It seems that he is very confident in that set of ninjutsu. Looking around, seeing that there was no Shimura Danzo, Senju Orange Water chuckled. He won't come. Shaking his head slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear about the conflict between his best friend and his son, and it was basically impossible for him to come, but he was quickly slapped in the face. Turning his head to look at his best friend who appeared quietly beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him a resentful look. Couldn't you come earlier? You have to wait for me to say it. Slap in the face, you will lose me if you do this, you know? Shimura Danzo ignored the resentful look of his best friend, crossed his arms, closed his eyes and rested. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing more, and looked down and saw many familiar faces. I underestimated the noise that little guy made. Taking a puff of smoke slowly, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered secretly. Shimura Gendo alone could not attract so many people, and the real purpose of these people was probably to observe whether there was a problem between him and Shimura Danzo. It's not easy to be the Hokage of Konoha. 12. Chapter 12 Tentacle Monster Defense Method. Mikoto, are you injured? In the crowd of graduates, Senju Nwake found his desk mate Uchiha Mikoto and saw a bandage wrapped around her arm at first sight. I have had several actual combat trainings with Brother Fugaku these days. Nodding slightly to Senju Nwake, Uchiha Mikoto said calmly. She did not relax this week. Although she did not think she would lose, it was right to be cautious, so she asked her fiancé copyright Uchiha Fugaku to start actual combat training. Since it was actual combat training, injuries were inevitable. Of course, they were just some superficial injuries and did not affect the battle. You also had actual combat training, and so did I, but my sister was too rough. I felt like I was going to be beaten to death several times. I really don't know which unlucky guy will marry her in the future. Senju Nwake was excited, but when he thought of the torture he had suffered from his sister these days, his face suddenly turned bitter and he could not help but complain. He had been living a miserable life these days. It's all because of that bastard. Swearing angrily, Senju Nwake hated the culprit who caused all this. If that guy hadn't messed around at the graduation ceremony, we wouldn't have had the hard experience of the past few days. Why hasn't that guy come yet? Is he going to stand us up? Looking around, he wondered if he didn't see the culprit. Did that guy give up? Was he just pretending to be a jerk at that time? Did he stand them all up this time? It shouldn't be possible. Didn't you see that even Senior Danzo showed up? Uchiha Mikoto looked towards the main stand. She had already noticed the arrival of Shimura Danzo. Since Shimura Danzo had shown up, Shimura Gentoi would never stand them up. Speak of the devil, the strongest people on the main stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, seemed to have sensed something and looked up to the sky. They saw a black shadow appear hundreds of meters high and fall rapidly downwards. The strange thing was that the opponent had large wings on both sides. Judging from the falling momentum, the target point should be here. Bang! Under the influence of gravity, the black shadow fell faster and faster, and finally folded the wings behind it, and finally with a loud bang, it fell heavily in the center of the playground. The huge force stirred up, causing the entire playground to shake slightly, and even some of the graduates who were closest to it were unstable and fell to the ground. When the smoke and dust in the center dissipated, the scene that appeared made the heartbeats of many ninja school students stagnate. The ground within a radius of 10 meters in the center of the playground exploded, and countless cracks spread around. And in the middle of the exploded ground stood a figure covered in a black robe. It was a very large figure and looked very strange. That's right, the person who came was our Shimura Gendo. Damn, I knew it would be uncomfortable like this. Shimura Gendo, who was hidden in the black robe, couldn't help but complain secretly. His whole body was numb, and his internal organs were throbbing with pain. The force is mutual. When he smashed the ground like this, his body naturally had to bear the equivalent recoil force. If he had not had good physical fitness, and used chakra to temporarily bless his body, and added high-performance cushioning pads in his combat boots, this would definitely have killed him. But looking at the shocked expressions of the people around him, Shimura Xianding felt it was worth it. This way of debut, full marks. Brother Denzo, your kid has good physical fitness. On the main stand, Senju Orange Water glanced at Shimura Denzo next to him. With his eyesight, he could naturally see some mysteries. Although as long as chakra is spread all over the body's defense can be temporarily increased, the recoil force of the landing method just now is not small. From this, it can be seen that the kid's physical fitness is definitely not low. To achieve this kind of physical fitness, he must have a set of secret techniques to practice. It seems that I have underestimated the Shimura family before. Uchiha Eniki and Hayate Tokugawa and others on the side also looked at Shimura Denzo, but unfortunately, as a cold male god, Shimura Denzo ignored these people. In the middle of the playground, Shimura Gento, who had recovered from the numbness all over his body, stood with his hands on his chest and lifted his feet off the ground. At the same time, he opened his hood with chakra lines and looked down at the large group of graduates on the opposite side. I never thought that you trash would dare to embarrass me. In terms of courage, I, Shimura Gento, would like to call you the strongest. These arrogant words made everyone come back to their senses, followed by a full of anger. First, a young man jumped out. It was Senju Nawaki. This is what I want to say. Today I will let you know how powerful I am. After saying that, Senju Nawaki took out 2 kunai from the ninja tool bag and rushed out at a very fast speed. Good speed, solid foundation. Orochimaru, who was watching the battle, showed appreciation. Although the physical fitness of the Senju family members was much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas, it was really amazing that Senju Rope Tree could burst out with such speed at such a young age. It's rare and precious, and he can be considered a genius. Of course, don't you see whose brother he is? Tsunade on the side had a proud face. In the past few years, she was responsible for teaching her younger brother Nawaki. She didn't let him learn those powerful ninjutsu, but focused on physical training to lay a very solid foundation. It can be said that in terms of physical skills alone, her younger brother is enough to fight against ordinary Chunin. He can definitely beat that little pervert into a pig head. It's a pity that this wish will be unfulfilled. The next scene made Tsunade's smile freeze. I saw that Senju Nawaki, who was rushing forward, was suddenly tripped strangely, and his whole face fell to the ground and fell into a coma, with blood flowing from the side. That look made everyone around feel painful. I think Nawaki is more suitable to be Jiraiya's disciple. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru regretted accepting Nawaki as his disciple at the request of Tsunade. Although the kid has a solid foundation, his brain doesn't seem to be very bright. He is not interested in teaching a fool. With a gloomy face, Tsunade said nothing, but her eyes flashed with a ferocious light. She decided that this time she would become the leader of the younger brother and teach the kid well, so as not to embarrass her again. Where is Jiraiya? Seeing that Tsunade was in a bad mood, Orochimaru changed the subject and looked around but didn't see Jiraiya. He accidentally rolled down the stairs when he was discharged from the hospital this morning, which aggravated his injuries. He is being rescued in the hospital. Tsunade took a deep breath and replied indifferently. She naturally couldn't let the little pervert fail the employment mission. After all, it was a full reward of 10 million taels. But the little pervert's request was only to let Jiraiya meet the discharge standard today. If he was injured again after being cured and discharged, it would be none of her business. Looking at the beauty beside him speechlessly, Orochimaru mourned for another good friend for 3 seconds in his heart. Is that chakra thread? On the playground, a Megatama slowly rotated in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes, and she spoke with some uncertainty, and then looked at Hyoga Suzune beside her. In terms of insight, the Byakugan of the Hyoga family is still stronger. Suzune. It is indeed a chakra thread. There are 10 chakra threads around him. Just now, Noeki was tripped by a chakra thread. Hinata Suzune, who opened the Byakugan, confirmed Uchiha Mikato's judgment. It was indeed a chakra thread, and there were as many as 10 of them. Don't get close, everyone. That guy is covered with chakra threads. Attack with Kunao throwing technique. Uchiha Mikato, who got the confirmation, immediately spoke, stopping the students who wanted to rush up and start a close battle like Senju Noeki, and at the same time proposed to use Kunao throwing technique for long-range attack. After being reminded by Uchiha Mikato and the previous experience of Senju Noeki, many graduates naturally did not dare to take risks again. They took out their Kunao and scattered around Shimuragendo. Fortunately, they prepared a lot of ninja tools such as Kunao 1000 books for today's battle, which were enough to kill that guy. Facing the many ninja tools such as Kunao shurikens and 1000 books, Shimuragendo still stood still. 10-meter-long chakra threads stretched out like tentacles, and bounced off the many ninja tools one by one. He could only use 4 chakra threads when copying books before, but that was a subtle control. If it was simply used to defend against these Kunao shurikens, there was no need for such subtle control, and he could directly use 10 chakra threads. I saw many Kunao shurikens shooting, but they were strangely bounced off one by one in the middle, and none of them could get close to Shimuragendo within 1 meter. Even the Kunao shot from the blind spot behind him were accurately bounced off. Do you really think that my battles with Miss Hawaii over the years were in vain? Blocking the many Kunao shurikens shot from behind, Shimuragendo sneered secretly. In the past few years, he has fought various forms of battles with Hawaii's clones in the Black Cauldron space, from close combat to ninjutsu, and then to the throwing of Kunao shurikens. He has experienced various fighting methods and has long been able to keep an eye on all directions and listen to all directions. As long as these people's Kunao cannot exceed the speed of sound and there are not many of them, it will be difficult to attack him. Of course, for the sake of caution, he arranged 6 chakra lines behind him, and only 4 in front of him, which is enough to ensure that there is no risk. Suyin, can you see what's under that guy's black robe? Uchiha Mikato, who did not act rashly, asked Hinata Suyin next to him again, feeling a lot of pressure in his heart. She had guessed Shimuragendo's strength and combat methods in the past few days, but she never thought that the guy could actually condense chakra threads, and there were so many, so tough and even so flexible. However, these were only secondary. What really made her uneasy was that the guy's figure hidden under the black robe was very wrong. He wore a set of armor that covered his entire body, and there was a pair of wings behind him. The armor was very special, and my Byakugan couldn't see through it. Hinata Suzune, who had been watching for a long time, frowned slightly. It was the first time she encountered such a situation that even her Byakugan couldn't see through. Armor. Uchiha Mikato was stunned. She thought that the guy had made a set of puppets before. After all, the other party's chakra line attainments were very high, and it seemed that he was going to be a puppeteer. Who would have thought that it was a set of armor? She looked down at the kunao in her hand, wisely put it away, and then raised her hand to make a seal. A set of armor can indeed effectively resist ninja tools such as kunao and shuriken, but it cannot resist ninjutsu, especially the fire ninjutsu that the Uchiha are best at. Fire ninjutsu Great Fireball Technique. Fire attribute chakra spewed out from his mouth, turning into a 3-meter-sized hot fireball that smashed into Shimuragentoi, who was surrounded in the center. However, facing the fireball, Shimuragentoi still did not dodge or avoid it. He just used chakra threads to control the helmet hidden in the collar to assemble and shape it, protecting his head, especially the flowing long hair. The great fireball hit Shimuragentoi accurately, making everyone present nervous, especially Uchiha Mikato. Why didn't he dodge? Uchiha Mikato was confused and didn't understand Shimuragentoi's approach. She was not unfamiliar with armor, and her grandfather even had one. The armor inherited from the Warring States period could only protect the vital parts of the body and was okay for resisting ninjutsu, but it had little effect against ninjutsu, especially fire escape ninjutsu. Although her fireballs could not melt gold or iron, they were still nearly 1,000 degrees high, which the human body could not withstand. Could that guy have other cards? 13. Chapter 13 My painting style is better than yours. In fact, it was not only Uchiha Mikato and other graduates who were confused, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the stands were also very puzzled. Zhang, what is that kid doing? Unable to resist his curiosity, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a low voice, and Senjo Orange Water and others beside him also turned their attention. Unfortunately, Shimura Danzo still maintained his own aloof male god persona and ignored them. Although they were eager to do so, they could only turn their eyes to the flames in the center of the playground. The flames of the great fireball technique quickly dissipated, and then a dazzling golden light burst out from it, causing everyone to close their eyes subconsciously. Ah! Uchiha Mikoto cried out in pain. This kind of strong light is the most harmful to the owner of the eye technique like her. Hinata Suzune beside her quickly closed her eyes. Girl, you are very good to be able to practice the great fireball technique to this level at this age. After removing the helmet again, Shimura Gento looked at the Uchiha girl opposite him with admiration on his face. Although she is much worse than the future Uchiha Itachi, she is still a genius, and she is a girl. She, needs talented young ladies to sponsor him, especially those with bloodline limits. Of course, little sisters are also okay. How despicable. After barely recovering, Uchiha Mikoto narrowed her eyes and looked at Shimura Gento's gorgeous armor that reflected dazzling golden light under the sunlight. She was so angry. I thought the other party was wearing the kind of armor inherited from the Warring States period, but who would have thought it was like this, covering the whole body in it, and just now she made a helmet. Is this still a ninja? The style is different. Give up. You have no chance of winning, because my style is better than yours. Still holding his arms across his chest, Shimura Gento still had that arrogant look that looked down upon the world and didn't Euro trademark take anyone in front of him seriously. Indeed, he made up for his shortcomings in his battle suit, and he could fight even against a Jonin, so he naturally didn't Euro trademark need to take these little loli and little Shota seriously. That set of armor. And Uchiha Eniki on the main stand frowned, and the three Megatama in his eyes slowly rotated, staring at the wide black robe that was still burning at Shimura Gento Euro trademark S feet. He knew the temperature of his daughter Euro trademark S fireball very well. The high temperature of nearly 1000 degrees was enough to burn cotton cloth into ashes in just a few seconds, but the cotton black robe just burned a small part. Besides, the fireball technique also has an explosion effect that has not been shown just now, which is very wrong. The problem is definitely with that gorgeous armor. That set of armor is not simple, and my eyes can't Euro trademark see through it. Hinata Tokugawa opened his Byakugan and frowned as well. This made everyone more curious, and their eyes turned to Shimura Danzo again, but seeing that he still maintained the image of a cool male god, they wisely didn't waste their words. Those who know fire style and wind style come to help. In the middle of the playground, Uchiha Mikoto was once again angered by Shimura Gento's arrogant words, and called out to many classmates behind her. Everyone looked at each other, and soon 5 people came out and stood on both sides of Uchiha Mikoto, ready to raise their hands to make seals at any time. Other assistants who know offensive ninjutsu, Suzune, point out the 10 chakra lines to everyone, and drag back the idiot Nawaki. After quickly arranging the battle plan, Uchiha Mikoto finally whispered to Hinata Suzune. I will try my best. Hinata Suzune nodded with a little nervousness, then took out all the kunao in the ninja bag and clamped them between her fingers, while consuming chakra to open her Byakugan again. The elite class quickly dispersed to 10 meters around Shimura Gento and prepared for battle. They did not object to Uchiha Mikoto's combat arrangement, because Uchiha Mikoto was the strongest in their class and the class leader. In the world of ninja, it is natural to obey the orders of the strong. Graduates from other classes retreated to the second line and prepared to cooperate in combat. The opponent's fully enclosed armor is immune to ninja tools such as kunao shuriken. Even if they break through the chakra line blockade, they cannot break through that layer of armor. This is no longer their stage. Suzune. Uchiha Mikoto, who adjusted her chakra, shouted to Hinata Suzune. After receiving the order, Hinata Suzune ran quickly, and at the same time, she saw the opportunity to throw out the kunao in her hand, and used the end of the kunao handle ring to accurately trap it. The end of each chakra line was temporarily nailed to the ground. The ordinary class graduates who had been prepared for a long time quickly stepped forward to grab the kunao and entangled the chakra line on it. Others also stepped forward to press the chakra line with kunao, while the graduates of the elite class raised their hands and quickly formed seals, preparing to perform ninjutsu. They must not fail in this battle, otherwise it would become a shame for their parents' family. Even if they won the victory by joining forces to siege, it would be much better than returning to the ninja school in failure. Shadow Immobilization Technique. Hard turn technique. Meet bullet needle chariot. The first to prepare were the students of this class, the Inoshikajo. The graduates from the Nara family used the shadow secret technique to extend to Shimuragendo to fix it. The boy from the Yamanaka family then performed the hard turn technique, and finally the boy from the Akimichi family took out the kunao strung with a rope and wrapped it around his body, and then performed the meat bullet needle chariot to roll out quickly. However, as soon as he moved out, the Nara boy's face changed slightly, because his shadow could not get close to the target. To be precise, once he got half a meter close to the opponent, the chakra in the shadow would be chaotic, and it was impossible to connect with the opponent, let alone perform the shadow immobilization technique. At the same time, the Yamanaka clan boy beside him groaned, blood flowed from his nostrils, and then fell to the ground, twitching all over and foaming at the mouth. Ding Shan, come back! The change of his friend beside him made the Nara boy's face change again, and he hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Shimuragendo still did not intend to make a move. He condensed a chakra thread again and connected it to the right wing to sweep it out, sweeping the rolling meat bullet chariot away. Each of his chakra threads can now bear a ton of pulling force, and coupled with the lever principle integrated into the wings, the force of the sweep just now reached 3 tons, which was naturally not something that the Akimichi boy could contend with. Of course, this is mainly because the opponent is only 9 years old this year. If he is a few years older, he can definitely withstand it, and even crush Shimuragendo. At the same time, other graduates of the elite class also completed the seals and released their own special ninjutsu or secret techniques one after another. Lightning style, electric shock technique. Water style, water line. Earth style, earth spear piercing technique. Ninjutsu, GA to GA. Finally, the girl of the Inyazuka family cooperated with her own ninjutsu to perform the GA to GA secret technique, but unfortunately it was blocked by one of Shimuragento's wings and could not break through at all, let alone hurt him. In the end, the chakra was quickly exhausted, revealing its own figure. The speed is good, but the power is a little weak. After retracting the wings, Shimuragendo gave a good evaluation, but it made the Inyazuka girl on the opposite side angry, but she could only retreat helplessly. Fortunately, after this period of time, the wind and fire joint ninjutsu of Uchiha Mikoto and the other 6 people were also ready. Fire style, big fireball technique. Fire style, big fireball technique. Fire style, big fireball technique. Uchiha Mikoto and the other 2 performed fire style ninjutsu first, and finally Uchiha Mikoto's big fireball swallowed the other 2 fireballs, and its size increased greatly to 5 meters. Then the other 3 boys and girls performed wind style ninjutsu, integrated into the big fireball, and amplified the fire attribute with the power of wind attribute, so that the temperature of the big fireball soared to thousands of degrees. The scorching heat made everyone around them withdraw and retreat violently. Really don't need to send someone down. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the main stand watched the big fireball swallowing Shimuragendo, and couldn't help but look at Shimuradanzo who was still maintaining his cool male god persona beside him. Why didn't he save people even after all this? Unfortunately, Shimuradanzo was obviously ready to maintain his cool male god image to the end, and he remained silent and ignored everyone. Others didn't know what his son's armor was, so how could he not know? He knew all the materials that Shimuragendo had Shimura Keiko secretly collect, including the sealing crystal. As long as the sealing crystal was there, no one below the cage level could use ninjutsu to break the armor. Sure enough, this time the super large fireball still failed to explode. After the flames dissipated, a figure wrapped in a pair of wings was revealed. Who else could it be other than Shimuragendo? Is that all? With dissatisfaction on his face, Shimuragendo still crossed his arms across his chest. This kind of battle was far worse than the battle with Keiko's clone, and was not on the same level at all. Don't be so proud, you just rely on that armor. Without the armor, you are nothing. The Uchiha boy who cooperated with Uchiha Mikoto to perform the fireball technique looked dissatisfied, but his eyes contained a full of envy and jealousy. I really want to have such a cool armor. You can have one too. He said it casually. Shimuragendo didn't care about it. After all, he made this suit with his own money and it was part of himself. Not to mention that in order to adapt to this suit, he insisted on using the sealing crystal to train his chakra control and concentration for several years. The pain inside was unimaginable to ordinary people. This is why he has such a high-end style today. Where is Senjun Awaki? I heard that he is the grandson of the first generation Hokage. I think his strength should be the strongest in your class. Although he is also rubbish to me, he should be able to please me a little, at least let me do something. Speaking proudly, Shimura Gentoi aimed at Senju Ueki, the grandson of the first generation. If you want Tsunade to make up her mind to become your team leader, you have to increase the hatred and anger in her heart. If you can beat her brother up, it will definitely be very effective. After all, that woman is also a brother control. But this made the other side Uchiha Mikoto and others look strange, and looked at Senju Ropetree, who was dragged back by Hinata Suzuan. A. Following everyone's gaze, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. That guy is Senju Ropetree? It seems that he is the first one to fall in this battle. How can such a guy become the disciple of Orochimaru? Is Orochimaru blind? Sure enough, our Konoha's ninja school system is already rotten, and it only cultivates some garbage. But you should thank me for sending you back to the ninja school to study for a few more years. Otherwise, with your level, you will be purely giving credit to the enemy on the battlefield. Especially that loser named Senju Ropetree. Don't say he is the grandson of the first generation when he goes out. We Konoha can't afford to lose that person. After pulling the hatred, Shimura Gentoi maintained the same high-cold male god style as his father, turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen on the main stand, and said loudly with great style. Uncle Hokage, you've seen that the current ninja school system does have serious flaws. Even the grandson of the first generation has been trained to be a loser. If he dies outside one day, it will be a disgrace to our entire Konoha. Damn little pervert. This completely angered Tsunade. Her fists creaked and her thin veins jumped on her fair forehead. She wanted to rush up and beat the pervert to death. Brother Danzo, has Ropetree never provoked that kid in your family? With a dark complexion, Senju Orangewater looked at Shimura Danzo on the side, feeling that his nephew Ropetree and even the entire Senju family seemed to be targeted by that kid. Is this because that kid has a problem with their Senju family, or is it Shimura Danzo's intention? 14. Chapter 14 Naruto is jealous. Faced with the question of Senju Orangewater, Shimura Danzo still maintained his high-cold male god style and did not answer such a boring question. Hiruzen, the ninja school needs to change. Leaving a word indifferently, Shimura Danzo's figure turned into a mist and dispersed. Obviously, it was not the real body that came over, but a shadow clone. Someone in his group was tens of tales per minute. How could he have time for the real body to come and watch this kind of childish battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised that Danzo was just a shadow clone. He even discovered it at the beginning. As a close friend for many years, he was very familiar with the smell of Danzo, and the shadow clone was just a creation of chakra, and it was impossible for it to carry the smell of the original body. Little pervert, I like you very much. Meet here at this time tomorrow, and you will be my Tsunade's man from now on. Using the instant body technique to come in front of Shimura Gentoi, Tsunade smiled and left a word, then picked up her still unconscious brother and jumped away. Standing in the same place, Shimura Gentoi showed a confused and miserable expression just right, but he was actually happy in his heart. The fat sheep trapping plan was a complete success. Although there are some sequelae, it is not a big problem. With his body, he should be able to bear it. Awesome! As a freshman, Namikaze Minato was full of excitement, staring at Shimura Gentoi in a gorgeous battlesuit with a pair of sparkling eyes. Although this senior was held back for 3 years, he beat all the graduates, and even so many people couldn't force him to fight. This is at least the combat power of the special Jonin level. A Jonin under the age of 13 has never appeared in the history of Konoha. Not only Namikaze Minato, but other students of all grades in the ninja school are full of admiration and envy. Shikaku, do you see what's going on? Yamanaka Inoichi asked solemnly. Until now, he still didn't understand how the previous team of Ino Shikajo was defeated. The problem should be in that battlesuit. Let's go ask the 3 brothers. Nara Shikaku stood up and walked towards the graduating class brother. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza also hurriedly followed. They all wanted to know how the 3 brothers failed. Not only the ninja school students were curious, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen and others on the main stand were curious. Xiao Xianding, you are very good, we need talents like you in Konoha. Looking at Shimura Xianding standing in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction, and was about to step forward and pat his shoulder to show his appreciation. But as soon as he raised his hand, he retracted it as if he had been electrocuted, and his old eyes widened. Looking at his right hand, and then at Shimura Xianding's gorgeous battle suit, Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of confusion, and then he raised his hand again, and then the chakra in his arm meridians had a tendency to get out of control. Sealing crystal. His eyes finally fell on the green crystals inlaid on the battle suit, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face couldn't help twitching. Is this kid crazy? Really sealing crystal? Hinata Tokugawa, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's exclamation. He had long suspected that Shimura Xianding's battle suit had incorporated a lot of sealing crystals. After all, there are not many substances in the entire ninja world that can interfere with and block the ability of the Byakugan to see through, and one of them is the sealing crystal. Although he has never seen that thing, he has read relevant records. But he was not sure before. After all, the effect of the sealing crystal is too strong, even for cage-level strong men. Shimura Gentoi had clearly used chakra lines before, so it is unlikely that there is a sealing crystal. Could it be that the boy could still condense chakra threads under the interference of the radiation of the sealing crystal? Thinking of this, Hyuga Tokugawa shook his head slightly and put this idea behind his mind. This is impossible. Uncle Hokage has a good eye. My Sagittarius gold cloth does incorporate a lot of sealing crystals. With a smile on his face, Shimura Gento admitted frankly that he had no intention of hiding this aspect. Even if he didn't say this, these people would be able to guess it later, and he never thought of hiding this. Anyway, with the defense and characteristics of this set of battle clothes, it is almost immune to all ninjutsu and illusions. As long as the technique is based on chakra, it can interfere and weaken it, and it is almost unsolvable. Even if someone knows the information about the battle clothes, it is difficult to be targeted by others. Anyway, he is almost invincible below the level of Kage. Of course, if the opponent can use forbidden techniques such as the four-symbol seal and the Shikigami Fujin, he will naturally run as far as possible. That kind of forbidden technique is truly unsolvable and invincible. His battle suit is still far from perfect. You are really ruthless, kid? You actually used the sealing crystal to forge the battle suit. It took a long time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come back to his senses. He could only give a ruthless evaluation. Whether Shimura Gentoi was born immune to the radiation of the sealing crystal or adapted to this radiation through some means, the other party's battle suit was very unstoppable. He even suspected that the Ruyi stick transformed by the Sarutobi would be affected by the radiation of the sealing crystal. If that were the case, it would take some time for him to take down this kid. You have a good talent, but don't be proud. Although the battle suit is good, it is not unstoppable. Even if I can't destroy this battle suit with an axe, I can still shock you to death. Akimichi Kyufeng, who had been silent on the side, smiled and warned, not wanting Shimura Gentoi to be proud and complacent because of this, which is a taboo for ninjas. Just like there is no perfect technique, there is no perfect ninja tool. Even if this suit is really strong, Shimura Gentoi himself is too weak. Thank you Uncle Kyufeng for reminding me. I know this. Shimura Gentoi nodded obediently to show that he knew. These were all good friends of his black-hearted father. There was no need to pretend in front of these seniors. It was right to behave obediently now. Brother Kyufeng, can't you cut this suit? Senju Orange Water was very surprised, and the others were also very surprised. They all knew the way Chudeo Kyufeng fought. He made a steel axe more than 10 meters long with fine steel to cooperate with the super multiplication technique. With the super multiplication technique, the power of the axe is stronger than the strange power technique performed by the first generation of Hokage, and because it is a fine steel axe and pure physical technique, it will not be affected by the sealing crystal. Such power can't cut a set of armor. The main body of this thing is probably heavy gold. Even if I can crush it, it will return to its original shape in the next moment. This thing is almost indestructible by pure physical force alone, at least not by my strength. After removing the chakra from the meridians of his right arm, Akimichi Kyufeng knocked on the battle suit on Shimura Gendo and said with envy. He naturally knew about heavy gold, and even thought about using heavy gold to make the axe blade for his steel giant axe, even if it was just a layer of plating. Unfortunately, heavy gold is too expensive, and he hasn't saved enough with his family background. The kind of heavy gold associated with gold mines. His old eyes glared again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sour, so sour. Although he had never seen heavy gold, he had heard that it was the most expensive metal in the ninja world, not inferior to chakra metal at all. But the density of heavy gold is extremely high, and the price of heavy gold under the same volume is far higher than chakra metal. If this set of battle suits were really made of heavy gold, its cost could be imagined. Where does this kid get so much money? God has mercy on him. He is a Hokage and is so poor that he can hardly afford the masterpieces of Master Yunzong Niao. Now this naughty kid is so rich. How can he balance his mind? This is unfair. It seems that the Shimura family has made a lot of money from Xinhua bookstore. Uchiha Yunyi said this out of the blue, which made everyone look more subtle. They naturally knew the famous erotic masterpieces of Master Yunzong Niao, and they were also very clear about the money-making ability of those erotic masterpieces. Not to mention the profits from the sale of those erotic masterpieces themselves, just the peripheral products that have been bred, such as the many costumes of the characters in the illustrations of the works are very popular, and the various figures are also very expensive and sell very well. The profits are completely in the billions, and Xinhua bookstore was opened by the Shimura family a few years ago, including those peripheral products, which are also secretly controlled by the Shimura family. If the Shimura family was not weak and Shimura Danzo was not the second most important person in Konoha, they would have intervened to grab it long ago. It's not that they have no moral integrity, but the profit inside is too tempting. Xiao Xianding, from today on, you are a ninja who can stand on your own. This is your forehead protector. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a forehead protector on the table next to him and handed it to Shimura Xianding, and signaled him to get out quickly. He could naturally hear that Uchiha Enika's words were not well-intentioned. If Shimura Xianding really stayed here, who knows what kind of trouble would happen. Uncle Hokage, uncles, goodbye. After giving a junior salute to everyone, Shimura Xianding quickly withdrew and ran straight to Konoha Hospital. I don't know how Jiraiya's tool man is now. Since everyone is here, let's talk about how to arrange for the children of this year. Should they return to the ninja school to study for another year or graduate and become ninjas? Taking a puff of smoke from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised this crucial topic. Then it doesn't matter for the graduates of the ordinary classes, but the elite classes are basically the elite juniors of the major ninja clans. If they really have to go back to study for a year, it will not only be a great shame for those little geniuses, but also a disgrace to the ninja clans. But it's a bit unreasonable to let those little guys graduate. After all, in the previous battle, those little guys didn't even force Shimura Gentoi to take action. They were blocked by some chakra lines and the wings of the battle suit controlled by the chakra lines, and they didn't even hurt a hair of the other person. This battle result is really unbearable to look at. The graduation examination of the current ninja school is indeed too simple. The basic three-body technique alone is not enough to become a qualified ninja. I suggest increasing the difficulty of the graduation examination, at least including actual combat, especially the members of the elite class must reach the combat power of the Chunin level before they can be allowed to graduate. After a long silence, Senju Orange Water spoke out his own opinion. Second. Agree. Agree. This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. They also knew that it was not that those little guys were not good enough, but that they were too unlucky to meet a freak like Shimura Gentoi. In fact, there are still many geniuses among them. Even if they are not as good as Orochimaru and Tsunade, they are not bad. Some of them have the combat power of Chunin level, such as Uchiha Mikoto. Of course, Senju Nwaki is also considered. Although that kid does not look very smart and his previous performance is also very embarrassing, his combat power is definitely not worse than that of a physical type Chunin. It is a waste of time for such a genius to continue to stay in the ninja school. It is the right way to graduate as soon as possible and enter the ninja world. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were discussing how to deal with this year's graduates, Shimura Gentoi on the other side took off his battle clothes and came to Konoha Hospital to visit Jiraiya, the poor tool man. And when he saw Jiraiya's condition, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help feeling guilty. Miserable, too miserable, too miserable. What did Tsunade do to Jiraiya? 15. Chapter 15, A Brief Discussion on the Child of Destiny. Teacher Jiraiya, wasn't it just your chest that was injured yesterday? Why are all your limbs wrapped up today? Looking at Jiraiya, whose whole body was wrapped up like a mummy, Shimura Gentoi really couldn't figure out what Tsunade did to this guy. Ahem, I fell, accidentally. Jiraiya, lying on the bed, coughed dryly, indicating that it was all an accident. Then he straightened his face and asked, how did you perform today? He was very satisfied with this cheap disciple. It was just what he wanted. Absolutely one of his own. It's really unsatisfying. The people that the ninja school has trained over the years are just trash. I didn't even do anything, but I beat them all. With a look of dissatisfaction on his face, Shimura Gentoi expressed that he was quite unsatisfied. To be honest, he was quite disappointed with this year's graduates. They didn't even hurt a hair of his. They were the worst graduates of the ninja school. No wonder Senju Nawaka died early in the original work. With such a weak strength, who else would die if you didn't die? Are you so strong? Jiraiya was stunned. Although he saw that Shimura Gentoi's ninja body technique, which was similar to the super strength technique, was not bad, and he should have the combat power of the Chunin level, he couldn't beat all the graduates. I haven't been idle these years. I have practiced some tricks. With a modest smile, Shimura Gentoi ejected 10 chakra threads, indicating that this was his own killer. He can only maintain 4 strands of chakra now, but if he doesn't need that kind of fine control, it's no problem to have more than a dozen strands. Curiously, he manipulated his hair and tried the chakra thread in front of him. The toughness inside surprised Jiraiya. The strength of your chakra thread is no worse than that of Shinobi Hanacho. He fought with Cho from Sand Village last year, and he had a deep memory of that kind of chakra thread. If it weren't for Tsunade and Orochimaru's help, he would probably have fallen into the hands of that woman. It's just that the strength is up to standard, and it's still far behind Senior Cho in fine control. Speaking humbly again, Shimura Gentoi is very self-aware. Maybe the training with the sealing crystal made his chakra thread very strong, but he was far behind Cho in fine control. You have to know that puppet control is quite cumbersome and difficult, much more difficult than writing with 4 minds. Apart from other things, in the original work, Cho once used chakra lines to control Haruno Sakura's body, performing exquisite movements to perfectly avoid the attack of the red sand scorpion. This method can be called a magical skill. You are quite suitable for the puppet master route in this situation, but unfortunately we don't have the inheritance of puppet masters in Konoha. With a sigh of regret, Jiraiya also admired this cheap disciple, and he also knew that this disciple's physical defects were obviously not suitable for the orthodox ninja route. He had thought about letting him find a way to become a puppet master before. With this kid's money ability, at least he can quickly make some exquisite puppets. Unfortunately, puppetry is exclusive to the Sand Village. They don't have this inheritance in Konoha, and the Sand Village will never leak it. I will be discharged from the hospital in about a month, and I will take you to do the mission then. Retracting the white hair wrapped in the chakra line, Jiraiya did not ask Shimura Gentoi how to cultivate such a strong chakra line. The ninja's own methods are important information, no matter how close the person is, he cannot ask about it. This is a taboo. No need, Senior Tsunade has accepted me as a disciple, and we have formed a Tsunade's team. Appropriately showing a gloomy look, Shimura Gentoi shook his head slightly, and at the same time thought about how to get benefits from Jiraiya, the tool man. The yellow works of Master Yunzong Niao were not given away for free, which was enough to make Jiraiya feel guilty. This way, there is room for operation. But does Jiraiya have anything good now? What? Tsunade accepted you as a disciple? Isn't she not interested in becoming a team leader? Jiraiya widened his eyes and didn't expect that teammate would actually cut him off. Then he seemed to understand something and felt guilty. Sorry, I'm afraid it's because of me that the woman targeted you. Honestly speaking, Jiraiya felt really guilty at this moment. If it weren't for him, Shimura Gentoi wouldn't have chosen to meet him in the bathhouse, and then there would be those exchanges, and finally Tsunade. The most important thing is that this cheap disciple paid a high price to ask Tsunade to come and treat his injuries. I'm afraid Tsunade had set her sights on this cheap disciple at that time. He knew how much money that woman was in need of, it was normal for her to set her sights on this local rich man, no wonder she had knocked him unconscious and seriously injured him twice before. It was all his fault that this cheap disciple was killed. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Jiraiya was ruthless and controlled his hair to take out the sealed scroll under the pillow. It seems that we are not destined to be master and apprentice. Take this apprenticeship gift back. Although he was extremely reluctant, he was a principled man. It would have been fine if he had not accepted him as a disciple, but he had caused him to be targeted by Tsunade. Based on the first impression in the bathhouse that day, Tsunade would definitely not let this kid have an easy time. He had really screwed him over. Teacher Jiraiya, don't blame yourself. Master Yunzong Niao said it well in his book, once a teacher, always a teacher. Teacher Jiraiya, you are my teacher for life, and this will not change for any reason. Shimura Gentoi resolutely pushed the sealed scroll back and expressed his position righteously. Just kidding, he was still hoping to rely on Jiraiya's relationship to get close to Uzumaki Nagato, Namikaze Minato and others and get some benefits in the future. How could this master-disciple relationship be eliminated? Even if it is only a nominal master-disciple relationship, it is better than nothing. As for those pornographic works, they are just a pile of paper to him, not worth much money, even the so-called front page is just a little more color and ink. After all, Xinhua bookstore was opened by his fiancée copyrightee, so there are as many so-called front pages as he wants. He even secretly asked Miss Keiko to make more front pages and auction them on the black market, making a lot of money. Compared with Jiraiya's breakthrough, those front pages of pornographic works are nothing at all. How can such a business with almost no capital be ruined? That's so embarrassing. Jiraiya was deeply moved, and hurriedly stuffed the sealed scroll back under the pillow. This is the intimate paradise I wrote. Although it is not as good as Master Yunzong Niao's erotic masterpiece, it is also worth reading. Feeling guilty, Jiraiya thought about it, opened the cabinet next to him with his hair, and found a book with a pink cover from his clothes and handed it to Shimura Gentoi. This is his painstaking work in the past 2 years, but unfortunately it is far from Master Yunzong Niao's erotic masterpiece, resulting in poor sales. Intimate Paradise? Taking over the little Liu Bei, Shimura Gentoi was a little confused. This is not right. Although he didn't know when Jiraiya started writing Intimate Paradise in the original work, it must have been after he met Uzumaki Nagato. Because Jiraiya's first novel, Strong Willpower Ninja Legend, was inspired by Uzumaki Nagato, and then there were Intimate Paradise, Intimate Violence and Intimate Tactics and other series of Little Liu Bei. Why did Intimate Paradise appear now? Could it be the result of the flapping of his little butterfly wings? It seems possible. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi felt that it was possible that he was the one flapping the butterfly wings. After all, there had never been a similar Little Liu Bei in the ninja world before, and the erotic masterpieces he wrote under the pen name of Yue Dujiang Yunzong Niao were a precedent, which was like enlightenment education for Jiraiya, a giant of the zodiac, so it was normal that he would write Intimate Paradise earlier. Alas! It's a pity that your physical condition is too poor, otherwise you might be the child of destiny that the great Toad Sage said. Seeing Shimura Gentoi accept his masterpiece, Jiraiya suddenly sighed with regret. He really admired this cheap disciple, but it was a pity that his physical condition severely limited his future development. He could only be a jonin at best in this life and would never become a big shot. The child of destiny? It is rumored that the sage of the Mayaboku Mountain Holy Land has the ability to predict the future. Is it true? With a thought in his mind, Shimura Gentoi took the opportunity to ask. Although I have a lot of knowledge about the Mayaboku Mountain Holy Land from the original Naruto, this is a real world after all, and it is definitely not something that can be fully presented in a set of comics and animations. It's right to know more information. Of course, the great Toad Sage has predicted that I, Jiraiya, will accept a disciple in the future who will bring great changes to the ninja world and bring permanent peace. Speaking of this topic, Jiraiya was full of pride. He was destined to be the teacher of the child of destiny and lead the ninja world to achieve permanent peace. That's all? The great Toad Sage didn't say anything else. Looking surprised, Shimura Gentoi asked again, feeling that the prediction of the great Toad Sage seemed really unreliable. What else? This time it was Jiraiya's turn to be surprised. Isn't this enough? Knowing that there was going to be a show, Shimura Gentoi turned into Keenan, analyzed seriously. Since the great Toad Sage could predict that the teacher's disciple would bring great changes to the ninja world, he must have seen a clear picture and may know the other party's identity, but he did not tell you, teacher. Could it be that the child of destiny was mosaicked in the prophecy? Even if you can't see the appearance of the child of destiny, you can always see other people. After all, if you want to change the entire ninja world, you can't rely on the power of one person alone, and you must have the help of others. These are all important clues. In addition, the great Toad Sage did not say where you, Jiraiya, would be. Will you meet the child of destiny when you meet him? Teacher, you are still young and have decades to live in the future. Do you have to spend such a long time looking for the child of destiny? Even if you don't Euro trademark say these, you should at least tell us which village the child of destiny is from, right? And Jiraiya, you are a ninja from Konoha. If nothing unexpected happens, your future disciples are likely to be from Konoha. In this way, the scope will be narrowed down a lot. Jiraiya was shocked by Shimura Gentoi's fierce analysis. It took him a while to come back to his senses and nodded thoughtfully to express his approval. It seems to be the truth. But why didn't the great Toad Sage tell you all this? Is it a test for him? In fact, if Jiraiya is free, he can go to the Uchiha and Senju clans. There is the greatest possibility that the Child of Destiny will appear. Seeing that the time is almost right, Shimura Gentoi gave his own suggestions. Why those two families? Shocked again, Jiraiya didn't understand this proposal. The Senju clan is fine, but the Uchiha clan is definitely not. They are all psychopaths and paranoids, especially the Uchiha who have opened the Sharingan, who are even more paranoid. He doesn't believe that the Child of Destiny who can bring peace to the ninja world will be born from the Uchiha clan. He disagrees with this point. 16. Chapter 16 The Ultimate Ninja Tool of the First Generation. Shimura Gentoi had anticipated Jiraiya's doubts and patiently explained, if you want to change the ninja world, you must have a strong force as a support. This strong force refers to the level of the first generation and the Uchiha family. Only with that level of power can you suppress the entire ninja world, let all the ninja village ninjas listen to his opinions, and then bring peace to the ninja world. And among all the ninja clans in Konoha today, and even in the entire ninja world, only the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have the potential to reach that level. This made Jiraiya fall silent. He agreed with the analysis of this cheap disciple in his heart, but he was still very unhappy. Why must he be from the ninja clan? Can't he be a commoner? But as soon as he said this, Jiraiya knew that he had made a mistake. This was indeed a stupid statement. Ninja training is very particular about bloodline and origin. Without a good bloodline, one is almost insulated from the word strong. Looking at Jiraiya lying on the bed speechlessly, Shimura Gentoi crossed his arms and said, Teacher Jiraiya, don't tell me you don't know the essence of our ninja training. Although you and Senior Orochimaru are known as civilian geniuses, are you really civilians? Teacher Jiraiya, you have 6 innate chakra attributes of fire, wind, earth, water, yin and yang, and your chakra is huge, much more than the elites from the ninja clan. Now you are less than 20 years old and have become a quasi-cage level strongman. Is this really something that civilian ninjas can achieve? Senior Orochimaru is even more exaggerated. He has 7 innate chakra attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang. Is his pair of snake eyes also something that civilians can have? You should know that Senior Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first generation, only has 5 innate chakra attributes. This made Jiraiya fall silent again. His family knew his own affairs. Although he was an orphan, he was not a real civilian, otherwise he would not have achieved today's achievements. Tsunade is really lucky this time, she actually accepted such an excellent disciple like you. At this time, a magnetic voice came, and a handsome young man with long black hair walked into the ward, holding a bag of fruit in his hand, and his golden snake eyes looked at Shimura Gentoi with interest. Senior Orochimaru. Standing up and nodding, Shimura Gentoi was a little scared of this snake uncle. Although the other party is still just brother snake, and has not evolved into a perverted snake uncle, he already has that kind of potential and must be guarded against. Orochimaru, can't you stop Tsunade? I still think of you as a brother. Jiraiya, who came back to his senses, gave him a resentful look. With the previous wave of analysis, he became more and more satisfied with this disciple. It's a pity that such an excellent disciple was intercepted by Tsunade, that woman. Ignoring Jiraiya's complaints, Orochimaru placed the fruit in his hand on the low table next to the bed, his eyes never leaving Shimura Gentoi, and he became more and more interested in this junior. What do you mean by the innate attributes of chakra? Licking his lips, Orochimaru was quite interested in the words he had just heard, especially the new words that appeared in it. Although he had roughly guessed the meaning of the word, he still wanted to hear the explanation of this junior. This is a division made within our Shimura family. The chakra attributes that ninjas have before birth are innate attributes, which means that they have them before they are born into this world. The chakra attributes that are cultivated through acquired efforts after birth are acquired attributes, which means that they are acquired after they are born into this world. Shimura Gentoi naturally put the blame on this as the only way to rationalize it for his own family. After all, even if he said that this was the division he came up with, no one would believe it. If they really believed it, it would lead to a series of troubles. It would be better to blame the family. It's a perfect description. Licking his lips again, Orochimaru became more and more interested, but not in Shimura Gentei, but in the Shimura Danzo. The Shimura family has a deeper foundation than he thought, and the old guy must have a lot of good things in his hands. That's what he needs. Don't daydream all day long. The power of the first generation cannot be replicated. It's a miracle that one can appear in thousands of years. With a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, Orochimaru reminded him and turned away without staying for a long time. Jiraiya boasted to him about the prophecy of the great Toad Sage when he was a child. He didn't believe a word of the so-called prophecy. Only a fool like Jiraiya would believe it. Teacher Jiraiya, have a good rest. Shimura Gentoi did not stay for long, and left the ward with a greeting. The seeds of doubt have been planted, waiting to take root and sprout. Shimura Gentoi walked out of the hospital and looked back at the window of Jiraiya's ward. He didn't know when the foreshadowing he buried this time would work, or even if it would work. But it was just a foreshadowing buried casually. If it works, it will be good. If it doesn't, there will be no loss. Whether that big toad can really predict the future or is fooling people, it depends on this time. With a smile on his face, Shimura Gentoi walked quickly towards his family's land and began to prepare for tomorrow's battle. He didn't want to be beaten up by Tsunade, that bitch, and in order to deal with Tsunade, he has been doing targeted training these days. Are you sure you want me to go all out? Standing with a gun in hand, Keiko Shimura felt that her little man seemed to be a little bit arrogant, and she actually wanted to go all out to fight him. If the other party wore that perverted battle suit, she would naturally have no way to deal with it. Although she was a jonin, it was not easy to break that turtle shell. But now the little man only had that big sword in his hand. You are so arrogant. Shimura Gento seemed to feel that this was not safe enough, so he turned around and put on the inner armor on the shelf. After all, the sharpness of the bright silver gun was very scary. If it took down his bird's nest, it would be a pit. Lita Euro trademark S start, Sister Keiko. After putting on the inner armor, Shimura Gento signaled to start the battle. Without saying a word, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, Shimura Keiko raised her hand to seal, and successively performed Wind Escape Ninjutsu and Lightning Escape Ninjutsu to bless herself. Suddenly, a whirlwind swirled around her body, lightning flashed, and her own speed increased to the extreme. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Shimura Xianding as if teleporting, with dozens of cold rays of light from the bright silver spear in her hand. Shimura Xianding's reaction was not slow either, with the speed and power techniques boosting his own reaction speed and strength, holding the same 108 Jin sword and swinging it rapidly, blocking the cold rays one by one. Ding ding ding! Both of them were using fast attack tactics, with the spear blade colliding with the sword body at a very fast frequency, and the dull sound of metal clashing continued to stir. This fast fight lasted for a full 30 seconds, and finally ended with Shimura Keiko's spear blade against Shimura Xianding's throat. It lasted for 30 seconds. Shimura Xianding was quite surprised by the result of the battle, not paying attention to the spear blade against his throat, and immediately figured out what was going on. You should know that after updating the data of Sister Huize's clone, he could only hold on for 5 seconds. This time, he also used all his strength, but he held on for 30 seconds in the hands of Sister Huize's original body, a full 6 times difference. Does absolute rationality increase combat power so much? Thinking, Shimura Gento felt that this was a good way to enhance strength, and he had to study it in the future. The clone has no consciousness, which is equivalent to an absolutely rational existence. Once fighting, it can exert its own strength to the limit and will never make mistakes, which is perfect. However, Huize's original body cannot reach this state of absolute rationality. In terms of combat power, it is far inferior to the absolutely rational clone. If I can also find a way to have the absolute rationality of the clone, it will definitely improve my strength to a higher level. You can hold out for 30 seconds under my hand. You haven't been lazy in the past few years. However, Senior Tsunade is much stronger than me, and the information about your battlesuit has been leaked. She will definitely use targeted means tomorrow. Standing with a pistol, Shimura Keiko is not optimistic about her little man's assessment battle tomorrow, and estimates that he will be abused. That's not necessarily true. With a mysterious smile, Shimura Xianding did not explain much, turned around and put on the armor on the shelf, dressed neatly, and then walked to the basement, where he would conduct targeted training next. Mysterious. Pouting, Shimura Keiko was very curious about what her little man was doing in the basement, but she didn't ask much, and continued to go back to learn the practice method of strengthening the internal organs. After a week of study, she has basically mastered the frequency of tiger and leopard thunder sound for internal organs. As long as she comes for another week, she can turn the frequency changes of the strong internal organs into her own breathing instinct, and can practice non-stop for 24 hours a day. The improvement of the internal organs technique is indeed minimal, but after practicing all day, the effect will be quite amazing. Not to mention that there are other body strengthening techniques that can be practiced to improve the body in all aspects. The improvement of physical fitness is inestimable for a ninja like her. At the same time, Shimura-gen came to the basement. Ding was using his shield to push against an iron ball, a super large iron ball weighing thousands of kilograms, the solid kind. The iron ball hung by the iron chain hit him again, and Zhiken Xianding met it with a huge and heavy shield, but strangely, there was no sound. When the shield hit the iron ball, Zhiken Xianding controlled the shield to move back slowly close to the iron ball, while his arms, legs, and spine were slightly bent, like a spring to dissolve the huge force of the iron ball. After dissolving this force, he slowly pushed the iron ball out to minimize the rigid collision of the force. It is the most stupid thing to confront external forces head-on. After all, the strength of human bones and joints is limited. Once they are subjected to multiple strong impacts, it is easy for bones to break. At this time, the Tai Chi that he had practiced for many years came in handy. He used the soft skills and concepts of Tai Chi to continuously dissolve the external strong force, and then started to fight back to minimize the pressure on himself. As long as you practice this skill well, you will be able to deal with Tsunade, the violent woman, unless the other party is unethical and shows the strength of the cage level. That woman should not be so shameless. While constantly holding the iron ball, Shimura-gen thought. Although Tsunade is famous for having no moral integrity in the original work, especially when hiding from debt, she can do anything, even turning into a little loli to deceive the creditor. But now Tsunade not only has not reached the peak of her mind, but she is also just an older girl, so she should not be so shameless. I think so. Just as Shimura-gen was thinking about Tsunade's moral integrity, on the other side of the Senju clan, Tsunade, after hearing the information brought by her uncle Senju Orange Water, decisively went to the family treasury and prepared to activate the ultimate ninja tool that her great-grandfather had used to fight against Uchiha Tuan-chan. Opening the treasure box that had been sealed for a long time, looking at the ultimate ninja tool inside, Tsunade smiled, and smiled quite boldly. Ha ha ha, you little pervert, I'm going to beat you into a puppy tomorrow. And Senju Nwaki, who was standing outside the family treasury, shuddered as he listened to the devilish laughter of his elder sister inside. 17. Chapter 17, The Hokage is so frustrated. Fire style, great fireball technique. Beside the small lake behind the Uchiha family, a big Lolita raised her hand and quickly formed a seal, and finally ejected a huge fireball with a diameter of 4 meters. The hot fireball hit the lake, steam rose, and turned into mist and drifted away. Okay, let's practice here for now today. The young man standing aside spoke with concern, stopping the big Lolita who was still trying to raise her hand to form a seal. The amount of chakra that the human body can extract in a short period of time is limited. Excessive consumption will inevitably damage the body. After all, chakra itself is a fusion of mental power and life force. Mental power is fine, but if the life force is extracted too much, it will be fatal. Brother Fugaku, how big can your fireball be now? Uchiha Mikoto took the towel handed by Uchiha Fugaku and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She was very satisfied with the progress today and asked curiously. You should know that Uchiha Fugaku is the first genius of the younger generation of the family. At a young age, he has upgraded his Sharingan to the level of 3 Megatama. He has the strength of an elite Jonin and even touched the threshold of the Quasi Shadow level. He is expected to achieve Quasi Shadow before the age of 20. She is still very satisfied with this fiancé copyright. The only shortcoming is that he doesn't like to laugh. He has a paralyzed face all day long, just like the people of the Hyuga family. When you reach the level of a Jonin, you are not pursuing the scope of ninjutsu, but the intensity, which is reflected in the characteristics of fire escape, such as temperature explosion. My current fire escape can quickly burn the ground and rocks into magma. But if you use it with all your strength, the fireball can reach a diameter of 10 meters. Uchiha Fugaku answered very seriously. He was very proud of this achievement. He was the only one in the younger generation of the entire Uchiha family who could practice fire escape to this level. Burn into magma? Then I can definitely burn that bastard into a roasted suckling pig. With her eyes bright, Uchiha Mikoto decided to practice fire escape and strive to reach the level of brother Fugaku as soon as possible, and then make that bastard into a roasted suckling pig. If you are talking about Shimura I'm afraid it won't work. Even Uncle Yanyi's fire escape may not be able to hurt him. As a man with a certain steely straight man character, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up to break his young fiancé's copyrightee's fantasy, saying that this was impossible. How is it possible? My father is a powerful man of the level of Hokage who is not inferior to the Hokage. Her eyes widened, and even the one Magatama Sharingan was revealed. Uchiha Fugaku was really exaggerating. You should know that her father, Uchiha Eniki, was one of the two geniuses on par with Uchiha Kagami. His strength reached the level of Hokage. Although he did not open the main Jikaya Sharingan like Uchiha Kagami, he was not much worse than the current third Hokage. In addition, my father practiced fire escape, how could he not be able to deal with that guy? Fugaku is right. If that kid wears that set of battle clothes, your father will not be able to hurt him with fire escape. At this time, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was Uchiha Eniki, and he personally admitted that he could not hurt Shimura Gentoi. To be honest, he also felt that Shimura Gentoi's battle clothes were quite abnormal, almost immune to ninjutsu, and could be called the nemesis of ninjas. It's just a set of battle uniforms and ninja tools, is it that powerful? Uchiha Mikoto tilted her head and didn't understand. It was just a set of battle uniforms, at most a little more gorgeous. Even if the taboo figure of their Uchiha family armor they wear is not that awesome. That's not just a simple suit. With a bitter smile, Uchiha Yanyi didn't understand what was going on with that kid's brain circuit. How could he think of making such a suit? This is very un-ninja. Father, I want such a suit too. With a turn of her eyes, Uchiha Mikoto decided to wear such a suit. Only in this way could she fight against that guy. Forget it. Such a suit alone weighs a ton. With your small body, let alone wearing it to fight, it would be good if you don't get crushed to death. Rolling his eyes, Uchiha Yanyi rudely extinguished the fantasy of this precious girl. That suit is not for people to wear. 1 ton? Uchiha Mikoto widened her eyes again. She never thought that the suit would be so heavy. Yesterday, the guy didn't look very heavy when he wore it. What a strong physique. After reacting, he was even more shocked. Being able to carry a set of battle suits weighing thousands of kilograms, one can imagine the physique of that guy. He is probably ranked among the best in Konoha. In fact, the weight of the battle suit is secondary. The key is that the cost is too high. We can't afford it. Uchiha Fugaku on the side gave a second blow, saying that they didn't have that much money. Can't afford it. Blinking her eyes cutely, Uchiha Mikoto didn't understand this sentence. What does it mean to be unable to afford it? Shimura Gento is the eldest son of the Shimura family, but she is also the eldest daughter of the Uchiha family. And the foundation of the Uchiha family is not comparable to that of the Shimura family. Now they can't even afford a set of battle suits. Are you kidding? Don't think too much. We really can't afford it. With a sigh, Uchiha Yanyi felt uncomfortable, but he didn't have any greed for Shimura Gento's battle suit. Although the suit is very expensive and priceless, it contains a lot of sealing crystals, which cannot be separated with current technology. Even if you get the suit, you can't use it. It can be said that it is a suit that belongs to that kid. I'm afraid this is also the kid's cleverness. Otherwise, the cost of the suit alone would be enough to drive the bounty ninjas in the ninja world crazy. Unless the kid doesn't leave the village, he will definitely be surrounded and killed. It's almost time. Let's go to the ninja school to see how many tricks the kid has. Looking at the sun, Uchiha Yan turned around and walked towards the ninja school. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku hurried to follow. This is the tacit understanding between them and the Senju family. Tsunade will get back at the kid today. After all, they lost too badly yesterday and never let him do anything from beginning to end. Similar scenes were constantly staged in many ninja clans in Konoha. Everyone rushed to the ninja school. Even the elite students of each grade in the ninja school were allowed to come to the playground to watch the battle and broaden their horizons. Sister, you must knock out that bastard's teeth. Following his elder sister to the ninja school playground, Senju Nwaka spoke angrily, but because he knocked out a row of front teeth yesterday, he spoke with a slurred mouth and looked very embarrassed. To be honest, Senju Nwaka was almost mad to death after waking up yesterday. After a week of abuse from his elder sister, he wanted to perform well, but who would have thought that the bastard was so despicable that he actually used chakra lines as traps. He was defeated before the real battle, making him a laughingstock and shame of the family now. No, I want to break his claws. Tsunade spoke coldly, and she was so angry when she recalled what happened that day that she must beat the boy's thief's hands into pig's trotters this time. Blinking his eyes in a cute way, Senju Nawaka didn't understand what his elder sister said, but he didn't dare to ask more. Yesterday, his elder sister was very dissatisfied with his performance. I will test you later. If you can't pass, you can think about the consequences. Turning his head and sending a cold look, Tsunade was very dissatisfied with this stupid Oudoudu, especially yesterday's performance was simply embarrassing. Senju Nawaka couldn't help shrinking his neck, and then looked at Hinata Suzune beside him, hesitated and said, "Sister, can you let Mikoto be my teammate?" Although Hinata Suzune is also a little beauty, he prefers Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Mikoto is stronger. This made the nervous Hinata Suzune lower her head and clasp her hands tightly. What's the matter? Do you still want to be Uchiha's son-in-law? With a cold smile, Tsunade opposed her younger brother to find Uchiha Mikoto from the beginning. Although the Senju and Uchiha joined forces to establish Konoha, the Battle of the Valley of the End caused the two families to confront each other again. In addition to the hatred in the past, let alone intermarriage, it would be good if they didn't fight immediately. Moreover, one of them is the eldest daughter of the Uchiha family, and the other is the eldest son of the Senju family. There is no possibility for them to be together. It is better to let the stupid Udoudou give up this idea as soon as possible. No. The neck shrank again, and Senju Nawaki asked weakly. He really likes Mikoto. What do you think? Sneered again, Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to this stupid Udoudou, turned her head to look at Hinata Suzune on the other side, and her expression changed, not living up to the previous coldness, and became gentle. Don't be nervous. It's not difficult to pass my test with your strength. You just need to cooperate with that little pervert. She is more optimistic about Hinata Suzune. Her qualifications and strength are not bad. At most, she is a little introverted and weak, but these are all. It is not a big problem to improve. If it is well trained, it is enough to become an elite jonin, and even strive for the Quasi-Kage level. After all, this is a member of the Hyuga clan, with a complete Byakugan. Yes, Tsunade-sensei, I will work hard. Tsunade's words calmed the nervous Hyuga Suzune a little, and she replied firmly. Sister, why do you call that guy a little pervert? Did he do anything bad? Senju Nawaki asked the doubts in his heart. These 2 days, his sister called that guy a little pervert when she mentioned him, which was very abnormal. This is not your business. Also, stay away from that guy and Jiraiya when you form a team in the future, otherwise I will deal with you. The delicate body froze, and Tsunade glared at him in shame and anger. This stupid Oudoudu really talked about something. This made Senju Nawaka's neck shrink again, but he was more curious in his heart. Did that guy do something bad to his sister? Just then, Tsunade looked up at the sky as if she had sensed something, and found a golden figure falling from the sky at a high speed. Who else could it be but Chimera Gentoi? Showy little pervert. She muttered unhappily, but Tsunade was full of envy and jealousy in her heart. I have to say that this way of debut is really cool, especially with that gorgeous battle suit. It is so handsome that there is no friend. I really want to have such a gorgeous battle suit. Bang! Once again, it fell on the playground domineeringly, and the shock caused this time was stronger than yesterday. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Controlling the wings behind him to fan away the stirred dust, Shimura Gentoi pulled up the shield under his feet with chakra lines, and spoke to announce his debut. This kid really isn't cut out to be a ninja. On the main stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with regret, but in fact, he was full of envy and jealousy. Looking at Shimura Gentoi wearing a gorgeous battle suit on the playground, and then thinking back to his own set of armor, he always felt that his status had been lowered a lot. Although the style shown by that kid was not very ninja-like, it was really handsome. If I could have such a battle suit. Thinking of this, he became more and more eager, but when he thought of the crazy cost of the battle suit, and then thought of his own private money that had become a negative number, he suddenly felt sick. He was so frustrated as a Hokage. 18. Chapter 18 Cautious and Brave Archery. Wearing that kind of flashy battle suit on the battlefield is a way to death. Hinata Hayashi curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Although he was also full of envy for such a handsome battle suit, he did not agree with it. The more covert the ninja's battle is, the better. Especially on the battlefield, if you really wear such a flashy and dazzling battle suit on the battlefield, you will definitely be targeted by countless enemies and it will be difficult to survive. Such beautiful toys can only be worn in the village. They are useless. Even in his opinion, Shimura Gento is a complete prodigal son. He doesn't know why the Shimura family allowed that guy to spend a huge amount of money to build such a flashy battle suit. Father, is it really okay to hand Suzune over to Senior Tsunade? Hinata Hayashi on the side had a worried look on his face. After all, Hinata Suzune was the granddaughter of the head elder of the main family and a member of the main family. Once she left the village to perform a mission, she would definitely be targeted by the enemy. Hayashi, spend more time with Suzune in the future. If you want to secure the position of the head of the main family in the future, you must get the support of the head elder. Suzune is the key to winning over the head elder's lineage. Ignoring the inquiry of the second son Hinata Hayashi, Hayagato Kagawa indifferently instructed the eldest son Hinata Hayashi. He had already decided that Hinata Suzune would be the future wife of the eldest son. Only in this way could he get the support of the head elder and let the eldest son secure the position of the head of the family. Yes, father, I will take good care of my sister Suzune in the future. Nodding in response, Hinata Hayashi stared at Hinata Suzune on the playground and was very satisfied with his fiancée copyright. Although she is a bit weak and introverted, she is just right for being a wife. He doesn't like women with strong personalities. On the side, Hisashi Hinata clenched his fists under his sleeves, feeling unwilling. His father knew that he liked Suzune's sister, but he still introduced her to his elder brother. Is it because he was born a few minutes late? Let alone the situation on the Hinata side, Tsunade on the playground moved her hands and feet and prepared to start the assessment of the boy. I will give you 10 minutes to discuss tactics. I will make a move in 10 minutes. Remember to make a move with the mentality of killing me. I will not show mercy. After instructing Senju Nawaki and Hyaga Suzune behind him, Tsunade also stood with her chest crossed, squeezing the first of the 7 weapons she possessed to make it more brutal and terrifying. The 2 children behind him did not say a word and quickly ran towards Shimura Gendo opposite. My teammate is you. Looking at the fast-running Senju Nawaki, Shimura Gento had the urge to change teammates. It was really that Senju Nawaki performed too badly yesterday. The big loli of the Hyaga family was okay, but this Senju Nawaki was really no good. Asshole, I was just careless yesterday. The undisguised contempt made Senju Nawaki, who ran over, jump in anger. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat this bastard, he would definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. Even if you are not careless, can you still block my punch? He glanced over and didn't wait for Senju Nawaki to penning his mouth. Shimura Gento looked at Hyaga Suzune on the other side. Can your Byakugan see through things now? What is the range of the see-through? If it is on the ground, how deep can it see through? Next, he needs the assistance of Hyaga Byakugan. If this girl's Byakugan is well developed, it can reduce a lot of pressure. It can see within a range of 30 meters, and if it is underground, it can see 5 meters deep. Hinata Suzune replied with a little nervousness. Well, you keep a close eye on teacher Tsunade, whether it is using the clone technique or any other means, especially don't let her use the earth escape ninjutsu to lurk from underground. Yes, Gento, I will keep a close eye on teacher Tsunade. Hurriedly responded, Hyaga Suzune did not object to Shimura Gento. She knew very well that her strength was no match for teacher Tsunade, and it was good enough to be able to use the Byakugan to assist. Hey, you haven't told me my mission yet. Seeing that Shimura Gento stopped talking, Senju Nawaki was unhappy. Although he didn't want to admit it, this guy was indeed stronger than himself, and much stronger. Obeying the arrangements of the strong was a major rule of the ninja. But why didn't this guy arrange combat missions for his uncle Rope Tree? What do you think you can do? Glancing sideways, Shimura Gento didn't dislike this guy this time, but he really didn't know how to arrange this kid. Judging from yesterday's situation, this kid didn't seem to know much ninjutsu. Although his physical fitness was good, it was still useless in front of Tsunade, the violent girl. There was no difference between him and ordinary people, and they were all killed in one punch. He didn't know powerful ninjutsu, and his physical fitness and physical skills were crushed by Tsunade. The most important thing was that Tsunade was very familiar with this kid and understood all the weaknesses of the opponent. If he really let him go up, it would be nothing but a meal. He opened his mouth unconvinced, but couldn't say anything. Thinking carefully, he really couldn't do anything in front of that old lady. Although he had practiced taijutsu hard, his taijutsu skills were not even comparable to that of the violent elder sister. This made him even more depressed, and he squatted down and drew circles on the ground. Tell me about your sister's information. This is your only chance to show your value in this battle. Looking at the fierce man who was gathering his strength and showing a fierce look on his face, Shimura Gentoi asked. Although he had done targeted training and many arrangements, he was still very afraid of Tsunade. That woman is not easy to deal with. After a moment of silence, Senju Nwake felt that this was indeed an opportunity. Although he was very unhappy with this bastard, it was better to let this bastard lead them through the test than to fail this time. My sister likes drinking and gambling, has a bad temper, and likes to beat people. She doesn't even have a boyfriend at this age. Grandma Mito has been troubled by this for a long time. Senju Nwake also took the risk and told the detailed information of his sister, but this information made Shimura Gentoi look sideways. Young man, are you serious? Bang! Before Senju Nwake finished speaking, a muffled sound came. He looked up and found that the ground under Tsunade's feet exploded, and the fierce light in his eyes became even stronger. However, this time the fierce light was not aimed at Shimura Gentoi, but Senju Nwake, who obviously heard the words just now. The fierce light of his sister made Senju Nwake's heartbeat stagnate, and his little face turned pale as paper. Speak to the point, don't talk about useless things. Rubbing his forehead, Shimura Gentoi felt that this teammate's brain must be a hole, and he would suffer in the future. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Senju Nwake hurriedly hid behind Shimura Gendo, and then thought for a while and continued, Sister seems to be practicing yin seal with Grandma Mito recently, and there is not much chakra available in her body. Yesterday, after hearing the information about your battle suit from Uncle Orange Water, she went to the family treasury and I don't know what she took. Practicing yin seal. His eyes lit up, and Shimura Gendo knew that this was a good opportunity. Practicing yin seal, especially the first time, requires a large amount of chakra to be infused into the body, which will sharply reduce one's combat power. You only need to look at the state of Sakura practicing yin seal in the original work to know this. Although Tsunade's strength is stronger than Sakura at that time in the original work, she will need more chakra to practice yin seal. There must not be much chakra available in her body now, so it is impossible to burst out the combat power of Quasi-Kage level. This is a very important piece of information and also great news. As for his going to the treasure house of the Senju family, it must be to select weapons and ninja tools to target his own battle suit, which was expected. If your sister splits out a clone later, you go to deal with it. Within 10 meters, I will use chakra lines to assist you in fighting. After thinking about it, Shimura Gento gave Senju Nwake a task. Unlike yesterday's acting, today is a real battle. In the future, Senju Nwake will also be his teammate. There is no need to make the relationship too stiff. It is necessary to let him perform in this team assessment battle. I can still block a clone. Confidently puffing up his chest, Senju Nwake said that this task can be done. He really can't deal with his sister, but if it's just a clone, it won't be a big problem. Kid, I won't show mercy. After 10 minutes, Senju Tsunade didn't say much nonsense, and rushed over quickly with the instant body technique. At the same time, Shimura Gento's reaction was not slow, picking up the prepared golden bow and drawing the bow and arrow. Swoosh! The steel arrow was shot out with a sharp whistling sound, extremely fast and with amazing impact force. Ding! Tsunade did not dodging, holding a kunao to meet the enemy, the huge force made the fast-moving figure stop. And it was this pause that gave Shimura Gentoi the opportunity to take arrows from the quiver with chakra lines, and his arms continuously pulled the bow, shooting 3 arrows almost every second, almost turning into a human machine gun. In order to make up for the lack of long-range attack methods caused by his lack of ninjutsu, he has been practicing archery in recent years. Coupled with the strong dynamic vision he has trained, he can hit the target within 100 meters, especially in terms of shooting speed, which is quite amazing. Although it can't reach the shooting speed of several hundred rounds per second of the cautious hero, it is not weak. This little pervert. Cursing secretly, Tsunade could only wave the kunao with both hands to block the arrows. Shimura Gentoi's shooting frequency was too fast, so she couldn't find a chance to use the instant body technique to quickly advance, and could only run and dodge with her own speed. Suddenly, an arrow was dodged by Tsunade, and it flew out quickly, shooting towards the direction where the second-year elite class students were watching the battle. The class leader hurriedly took out a kunao to intercept, but the huge force carried by the arrow pushed his whole body against the kunao and knocked him out. He spit out a mouthful of blood while his body was still in the air, splashing on many students. I feel that this place seems unsafe. Wiping the blood off his cheek, Narashikaku said in horror, and Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza beside him nodded in agreement. You have to know that their class leader is an elite chunin. Although he was caught off guard just now, it was too much to be hit by an arrow and spit blood. This shows how brutal the force carried by those arrows is. If they really get hit by their small bodies, they will definitely die. Fortunately, an Anbu ninja soon came with the instant body technique to provide protection for the students of the elite classes of each grade. This battle lasted for half a minute, and Tsunade suddenly jumped back and raised her hand to make a seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. 10 figures appeared beside him, quickly dispersed to surround the 3 people, and then rushed forward quickly with kunao, while the main body stayed where it was and raised its hand to make a seal again. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A dragon head formed by flames rushed out, and the scorching heat caused the nearby air to be violently distorted. Glancing at the shadow clones rushing around, Shimura Gentoi instructed the 2 people behind him. You go deal with the 2 shadow clones behind, don't leave my 10-meter range. Senjunaways and the other person said nothing, each holding a kunao to meet Tsunade's shadow clone rushing from behind. As for Shimura Gentoi, he bent his bow and drew his arrow again, shooting at the 8 shadow clones on both sides and in front, while his eyes were still fixed on the fire dragon head in front and the figure behind the fire dragon head. Fire style cannot be resisted with bows and arrows, so you can only wait until it gets close before dealing with it. When the fire dragon came within 1 meter of him, Shimura Gentoi controlled the left wing behind him with chakra lines to fan out. Under the principle of leverage, 3 tons of force exploded, and with the influence of the sealing crystal, the dragon fire technique was extinguished. When the flames faded, Shimura Gentoi still stared at Tsunade opposite him, but he saw a playful smile on the corner of the other's lips, and then his body turned into a ball of mist and exploded. 19. End of Chapter 19. Warm-up. Shadow Clone. With a jump in his heart, Shimura Gentoi hurriedly paid attention to the shadow clones of Tsunade around him and quickly bent his bow and drew his arrow. 4 shadow clones were killed with bows and arrows before, and there were 6 left. Senjunawaki and Hinata Suzune had to deal with 2 of them, and there were 4 left. If it was just a simple shadow clone, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key is that Tsunade's real body is hidden in it. Unfortunately, even Hyaga's Byakugan couldn't see through the shadow clone, so it was passive now. Little pervert, take my punch. Tsunade pushed away a steel arrow with a fierce look on her face, used the instant body technique to instantly cross more than 10 meters, clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, and smashed it down hard. Not daring to neglect, Shimura Gentoi threw down his war bow, picked up the big shield to block, and took this violent punch with the force discharging technique trained by hitting the iron ball. His body was slightly bent like a spring, and when Tsunade's punch was exhausted, he suddenly bounced up and pushed it back a step. Interesting. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she saw the mystery of this technique, and she became interested. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, not everyone can take it. This kid is pretty good. He took a step back, adjusted the chakra that had just been affected by the radiation of the crystal seal on the shield, and then punched again. His fist hit the shield hard, but strangely, it didn't make much noise, because most of the power was removed by Shimura Gentoi. However, he did not simply passively defend, but controlled the wings behind him to attack continuously, and at the same time controlled the chakra line to wrap around Tsunade. Earth Escapee Hardening Technique. Tsunade took the time to raise her hand to form a seal and perform the Earth Escape Hardening Technique, hardening her skin like steel. With the hardened body and strange strength technique, she forcibly broke the chakra thread that was wrapped around her. This violent woman. Sensing all the broken chakra threads, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but complain. This woman's strength is seriously foul. Nice force-releasing technique. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands also became interested. As a master of physical skills, he could naturally see the exquisiteness of Shimura Gentoi's force-releasing technique. Although the principle is simple, if you want to do it, you must have a high degree of control over your body, and this kind of control cannot be cultivated overnight. Senju on the side, Cheng Shui and the others were also more interested, and their evaluation of the Shimura family was improved again. They did not think that this exquisite force discharging technique was created by Shimura Xianding himself, but must be the result of the hard work of the Shimura family. I underestimated the Shimura family before. Your battle suit is too awesome. After hitting 13 punches in a row, Tsunade had to withdraw and retreat violently to calm the chakra that was about to go out of control in her body. Although the influence of the sealing crystal on the shadow-level strongman will be reduced a lot, it still has an effect. It doesn't matter for a short time, but once the time is too long, the chakra will still go out of control and even run away. It's too disadvantageous to play close combat with this kid. But this thing is almost immune to ninjutsu, which is simply the nemesis of their ninjas. Only she is proficient in physical skills and can deal with it. If it were Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the ninjutsu-type ninjas, they would definitely not be able to do anything with this thing in a short time. Earth Escapee Yellow Spring Swamp. Without delay, after calming down the chakra in his body, he raised his hand again to make a seal. A huge amount of chakra surged out, turning the ground within a range of 30 meters in front into a swamp, and quickly swallowed Shimura Gendo. Even with the skill of treading water, he could not stabilize his body. I knew this kind of ninjutsu was difficult to restrain. Looking at the body sinking quickly into the swamp, Shimura Gendo complained helplessly, and then controlled the venom suit to spread up, wrapping the whole head inside, and took a deep breath at the same time, and finally assembled the helmet. Earth Escapee Rock Transformation Technique. Sensing Shimura Gendo sinking to the bottom of the swamp, Tsunade smiled maliciously, raised her hand again to make a seal, and a huge amount of chakra surged out, hardening the swamp into rock. Has that kid offended Tsunade? Looking at this ruthless operation of digging a pit and burying people, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the game, couldn't help but look at Senju Orange Water beside him, feeling that this assessment was a bit cruel. No matter how you look at it, Tsunade seems to want to kill that guy. I think so. Rubbing his chin, Senju Orange Water couldn't understand his niece's actions. It was just an assessment. Was it so cruel? Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were shocked, but also the elite students of various grades who were watching the game from the outside were frightened. Minato, will we have to undergo this kind of assessment from the team leader after graduation? Pharmacist Nono Yu from the first-year freshman class had a pale face and was extremely worried about his future. Could it be that he would die in the assessment of the team leader before he became a real ninja after graduation? I think so. Swallowing his saliva, Namikaze Minato also felt his scalp numb. Is this really just an assessment? Hey! Tsunade on the playground looked down as if she had sensed something, and sensed that Shimura Gendo was not suffocating, but rising rapidly. After a while, a sword pierced through the hard rock, and after a while, it chopped the rock into pieces. Then a figure jumped out from the ground. It was Shimura Gendo. But at this moment, Shimura Gendo had a big sword in his right hand. The sword was 2 palms wide and 1.8 meters long. It was this big sword that chopped the rock just now. It was obviously a rare weapon. Shimura Gendo, who was slightly panting, bit a secret soldier pill and swallowed it to quickly restore the chakra in his body. Although the speed technique and the power technique themselves consumed little chakra, he had no choice but to consume too little chakra. Most of it had been consumed in a short while. Kid, I'll be serious next time. With a serious expression, Tsunade became more serious. Although she still hated this little pervert, she recognized his strength. Even if it was mostly with the help of that battle suit, it was a trick, but in the world of ninja, it was also a strength. She took out a sealed scroll from the bag of ninja tools behind her, unsealed it, and a sword taller than her whole body appeared. That sword! Senju Orange Water, who was watching the battle, was stunned. He did know that Tsunade went to the family's treasure house yesterday, but he didn't expect that girl to take out this samurai sword. That's the sword of the first generation. Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt more and more that there was a story between Tsunade and the kid, otherwise how could he spend so much money? It is indeed the sword of my uncle. Nodding, Senju Orange Water did not deny it, and at the same time wondered why Tsunade would not hesitate to take out the relic of my uncle. Did that girl really have something with the kid of the Shimura family that they didn't know about? For a while, the gossip fire in the hearts of the two people burned fiercely, and they really wanted to know what happened between the two masters and apprentices. Bang! He smashed the lower end of the shield into the ground, unfastened the many buckles on the shield, removed the outer shield, and revealed the inner shield, which was much smaller than the inner one, held in his hand like a large arm shield. He designed this inner shield specifically for fighting with the great sword in his hand. After all, the outer shield was too thick and huge. It was okay to use it for defense, but it would become a burden if he took the initiative to attack. It would be much better to use this inner shield with a diameter of only 60 centimeters, and it would be lighter. It weighed only 108 kilograms, which was the same as the great sword in his right hand. Teacher Tsunade, let's stop warming up here. Next, we have to get serious. But these words made many young people in the ninja school who were watching the battle outside feel confused and shocked. What? That was just a warm-up. That's just a warm-up, what's a real fight like? Is that guy really under 13? Exclamations came one after another. In their opinion, even the Chunin exam would be nothing more than this. Who would have thought that the fierce battle just now was it was a warm-up. But everyone later noticed that Tsunade's clothes were spotless, her breathing was steady, and she didn't sweat. This look probably didn't even count as a warm-up. I can only say that she is indeed worthy of being Tsunade. Without further ado, Shimura Gentoi connected the heavy outer shield with 10 chakra lines, swung it a few times like a slingshot, and then swung it towards Tsunade. Of course, because it was a swing, the angle would not be too accurate, so it could only be roughly aimed, and in the end Tsunade slightly sideways dodged it. But behind her was the elite class of the second grade. Looking at the huge shield that was swinging at a high speed, the Anbu ninja hurriedly formed a seal and finally slapped the ground hard. Earth escapee earth flow wall. A rock wall quickly rose up to block the flying shield. But the outer shield weighed nearly a ton, and with the potential energy accumulated by the rapid swing, the impact force it carried was quite amazing, and the radiation effect of the sealing crystal also made the destructive power quite amazing. Bang! It smashed the hard rock wall directly, and finally hit the Anbu ninja hard, knocking him out, and his body spurted out a large mouthful of blood while in mid-air. I feel like we can't stay here anymore. After wiping off the blood that splashed on his face again, Narashikaku suggested, and was unanimously agreed by Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. There was no way. Their class teacher was knocked down by an arrow before, and now even the Anbu ninja was knocked down. There was really no sense of security here. At the same time, after throwing out the outer shield, Shimura Gentoi used all his strength to operate the Divine Power technique and the Divine Speed a Euro technique at the cost of chakra, and rushed over quickly with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Tsunade picked up the huge samurai sword and slashed it fiercely, with the blessing of the strange power technique. The power was extremely fierce. Ding! This time was different from the previous one. The huge blade collided with the inner shield, and the fierce force could only remove part of it, producing a violent collision sound, which shocked Shimura Gento's whole body. At the same time, the big sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning, pointing directly at Tsunade's chest and abdomen. This is not over yet. With his mind divided into 4 parts, the wings behind him flapped out at the same time. Tsunade turned around to avoid the sword tip, and at the same time swung the sword to push away the flapping wings. To be honest, she did not take the power of the wings seriously, but this thing was also mixed with a lot of sealing crystals. Once it was close to half a meter of her body, it would affect the chakra in her body. If it was really affected, there would be no way to fight. The two of them started a fierce confrontation. Tsunade's swordsmanship was inherited from the Senju family, and was perfected by Senju Hashirama, which was fierce and domineering. Shimura Gento is not bad either. His swordsmanship is mainly inherited from the Shimura family. It is fierce and swift. In addition, he has been honed in actual combat with Keiko's clone in the Black Cauldron space in recent years, which makes him even more fierce. With the cooperation of the two wings, he can barely fight back and forth with Tsunade. Of course, this is mainly because Tsunade did not use her full strength, at least she did not burst out the combat power of the cage level, otherwise she could have directly decided the outcome with one blow. The strength of a cage level strongman cannot be resisted by a single set of battle clothes. Even if this set of battle clothes cannot be broken, the powerful force is enough to shock Shimura Gento to death. However, this is just an assessment after all. Tsunade also has her own pride. Although she wants to kill this little pervert, she will never use the power of the cage level in this assessment, and even maintain her combat power at the level of her previous special ninja. 20. Chapter 20 Passive version of the heart-piercing dragon claw hand. Ding ding ding. The dull sound of metal clashing continued to stir. The fierce battle between the two made the elite students of all grades dazzled. Although it was difficult to keep up with the speed of the two, they still shouted that it was exciting. Compared with those ninjutsu-type ninjas with gorgeous ninjutsu, this kind of simple physical ninjutsu type ninja confrontation is more exciting. The most important thing is that the guy's battlesuit is too handsome. I really want to have one too. Of course, as the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. Many elite personnel from the ninja clan have vaguely seen some mysteries. That guy seems to be fighting with his mind divided into 4 parts. The single Megatama in Uchiha Mikato's beautiful eyes slowly rotated. With the help of the powerful dynamic vision given by the Sharingan, she could barely see the fight between the two, and also saw Shimura Gentoi's fighting method, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Well, he at least managed to divide his mind into 4 parts. Nodding, the Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes also slowly rotated, and he saw more clearly than Uchiha Mikato. At least. Turning his head and casting a puzzled look, Uchiha Mikato didn't quite understand this word. What does at least mean? While continuing to watch the two people fighting, Uchiha Fugaku explained, his shield defense, sword stab, and wings are all different, and the control and coordination are very exquisite and perfect. In addition, there are chakra lines spreading out to slightly affect Tsunade's actions, but the application of chakra lines is rougher. Obviously, he can only do the fine control of the mind now, and he is not good at more. As the first genius of the young generation of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Fugaku's eyesight is naturally not bad, coupled with the powerful dynamic vision of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he can see Shimura Gentoi's combat status clearly. But the doubts in his heart are getting deeper and deeper. How did that kid cultivate such physical fitness? He is very clear about the weight of that gorgeous battlesuit. The pressure of wearing a 1-ton battlesuit can be imagined. Even a physical skill type Chunin will feel strenuous to wear it, let alone fighting. But the boy was able to fight freely. Although there were no big movements, most of the time he just used his arms, it was also amazing. Although the ninjutsu similar to the strange power technique can enhance physical strength, no matter how much it is enhanced, it is based on physical fitness. Obviously, the boy's physical fitness is very strong, but according to the information he got, the other party is only 2 months away from turning 13. At such a young age, he has cultivated such a strong physical fitness, which feels no worse than him. How did the boy do it? Not only Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the stands were also very puzzled. Does the boy have the bloodline of your Senju family? Uchiha Yunyi couldn't help asking. This kind of physical fitness doesn't look like a person from the Shimura family. Instead, it is more like a Senju family. And it is rare in the Senju family to cultivate such physical fitness before the age of 13. Qian Shao Orange Water didn't speak, but frowned slightly, thinking about this possibility. He was very sure that Shimura Gento was definitely not his family, but he could not be sure whether he had the Senju bloodline. After all, there were many precedents of women marrying out of their family. It was possible that the ancestors of the Shimura family had married women from their Senju family and passed down this bloodline. Thinking of this, Senju Orange Water looked at Shimura Gento with a more kind look, and even wondered in his heart whether he should find an opportunity to let the boy recognize his ancestors and see if there was a chance to get the set of ninjutsu. In addition, Senju Orange Water was very puzzled as to how Shimura Gento had such rich combat experience, as if he had gone through countless fights. Under the gaze of everyone, the battle between Shimura Gento and Tsunade lasted for a full minute. After such a long time, although Shimura Gento swallowed the secret food pill, the chakra in his body had been basically exhausted. Tsunade-sensei, I give up. He quickly put down the sword in his hand, raised his palm to show his surrender, and panted violently, and his muscles and bones were sore and twitching all over. He had reached his limit. But suddenly the scene was quiet, and everyone stared at the two people on the playground in disbelief, and Shimura Gento also felt something was wrong. Feeling the touch on his palm, he pinched it subconsciously. The familiar touch made him look up suddenly and found that his palm was just on Tsunade's heart. If the other party was a man, it would not matter, but she was a woman, which was very taboo, especially in such a public place. Gulp. Sensing the murderous gaze, Shimura Gento swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. Tsunade-sensei, this is an accident, you have to believe me. I don't believe you. The thin blue veins on the fair forehead jumped, and Tsunade, who was furious, immediately punched down and hit the inner shield that Shimura Gento raised in a hurry. Ding! The deafening sound of metal collisions resounded, and Tsunade's punch almost dented the inner shield, and then the huge force was transmitted, not only smashing Shimura Gento's entire body into the ground, but also shattering the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. This shows how terrible this punch is. Lady Tsunade is so scary. Too violent? Is that really a woman? No wonder she doesn't have a boyfriend at this age. The ninja school students outside the playground all turned pale after seeing this scene. Will they have to go through this kind of assessment from their team leader after graduation? Tsunade, you are too reckless. The first to arrive, Senju Orange Water, glared at her niece, and immediately wanted to pull out Shimura Gentoi, who was smashed into the ground. Thinking of the boy's bad battle suit, she couldn't help but stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who followed closely were also very hesitant. In the end, they found some tough steel wire ropes and pulled Shimura Gentoi out. It's good that he didn't die. Tsunade sensed it a little, and when she saw that Shimura Gentoi was not dead, she said a harsh word, and she was very angry. She had never expected that Shimura Gentoi would raise his hand to admit defeat. It was almost like she had hit her chest against that guy's palm. It was really embarrassing. The most hateful thing was that the little pervert pinched him. How could she bear it? Just as she was about to leave, her ankle was suddenly entangled by a chakra thread, and then a weak voice came. Teacher Tsunade, I think I can still be rescued. After saying this with difficulty, Shimura Gentoi could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He was now quite miserable. Most of his bones were broken by that punch, especially his arms holding the shield were almost comminuted fractures. If Tsunade did not take action with this injury, he would have to lie in bed for at least a year and a half, and it was not clear whether there would be any sequelae. Humph! You'd better die in peace. With a cold snort, Tsunade did not intend to treat the little pervert's injury. Did he really think she had no temper? 10 million ryo. The voice that came again made Tsunade pause, but she still walked away firmly. 100 million ryo. I will make sure you recover within a week. Turning around, Tsunade promised with a smile. She really couldn't refuse the sky-high reward of 100 million ryo. I pound a superscript 3 I pound I 1/4. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were speechless. They didn't expect Tsunade to have such a shameless side. It was really shocking. Tsunade was in no mood to pay attention to the strange looks of the crowd. She glanced at Shimura Gentoi with her beautiful eyes and frowned. How do you take off this suit? Medical ninjutsu is also used by Cha. If you don't take off this suit, there's no way to treat him, and it's even difficult to get close to him. After just looking at it for a while, I didn't find any buckles. Ka ka ka. A slight snapping sound was heard, and the buckles inside were untied by Shimura Gentoi with chakra threads, and the armor on his body trembled slightly. Tsunade, who understood, used the huge samurai sword to pick up the outer armor one by one, and then pulled Shimura Gentoi's entire body out from the untied inner armor. Kid, you have a pretty good figure. Tsunade couldn't help but joked after looking at Shimura Gentoi, who was wrapped in a layer of venom suit. I didn't notice it last time in the hot spring bathhouse, but now it seems that this kid has a perfect figure, strong but not bloated, and every muscle line is perfect. Shimura Gentoi controlled the venom suit on his skin to shrink and attach to his back, revealing his miserable body, especially his arms, which were as soft as noodles, and it was obvious that the arm bones inside had been completely shattered. Tsunade, who burst out with all her strength, was indeed extraordinary. What is this again? Sarutobi Hiruzen became interested in Shimura Gentoi's venom suit and vaguely guessed the function of this thing. Hurry up and take Xianding to the hospital. At this time, Shimura Keiko came with several members of the Shimura family, and carefully carried Shimura Gentoi to Konoha Hospital on a stretcher they brought with them, ready for rescue. She had expected that today's assessment would not be easy, and prepared a stretcher in advance. Tsunade naturally followed quickly. After all, it was a big order of 100 million taels. Are novels really that profitable? Stroking his chin, Senju Orange Water wondered if he should also find a few writers to write novels. Just now, Shimura Gentoi's 100 million taels of tycoon aura shocked him deeply. Although their Senju family was rich and powerful and didn't lack that little money, it belonged to the entire family, and he, as the patriarch, didn't have much private property to use. And Shimura Gentoi threw out 100 million taels without blinking an eye, and this tycoon aura made him jealous. Not only Senju Orange Water had this idea, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also had this idea. Although ninjas were paid for missions, they also spent a lot of money. The expenses of various ninja tools and medicines were quite exaggerated. Moreover, more than 90% of the wealth in the world was in the hands of those nobles and wealthy merchants. In terms of wealth, the liquid funds of all the ninjas in Konoha added up to less than the treasury of a great noble in the daimyo's mansion. After all, although ninjas made money, they also spent a lot of money, and it was difficult to have too much savings. In this way, being a ninja seemed to be really unprofitable. Several people looked at each other, and went to the Hokage's office in tacit understanding, ready to discuss how to make money, to see if they could come up with a 5-year plan as soon as possible. The few Shimura clansmen who stayed behind pushed the cart, and used the hooks that had been prepared long ago to hook the parts of Shimura Suinding's suit onto the cart one by one, and even dragged back the outer shield that had been thrown out before, ready to take them all back to the family. After all, these things are very expensive, so they naturally cannot be left outside. "Uncle, let me try." At this time, Uchiha Mikoto walked quickly and asked the Shimura clansman who was dragging the heavy outer shield. She wanted to use this to see how big the gap was with that bastard guy. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto, the Shimura clansman was silent for a while, and handed over the nearly 2-meter-long iron hook in his hand. Taking the iron hook, Uchiha Mikoto pulled hard, but the outer shield did not move at all, and then used the chakra in his body to bless his body strength and force again. The outer shield did move, but it only swayed slightly, which shocked and disappointed her. "Don't be discouraged. Your talent lies in ninjutsu and illusion, and you are only 9 years old this year, your body is far from mature. Besides, the boy hardly raised the shield during the previous battle, and the lower end of the shield was stuck on the ground. Obviously, he couldn't use it freely." Uchiha Fugaku, who was following behind, comforted him. He saw the previous battle very clearly, and naturally saw that even Shimura Gentoi couldn't really use the shield, which was equivalent to taking a shortcut. "Mikoto." At this time, Senju Noeki and Hyaga Suzuan, who had dealt with Tsunade's shadow clone, came in a panic. After seeing Uchiha Mikoto, Senju Noeki excitedly greeted her, and behind Hyaga Suzuan followed 2 white-eyed boys. Seeing the Byakugan boy who was not wearing the Konoha forward protector, Uchiha Fugaku stared at him intently, and even his 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. 21. Chapter 21 Super Hardcore Teacher. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's 3 Magatama Sharingan appear, Hyaga Hayashi opened his Byakugan and stared at him without showing any weakness. Their Hyaga family and Uchiha family are sworn enemies. They experienced a fierce war at the end of the Warring States period. Even their Hyaga family was almost crippled by Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha family. He has not forgotten this blood feud. Similarly, Uchiha Fugaku has no good feelings towards the Hyaga clan. What a pity! Putting away his Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze to Hyaga Hayashi, who had been wearing the Konoha forward protector, and sighed with regret. He has always kept an eye on the leading figures of this generation of the Hyaga family. He knows very well that in terms of talent and strength, Hyaga Hisashi, as the younger brother, is stronger. Unfortunately, he was branded with the caged bird curse seal, which not only made the Byakugan flawed and damaged his potential, but also hit his spirit a lot. This person is useless. In the future, he can only become an elite jonin at most, there is no possibility of becoming a Quasi-Kage. As for Hyaga Hayashi, hee. With a disdainful sneer, Uchiha Fugaku took Uchiha Mikoto away. Hyaga Hayashi is indeed not bad, but at most he can grow to the Quasi-Kage level, and there is no possibility of becoming a real Kage level strongman. He doesn't take this kind of stuff seriously. The Hyaga family is destined to be trampled under the feet of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's disdainful sneer before leaving made Hyaga Hayashi's face pale, and the meridians in the corners of his eyes that appeared because of the opening of the white eyes were throbbing. Uchiha people really deserve to die. What a fart! Staring at Uchiha Fugaku's back, Senju Noeki muttered dissatisfiedly, and then looked at the Shimura clan member who picked up the iron hook. "Uncle, let me try it too." After another silence, the Shimura clan member handed the 2-meter-long iron hook in his hand to Senju Noeki. Senju Noeki, who has been specializing in physical training in recent years, has a good physical fitness. With the blessing of chakra, he can drag the heavy outer shield, but it is just dragging. It is impossible to pick it up, not to mention that the radiation of the ceiling crystal makes it difficult for him to get close. Then the elite class students of each grade also stepped forward to try, and had a further understanding of Shimura Gendo's strength. "Dingzuo, can you have his strength when you are 13 years old?" Squatting on the ground and looking at the heavy outer shield, Narashikaku asked, "This kind of physical fitness is really amazing. If I am 13 years old, I should not be worse than him, but I am only weak in strength." I am not as good as him in flexibility and speed. If I use the multiplication technique, my strength can crush him. Akimichi Dingzuo, chewing beef jerky, replied, saying that he will have this kind of strength when he is almost 13 years old, and even stronger after using the multiplication technique. You should know that the oversized steel axe that Uncle Akimichi Tofu built for the super multiplication technique weighs dozens of tons, and it is the best in the ninja world in terms of physical strength alone. Of course, this is only in terms of strength, and it is much worse in terms of speed and agility. How did he adapt to this thing? Narashikaku thought of another question. He just tried it, and the chakra in his body began to go out of control after getting half a meter close to this thing. If he hadn't retreated in time, the chakra would have gone out of control. That's not a joke. So the question is, how did that guy adapt to the sealed crystal radiation? Others were also thinking about this question. If it was just a set of armor and shield, it would be nothing. I heard that the samurai of the Iron Country often did this. But once it was paired with a sealed crystal, it would be completely different, becoming a being that was almost immune to ninjutsu. Shimura Gento naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. He was now receiving treatment from Tsunade, and there were several doctors around to assist. The doctors from Konoha Hospital were responsible for the fractures of other parts of the body, while Tsunade focused on the comminuted fracture of the arm and the damaged internal organs. It must be said that Tsunade, who possesses the body of the Thousand Hands Sage, is indeed gifted in medical ninjutsu. With the help of the powerful Yang release chakra, the broken arm bones of both arms healed in just 1 hour. Next, they only need to continue to nourish, and there will be no problem in healing in a week. Little pervert, the hardness of your bones is very abnormal. Tsunade took a piece of broken bone the size of a fingernail and looked at it carefully, and even pinched it with her hands. She was more curious about this cheap disciple. The hardness of this kind of bone is very abnormal, and the calcium inside is far more than that of ordinary people, and it is not worse than that of the physical training type ninja who has refined physical training. The most important thing is that the density of this kind of bone is very uniform, and even the density and strength of the bones all over the body are almost the same, which is very abnormal. Looking at the broken bones that were being tortured in various ways by Tsunade, Shimura Gendo felt that he was not feeling well. That piece of broken bone was naturally his. He could have gathered it back, but this woman took it out for research. Are all the teachers leading the team so hardcore and cruel these days? That is the bone forging secret technique among the physical training techniques developed by our Shimura family. It can enhance bone density, thereby improving bone strength, toughness, and other characteristics. Physical training techniques? You really have a complete set of physical training secret techniques. Tsunade had an expression of as expected. When she treated Shimura Gendo's injuries before, she conducted a detailed examination of him and found that this kid's body was far superior to ordinary people in all aspects, and even his internal organs were very powerful. But his vitality was very ordinary, and it was certain that he did not have the blood of the immortal body of their Senjua family. After all, the essence of the immortal body of their Senjua family is strong vitality. Only with strong vitality can one develop strong physical fitness. In this way, this kid's physical fitness is not innate, but cultivated through acquired efforts. This shows that the Shimura family's set of physical training is so powerful that it can almost mass-produce physical training type chunin. This has reached the strategic level and is of great significance. Of course, although she was jealous of this set of physical training, Tsunade did not speak again. The inheritance of secret techniques is the foundation of the ninja clan. In this regard, even the Hokage has no right to seize other people's secret techniques, so she will naturally not violate this taboo. Moreover, the current Shimura family is not weak. Shimura Danzo is the second in command of the village, and he advances and retreats with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. No one will touch this bad luck. Tsunade teacher, I plan to take this opportunity to deepen the practice of physical training. Please cooperate with medical ninjutsu. Seeing that Tsunade actually held back and didn't ask, Shimura Xianding looked up to her and immediately said that he wanted to practice physical training, further tempting her. Don't look at the original work. Tsunade passed on the yin sealing strange power technique and other family secrets to Harano Sakura, but the Senjua family had already declined or even died at that time, so there was no need to worry about anything else. But now the Senjua family is at its peak. Even if it is not as strong as when Hashirama Senjua and Tobirama Senjua were alive, it is also extremely powerful and can be called the first powerful family in the ninja world. Even the Uchiha family is suppressed. So at this stage, if you want to learn the secrets of the Senju family such as super strength from Tsunade, you have to use some means. This is not in the task of healing your wounds. Although she was very tempted by this proposal and could take this opportunity to glimpse the secrets of the Shimura family's physical fitness secrets, Tsunade-ji is a person with professional ethics and never does anything outside of the task. Unless you add money. 10 million ryo. Shimura Gento, who had long seen through the essence of this teacher, showed his local tyrant domineering without hesitation, which deeply shocked Tsunade again. How should I cooperate? Tsunade said with a smile as her face changed. Can't you have some moral integrity? Jiraiya, who was lying on the bed next to him, couldn't help but complain. He felt that Tsunade, this woman, was lowering the status of their three-person team. You are also qualified to say the word moral integrity. Give him a contemptuous look. Tsunade had long been unhappy with this big pervert. You three have no moral integrity. Shimura Xianding secretly complained. In Naruto, these three people are representatives of no moral integrity. They are deeply trapped in the road of pornography, gambling, and drugs, and can be called the shame of Konoha. Xianding, if you want to cooperate in practicing the secret technique of strengthening the body, I think I can help. At this time, a handsome young man with long black hair walked into the ward. His pair of golden snake eyes were full of heat, as if he saw the love of his heart. Who else can be such a perverted person except Orochimaru? A_A. Are you sure you just want to lend a hand, not slice me up for research? He complained silently, but Shimura Gentoi did not show it. He said happily, it would be better if Senior Orochimaru could help me. You keep infusing me with yang escape chakra and let it flow along my chakra line. With a simple instruction, Shimura Gentoi quickened his breathing, and his throat produced a series of thunderous sounds, which was the core of the physical training technique, tiger and leopard thunder sound. The complex sound waves stirred in the body, and cooperated with the chakra to temper the whole body, including bones, tendons, muscles, membranes, bones, bone marrow, internal organs, meridians, acupuncture points, etc., and even neural networks. This tempering method opened the eyes of Orochimaru and Tsunade. It was the first time they saw such a magical training method. In fact, Shimura Gentoi's inspiration for creating this Soundwave physical training technique came from the martial arts novels he had read in his previous life, which mentioned tiger and leopard thunder sound and hung ha 2 sounds. It is unclear whether there is such a magical martial art in reality, but Shimura Gento knows that 3 types of sound waves can produce resonance reactions with different objects. Infrasound waves can better resonate with soft substances, and it is perfect for tempering muscles, membranes, and internal organs. Ultrasonic waves can better resonate with solids, which is just right for tempering bones. Combined with the human body's ability to adapt and evolve slightly, we have the current bodybuilding secret technique. Of course, all of this is based on chakra. If there is no chakra to cooperate, it will definitely be a death sentence, and it must be done slowly. He practiced bodybuilding techniques for several years, which is comparable to the physical fitness of Xiao Li in the original work during the Chunin exam. Although Xiao Li seems to be not very good, you should know that in the death forest of the second level of the Chunin exam, Xiao Li pulled out a tree root with a diameter of more than 1 meter from the ground with one hand to resist the enemy's attack. And at that time, Xiao Li did not use the 8 gates of Dunjia, and used pure physical strength. It is conceivable how strong that strength is, and it is definitely measured in tons. The weight he threw before fighting Gaara even created 2 large pits on the ground, splashing dust several meters high and causing the entire indoor battlefield to vibrate. The weight was definitely tons. That means he can't beat Li of the 5 gates during the Chunin exams. After all, the 8 gates enhancement of physical skills is too abnormal, far beyond the reach of his current divine power and speed skills. This training lasted for a full hour before it stopped. Tsunade wiped the sweat from her head and said seriously, "Kid, you're too messy. This kind of training is extremely harmful to the body and the gains are not worth the losses. This way of strengthening the body is indeed very costly." Orochimaru on the other side nodded in agreement, and his interest in the Shimura family's set of physical training was greatly reduced. If it is such a training method that requires a huge price, its value will be greatly reduced. After all, there are many similar methods. Compared with this set of physical training of the Shimura family, there is nothing outstanding. What happened again? Jiraiya, who had been silent all this time, saw that his 2 friends looked solemn, and asked worriedly, probably guessing that there might be something wrong with the strengthening technique used by Shimura Gentoi. 22. Chapter 22 Investing in Immortal Technique Training. Faced with Jiraiya's question, Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention, but Orochimaru spoke up to give an answer. Our bodies have certain adaptive evolutionary characteristics. For example, muscles and bones will become stronger after suffering certain damage. Because of this, some physical training ninjas often perform overload training, including weight training. But this kind of enhancement will inevitably leave many hidden injuries that are difficult to repair. Even the Senju family with strong vitality can only reduce this damage, but cannot completely eliminate it. If it happens once or twice, it doesn't matter, but if it happens too many times, it is easy to cause disability, or even sudden death, which is equivalent to overdrawing the body. Xianding. This explanation is very simple and straightforward. Jiraiya naturally understood it, and looked at Shimura Xianding seriously. He admired this cheap disciple very much, and naturally would not watch him go astray. But Shimura Xianding nodded without changing his expression to show his agreement with this statement, and even gave a more detailed explanation. Senior Orochimaru is right. Our muscles are composed of muscle fibers. The number and scale of these muscle fibers are innate, but these muscle fibers can be thickened through exercise. During the overload exercise process, these muscle fibers will suffer serious damage, and they will become thicker after repair and healing. In addition, muscles contain myoglobin, which is the place where our human body breathes and stores oxygen. After exercise, myoglobin will increase greatly, thereby increasing the number of open capillaries in the muscles that transport and supply oxygen. The combined effect of the two will make the muscles fuller and stronger. At the same time, a large amount of protein needs to be supplemented during exercise, which can better repair damaged muscle fibers. With a certain amount of training, the muscles will become stronger and stronger after continuous circulation. The strengthening of bones is similar. After repeated damage, our body will automatically increase the calcium structure, the bones will become denser, harder, and the tolerance will also increase, but this has nothing to do with our Shimura family's physical strengthening technique. Our Shimura family's physical strengthening technique is not so extreme, nor so quick and effective. It requires years of practice to train this physical strengthening technique into the body's instinct and strengthen the body 24 hours a day. Maybe it can only be improved a little bit a day, but the accumulation will be considerable, and it will hardly cause damage to the body. Even if it does, it will slowly repair. If I hadn't been seriously injured by teacher Tsunade this time, I would not have taken the opportunity to deepen my practice. After all, I have been seriously injured, and I can't waste this opportunity. Only by explaining it clearly can the effectiveness and value of this set of physical strengthening techniques be fully demonstrated, and then it can be used as a bargaining chip to obtain more benefits. Is that so? Looking at Tsunade suspiciously, Jiraiya didn't know much about this, but it sounded reasonable. Ahem, you take good care of yourself, I'll come to assist you in your training tomorrow. With a dry cough, Tsunade quickly left the ward. It's not nice for a teacher like me to send a student to the hospital. Although there are reasons, it's my own fault after all. Tsunade teacher, how much strength did you use in that last punch? Seeing that Tsunade was about to leave the ward, Shimura Gentoi asked. He wanted to know how big the gap was between him and Tsunade. About 30%, equivalent to a punch I used when I was an elite jonin. After a casual reply, Tsunade quickly left the ward. It's quite discouraging. With a bitter smile, Shimura-san knew that he was still a long way from being a real strong man. Even if he put on that battle suit, he could still be beaten to death. At most, he could fight with ordinary jonin. But it was also very good. After all, he was less than 13 years old and had a lot of room for growth. Is it an improvement that accumulates little by little? Orochimaru on the side was thoughtful and regained his interest. Although he didn't like this kind of gradual and slow training method, it didn't prevent him from being interested in it. If he could get it and study it, it would definitely be of great help to himself. Orochimaru. Seeing that the fire in his friend's eyes was getting stronger and stronger, Jiraiya warned. This kind of secret technique must be the foundation of the Shimura family. It is impossible to leak it. If Orochimaru really wants to do it, Shimura Danzo will definitely kill him, and then there will be chaos in the village. This taboo must not be touched, even by Orochimaru. Xianding Jun, have a good rest. I will come again tomorrow. The golden snake pupils regained clarity. Orochimaru licked his lips, said he would come on time tomorrow, and turned to leave. He also understood that he must not use any means to obtain the ninja clan's inherited secrets, otherwise even the teacher might not be able to protect him. However, he could use this opportunity to peek into some of the secrets of the boy's bodybuilding techniques. Although this was a bit of a gray area, it was not a big problem. You shouldn't let them help you practice the bodybuilding secrets. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Jiraiya looked worried about this cheap disciple. He knew very well that this disciple had a very ordinary relationship with his father, Shimura Denzo, and even heard that the two had a conflict. If the bodybuilding secret technique is leaked today, he will definitely be punished. With Shimura Denzo's cold and vicious temperament, who knows how he will punish Shimura Gendo. Thank you for your concern, Jiraiya, but it doesn't matter. This was originally instructed by my father. Shimura Gendo naturally passed the blame to his father and smiled in return. Although he was very afraid of the big toad sage in Myaboku Mountain, he had a good impression of Jiraiya. Denzo instructed. Jiraiya widened his eyes and didn't understand what he said. Is Shimura Denzo so generous? After all, our Shimura family's foundation is limited. We have reached our own limit in the current stage of deducing the body strengthening secret technique. We need more knowledge and information to further deduce it. He spoke helplessly, and this time he was really helpless. The Shimura family was only a second-rate ninja clan in the Warring States period, and its inheritance was only a few hundred years. It was far inferior to the top clans like the Senju Uchiha that had been passed down for thousands of years, and its foundation was limited. In the past few years, he has almost emptied the family's foundation in this regard through Miss Keiko, and has only deduced the body strengthening secret technique to the D level. Of course, it is mainly because the Shimura family is not good at strengthening the body. There is not much research on this aspect, and most of the energy is focused on the study of wind escape ninjutsu. It is too difficult to continue to use the infinite resurrection characteristics of the replica to research and develop the secret technique of strengthening the body, so the only way is to find a way to obtain more information in this regard, such as the secret supernatural power technique of the Senju family. This is also a major reason why he performed so high profile in the assessment, and I believe it will attract many interested people. Danzo is eyeing the Senju family. Jiraiya was shocked again. This is not good news. Not only the Senju family, other families in Konoha, including Jiraiya teacher, are within our consideration, but we will only conduct fair transactions, and both parties are willing, and there will be no conflicts. If they don't want to exchange, we will naturally not force it. Including me. Blinking his eyes cutely, Jiraiya didn't quite understand what he had in him that was worthy of Shimura Denzo's attention. After all his skills came from his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he was interested in a certain ninjutsu he knew, he should go directly to his own teacher. Father has always longed for the power of immortal arts that the first generation possesses, and the three holy places in the ninja world have inherited the power of immortal arts. Teacher Jiraiya, as a contemporary contractor of the Myaboku Mountain Holy Land, should have the opportunity to come into contact with the practice of immortal arts. Speaking of his goal very frankly, although Shimura Gentoi is very afraid of Myaboku Mountain, he is also envious of the immortal arts they possess. Apart from anything else, the improvement of the physical fitness of ninjas by the immortal arts of Myaboku Mountain is quite exaggerated. In the original work, after Uzumaki Naruto initially cultivated the immortal arts, he once lifted a huge stone frog over 10 meters high. According to the weight of 3 tons of stone per cubic meter, it also weighed thousands of tons, which was outrageous. Of course, this is also because Uzumaki Naruto himself is very awesome, but the immortal arts of Myaboku Mountain can indeed greatly enhance physical fitness. He has long been envious of this kind of immortal arts. Myaboku Mountain's magic is not mine, I cannot pass it on to others, and their magic practice requires a very high amount of chakra, even if my current chakra amount only reaches 1/10 of the standard. Shaking his head slightly, Jiraiya did not think that Shimura Gentoi could practice Myaboku Mountain's magic, mainly because his own chakra amount was too scarce, not as good as that of an ordinary genin. This amount of chakra was not enough to sign the Myaboku Mountain contract, let alone practice magic. It needs to increase tenfold. Shimura Gentoi was speechless. Jiraiya's chakra amount was pretty good, although it was not a ton of chakra, but at least it could be considered a jin of chakra, and now the chakra amount alone was not much worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even so, it would take 10 times more to reach the threshold of Myaboku Mountain's magic practice, which shows the difficulty of Myaboku Mountain's magic practice, and also shows how awesome Uzumaki Naruto is. Teacher Jiraiya doesn't need to reveal the specific training method. Just tell me some of your experience after you have mastered the immortal arts, and cooperate with us in some research. Speaking of his purpose, Shimura Gentoi didn't care about the specific immortal arts training methods in Myaboku Mountain. It would be better if there were any, but it didn't matter if there were none. If it's just my own experience, it won't be a big problem. After thinking about it, Jiraiya felt that it was nothing and agreed to it. As for the cooperation in research, he didn't take it to heart. Over the years, he didn't know how many times he had cooperated with Tsunade and Orochimaru in research, and they were very familiar with it. Sister Keiko, please fetch the practice scrolls of E-level and D-level physical strengthening techniques. Seeing Jiraiya agree, Shimura Gentoi called out to his fiancée copyright Shimura Keiko who was standing by. Teacher Jiraiya can also use this injury to practice the body strengthening technique. This is an investment. When Jiraiya cultivates the fairy technique of Myaboku Mountain in the future, it will be the time to reap the rewards. At the same time, the practice of the secret technique of strengthening the body can also help Jiraiya become stronger faster and reach the threshold of practicing fairy techniques as soon as possible. Shimura Keiko said nothing and rushed back to the Shimura family. After a while, she took out the practice scroll of the body strengthening technique. Although she focused on the strengthening technique these days, she has been separating shadow clones to organize other practice techniques. They have all been organized and printed by the family members. As for how the Shimura clan members practice and who is qualified to practice, it is not her business. The father-in-law will arrange this aspect. Do you have grades for this body strengthening technique? Controlling the hair to unfold the practice scroll of the E-level body strengthening technique, while reading it, Jiraiya asked curiously. At present, only 2 levels of physical strengthening techniques have been developed, E-level and D-level. The D-level physical strengthening technique is more complicated and a bit long. It takes a long time to read and understand. You can read the E-level one first. By the way, Mr. Jiraiya, don't teach these physical strengthening secrets to others in the future. I hope you can understand this. After a brief explanation and a warning, Shimura Gentoi can count on these 2 physical strengthening secrets to trade with the ninja forces in Konoha. At this time, the benefits of being the son of the Hokage are reflected. At least you are not afraid of being robbed by thieves. After all, in the current ninja world, no one can rob your father. Well, except Black Zetsu. On the other side, Jiraiya looked at the E-level physical strengthening technique training scroll, then picked up the scroll marked with the D-level physical strengthening technique and unfolded it, and found that it was a sealed scroll. Without thinking too much, he used chakra to unlock the sealed scroll. Shimura Gentoi, who saw this scene, was shocked and hurried to stop it, but it was too late. Don't! Bang! Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the Konoha hospital, causing many doctors and patients to shudder. A proctologist was treating a patient with hemorrhoids. When checking the patient's condition, he was startled by the shrill scream and accidentally stabbed his entire palm into it, and another pig-like scream was heard. 23. Chapter 23 Powerful Combination Ability. Master Jiraiya, be careful in the future. If you do this again, you will be disabled. The doctor who helped Jiraiya fix the broken bones and sutured the wound again said helplessly that this master was too reckless. I know. Jiraiya hurriedly responded, and he was quite embarrassed. He didn't expect that the sealed scroll would contain so many oversized scrolls, which would collapse the hospital bed and break his initially healed bones. After the doctor left, Jiraiya turned his head and looked at Shimura Gentoi. He didn't say anything, just stared at him with a little bit of resentment. He felt that he was cheated by this cheap disciple. Teacher Jiraiya, this is not my fault. I reminded you before, and those are really D-level physical training scrolls, without any water. Unable to withstand the resentful look of a grown man, Shimura Gentoi explained that it was not his fault. Do I look like a fool? The resentment on his face became even more intense, and Jiraiya felt that this cheap disciple was insulting his IQ. It's just a D-level secret training scroll, how can it be so big and so many? The sealed book kept by teacher Sarutobi is not as crazy as you. Little girl, don't think I didn't see you nodding, you are insulting me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was furious when he saw Shimura Keiko nodding slightly. I am the teacher of the future child of destiny. Sister Keiko, it's time for dinner. Go and bring 2 meals to me and Jiraiya. Signaling his fiancée copyright to go out first, Shimura Gentoi extended a chakra line and unfolded an oversized scroll piled next to him, saying, these are really all training scrolls for strengthening the body. There is no water at all. However, compared with other ninjutsu scrolls, our Shimura families is a little more detailed. After watching for a while, Jiraiya suddenly said, "Are you sure it's just a little bit detailed?" "It's really very detailed. It's like breaking down and writing every key point. Even students who haven't graduated from the ninja school can understand it. No wonder he wrote so many scrolls. It is estimated that there are definitely tens of millions of words. This is too detailed." "Yes, it's just a little bit detailed." Nodding seriously, Shimura Gentoi said that it was really only a little bit detailed. "Is it necessary to write such a detailed description of a D-level secret technique?" Jiraiya complained after taking another look at the pile of oversized scrolls. He didn't understand the strange practice of the Shimura family. This is just a D-level secret technique. If they really want to come up with a C-level or even higher level secret technique in the future, how many words will they have to write? In units of 100 million? Like ninjutsu, E-level bodybuilding techniques are practiced by clan members under the age of 10, and D-level bodybuilding techniques are practiced by clan members who have graduated and become genin. Clan members at this level are still children with limited understanding, and this kind of secret technique to improve oneself is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, it will cause irreparable damage. In order to avoid these unnecessary injuries, these training methods must be written as detailed as possible. At the same time, this set of bodybuilding techniques involves many knowledge points. As long as you can understand it thoroughly, it will be much easier to practice other ninjutsu. That's true. Nodding suddenly, Jiraiya agreed with the statement of this cheap disciple. This secret technique is indeed fundamentally different from ninjutsu. Most ninjutsu acts on the outside of the body. For example, even if the Great Fireball technique explodes in danger, as long as you retreat immediately, there will not be too much danger. And this technique to improve physical fitness, especially the Divine Power technique, acts on the inside of the body. If you are not careful, it will cause serious injuries or even endanger your life. You should be careful in this regard. After chatting with Jiraiya for a while, seeing the night fall, Shimura Xianding fell into a deep sleep, and his consciousness entered the black tripod space and merged with his own copy inside. It has grown so much. Looking at the golden light ball above the space, Shimura Xianding showed joy. This black tripod space is circular, surrounded by a translucent barrier. It can be roughly seen that it is a three-legged round tripod. It just so happens that the black tripod mark on the palm of his hand also looks like a three-legged round tripod. Obviously, this is the internal space of the black tripod mark. As early as when he taught the E-level physical training technique to his fiancée copyright Shimura Keiko, some light spots gradually appeared in the black cauldron space, and finally gathered into such a light ball. After handing over the physical training technique to Jiraiya today, this light ball has grown nearly tenfold. Just at this moment, a message appeared in his mind. Merge. After being stunned, Shimura Gento looked at Keiko's clone beside him and activated the ability just given by the golden light ball. As the fusion ability was activated, a torrent of data flew out of Keiko's clone and merged into the body, followed by a large group of memories merging into the mind. At the same time, he felt that all aspects of his body had been greatly improved, and even his chakra had increased many times. This is the ability of fusion, which can integrate the data of other clones into one's own body, and possess everything of the other party, including memory ninjutsu, and even the innate chakra attributes and various physical bloodlines. Wind style, wind blade. According to the memory of Keiko's clone, he raised his hand to seal, and a wind blade spurted out of his mouth. It really works. His face was even happier. Shimura Gendo looked, this ability is so powerful. Although this fusion ability only works inside the black cauldron space and cannot affect the body in reality, it can make him realize the changes in the nature of chakra, greatly reducing the difficulty of cultivating the acquired attributes of chakra. In theory, ninjas can cultivate chakra attributes other than their own innate attributes. This chakra attribute that they do not have but cultivate through acquired efforts is named chakra acquired attribute. Compared with the innate attributes of chakra, the acquired attributes are much weaker. Not only does it consume much more than the innate attributes when performing ninjutsu, it is also more difficult, and it requires self-control to convert the attributes. In addition, the acquired attributes do not belong to themselves, and they cannot be further cultivated into the escape chakra of the shadow level strongman and promoted to the shadow level. They cannot even be fused into the blood limit to feedback themselves. Because of these disadvantages, few people cultivate acquired attributes that they do not have. It is a completely thankless act. However, the cultivation of the acquired attributes of chakra is the goal and way out for Shimura Gento. Because he was born prematurely, his chakra did not give birth to the innate attributes, so he could only cultivate the acquired attributes. But his own acupoints mutated, and he could not use the seals to drive the chakra changes to release ninjutsu. In this way, he could not experience the attributes of chakra, let alone cultivate the acquired attributes. This became a dead loop. He was also troubled by this before. Now, this fusion ability allows him to directly realize the chakra attributes of the replica, and it is still the innate attributes of chakra. As long as there is enough understanding of these attribute changes, it is entirely possible to shape the acquired attributes of chakra for oneself. Then see if there is a way to reverse the acquired to the innate and form the innate attributes of chakra. Although it seems difficult, and there is no such precedent even in the ninja world, as a traverser with a golden finger, nothing is impossible. Sister Keiko, I must make you sing conquer this time. Experiencing the magic of fusion, Shimura Gentoi fought with the clone of Sister Keiko with great vigor, and this time he used ninjutsu. Then 3 seconds later, a pile of dumpling fillings fell to the ground. It was Shimura Gentoi who was chopped up by the clone of Shimura Keiko using wind escape ninjutsu. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Although he has everything of Keiko with the help of the ability of fusion, including chakra attributes and ninjutsu, he is not Shimura Keiko herself after all. Even if he has all this, it is only a foundation, and it is still a long way from flexible use. It takes a long time of adaptation and practice to master it all. There is really no zero-distance shortcut in the world. Shimura Gentoi, who recovered, sighed depressedly, realizing that he took it for granted. It seems that he still cannot get rid of the fate of being abused by his fiancée copyright sister in a short time. Without being discouraged, Shimura Gentoi stood up and started a ninjutsu duel with Shimura Keiko's clone again, but this time he wore the battlesuit copied to the Black Cauldron space. With this set of battlesuits that are almost immune to ninjutsu, at least he will not be killed instantly. Just as Shimura Gentoi was practicing ninjutsu with Keiko's clone in the Black Cauldron space, Uchiha Mikoto finished her training today in the Uchiha clan, and then received a task from her father. Let me join that guy's team. With her eyes wide open, Uchiha Mikoto didn't expect her father to give her such a task. Fusijutsu is also a major shortcoming of our Uchiha. If we can get the Shimura family's body strengthening secret technique, it will definitely double the family's strength. The most important thing is that it can reduce the burden of the Mangekyo. Sharingan. Kneeling on the main seat, Uchiha Enichi looked at Uchiha Fugaku and his daughter Uchiha Mikoto in front of him, showing his importance to the Shimura family's body strengthening secret technique. The Uchiha clan is actually not weak in physical skills, but it depends on who they are compared with. Compared with the Senju clan with sage bodies, they are far behind. This even restricts the use of the Sharingan. The Sharingan gives them powerful dynamic vision, but because of physical fitness problems, they are able to see through the opponent's movements, but their bodies can't keep up. If this shortcoming can be made up, at least the strength of their Uchiha can be doubled. The burden of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled and didn't quite understand what this meant. As the son-in-law chosen by the clan leader, he naturally knew the existence of the Mangekyo, but he didn't understand what the burden of the Mangekyo was. Could it be that the Mangekyo has some hidden dangers? Although the power of our Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan is strong, it will drain the vitality of the body every time it is used. The stronger the pupil technique used, the more vitality it will drain. At that time, Lord Izuna suffered from illness and pain because of excessive use of pupil techniques, which is why he was attacked by Senju Tobirama. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami coughed up blood every time he used it, and even had the side effect of decreased vision. At that time, I studied it with Kagami, and initially inferred that strengthening physical fitness, especially enhancing vitality, can reduce the side effects of the Mangekyo. To a certain extent. Staring at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, Uchiha Yan opened his mouth and told this secret. He was very satisfied with the son-in-law he chose. Although his temperament was not decisive enough, he had good qualifications and had a great hope of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he was qualified to know these secrets. Father, I will complete the task. After understanding this secret, Uchiha Mikoto looked at her fiancé copyright Uchiha Fugaku beside her with attachment, and resolutely accepted the task. She had heard from her father a long time ago that brother Fugaku had a chance to awaken those eyes. Now that those eyes existed as a fiancé copyright she has the obligation to get the set of body strengthening secret techniques to alleviate the side effects of the eyes. Be careful. After opening his mouth, Uchiha Fugaku finally said only one word, be careful. Although he didn't want his fiancé copyright to carry out such a dangerous mission, he and the entire Uchiha needed the set of body-strengthening secret techniques. Otherwise, even if he awakened the Mangekyo in the future, it would not be meaningful. What he and his family need is not a pair of Mangekyo that can only be used for a short time, but a pair of eyes that can be held for a long time. They must get the set of body-strengthening secret techniques, and the Shimura Gendo is a good breakthrough. 24. Chapter 24 New Textbooks for Ninja School. Little pervert, what bad ideas do you have? The next day, Tsunade came to assist Shimura Gentoi in completing today's training of the body-strengthening secret technique. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling that the little pervert's eyes were not right today. It was a bit like Jiraiya's lecherous eyes, but different, and a bit similar to Orochimaru's eyes sometimes. What bad thoughts did this little pervert have? Tsunade-sensei, you misunderstood me. What bad thoughts can a 12-year-old child have? Blinking his eyes innocently, Shimura Gentoi said that he was still a child, and he just wanted to merge with you, the teacher. But this woman is really sharp. Is this the legendary sixth sense of the leftover fighter? After experiencing the wonderfulness of merging with Keiko's clone last night, he became more and more eager to copy the teacher's body data. Tsunade's qualifications and strength are much stronger than Sister Keiko's. If she can get the other's body data, create a replica, and then merge, it will be a greater blessing to herself. You should know that the ability of fusion is a comprehensive superposition, even the illusory characteristics of comprehension can be superimposed, the blessing to oneself is unimaginable, not to mention that Tsunade also has the inheritance of the Senju family. It's not easy to just copy the body data of Tsunade, and it may not work even if you give her drugs, after all, she is a master of medical skills. And once it is discovered that she has given drugs, the end can be imagined, and she will definitely be smashed into a peeing beef ball. Do you still know that you are a child? With a cold smile, Tsunade has not forgotten the scene in the hot spring bathhouse last time, when this kid popularized science to Jiraiya. He is more like a senior pervert than Jiraiya. What are these scrolls for? Orochimaru on the side looked at the oversized scrolls piled under Jiraiya's bed and became curious. These scrolls are made of ordinary cloth and paper, and there is no chakra fluctuation. They don't look like scrolls with sealing techniques. What does Jiraiya want to do with these scrolls? These are the secret techniques for strengthening the body that Xiao Xianding gave me. With a proud smile, Jiraiya did not hide this point. Anyway, it was not something shameful. Oh? All of these? Licking his lips, Orochimaru's eyes gradually became hot. Of course they are all. The contents inside are far beyond your imagination, but don't think about these scrolls. I won't let you see them. A smug little expression on his face, and then his expression turned into alertness, and he even used his hair to tightly wrap the many scrolls under the bed. These are his private property, and he has promised his cheap disciple that he will never leak them to others. He has even decided to read and learn all these secret scrolls during the period of recuperation. Tisk. Who cares? Tsunade suppressed her curiosity and curled her lips in disdain, indicating that she didn't care about those secret scrolls. Little pervert, you just handed over the secret technique that your Shimura family worked hard to develop to that idiot, aren't you afraid that Danzo will kill you for the sake of justice? Tsunade was quite puzzled by this. Logically speaking, such secret techniques could never be passed on to others, even if Shimura Gento was the eldest son of the Shimura family. Shimura Gento had anticipated Tsunade's doubts and repeated the explanation he gave to Jiraiya yesterday, and at the same time put the blame on his own father. He had already thrown out the bait and was waiting for it to be hooked. Danzo actually has such great courage. Licking his lips, Orochimaru was quite surprised by Shimura Danzo's courage. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Mr. Xianding, I can also promise to give you my experience of cultivation after I master the Ryukadong immortal art in the future, and cooperate with you in experiments, and even give you the Ryukadong immortal art cultivation method. After being shocked, Orochimaru decisively revealed his bargaining chips. He was also very jealous of the set of body-strengthening secret techniques. If he could get it, he would not mind passing the Ryukadong immortal art cultivation method to Shimura Xianding. He had no taboos in this regard. Anyway, the immortal art cultivation method was the inheritance of the Ryukadong, not his, Orochimaru, so there was no pressure to use it for trading. And this was also the only bargaining chip he could use for trading at this stage. After all, he and Jiraiya were both orphans, and there was no ninja clan background to support them. Happy cooperation. Shimura Xianding would naturally not refuse Orochimaru's proposal, and agreed to it at once, which was also an investment. Kid, I. Seeing that Orochimaru and Shimura Xianding had reached a deal, Tsunade hesitated and prepared to trade. If he only provided his experience in practicing the Whetbone Forest immortal arts in the future, this deal would be worth it. However, he was stopped by Shimura Gentoi as soon as he opened his mouth and decisively refused. Tsunade-sensei, I am not interested in the Whetbone Forest immortal arts. Just kidding, although the immortal arts the value is very high, but the threshold for cultivation is also frighteningly high. Not to mention whether he can cultivate it in the future, it is unknown how many years it will take for Tsunade to reach the threshold for cultivation of the Whetbone Forest immortal art. Moreover, Tsunade in the original Naruto did not learn the Whetbone Forest immortal art. It is not clear whether it is Tsunade's own reason or the difficulty of cultivating the Whetbone Forest immortal art is too high. In short, it is not cost-effective to invest in Tsunade in this regard, and he now needs the secret arts of the Senjua family to improve physical fitness, especially the strange power art. Little Ghost, are you implying that I have poor qualifications and can't practice the Whetbone Forest immortal art? Tsunade felt offended as she narrowed her eyes and flashed coldly. You made a deal with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but you said you were not interested in me. This is obvious discrimination, even discrimination. Do you really think that I, Tsunade, can't lift a knife? I really don't think you can master the magic of the Whetbone Forest. After secretly complaining, but not showing it, Shimura Gento explained, that's not what I meant, but you have too many good things, Tsunade-sensei. Compared to the magic that can only be obtained in the future, I hope to get the secret methods of your Senjua family to cultivate the body and enhance vitality, including the magic of super strength. Of course, it would be better if Tsunade-sensei could teach me these directly. You wish? Rolling her eyes, Tsunade glanced at the pile of oversized scrolls under Jiraiya's bed, frowned and said, I can't make the decision on this, but I will tell Uncle Orange Water about your idea. As for whether Uncle Orange Water agrees or not, I can't say for sure. She is not qualified to pass on the family's secrets, and now the head of the Senjua family is Uncle Senjua Orange Water, so the uncle must nod in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Tsunade. With a happy look on his face, Shimura Gento called out to his fiancée copyrightee who was standing next to him, Sister Keiko, get a copy of the E-level physical strengthening technique for Mr. Tsunade, and another copy of the marrow cleansing technique from the D-level physical strengthening technique. Shimura Keiko said nothing, took out 2 scrolls, one large and one small, from the sealed scrolls that had been prepared long ago, sealed them with a blank sealed scroll and handed them to Tsunade. She was very clear about her little man's plan, and she also got the tacit approval and support of the father-in-law in this regard, so there was no need to worry about anything else. Are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that we can deduce a whole set of physical strengthening secrets based on these? Tsunade was surprised at the courage of this cheap disciple after glancing at the sealed scroll in her hand. As a family with a sage body, their Senjua clan has a very deep research in physical strengthening, and she is confident that she can deduce all the physical strengthening secrets based on these. However, the Shimura family must know this, so why would the other party do this? She didn't think that the little pervert and Shimura Denzo had a problem with their brains. They must have been absolutely confident in doing this. Is this set of body strengthening secrets really difficult to practice? If you can do it, I have no problem. Shrugging indifferently, Shimura Xianding didn't think that the Thousand Hands family could deduce all the body strengthening secrets from this. The principle of this secret is indeed very simple, and the core lies in the various sound waves produced by the vocal cords, but it is extremely dangerous to practice. He was injured and died in the Black Cauldron space for countless times, and only then did he figure out this set of results bit by bit. Even if the Thousand Hands family has a deep foundation, it is impossible to deduce the entire set of body strengthening secrets without the death of tens of thousands of people. And can the Thousand Hands family make such a great sacrifice? Obviously not. After all, the Thousand Hands family now has only more than 1,000 members, and even if they all die, it is impossible to figure out the complete body strengthening secrets. If your set of body strengthening secrets is really that valuable, Uncle Orange Water should agree. Putting the sealed scroll into her own ninja tool bag, Tsunade said nothing more, turned around and left the ward, ready to go back and discuss this matter with her Uncle Senjua Orange Water. Although the family's secrets cannot be passed on, it is not absolute. As long as the benefits are high enough, I believe that uncle will make the right choice. Senior Orochimaru, this is yours. After Tsunade left, Shimura Keiko took out a storage scroll sealed with a full set of body-strengthening secrets and handed it to Orochimaru. No need, I will stay here to watch that idiot during this time. Instead of taking the sealed scroll, Orochimaru picked up the E-level body-strengthening secret scroll from Jiraiya's pillow and read it. He planned to live here during this period and try to memorize this set of body-strengthening secrets as soon as possible, but this made Jiraiya unhappy. Why are you looking at me? I'll stay here and help you guard these scrolls. He replied without even looking up. Orochimaru knew the value of this set of body-strengthening secret techniques. The physical fitness of ninjas is a major shortcoming. Although they are much stronger than ordinary people, they are pitifully fragile compared to the power of offensive ninjutsu. Even a cage-level strongman could be stabbed to death by a kunai. Shimura Gento's previous battle with Tsunade perfectly demonstrated the value of this set of body-strengthening secret techniques, which can make up for the shortcomings of ninjas in physical fitness to a certain extent. This has made its value soar by several levels. There are definitely many people or ninja forces who are envious of this set of body-strengthening secret techniques. Although there is a team of Anbu ninjas stationed here in Konoha Hospital all year round, and even several Shimura family ninjas are stationed around this ward, there is no guarantee that someone will take risks. Staying here can not only deter those who are interested, but also serve as insurance in case of an emergency. Very straightforward. This was Orochimaru's first impression after seeing the body-strengthening secret technique in his hand. The content was very straightforward, even a child could understand it. Now he roughly understood why the D-level body-strengthening secret technique was written in so many scrolls. The E-level body-strengthening secret technique does not contain much content, only about 100,000 words. With Orochimaru's ability and cultivation of almost photographic memory, he quickly read through it and understood it thoroughly, benefiting a lot. What do you think of this E-level body-strengthening secret technique? Are there any omissions? Can it be directly put into the ninja school as a teaching material? Seeing Orochimaru finish reading the E-level body-strengthening secret technique, Shimura Gentoi asked. This surprised Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and even Shimura Keiko, who was silently practicing the internal organ strengthening technique, raised her head. This was not in the plan discussed before. You want to put this secret technique in the ninja school? With a frown on his face, Orochimaru did not quite understand what Shimura Gentoi meant, or more accurately, what Shimura Danzo meant. It is already rebellious enough to use this secret technique to trade with the ninja clan, and now this kid is going to put it in the ninja school as a teaching material. What do you want to do? Or what do the Shimura family and Shimura Danzo want to do? 25. Chapter 25 Sage Possession. What bad things do you want to do? The next day, I came to the hospital again to use Yang Release Chakra to assist Shimura Gentoi to complete today's training. After listening to Jiraiya's story, I immediately cast a scrutinizing look. Teacher Tsunade, it seems that you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Shimura Gentoi, who was suspected again, was full of helplessness. What bad thoughts could a child under 13 have? Isn't my father the Nabekage Shimura Danzo? Do you have to slander me so casually? I just want to add a little bit of study pressure to those innocent and lovely juniors in the ninja school, so that they can have a better childhood. Of course, the most important thing is to get more golden energy. From the verification results of Miss Keiko, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, it is true that passing on the physical strengthening technique created by oneself is a way to obtain that kind of golden energy, and it seems that the stronger the opponent is, the more golden energy is obtained. This is why he had the idea of a euro trading with many ninja forces. Of course, those little rascals in the ninja school cannot be let go. Using the E-level physical strengthening secret technique as a teaching material is the best choice, which can allow him to get more tools to help gather golden energy as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Tsunade misunderstood him too deeply, and cast a contemptuous look directly at him without any concealment. Well, my father wants to improve the overall strength of our Konoha ninjas as much as possible, especially the grassroots ninjas, to lay the foundation for the unification of the ninja world in the future. Seeing that even Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not believe it, Shimura Gentoi could only change his words to deceive and put the blame on his father. Anyway, his father is the second generation of the Pot Shadow, so it doesn't matter if he puts another blame on him, and this is in line with his father's personality. Sure enough, after hearing this, Tsunade and the other two immediately realized it and frowned. Danzo wants to deny the ninja village system established by the great-grandfather and unify the ninja world. With a cold look on his face, Tsunade is very disgusted with Shimura Danzo, an ambitious man who will only stir up endless wars. This is a betrayal of the ninja village system of his great-grandfather. It's a big ambition, but it's a pity that these alone are not enough for Konoha to have the foundation to defeat other ninja villages and unify the ninja world. Licking his lips, Orochimaru was amazed at Shimura Danzo's ambition, but he didn't think he had that kind of power, unless Shimura Danzo became the first generation of Hokage who was able to suppress the entire ninja world. But is that possible? I don't agree with this idea. If you are not careful, the village will fall into an irretrievable place. And even if the ninja world is unified, what can it do? The concentration of power will inevitably lead to corruption. Look at the nobles of the daimyo's mansions in various countries. If the ninja world is unified, it may bring greater darkness and disaster. Jiraiya also disapproved of Shimura Danzo's approach. He has traveled in the ninja world in recent years, visited the capitals of major countries, and witnessed the luxury and corruption of those nobles. He deeply understands that unifying the ninja world will not bring peace, and may even bring unimaginable disasters to the ninja world. In comparison, the ninja village system and the ninja world balance strategy established by the first generation of Hokage are very good. The daimyo and ninja villages in the country check and balance each other, and the 5 major ninja villages in the 5 major countries of the ninja world check and balance each other to maintain the current peace. These things are not what I should care about. I will ask you now, can this set of E-level physical fitness techniques be used as a new textbook for ninja schools and popularized? Shrugging indifferently, Shimura Gentoi did not intend to convince these 3 people. These 3 are adults, and they are determined and have established a solid 3 views. If you want to convince them, you must destroy the existing 3 concepts, which is too difficult and unnecessary. After all, his main purpose is to gain the support of these 3 people, get the E-level physical fitness technique to the ninja school as a textbook, increase the learning pressure of those younger students, and get more golden energy by the way. I agree with this. Jiraiya was the first to express his opinion on this. Although he did not agree with Shimura Danzo's ambition, it would be a good thing for the people in the village to use this E-level physical fitness technique as a textbook for the ninja school. It's not that simple. Glazing at Jiraiya, Orochimaru looked solemn, with a faint light flickering in his golden snake pupils. This is indeed a great thing for the benefit of the village and the people, but it will pose a threat to the power of the ninja clan, and it is difficult to really implement it. Tsunade fell silent. After all, she was born in the power of the ninja clan, and she was also the Senju family is the most powerful family in Konoha today, and they are very clear about the problems. According to his understanding, he estimated that his uncle Senju Orange Water would not agree to this. Ninjas from the ninja clan have many advantages over civilian ninjas. One of them is that the ninja clan can provide many convenient conditions for their descendants, lay a good foundation, and make the future growth limit higher. In comparison, civilian ninjas are too far behind in this aspect, but now the E-level bodybuilding secret technique of the Shimura family is enough for civilian ninjas to lay a good foundation, directly eliminating a big gap with the ninja clan. It would be strange if the ninja clan agreed to this. I agree to this. At this time, a sonorous and powerful voice suddenly came, and then 4 figures walked into the ward. The first one was the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed closely by Akimichi Tofu, Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu. Seeing the arrival of these 4 people, Shimura Gento was slightly stunned, and then his eyes swept over Shimura Keiko, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru one by one. He only briefly mentioned this matter to these 3 people yesterday. It must be these 3 people who leaked the secret to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Although he didn't care about this, he was still very unhappy in his heart. It seems that if he cooperates with Jiraiya and Orochimaru in the future, he must be more careful and on guard. Uncle Hiruzen, Uncle Kyufeng, Uncle Yan, Aunt Koharu. With a smile on his face, Shimura Gento greeted the 4 people. Xiao Xianding, your idea is very innovative, but it will cost some price to make it happen. Adjusting his glasses, Vitamin Yan spoke in a deep voice to bring up the topic. Uncle Yan, please tell me. As long as the E-level body strengthening secret technique can be integrated into the ninja school textbooks, I can accept any price. I can represent the Shimura family in this regard. Everything is for Konoha. After speaking righteously, Shimura Gento felt that he was a living saint who was concerned about the village and the people. Of course, he might be a fool in the eyes of others, for example, Tsunade next to him was looking at him as if he was a fool. I believe that with your wisdom, you can understand the opposition between the ninja forces and the civilian ninjas. Now the ninja forces have an absolute advantage. If they don't nod, it will be difficult to accomplish this. Therefore, we need a bargaining chip that can impress them. It happens that the ninja forces are all interested in the body-strengthening secret technique of your Shimura family. We can use this as a breakthrough to make them agree to this matter. Of course, we will let the ninja forces make an equal exchange with you and the Shimura family, and we will never let you suffer a loss. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two, Midaman Yan finished his words in one breath. This was the result of the four of them discussing overnight. Although they were also born in the ninja clan, they became the Hokage and had long been excluded and even hostile by the ninja clan. If they could support civilian ninjas to fight against those ninja clan forces, they would be much more relaxed, so they would do their best to promote this matter. Okay, I agree. After a little thought, Shimura Gento said firmly. He had guessed about this a long time ago, so there was naturally nothing to think about at this time. As long as he could get this E-level physical fitness technique to the ninja school as a teaching material, he would get the greatest benefit. Even if he didn't want to overstimulate those ninja clan forces, he would want to get that set of D-level physical fitness secrets to the ninja school as a new teaching material, so that those lovely juniors and juniors could experience his bitter experience in his previous life. But it doesn't matter, just take it slowly, he is still young and has plenty of time. Seeing Shimura Gento answer so decisively, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other four were greatly moved, and at the same time felt guilty. This is the true successor of the Will of Fire. Another point, this set of E-level physical training must be used as a ninja school textbook in the name of the village, and must not be named after any individual or family. At this time, Koharu Udadan raised a key point, and everyone's eyes were focused on Shimura Gentoi again. That's no problem. He agreed without thinking, what he wanted was golden energy, and fame was nothing. And this decisiveness simply moved Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other four, and even Tsunade, who had a bad impression of him, re-examined this cheap disciple. Although this little pervert is a bit perverted, he is not bad by nature, and is the successor of the Will of Fire. With the consent of Shimura Gentoi, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other four praised him a few words, and then hurried away, preparing to deal with the matter, and took away a whole set of physical training secrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much from the time he entered the ward to the time he left. After all, some things were not suitable for him, the Hokage, to say. Stay with me for a while after you recover. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Tsunade suddenly said something inexplicable, which stunned everyone present. Tsunade teacher, do you want to support me as an old cow eating young grass? Shimura Gentoi, who had a lot of ideas, spoke weakly, and glanced at his fiancé copyright-e, whose face was dark. Bang! The fine blue veins on his forehead jumped, and Tsunade, who could no longer bear it, punched Shimura Gentoi on the head and cursed, "Support you, you ghost, I'm afraid that your father will skin you and tear your bones apart." After cursing, she was too lazy to pay attention to this little pervert disciple and left angrily. This little pervert deserves to be punished. I suggest that you wear that battle suit 24 hours a day in the future. Looking at the cheap disciple lying on the broken bed, Jiraiya gave a suggestion and had a further understanding of the cheap disciple's ability to commit suicide. Unfortunately, Shimura Gento, whose head was buzzing, didn't hear this suggestion at all. He felt that he might have a concussion. But my teacher is really beautiful when he is angry, with turbulent waves. Shimura Keiko on the side, she looked at her little man speechlessly, and then went out to ask the doctors and nurses to come over for an examination and change a new bed. After making sure that her little man was fine, she returned to the Shimura family. Some things need to be reported and discussed with the father-in-law. This is what happened. After returning to the family, she found that her father-in-law was in the family, and Shimura Keiko told everything. Although the set of bodybuilding secrets was created by her little man alone, it has been labeled as Shimura family after all, and this matter must be made known to the father-in-law. I will not intervene in this matter, and you don't need to care too much, and don't have too much contact with the Sarutobi family. After closing his eyes for a long time, Shimura Danzo spoke coldly. In fact, he knew about this yesterday. After all, there were several good players of the Shimura family arranged around the son's ward, and his son's every move and every word were under his control. However, he was not going to intervene in this matter, just let it develop, at most let the boy take the blame. But, with a worried look on his face, Shimura Keiko understood the seriousness of this matter. Those ninja forces were not easy to deal with. No matter how good the sword blank is, it must be polished before it can become a famous sword. It's time to let him see the essence of the ninja world. The voice was still cold. Shimura Danzo knew the nature of those ninja forces very well. After all, he was born in the ninja clan, and he was the head of the clan. I believe that this experience will definitely allow that son to erase that naive nature and grow up. As for the set of body strengthening secrets used for trading, he did not take it seriously. After all, which is more valuable, a golden egg or a hen that lays golden eggs? You can figure it out with your toes. That kid was able to create a whole set of body strengthening secrets before he was 13 years old, and he will definitely be able to create more powerful secrets in the future. Now the 2 levels of ed body strengthening secrets are at most a practice. Father-in-law, I don't want Xianding's hands to be stained with blood like ours. Suddenly, Shimura Keiko gritted her teeth and made a strange request. Ninjas who have killed people and ninjas who have not killed people are completely 2 different people. She doesn't want her little man to kill people. He is your husband. You don't need to discuss with me how to arrange it. After taking a deep look at his daughter-in-law, Shimura Danzo agreed to this matter. It is indeed a great waste to let that kid go and chop people. Shimura Xianding didn't know the arrangements made by his father and fiancé copyright. At this time, he was just accepting Jiraiya's request to go to the rooftop of the hospital building tomorrow morning to practice Tai Chi to keep fit. 26. Chapter 26 Watermelon Tai Chi. A watermelon is round and round. Cut it in half with one knife. You take half, he takes half. In the early morning, facing the rising sun, Shimura Gentoi took Jiraiya, who had just recovered from his injury, to practice Tai Chi on the balcony of Konoha Hospital. This was a martial arts secret that he had learned with great difficulty in his previous life, second only to square dancing and the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Is your Tai Chi reliable? Jiraiya, who was practicing Tai Chi with Shimura Gentoi, asked suspiciously. He always felt that this Tai Chi was unreliable, especially the set of formulas. Absolutely reliable, this has been verified by Taoist Wang Yat. He replied seriously. Shimura Gento was 100% sure about this. Master Wang is a disciple of Wudang Mountain, a direct descendant. This is how he taught his father. How could he be wrong? After all, Master Wang would not even lie to his own father. Master Wang? Jiraiya asked curiously, still feeling that this set of Tai Chi was unreliable. Did you use this Tai Chi to remove the power of the strange force that day? Tsunade, who was watching from the side, was thoughtful and could probably see the mystery of this set of Tai Chi. To put it bluntly, it's nothing, it's just to strengthen the control of the body, and this set of physical skills is very gentle, which is very consistent with the sentence on the scroll to overcome the hard with the soft. This is the foundation. As long as you learn Tai Chi well, you will greatly improve your control over your body's muscles and bones. While practicing the watermelon version of Tai Chi, Shimura Gento explained. He didn't know what the authentic Tai Chi was like in his previous life, but the essence of the version he developed was to enhance the control of the body. The previous force unloading technique was based on the control gained from Tai Chi. Originally, he wanted to see if he could come up with the kind of Ming Jin and Hua Jin in martial arts novels, but unfortunately he didn't succeed. However, the effect of using chakra to assist is not bad, maybe it can be made into a gold martial arts version of Tai Chi. Soft and slow, not my cup of tea. After watching for a while, Tsunade lost interest. She didn't like this set of physical skills. In comparison, the simple and rough hard fist school was more in line with her taste. Tai Chi combines hardness and softness, integrating the 2 major schools of hard fist and soft fist, but the training method tends to be soft, and you can also become faster. As he spoke, Shimura Gentoi increased his speed, bursting out within the limit of his own injuries, and even used the speed and power techniques to stimulate the nerves and muscles. Instantly, the originally slow and soft Tai Chi became fast and fierce, making the air crackle, and Orochimaru, who had been silent, became interested. This kind of physical technique that can combine the 2 major schools of hard fist and soft fist is the first time he has seen it. In just 1 minute after practicing Tai Chi for 10 times, Shimura Gento stood up and slowly exhaled a long breath. When practicing Tai Chi, you can use an iron chain to hang a large iron ball to assist. As your physical fitness and control of strength improve, you can continue to increase the weight of the iron ball. The effect is very good. Shimura Gento generously shared his practice experience. He didn't care about these things. Compared with them, the golden energy was more important. He had gained the ability of a fusion before, and I don't know what ability he will gain next time. Now he can't wait to spread these practice methods he has figured out throughout the ninja world, so that all ninjas can become tools for themselves to obtain golden energy. And this generous and selfless attitude made Tsunade's eyes more blurred, recalling the great-grandfather who had passed away long ago. Jiraiya was full of emotion, and at the same time he was very regretful. This cheap disciple was too much in line with his appetite, but it was a pity that his physical qualifications were too poor, which seriously restricted his own growth, otherwise he would definitely be the child of destiny he was looking for. It's a pity. Shimura Gento was practicing boxing and healing in Konoha Hospital, admiring the nurses, but all the ninja clans in Konoha were in an uproar. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his colleagues were very efficient, and the next day they summoned all the heads of the big families in Konoha to discuss the matter. As expected, the proposal to use the E-level body strengthening secret technique as a teaching material for the ninja school was opposed by all the ninja clan leaders. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his colleagues were not discouraged, and like what Shimura Gento did to Tsunade, they sent a small part of the body strengthening secret technique to the major ninja clans as bait. They had briefly studied this body strengthening secret technique before, and the principle itself was indeed very simple, but the practice method was extremely complicated and dangerous. If you were not careful, you would be disabled at best, or even die at worst. Unless those ninja clans were willing to spend tens of thousands of lives to fill it, it would be impossible for them to complete the entire practice method based on that small part. And even if they can really make up their minds, it will take at least 10 years to develop, which is not acceptable to those ninja forces. A few days later, in the Hyoga family, the current head of the clan, Hyoga Tokugawa, looked at his two sons kneeling below. "Hayashi, what do you think we should do this time?" After a long silence, Hyoga Tokugawa asked, which was also a test and training for the eldest son. After all, the family will always be managed by the eldest son in the future. It is better to spend some time to train now than to be in a hurry in the future. You must know that it is not easy to be the head of the Hyoga family. Not only are there many hidden dangers within the family, but the ninjas in the village are not easy to deal with, not to mention the other ninja villages that have long been envious of them. Hyoga Hayashi naturally saw that this was a test and training from his father. After careful consideration, he said, "I think we have no choice at all." "You are right. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not give us any room for choice. Even if we refuse, they can do it secretly." Hyoga Tokugawa was very satisfied with his eldest son's answer, and then his expression changed and became more gloomy. He had already figured out the matter here. On the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were asking for their opinions, but in fact they were forcing their ninja clan to give in. It is politically correct for the Hokage family to support civilian ninjas, and there is nothing wrong with it. This is an open conspiracy, and even if they understand it, they have to accept it with a pinch of their nose. I don't understand how the Shimura family developed this set of bodybuilding secrets with their background. After all, even our Hyoga family can hardly do it. Expressing his doubts, Hyoga Hayashi couldn't figure it out in this regard, and he was also very unconvinced. Although their Hyoga family is a ninja clan of pupil techniques, the Byakugan is only auxiliary, and the soft fist and physical techniques are the core. They have studied the human body structure very thoroughly, and even have a set of body strengthening secret techniques. However, the core of that set of body strengthening secret techniques can only be learned by the members of the main family with complete Byakugan, and it is extremely difficult to learn and cannot be popularized at all. It is of little significance to a large family. It is far better than the Shimura family's body strengthening secret techniques with almost no threshold. As long as this thing is practiced successfully, everyone can become a physical technique type chunin. It is more helpful to those ninjutsu and illusion type ninjas, and can make up for the shortcomings in physical fitness to a large extent. This is not as simple as 1+1. Their Shimura family is at most a secret technique family. How could they create such a body strengthening secret technique? What else can we do? Use human lives to pile it up. With a sneer, Hyoga Tokugawa was quite disdainful of the Shimura family. This is the pride and heritage of being a top noble family. This set of body strengthening secret technique can be said to be a sword that is unconventional, even to the extreme. The danger inside made his scalp numb after reading it. He could imagine how many people the Shimura family sacrificed for this set of body strengthening secret technique. Definitely more than 100,000, which is also in line with the Shimura family's usual style of doing things. However, the Shimura family is indeed very capable, and they didn't show any flaws before. Since we can get it directly, can we call back Suzune? Hinata Hayashi suddenly made a request. Originally, they arranged Hinata Suzune to Tsunade's class with the idea of a getting close to Shimura Xianding and obtaining the body-strengthening secret technique from him. But now that they can get the body-strengthening secret technique directly, there is naturally no need to let Suzune continue to stay in Tsunade's class. He has no opinion on Tsunade's predecessor, but the Senjua family is not a good person, especially the current patriarch Senjua Orangewater is too similar to the second-generation Hokage. He doesn't want to have too much contact with that man and the Senjua family. No hurry, Shimura family's behavior of the Shimura clan this time is too strange. I guess that the physical strengthening secrets they brought out may not be all of them. The old eyes narrowed slightly, and Hyaga Tokugawa rejected the eldest son's proposal. He and Shimura Danzo were from the same era, and he knew the man's temperament and style of doing things very well. This incident seemed very strange and did not fit the man's style of doing things. It would be fine if a junior was in charge of such a big event, but he actually asked the kid to use this set of physical strengthening secrets for trading, and even as a teaching material for the ninja school. Is he Shimura Danzo and the Shimura family so generous and selfless? Anyway, he didn't believe it at all. There must be a trap here. Impossible? That set of physical strengthening techniques is very complete, involving all aspects of the body, and even the brain can be slightly exercised. His eyes widened, and Hyaga Hayashi disagreed with this statement. The physical strengthening secrets that the Shimura family has brought out are already amazing. How could there be a more perfect one? Nothing is impossible in the ninja world. I even guess that the Shimura family may have a stronger sea-level physical strengthening technique now. Let Suzune continue to stay in Tsunade's class and see if the kid can improve further. The old man's eyes flashed coldly. Hyaga Tokugawa was extremely alert at this moment, alert to Shimura Danzo and the Shimura family. Tomorrow you will represent the family to discuss this matter at the Hokage building. The eyes fell on the eldest son in front of him again. This was also a test. I go. His eyes widened again, and Hyaga Hayashi was a little confused. Although he was the young patriarch of the Hyaga family, he was not qualified to represent the Hyaga family to attend such an important meeting. Shimura Danzo only pushed out a junior to deal with this matter. Do you want your father to discuss things with a little kid? Glazing over, Hyaga Tokugawa had already thought about this. Anyway, he would not go there in person. Then, what should we take out to exchange with the Shimura family for a full set of body-strengthening secrets? After being glared at by his father, Hyaga Hayashi hurriedly lowered his head slightly and asked immediately. Since it was agreed to be an exchange, he naturally could not go empty-handed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen said it was an equal exchange. If we really talk about value, the full set of body-strengthening secrets is enough to compare with the full set of soft fists of their Hyaga family. But it is obviously impossible to hand over the full set of soft fists, which is the foundation of their Hyaga clan. Do you need your father to teach you such a small thing? Glazing over again, Hyaga Tokugawa felt that this eldest son still needed to be disciplined. His temperament was too old-fashioned and inflexible. Please teach me, father. Hinata Hayashi asked obediently. He really had no idea about this. Didn't a Euro trademark T they say that this set of secret techniques was classified as D-level? Why not just select a D-level inheritance from the familiar Euro trademark S soft fist system and send it over? Hinata Hayashi was stunned. He really didn't a Euro trademark T expect there was such an operation, but it seemed to make sense after thinking about it carefully. D-level against D-level, eat a Euro trademark S fair. He continued to instruct his eldest son, Hinata Hayashi, and then let him leave. As for the second son, Hinata Tokugawa never looked at him straight in the eye from beginning to end. Since it has become a branch family, there is no need to say more. Just obey the will of the main family. Similar scenes are being played out in the major ninja clans in Konoha, all preparing for tomorrow Euro trademark S meeting. 27. Chapter 27, The Hate of Stealing His Wife. After recovering from his injury, Shimura Gentoi did not go directly to the Senjua clan to live with them as Tsunade warned. He first returned to the Shimura family, dressed up, and then went to the Hokage building with his fee and copyright as agreed. Shimura Gentoi was very excited along the way. After all, the bait had been spread for so long, and it was finally time to harvest. And the dazzling golden battlesuit attracted a lot of attention, becoming the brightest kid on the whole street, with a return rate of more than 99%. The reason why the return rate did not reach 100% was mainly because some blind people and some babies who were still in their mother's arms or in their stomachs did not open their eyes. What a handsome armor! It's much cooler than my grandfather's armor. I really want to have a set to show off. No matter whether they were young or old, women on the street were full of envy and jealousy for Shimura Gentoi. That battle suit was so handsome. Even the ninjas who occasionally passed by were full of envy. After all, everyone loves beauty, and the desire to be handsome is the same for both men and women. The envious and jealous eyes of the crowd made Shimura Keiko, who was following beside them, also very envious. She was more determined to use the ceiling crystal to practice chakra control and get such a gorgeous battle suit as soon as possible. He went to the Hokage building in a high-profile manner. An Anbu ninja who had been instructed long ago took him directly to a meeting room. However, the scene in the meeting room surprised Shimura Gentoi, and he turned his head to look at the Anbu ninja who brought him here. Are you sure you didn't take me to the wrong place? This is completely different from what he imagined. You didn't take me to the wrong place. This is the meeting room that the Hokage prepared for you. After responding, the Anbu ninja jumped away. After a moment of silence, Shimura Gentoi brought his fiancé copyright-e into the conference room and walked towards the main seat. Uncle Hokage is also a particular person. Sitting on the stone chair at the main seat, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with the third Hokage. An ordinary wooden chair could hardly support his battle suit. I won't say any more nonsense. Since you can come here on behalf of the family, it proves that you agree to this transaction. This is the secret technique of strengthening the body of our Shimura family. Too lazy to talk nonsense with these little brats, Shimura Gentoi signaled his fiancé copyright-e to distribute the prepared sealed scrolls. He really didn't expect that the ninja clan leaders didn't come, not even an adult came, all were teenagers, and even the three families of Ino, Shika, and Joe only had 3 5 or 6-year-old little boys. This made him a little unhappy and uneasy, but it had come to this point, and it was impossible to retreat. Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi, and others who came as family representatives didn't expect Shimura Gentoi to be so straightforward, looking at the sealed scrolls thrown in front of him by Shimura Keiko. Without delay, he unsealed the seals on them and quickly read the contents of the scrolls to determine whether they were true or false. Dong dong. Knocking on the table, Shimura Gentoi said dissatisfiedly, "Are all your families so unrefined? I, Master Ding, am so sincere, why don't you show your sincerity? When we verify the authenticity, we will give you the equivalent family secret inheritance." A boy who was a little over 10 years old replied coldly, and showed his malice towards Shimura Gentoi without disguising it. The other young boys representing the ninja clans did not say anything, and it was obvious that they meant the same thing. Don't worry, our Shimura clan is not so despicable and shameless. Shimura Gentoi curled his lips in disdain, glanced at the boy who spoke, and swept his eyes over the family emblem on his clothes. He asked his fiancé copyright-e beside him in a low voice, "Do you know the boy from the Sarutobi family?" He didn't remember offending anyone from the Sarutobi family, and even the only member of the Sarutobi family he knew was Sarutobi Hiruzen. So where did the boy get this hostility from? Could it be that his father, the Hokage, had offended someone from the Sarutobi family? He is the eldest son of Uncle Hiruzen, named Sarutobi Shinoshuke. If you, my husband, had not survived after you were born, I would have been that boy's fiancé copyright-e. Shimura Keiko said with a smile, her words were full of teasing. The hatred of having your wife taken away. Nodding in understanding, Shimura Gentoi understood why that boy was full of hostility towards him, but then he thought about it and felt something was wrong. Does your Sarutobi family believe in late marriage and late childbearing? If that boy is the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, then he is the father of the future Sarutobi Konohamaru, and Shimura Keiko is the mother of Konohamaru. But according to Konohamaru's age, Shimura Keiko should have been around 40 years old when she was pregnant with that boy, a definitely elderly mother. When Sarutobi Hiruzen came up with Sarutobi Asuma, he seemed to be quite old. Is this the tradition of the Sarutobi family? No, but my cousin said that Sarutobi Shinoshuke is determined to fuse the blood limit and transform the Sarutobi family from an occult family to a blood limit family. I guess he won't get married too early. Slightly stunned, Shimura Keiko didn't quite understand why her little man would ask such a weird question, but she still responded and told a little gossip she heard. Although she entered the Shimura family when she was 6 years old and even changed her surname to Shimura, her connection with the Sarutobi family was not completely severed. It was difficult to know confidential matters, but it was not difficult to find out some insignificant gossip. No wonder. Shimura Gendo suddenly realized again, and immediately cast a pitying look at Sarutobi Shinoshoku, who was reading the scroll. He didn't know whether the boy in Naruto successfully fused the blood limit, but Sarutobi Konohamaru was not a blood limit ninja. Moreover, blood fusion is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. I guess the guy in the original book should have died from blood fusion. What a pitiful kid. Shikaku, what should we do now? Looking around at the others, Akimichi Choza asked his good friend in a low voice, and even felt guilty and didn't dare to look at Shimura Gentoi. Because their actions seemed a bit unauthentic. What else can we do? Just let it go. While quickly flipping through the huge scroll in his hand, Nara Shikaku replied helplessly, but he was quite horrified in his heart. He also saw the danger and difficulty of this set of body-strengthening secret technique. The more detailed it was written, the more it could show the sacrifices inside. In his opinion, this body-strengthening secret technique in his hand was simply written with human skin as paper and human blood as ink, which made people feel a sense of horror that their souls would be frozen. Although I have heard that the Shimura family's style of doing things is cold, resolute, and extremely cruel, and that the head of this generation, Shimura Danzo, is even more terrifying, I have only heard about it, but I saw it today. In order to develop a set of secret techniques to strengthen the body, tens of thousands of lives are sacrificed. This cold-bloodedness makes people's scalps numb. Thinking of this, I agree with the decision of the elders of the family. Originally, he thought that it was very unkind to do so, and he felt guilty, but now it seems that he thought too much. You can verify it slowly. If you don't understand, you can ask my Keiko. After sitting for a while, Shimura Xianding didn't have the patience to wait any longer. He simply explained and got up and left the meeting room. He couldn't really wait until these people verified so many secret scrolls one by one. If he had that free time, he might as well go to the home of his teacher to be kept. This guy. Muttering dissatisfiedly, Shimura Keiko swept her eyes over the people in the meeting room, paused slightly on Sarutobi Shinoshoku, and felt sorry. Not only Shimura Gentoi noticed something was wrong, she also saw the problem. Although these people are the young clan leaders of the major families, they are too young after all. Even the representatives of the three families of Ino, Shika, and Jo are less than 10 years old. From this point, we can see how sincere the major ninja clans are this time. So how much secret inheritance will the other party give out in fair exchange? Others don't know these. She knew very well how the body-strengthening secret technique came from. It was all developed by her little man alone, and his talent was amazing. His future achievements were limitless. If these ninjas did not show enough sincerity today, they would definitely be remembered. She knew that her little man was actually a petty person who would remember grudges for the rest of his life. Originally, their plan was to lead these ninjas to fly together. If they could not satisfy their little man this time, they would naturally not bring these ninja forces to play. She was too lazy to care about other ninjas, but the Sarutobi family was different. After all, it was her mother's family. Unfortunately, this matter was not something she could control. Even if she told the truth, the Sarutobi family would not believe it. At the same time, in the Shimura family, Shimura Danzo secretly summoned various small families in Konoha and some outstanding civilian ninjas to come, and also distributed a set of body-strengthening secret techniques to each of them. The purpose of calling you here today is very simple, that is, to make a deal, to exchange the set of body-strengthening secrets developed by our Shimura family for the inheritance of your family. Don't rush to give me an answer, take a look at this set of secret inheritance first. Sitting in the main seat, Shimura Danzo stated directly the intention of secretly gathering everyone here this time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and others summoned the major ninja clans in the village to participate in this transaction last time, only those medium-sized and large ninja clans were eligible to participate. As for the small ninja clans with a population of less than 10 people and excellent civilian ninjas, they ignored them. These small clans are his targets this time. As soon as Shimura Danzo's words came out, everyone present changed color and secretly became angry. The inheritance of secrets is the lifeblood of their small ninja clan. Once it is leaked, it is likely that the enemy will see the flaws and then formulate special tactics to target them. At that time, they will definitely die. Because of this, no one would be willing to hand over the secret inheritance that they depend on for survival. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo's strong strength and a large group of Shimura family strong men watching around, they would have overturned the table long ago. Sweeping the Shimura family ninjas on the periphery, everyone could only swallow their anger and pick up the scrolls to read. It would have been better if they hadn't read it. After reading it, they were fascinated. The worst who could be invited were all at the level of special jonin, and their eyesight was naturally not bad, and they could see the exquisiteness of this set of body-strengthening secrets. Although the fundamental principle is the sound waves emitted by the vocal cords, they have played with such a common thing as sound waves. It was the first time they saw that sound could be played like this. First confirm the authenticity, and after the transaction is completed, you can take it back and look at it however you want. Half an hour later, Shimura Danzo spoke coldly. He didn't have the time and patience to wait for these people to finish reading the whole set of body-strengthening secrets. The key was this transaction. Danzo's cold voice pulled everyone back to reality from their obsession. Although they were extremely reluctant, they could only suppress their curiosity and desire. Then they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If they had not seen this set of body-strengthening secret techniques, they would naturally never agree to trade their own secret technique inheritance. Even if their secret technique inheritance was very ordinary and far inferior to those powerful ninja clans, it was also the hard work of their ancestors and the lifeblood of their survival. But after seeing this set of body-strengthening secret techniques, they hesitated. With this set of body-strengthening secret techniques in hand, as long as their descendants are not idiots, they can all become chunin. Not the kind of chunin who has achieved success through seniority, but a real chunin, and even has the hope of becoming a jonin, which is of great help to their level. This temptation is really great. I promise here that if your inheritance is lost for some reason in the future, the descendants can directly come to my Shimura family to get back a copy of the secret inheritance. As long as the Shimura family does not perish, this promise will be valid forever. Seeing that everyone was excited, Shimura Danzo threw out the last bait, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. 28. Chapter 28 Hashirama's Secret Scroll. Not to mention Shimura Danzo, who is trying to conquer those small families and outstanding civilian ninjas, Shimura Gendo has already arrived at the Senju clan. After reporting his name, he was taken to the residence of his chief teacher Tsunade by a white-skinned, beautiful, long-legged and white-sleeved black lady. As one of the two founding fathers of Konoha, the Senju clan occupies a very large area. It took a long time to get to Tsunade's residence. A rather luxurious wooden house, and Xianding also carefully discovered that this house is a hole, without any joints. Is it a creation of wood release? Thinking, Shimura Xianding thought of a legend. It is said that when Konoha was first built, the first generation of Hokage used wood release to create a group of houses for people to live in. Tsunade's current mansion should be one of them. Where is your sister? Walking into the mansion and finding Senju rope tree hanging on a tree doing hanging sit ups, Shimura Xianding asked. Seeing Shimura Xianding coming, Senju rope tree stopped training, took out a kunao to cut the ropes that tied his feet, turned over and jumped down, and spoke. My sister was called by grandma to practice yin seal. Before she left, she told you that if you come, she will take you to our family's secret chamber. Secret chamber? It is the place where the family's secret ninjutsu inheritance is stored. After explaining casually, Senju Nawake walked out with a cold face, ready to take Shimura Gendo to the secret chamber. Although he was very unhappy to let this guy enter his own secret chamber directly, this was the order of the violent elder sister, and he dared not disobey, otherwise he would definitely be get hit by the iron fist of love. Naturally, Shimura Gentoi would not refuse such a good thing, and hurriedly followed. On the way, he could not help but ask curiously, is it really okay for me to enter your family's secret chamber directly like this? It is easy to understand the so-called secret chamber, which is similar to the Shaolin Temple Sutra Pavilion in the novel. However, the inheritance of secret ninjutsu is the foundation of the ninja clan's power, and it is absolutely impossible to let outsiders enter, even if my teacher is the eldest daughter of the Senju family. The secret chamber is divided into several floors. This time I will only take you to the first floor. There is no important inheritance in our family. Sentai Junaways replied casually and stopped talking. Soon he came to a wooden building, which was the secret chamber where the Senju family stored various inheritances. Is this also built by the first generation using wood escape? Looking at this wooden building, Shimura Gentoi realized that this must be the work of the first generation Hokage, and the specifications are much higher than Tsunade's mansion. Just approaching him made me feel refreshed, and even the fatigue of wearing combat uniforms for a long time was swept away. This place is very unusual. Of course, This secret chamber was built by my grandfather with fairy magic, and was blessed by my grandmother with sealing techniques. There is still a huge amount of chakra left. With a proud face, although Senju Nweke had never seen the great-grandfather, he knew from books that the grandfather was powerful. The title of the god of ninja was no joke. Unfortunately, Shimura Jondun was not interested in this and walked straight to the secret chamber with the door closed. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing that Shimura Jondun ignored him, Senju Nweke puffed up his face in anger and hurriedly followed him into the secret chamber. "Is there no one guarding here?" Pushing open the closed door and walking into the first floor of the secret chamber, he found that there was no one except many tall bookshelves inside, which made Shimura Jondun quite curious. "Are all the Senju family so carefree? This is the safest place for our Senju family. No one can act recklessly here." With confidence on his face, Senju Nweke knew the real situation here very well. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the safest place in the entire Konoha. You can look at the scrolls here at will. According to my sister's training progress, she will not be able to come out within a month. The stairs on the second floor are sealed. If you can't go up, don't force your way in, otherwise the consequences will not be what you want to see. Also, when it's time to eat, go back to my sister's house by yourself. Someone will prepare the food for you." After a simple explanation, Senju Nweke didn't dare to stay any longer and left the secret room in a flash. He didn't want to be caught by the elder who was in charge here, otherwise he would be scolded again. The Senju is indeed the first powerful family in the ninja world. Looking at Senju Nweke who was running away quickly with doubt, Shimura Xianding turned his eyes back to the tall bookshelves on this floor, looking at the full scrolls on them, and couldn't help but sigh. Although he had never been to the place where his family kept the inheritance of ninjutsu, he had heard from his fiancé copyrightee that the collection of books there was less than 1/10 of the books here. Without delay, Shimura Gentoi turned into a humanoid scanner and read the countless scrolls in his memory. Whether it was the scroll inheritance of ninjutsu or some miscellaneous records of his ancestors, he did not miss any of them. Thanks to the soul-enhancing technique and the body-strengthening secret technique, he has been using chakra and sound waves to train brain cells in recent years, and his brain function has been greatly enhanced. It is no problem to remember everything he has seen. The days that followed were much simpler and more boring. Shimura Gentoi presented a 2-point and 1-line lifestyle. During the day, he went to the secret chamber to read the scrolls on the first layer of the memory, and at night he returned to Tsunade's mansion to rest, and at the same time entered the Black Cauldron space to analyze and organize the various knowledge he saw during the day. With the ability to remember everything he saw, he finally finished reading all the scrolls on the first layer of the secret chamber when it was almost a month. No wonder he's so generous. After reading the last scroll, Shimura Gentoi muttered in frustration. He had high expectations before, but who would have thought that most of the scrolls here only recorded some miscellaneous things, and they were all kinds of things, which could be said to be all-encompassing, and less than 10% of them were really useful. The highest level ninjutsu scroll he saw was only sea level, and they had a lot of that stuff in their house. Although there are only a few hundred ninjutsu shown in Naruto, there are actually a lot of ninjutsu in this real world, and the lower the level, the more ninjutsu there are. Although most ninjutsu have duplicate functions, they are indeed independent ninjutsu. Of course, this month was not wasted. Through these scrolls, his own knowledge has been greatly improved, and he has learned a lot of secrets in the ninja world. And these are only secondary, the real harvest this time has not yet been obtained. I hope there is no trap. Coming to a thick wooden pillar, looking at the family emblem of the 1,000 hands on it, Shimura Gentoi extended 4 chakra threads to touch the family emblem, and soon countless chakra spells spread from it, forming a formation diagram. This is a seal, a very complicated seal. When I was reading and sorting out those scrolls before, I vaguely found some strange sentences in them. It was not until I finished reading all the scrolls that I realized that it was a will of the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The will said that something was left in this seal, and a method to unlock the seal was attached. Fortunately, this seal does not need to be unlocked by seals, otherwise, even if there is a way to unlock it, it would be impossible to break it in his situation. Carefully controlling the 4 chakra threads to slowly break the seal on the family emblem, it took a day and a night to finally unlock it, and then the family emblem disappeared, revealing a secret compartment with a scroll stored inside. Hashirama's secret scroll. Looking at the words written on the outside of the scroll, seeing these 4 characters, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but breathe faster. He looked around and found no one, then came to a secluded corner on the first floor. I've made it, I've made it. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Shimura Gentoi carefully untied the string on the scroll and slowly unfolded it. Super strength technique. The three characters caught his eye and made Suending's breath stagnate again. He didn't expect that he could get the secret super strength technique of the Senju clan so easily, and it was the Hashirama version. This time he made a fortune. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shimura Gentoi continued to unfold the scroll, revealing the content of super strength technique training. A little bit of chakra bursts out and merges into the body cells through the acupuncture points. The more chakra gathered, the stronger the burst power. Hey? That's it. He continued to open the scroll and found that after this short sentence, there was another ninjutsu called Muji healing. Shimura Gentoi blinked his eyes cutely. That's it? Is this just a catalog introduction? Repressing his uneasiness, Shimura Gendo continued to turn the scroll and read the unmarked healing technique at the back. A little bit of chakra burst stimulates the body, the more bursts, the stronger the self-healing ability. After reading this, Shimura Gendo continued to turn the scroll and looked at the next spiritual technique called Rashomon. Use the contract scroll to summon the Rashomon that has been made long ago. The more chakra is stimulated, the more Rashomons are summoned. Seeing that it was still just a useless introduction, Shimura Gendo's face gradually turned black and continued to flip back. The tree world is born, and the minimum burst of chakra of 10 doors is used to give birth to trees. The more chakra is burst, the more trees are born. Trees will instinctively wrap around and absorb creatures with chakra. The flower tree world is descended, and the chakra of 20 doors is burst on the basis of the tree world, which will give birth to trees to the extreme and make them bloom and spread pollen. Wood dragon technique, burst chakra of 50 doors, and imagine the appearance of a dragon in your mind, and finally form a wooden dragon. Woodman technique, burst chakra of 100 doors, and imagine the appearance of a human body in your mind, and finally form a wooden man. Senjutsu, use the chakra in your body to devour the natural energy around you, and finally form a sage mode. Senjutsu would release a true 1,000 hands, consumes chakra of 1,000 doors, and imagines the appearance of a 1,000-handed Buddha in your mind, and finally forms a would release 1,000-handed Buddha. Rubbing his forehead, Shimura Gento felt that he was tricked by the god of ninjas. What about the secret scroll of Hashirama? It's just a catalog and introduction, especially because it's full of non-human language such as bursting a little bit of chakra. Are you sure it's just a little bit, not a billion bits? In the end, Tobirama Senju is used as the unit of measurement for chakra burst. In some Naruto fanfictions in the previous life, using Kakashi as the unit of measurement was already extravagant enough. Unexpectedly, Hashirama Senju was even more powerful and directly used his brother Tobirama Senju as the unit of measurement. I can only say that he is indeed worthy of being the god of ninja. SHH. At this moment, a chuckle came from behind, scaring Shimura Gentoi so much that he shivered and the scroll in his hand fell off his hand, and was immediately caught by a golden chain and taken away. Vajra chain. The familiar chain made Shimura Gentoi's pupils shrink suddenly. Although he had never seen this thing in this world, he had seen it when watching Naruto in his previous life. It was the unique Vajra chain of the Uzumaki clan. And there are records of this in the 1,000 Hands scrolls that I have seen before. This is definitely the Vajra chain. Looking up, I found that the source of the Vajra chain is a beautiful girl with long straight red hair. The red hair once again proves the identity of the other party to the Uzumaki clan. But how could the Uzumaki clan appear in the territory of the 1,000 Hands clan? That's right, the 1,000 Hands family and the Uzumaki clan are close relatives. Uzumaki Mito married Senju Hashirama, and it is normal for her to bring some people to live in the territory of the 1,000 Hands clan. Suddenly, Shimura Gentoi roughly understood what was going on. You are quite knowledgeable. You can actually recognize that this is the Vajra chain. Taking the scroll from the Vajra chain and rolling it up, the Uzumaki girl showed appreciation. Beautiful lady, can you return the scroll to me? I want to put it back. Putting on a handsome smile, Shimura Gentoi stretched out his palm and asked for the scroll. Although he was quite disappointed with the thing, it was the relic of the god of ninja after all, so it was better to put it back to its original place. Miss. The Uzumaki girl was stunned, then she smiled, and she smiled quite happily. It was the first time that someone called her a little sister, and the other person was just a kid, this feeling. It's pretty good. 29. Chapter 29, The Freeloader Plan. This is Hashirama's relic, I can't give it to you, and the seal is broken, even the secret compartment on the pillar has been repaired by the remaining wood release chakra here, you can't put it back. Shaking her head slightly, the Uzumaki girl said while stroking the scroll in her hand. She didn't expect that someone would actually read all the scrolls on this layer, collect the information scattered by Hashirama Senju, and unlock the seal. Do you know that seal? Shimura Gento was stunned. He discovered the seal with the help of the information scattered in those scrolls by Hashirama Senju. He didn't expect that the girl already knew about it. But it made sense. Although the seal was hidden, it was more the wood escape chakra here can only cover ordinary people. It is probably not difficult for the Uzumaki clan who are proficient in sealing techniques. I have known about that seal for a long time, but this secret scroll of Hashirama is useless, so I have never touched it. The Uzumaki girl tossed the scroll in her hand and did not care about it. She even opened the seal to check it and then put it back. Originally, this thing was left by Hashirama to his descendants. Unexpectedly, those descendants were not up to the task and failed to find it for more than 10 years. Instead, it was found by a foreign boy. It's just a catalog and introduction. It's really useless. Nodding in agreement. As a viewer, Shimura Gento has absolute say. That thing is really useless. Table of contents? Introduction. The girl was stunned, then she chuckled and explained, you misunderstood. This is the secret scroll of ninjutsu written by Hashirama himself, but his understanding of ninjutsu is different from that of normal people. Shimura Gentoi, A with circumflex trademark I per 1000 A with circumflex trademark. Blinking in confusion, his mind went blank. Thinking back to the many non-human languages a euro on the scroll, he felt that his mind had suffered a 10,000 point critical hit. Although I know that the reincarnations of Ashura in previous generations are all cheaters, this cheat is too powerful. How did Hashirama Senju, with his IQ and brain circuit, integrate wood release? And how did he develop so many wood release ninjutsu? At this moment, he vaguely understood the hardship of Tobirama Senju. It was not easy for him not to be psychologically traumatized by such a cheater brother. Miss, are you of high rank? With a turn of his eyes, Shimura Gentoi felt that this Uzumaki girl might be a good golden thigh. Moreover, the other party is a member of the Uzumaki clan. She, needs the selfless sponsorship of this young lady. It's okay. I'm of the same generation as Hashirama. Smiling, the Uzumaki girl said that her generation was indeed very high, otherwise she wouldn't call Hashirama Senju by name. May I ask your name, young lady? With his eyes lit up, Shimura Gentoi realized that it was time to hug her thighs. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique inheritance is also one of his goals. If he gets it, he will be rich. Mito, my name is Uzumaki Midu, what about you? Still with a smiling expression, Uzumaki Midu is more and more interested in this young man. Hello, Miss Midu, my name is Shimura Gentoi. Smiling in return, Shimura Gentoi secretly pondered how to hug this young lady's thighs tightly, and it would be best if he could find a chance to knock her out and copy her body data. Are you the Shimura Gentoi who knocked out Rope Tree's front teeth? Looking surprised, Uzumaki Mido had heard of Shimura Gentoi before, but she didn't expect to meet him here. Don't get me wrong, Rope Tree's front teeth were knocked out by accident when he fell down. I didn't touch him. He shook his head and denied it quickly. Shimura Gentoi didn't want to take the blame, lest he be disliked by this young lady. And he really didn't beat Senju Rope Tree that day. He fell down directly because that guy was too weak. You don't need to explain. Rope Tree's defeat can only be blamed on his poor skills, and it's better to lose to a classmate now than to lose to an enemy in the future and lose his life. Showing that Shimura Gentoi didn't need to be nervous, Uzumaki Mido really didn't care about Rope Tree being beaten, and even thought it was a good thing. As the eldest son of the Senju family, Rope Tree was cared for by many elders. Few people dared to attack him, even when they were sparring. Even Tsunade could not really be ruthless, which would be very detrimental to the growth of Rope Tree. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Midu suddenly looked at Shimura Gento with shining eyes. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was, and the more kind her smile became. This little brother is good, he should be able to help Rope Tree improve. Miss Midu, is there something wrong? Shimura Gento asked in confusion, feeling uncomfortable being looked at by Uzumaki Midu. Could it be that this woman wants to support me, Master Ding? Well, she has good vision. Little brother, I want to ask you for a favor. After looking at Shimura Gento in his battle suit, Uzumaki Midu had a bold idea. Sister, your business is my business, please tell me, I will definitely do it. Shimuragento, who was thinking about how to hold the thigh of this little sister tightly, naturally would not refuse this request, and patted his chest to indicate that it was no problem. I hope you can train rope tree, especially in actual combat. Uzumaki-me was very satisfied with Shimuragento's response and stated her own requirements. Anyway, there was no one in the Senju family who could really be ruthless to Senju rope tree, so she could only ask this little brother from another family. Train that boy? To what extent do you want to train him? Rubbing his chin, Shimuragento felt that he could take on this job. After all, it was the first time the other girl asked for it, and it was difficult to refuse. It depends on your ability. If you can train rope tree to the level of a jonin, you can choose any of the B-level whirlpool ceiling techniques I know. If you can train him to the level of a shadow, you can learn any of the A-level whirlpool ceiling techniques I master. Uzumaki-me directly gave the remuneration standard. She really couldn't pass on the secret ninjutsu inheritance of the Senju family, but the ceiling technique of the Uzumaki family was different. That was her and the Uzumaki family's inheritance, not the Senju's. She could pass it on to whoever she wanted. What if we train him to the level of the first generation? His eyes lit up, and Shimuragento felt that this deal was done. How could the A-level whirlpool ceiling technique satisfy the appetite of his master? You should know that the most powerful ceiling techniques of the Uzumaki clan are those S-level super ceiling techniques, some of which are unsolvable, such as the Shiki Fujin, the inner four-symbol seal, the four red sun formations, etc. That is the pinnacle and essence of the Uzumaki ceiling technique. You really dare to think so? Uzumaki-me rolled her eyes and felt that this little brother had too much appetite. Others don't know, but she knows a lot about Hashirama Senju. That has exceeded the scope of normal ninjas and reached an inhuman level, which is not something that normal people can cultivate. The pinnacle of normal ninjas is the level of the second and third generations of Hokage. At most, the second generation has absolute mobility due to the Flying Thunder God technique, and the combat power they show is stronger, but it is still within the scope of normal people. If you can really cultivate rope tree to the level of Hashirama, I will pass on all the Uzumaki ceiling techniques I know to you. With a slight smile, Uzumaki-me did not discourage the enthusiasm of this little brother. Just like what the master Yunzong Niao wrote in his book, people always have to have a bigger ideal, otherwise they are not even as good as salted fish, and salted fish still want to turn over. Let's make a pinky promise. The smile on his face deepened, and Shimuragento stretched out his little finger to make a pinky promise. If he hadn't been afraid of angering this young lady, he would have written 2 copies of the contract on the spot. That's the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Even if this young lady didn't master all the vortex sealing techniques, she must have mastered a lot of them with her high generation. Moreover, this young lady is so young and has a good time to squander. She will definitely learn more vortex sealing techniques in the future. Anyway, it will take more than a moment to train rope tree. He has plenty of time. Besides, his current strength is too low. Even if he gets all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he can't learn them. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. You little guy. Shaking his head helplessly, Uzumaki Mito stretched out his slender white little finger, ready to make a pinky promise with Shimuragento. Wait. Suddenly seeing the armor on his arm, Shimuragento quickly retracted his arm, unbuttoned the buttons, removed the outer armor, and rolled up the inner armor to reveal his arm. Just now, he almost forgot that he was still wearing a battlesuit. Don't let this young lady be harmed by the radiation of the battlesuit. He is still counting on eating this young lady's soft rice in the future. Pin, don't change for 100 years. Hooking the white and delicate little finger, Shimuragento solemnly recited the spell to indicate that the agreement was reached. Tsunade seemed to say that your battlesuit was integrated with the sealing crystal. Is it true? Retracting her fingers, Uzumaki Mito curiously looked at the gorgeous battlesuit on Shimuragento. She was not unfamiliar with the battle armor, but the styles of the battle armor she had seen were very monotonous. In terms of appearance alone, they were not at the same level as the one in front of her, which made her want to get a set to wear. The core of this suit is the sealing crystal. Although she has never seen the sealing crystal, she has heard of it. This is the first time she has seen it. It is also the first time she has seen someone integrate and inlay the sealing crystal into the armor. It is really a crazy idea. Well, this suit is integrated with 10% of the sealing crystal, and a lot of it is inlaid on the outside. It is a special suit designed for myself. It is also the biggest guarantee for the future of the ninja world. Nodding, Shimura Gento put the armor on his arm again. He now has to adapt to this suit as soon as possible, so that he can follow Tsunade out of the village to perform tasks with confidence. So these geniuses have been wearing armor all the time, even when sleeping. Just after putting on the hand armor, Shimura Gento turned his head and looked, and his eyes almost popped out. I saw Uzumaki Mito curiously breaking a piece of golden feather on the wings of the suit with his hands, as if testing the hardness of this thing. You are not affected by the radiation. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Uzumaki Mito looked normal and her breath was steady. It didn't look like her chakra was going out of control, which surprised Shimura Gentoi. Could it be that this young lady has also been using the sealing crystal to assist in condensing chakra? There is no perfect and absolute thing in this world. Although the radiation of the sealing crystal can affect chakra, it is not absolute. For example, if you have a strong control over your own chakra, coupled with a high degree of chakra concentration and a small amount of chakra that is easy to control, you can resist the erosion of radiation. Retracting her palm, Uzumaki Mito explained with a smile. The radiation of the sealing crystal is indeed very strong. Even ninjas of Sarutobi Hiruzen's level will be affected, but as long as you surpass this level, you will be immune to this radiation. In the final analysis, it is just a dead thing. Nodding in agreement, Shimura Gentoi never thought that he could be invincible in the ninja world with the help of the sealing crystal. As for how Uzumaki Mito could be immune to this influence, he guessed that it should be related to her sealing technique. By the way, young lady, you seem to know a lot about the first generation. Is his chakra really thousands of times that of the second generation? Recalling the super ninjutsu of the true thousand hands in the secret scroll of Hashirama, Shimura Gentoi was very curious about how much chakra Hashirama Senju had. The Senju clan is famous in the ninja world for its huge chakra. As the top powerhouse of the Senju clan, Tobirama Senju certainly has a lot of chakra. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a human-shaped tailed beast. But Hashirama Senju's true thousand hands can burst out thousands of times the chakra of Tobirama Senju, which is really too crazy. And according to what he learned, in the Battle of the Valley of the End, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara fought for 3 days and 3 nights until the end, and the true thousand hands was used to decide the outcome. That is to say, Hashirama Senju had consumed a lot of chakra before using the true thousand hands. Even so, he can use the true thousand hands by emitting chakra that is thousands of times greater than that of Tobirama Senju. It can be seen how crazy his chakra is. 30. Chapter 30, How to Conquer the Stomach of a Young Lady. It's not that exaggerated. Hashirama's chakra is about 200 times greater than Tobirama's. The reason why he can use the true thousand hands is, on the one hand, because of the blessing of the sage mode, and on the other hand, because he overloads his body's vitality and refines chakra beyond his own limit. Shaking his head slightly, Uzumaki Mito was a little sad when he talked about this. Although Hashirama Senju won the battle in the Valley of the End, he also paid a heavy price. After hearing this explanation, Shimura Gentoi suddenly realized why the first generation Hokage died a few years after the war. You should know that the use of ninja chakra is strictly regulated. Excessive chakra extraction will damage the body, and even cause sudden death in serious cases. This rule cannot be avoided even by top-level masters like the first generation Hokage. It is estimated that the cause of death of the first generation Hokage should be the exhaustion of vitality. In addition, the frequent use of the seal healing in the battle exhausted the number of cell divisions and seriously overdrawn the body. Even if he has the body of the thousand hands sage, it is difficult to bear it. Mr. Madara is really a man who squeezed the god of ninja dry. After secretly sighing, Shimura Gento didn't know what to say about the basic bond between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. This is probably the legendary love-hate relationship. Miss, it's time for dinner, why don't you come with me for dinner? I specially called the chef from home. The cooking skills are very good. I guarantee that you have never eaten the food he made. Looking at the sky outside, Shimura Gento decisively made an invitation. This golden thigh must be hugged well. I'm a little hungry indeed. Uzumaki Mito, who wanted to refuse, became interested after hearing what Shimura Gentoi said. She rubbed her belly and wanted to see the food that Shimura Gentoi said. After getting the response from Miss Mito, Shimura Gentoi took her directly to Tsunade's mansion. As soon as she came in, she saw a figure busy in the yard. Uncle Lu, are you the one who cooks these 2 days? While taking Uzumaki Mito into the mansion, Shimura Gentoi greeted the figure busy in the yard. It's my turn, young master, you have to teach me well. Shimura Lu smiled and said, his eyes swept over Shimura Gentoi, and when he saw Uzumaki Mido following behind, he was startled and recognized the other party's identity. Xiaolu, see you again. Uzumaki Mido greeted with a smile, and obviously recognized Shimura Lu. Hello, sir. Bowed quickly, Shimura Lu was quite shocked and moved. He didn't expect that his young master could bring this sir out. Uncle Lu, do you know Midu? Looking at the young lady beside him in astonishment, and then looking at the uncle in front of him, Shimura Xianding didn't expect that the two knew each other. Mido? Oh. I know him. I once had the honor of performing the task of guarding Midu. After a slight pause, although Shimura Lu didn't understand why this sir didn't use his real name, he was very tactful and cooperated. Such a big man's affairs were not something he could intervene in, so it was better not to meddle in other people's business. I see. Nodding suddenly, Shimura Xianding had a further understanding of the identity of the young lady beside him. Don't look at that Uncle Lu cooking for him now. He is an elite jonin, but because of a mission that caused his legs to be broken by the enemy, he had no choice but to retire. And to be able to let an elite jonin be a guard, you can imagine how high the status of this young lady is. Are you the one who's cooking? Why haven't I heard that you have this skill before? Uzumaki Midori asked curiously as they sat down at a large round table under the guidance of Shimura Gento. She knew a little about Shimura. He was quite capable and had an extremely sharp wind escape technique, but she had never heard that he could cook. I learned it after retiring, and with the guidance of the young master, I developed a lot of new dishes. You must try them this time, sir. Speaking of this, Shimura Midori looked confident and proud, and was quite satisfied with his current achievements. He was indeed depressed for a while after retiring due to disability, but after the young master came to him, he regained his confidence and found a new goal. Then I must try it. Seeing Shimura Midori's confidence and pride, Uzumaki Midori became more interested. Seeing Shimura Gento and Uzumaki Mido sitting down, Shimura Lu sent out his shadow clone to bring 2 basins of water. Shimura Gento washed his hands in it and dried them with a towel. Uzumaki Mido also washed his hands, and then Shimura Lu brought up the various dishes that had completed the final process one by one. The exquisite dishes dazzled Uzumaki Mido. Miss Mido, come and try this sweet and sour fish first. Picking up a pair of public chopsticks, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish and put it on the plate in front of Uzumaki Mido, and Shimura Gento gestured to try it. As a foodie from the global village, he was not used to the food in the Naruto world, but it was a pity that he could only eat but not cook in his previous life. Fortunately, as the eldest son of the Shimura family, there were plenty of people to do the work as long as he gave orders. A few years ago, he asked people to collect most of the food recipes of the entire ninja world. On this basis, based on the Chinese delicacies he had eaten in his previous life, he directed the chefs to work and barely reproduced some of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. And this Uncle Shimuraji mainly attacks this Shandong cuisine, and this sweet and sour fish is one of the representative dishes. It's a pity that there is no carp in this world, otherwise it would be even more classic. Uzumaki Mido, who had been tempted for a long time, picked up the small piece of sweet and sour fish and took a bite gently. There was a slight crackling sound, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Then a moderate sweet and sour taste came, and the taste made her eyes slightly narrowed with happiness. The cute expression of the little sister made Hiken Xianding on the side very satisfied, and the plan of hugging thighs took a crucial step. To deal with creatures like little sisters, food is the first weapon. When I was a yellow and blue knight in my previous life, most of the employers of the type of little sisters ordered all kinds of food. As the saying goes, men should establish relations at the wine table, while women should make strategies at the dining table. Come, try this pot-roasted elbow again. Seeing that the little sister had finished the piece of sweet and sour carp, Hiken Xianding picked up another piece from the pot-roasted elbow. Is this pork leg? Looking at the piece of greasy pork on the plate, Uzumaki Mido frowned slightly. As a beautiful woman, she naturally dislikes such greasy things. It is indeed a pork leg. Don't look at it as greasy, it is actually fat but not greasy. Try it. Nodding, Shimura Gento also picked up a piece of pot-roasted pork elbow and tasted it. The familiar taste made him feel nostalgic. It was 70% similar to the pot-roasted pork elbows he tasted in his previous life. After hesitating for a while, Uzumaki Mido picked up the pot-roasted pork elbow and took a small bite. At first, Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, but after a while, her beautiful eyes lit up and she stuffed the pot roasted pork elbow on the chopsticks into her mouth. Her beautiful eyes narrowed again. Uncle Lu, didn't you say you would wait for me to come back before eating? At this time, a young man ran in a hurry, sat down at the table quickly, and complained to Shimura Lu. It was clearly agreed before, but this uncle was so tasteless that he didn't wait for him. Just after sitting down, Senju Nawake found that there was one more person today, and it was a person he was very familiar with, which made his whole body stiff. Just when he was about to speak, he was blocked by a piece of sweet and sour fish thrown by the other party, and there was also a cold word. Don't talk while eating. She lowered her head very obediently and chewed the sweet and sour carp in her mouth and swallowed it. This scene made Shimura Gento have a further understanding of the status of the young lady next to her in the Senju family. At least not worse than Tsunade, the violent girl. Come on, Miss Mito, try this pot-fried tofu. And this piece of scallion and pepper fish strips, this mullet egg soup is not bad. Shimura Gento diligently picked up food from the young lady next to him, and the expression of Senju Nawake opposite him gradually became more weird, and at the same time more hostile to Shimura Gento. What does this bastard want to do? Without mentioning Senju Nawake, who was in a worse mood, Shimura Gento and Uzumaki Mito were enjoying the meal, but what Shimura Gento didn't expect was that this young lady was actually a big eater. More than half of the dishes on the table went into her stomach, and her appetite was enough to match that of several strong men. You Shimura family really know how to enjoy life. After finishing all the dishes on the table, Uzumaki Mito gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, full of emotion. With her status, she had naturally eaten a lot of delicious food, but today she realized her ignorance and understood what real food is. Master, sir, come and try this soup. Let the shadow clone remove the empty plates on the table, and Shimura Lu brought a small bowl of soup. Wow! Uncle Lu, you even learned this by stealing. Looking at the soup in the bowl, Shimura Gento was quite surprised. This was not a Shandong dish. I accidentally saw it. He smiled modestly, but he couldn't hide his smugness. Miss Midu, try this. He stood up and served a portion of soup for himself and his sister. Shimura Gentoi gestured to taste it, and then he drank a mouthful of it. As for Senju Rope Tree, he had to do it himself. But Uzumaki Mito looked at the soup in the small bowl in front of him and hesitated to do it. His eyebrows gradually frowned. Can hair be used to cook? Turning his head, Uzumaki Mito really couldn't eat this soup. This is not hair, but mushrooms, bamboo shoots, carrots, tofu, seaweed, etc. cut into thin strips. It's just that because it's too thin, it looks like hair. Grinning, Shimura Gentoi explained. After all, it is a world with a cultivation civilization. Some aspects must surpass the previous life. For example, this knife skill is much higher than those chefs in the previous life. You should know that Uncle Lu never uses a knife when cooking. He uses wind attribute chakra to cut the food. No matter how thin the cuts are, it doesn't matter. Tofu can be cut into such thin strips. With a pair of beautiful eyes wide open, Uzumaki Mei was shocked. Other ingredients are fine, but how can something as tender as tofu be cut into such thin strips? Can dishes be cooked like this? Just practice a few more times. At this time, Shimura Lu smiled modestly again, indicating that practice makes perfect. Of course, this is just a light talk. In fact, in order to practice this kind of knife skills, he has worked hard in the past few years. Fortunately, he is good at wind escape ninjutsu and has a good foundation, otherwise it would be difficult to practice to this level. Master, tell me what are the shortcomings this time? Take out a small notebook, Shimura Lu holds a fountain pen in his right hand and asks Shimura Xianding for guidance. These are all new dishes. Others only know that they are delicious after eating them, and cannot point out any flaws. Only this young master has the most discerning appetite and can give them the most valuable advice. Only after getting these opinions and knowing the shortcomings of these dishes, we can start to make improvements and make it better and better. It is with the help of the young master that they have achieved this level in the past few years. Is there anything wrong with such delicious food? While tasting the Wensi tofu soup, Uzumaki Mito widened her eyes and felt that she could not understand the thinking of the people from the Shimura family. It is so delicious, but you still say there are shortcomings. Do you want to go to heaven? As for Senju Nawake, he ignored all this and just drank the soup. He has seen similar scenes every morning, noon, and evening for nearly a month. He was also surprised at the beginning, but gradually became numb after a few days. They are really not from the same world as the Shimura family, and they can't understand their way of thinking at all. 31. Chapter 31 How Misunderstandings Are Made. You have already made a great success with this Wensi tofu soup. Your knife skills are perfect. You can add other ingredients on this basis. The sour taste of the sweet and sour fish is a bit mixed. It should be the vinegar. You can improve the production process and try other fish to find the most suitable one for this dish. The spicy taste of the green onion and pepper fish is not enough. The problem should be the pepper. You can try other varieties of pepper, or start to cultivate new varieties of pepper. The mullet egg soup is not thick enough and cannot be integrated with the egg slices. It does not have that tender and smooth taste. You can think about it. There is no way to solve it. The soup of the pot fried tofu is good, but the tofu tastes a bit bad. Try making it with other beans. Comparing the delicacies he had eaten in his previous life, Shimura Gentoi pointed out the differences. In general, Shimura Lu's cooking skills are still very good, especially in terms of knife skills, but after all, he is a latecomer and still has many shortcomings. But the problem is not big. As long as he continues to develop in this way, one day he will be able to perfectly replicate the 8 major cuisines of China in his previous life, and even surpass them. This guidance made Uzumaki Miyazu stunned. She couldn't help but recall the feeling when she saw the secret scroll of Hashirama that year. She felt that this little brother was becoming more and more like Hashirama, and they didn't speak human language. As for Senju Nawaki, he quickly ran away when Shimura Gentoi said these non-human words, and ran to the secret chamber, but he went to the top floor of the secret chamber. Sister, something bad has happened. Grandma is going to find a step-grandfather for us. Rush into the top floor of the secret chamber, Senju Nawaki shouted anxiously. These terrible words almost made Tsunade, who was practicing the yin seal, lose her chakra, and it took a while for her to calm down. Bang! What nonsense are you talking about? How could Grandma find a step-grandfather for us? Angrily punching the stupid Oudoudu in front of her, Tsunade felt that this kid deserved to be punished, even daring to make up a story for Grandma. I'm not talking nonsense, I saw my grandma eating with that guy Shimura Genteng with my own eyes, and he kept picking up food for Grandma, and Grandma didn't refuse. They looked more like a couple than our parents, not to mention how loving they were. With tears in his eyes, he covered the rapidly swelling bump on his forehead and said that he was not talking nonsense, as he had witnessed it with his own eyes. When he was eating before, he felt that something was wrong. He always felt that the bastard had intentions towards his grandmother. The worst thing was that his grandmother did not refuse. This is a very dangerous signal. If things go wrong, that guy will really become his step-grandfather. Damn little pervert. Seeing that her stupid Oudoudu didn't seem to be lying, Tsunade was furious. She got up and rushed to her mansion, ready to find that little pervert and destroy him. Although her grandmother looked young because of the yin seal, and even looked younger than her granddaughter, she was her grandmother after all. If she was going to be with an elder, she would have tolerated it. After all, her grandfather died early and it was not easy for her grandmother to be a widow for so many years. But why did she have to choose that little pervert? If these two really get together, should she call that kid her apprentice in the future? Or is it like a rope? The step-grandfather that the tree mentioned? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She used the instant body technique to run quickly and return to the mansion. After a little sensing, she found that Shimura Gento was lying in a bedroom, breathing long, and should be asleep, while her grandmother was flipping through a scroll on the sofa in the living room. Suppressing her anger, Tsunade walked into the living room and sat opposite her grandmother. She didn't say anything, just watching quietly. After a while, a young man walked in quickly and sat next to Tsunade quietly. It was Senju Orange Water. Just now, his nephew Senju Rope Tree came to find him, and he immediately put down his work and rushed over. What's the matter? Putting down the scroll in his hand, Uzumaki Midoriya asked in confusion. The expressions of these two people seemed to have something serious. Tsunade and Senju Orange Water, uncle and nephew opposite, looked at each other, and finally Senju Orange Water bit the bullet and said, "Aunt, what do you think of Shimura Gento?" He didn't dare to ask his aunt directly if she wanted to remarry or keep a lover, otherwise he would definitely be hung up and beaten. Although he is a powerful person at the level of a Hokage, he is no different from a child in front of this aunt. He is a handsome boy, what's wrong with him? After expressing her impression of the little brother, Uzumaki Midoriya was even more puzzled. What happened to these two people? But he is the son of Shimura Denzo. Tsunade spoke at this time, but she didn't dare to ask directly, ready to be reminded from the side. Denzo is Denzo, his son is his son, is there a necessary connection between the two? Don't misunderstand little brother Xianding because of Denzo, that little brother is a good person. With dissatisfaction on her face, Uzumaki Midori felt that the two juniors had misunderstood the little brother. She was very accurate in judging people, and with the ability to sense malice from the nine tails, she had never sensed the slightest malice in that boy for such a long time. Such good guys are rare. Seeing that Tsunade was about to speak again, Uzumaki Midori raised her hand to stop her, and said dissatisfiedly, I know this matter in my heart, I don't need you to teach me. Seeing Uzumaki Midori's determination, Tsunade and Senju Orange Water uncle and nephew on the opposite side looked at each other again and smiled helplessly. Although they were unwilling, they dared not anger this elder. There was no way, now this person in the Senju family has the biggest fist. From now on, the teaching of rope tree will be handed over to little brother Xianding. You guys don't interfere. Just make sure he doesn't die. Uzumaki Midoriya expressed her decision, but it caused Tsunade's strong opposition. No, I don't agree to let rope tree be taught by that little pervert. Just kidding, she now wants to destroy that little pervert, how can she let him teach her own Oyudaudu? Oyudaudu is stupid and cute to begin with. What if that little pervert teaches her to become another little pervert and goes to the bathhouse to peep? Their Senju family can't afford to lose that person. Little pervert? I didn't see it. Uzumaki Midoriya blinked her eyes in a daze. She didn't understand what her granddaughter said. She thought she was top-notch in appearance, but when she first met that little brother, his eyes were clear, exactly the same as when Hashirama saw her. Such men are generally not moved by beauty. They have their own ideas and persistence. They can never be the little pervert in the mouth of their granddaughter. Even though he was more attentive before, it was probably for the whirlpool sealing technique he knew. In addition, according to his understanding of Shimura Denzo, it is unlikely that he would propose to use the E-level body strengthening secret technique as a teaching material for the ninja school, and not seek fame and fortune, and even use the D-level body strengthening secret technique as a bargaining chip to get the approval of many ninja clans. This is not Shimura Denzo's style, so this should be the work of the little brother, but I don't know why Shimura Denzo acquiesced to it. But no matter what, being able to do such a thing is enough to prove that the little brother's character and mind are exactly the same as Hashirama's back then, and they are all thinking about the village. Okay, you two have misunderstandings about little brother Xianding, and be polite to him in the future. According to seniority, he is now the same generation as you, Cheng Shui. She saw that the two had a deep misunderstanding of the little brother. What? The same generation as me? With a confused look on her face, Senju Cheng Shui didn't understand what this aunt meant. It stands to reason that he is of the same generation as Shimura Denzo and others, so how come he is of the same generation as that kid now? Could it be that the kid is not actually Denzo's son, but his younger brother? Senju Orange Water couldn't help but think about it, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, and she couldn't help but feel more pity for Shimura Denzo. Tsunade on the side also had a lot of ideas, but it was a different kind of idea. It's over, Grandma is really attracted to that little pervert, and she has started to raise the generation for that little pervert. This is obviously preparing for the future together. It's not nice to be together with a grandson, but it would be much better if she was together with a nephew. My grandmother really fell. Uzumaki Midoriya didn't know what the two younger generations in front of her were thinking, otherwise she would be angry to death. Hashirama once left a legacy on the first floor of the secret chamber, splitting the clues to unlock the seal and writing them into those scrolls. Today, my little brother found this secret scroll and is considered Hashirama's disciple of the next generation. Although we cannot pass on the secret techniques of our Senju family to him because of the foreign race, we must at least give him a certain respect. She knew very well the intention of her husband's doing this back then. It was a test. As long as he could find this secret scroll, he would be trained as a key person. It's a pity that no one in the Senju family has passed the test for so many years. Even few people go to the secret chamber to read books. Even if there are people, they go directly to the second floor. Almost no one touches the scrolls on the first floor, let alone read them all. What? He got the secret scroll inheritance of my great-grandfather. Tsunade stood up suddenly, widening her eyes. She really didn't expect this to happen. At that time, she left a message for the kid to go to the first floor of the secret chamber to read books just to broaden his horizons, read the notes of the predecessors, have a deeper understanding of the ninja world, and prepare for future missions outside the village. But who would have thought that the little pervert could actually find the secret scroll inheritance left by his great-grandfather? How did that kid do it? Also, when did his great-grandfather leave the inheritance there? How could she, as a granddaughter, not know? Qian Shao Cheng Shui on the side said nothing, but faintly exuded a chilling murderous intent. The inheritance of secret ninjutsu is the foundation and lifeblood of the ninja clan, and it must not be passed on to others, especially the secret scroll inheritance left by the uncle. Since that kid has obtained the inheritance of his uncle, he can only be ruthless and get rid of him. I believe that even Brother Danzo will not say anything in this regard. That kid has violated the bottom line of the ninja clan's taboos and deserves to die. Bang! Just as Qian Shao Cheng Shui was thinking about how to kill Shimura Gendo, a scroll hit his head, and the huge power it carried destroyed his entire body. His body was smashed and flew out, embedded in the wall as a human relief. Your generation is useless. Uzumaki Miyadu, who threw out the scroll, looked at Senju Orange Water with regret, and felt more and more that the Senju family was going downhill. Apart from anything else, this magnanimity is not even as good as Tobirama. Facing the scolding of his aunt, Senju Orange Water was at a loss and confused at the same time. Did he do something wrong? Go back and copy the diaries of Hashirama and Tobirama 10 times for me. Uzumaki Miyado was too lazy to pay attention to this narrow-minded nephew, and waved his hand to get out quickly. As the head of the clan, he only has such a small magnanimity, no wonder the Senju family gradually declined. Yes, aunt. Although he was still confused, Senju Orange Water did not dare to refute, and he took himself off the wall and bowed and left, taking the scroll with him, because it said the secret scroll of Hashirama. You should also copy the diaries of Hashirama and Tobirama 10 times for me. Don't try to save trouble by using shadow clones. Also, you are not allowed to come out until you have mastered the Yin Seal after you return this time. Glazing at Tsunade, who wanted to say something, Uzumaki Miyadu signaled that you should get out of here as well. She was upset just looking at these juniors. One is addicted to gambling, the other is a narrow-minded clan leader, and the Waki is even more stubborn. The Senju generation is completely useless. 32. Chapter 32 Monkey Stick Skills. Is this really the secret scroll left by my uncle? At the top floor of the Senju clan's secret chamber, Senju Orange Water widened her eyes, and the majestic image of her uncle as the god of ninja gradually collapsed. He really didn't know how to describe this secret scroll. In short, it was disgusting to read it, especially when he saw that his father became the unit of measurement for his uncle's chakra burst. The feeling was so awkward. It is indeed the handwriting of my great-grandfather. Tsunade nodded beside him, confirming that it was the handwriting of her great-grandfather, and the majestic image in her heart collapsed. Is this the secret scroll inheritance left by the god of ninja? That little pervert got this thing? What should I do about my grandmother and that little pervert? Tsunade asked gloomily, moving her eyes away from the strange scroll. I can't really let that kid get together with my grandmother and become her step-grandfather. Find a chance to kill that kid. Withdrawing her eyes from the disgusting secret scroll, Senju Orange Water showed a fierce look. Although from this secret scroll, the boy did not really inherit his uncle's legacy, but he still could not tolerate him getting together with his aunt. If that happened, what should he call Shimura Danzo in the future? Call him Grandpa? He and the Senju family can't afford to lose that man. If you are not afraid of being hung up and beaten by your grandmother, go ahead. Staring at him, Tsunade did not agree with this radical approach. Although he wanted to humanely destroy the little pervert before, he was angry at that time. If he really wanted to do it, it would definitely not work. At most, he would beat him up and couldn't take care of himself. Tsunade's reminder made Senju Orange Water shudder. Recalling the shadow of his childhood, he immediately rejected the previous proposal, and then had a new idea. Then castrate him. Since he couldn't kill him, he could still solve the problem by making the boy unable to be a man. Don't mess around. That little pervert is the only son of Shimura Danzo. If he really wants to make that old guy extinct, he will definitely not give up. I will communicate with that little pervert first to see if I can convince him to leave my grandmother. After giving a warning, Tsunade still disagreed with this radical approach and was ready to find an opportunity to communicate with that little pervert first to see if she could solve the problem through verbal communication. After saying that, she stood up to look for the notes of her great-grandfather and second-grandfather, ready to complete the copying task ordered by her grandmother. On the other side, Shimura Gento didn't know that his twin brother from the same mother had been targeted. He was currently developing a sea-level bodybuilding secret technique in the Black Cauldron space. Although there was nothing good in the first floor of the Thousand Hands secret pavilion, he still gained a lot. Some of the notes of the ancestors of the Thousand Hands family mentioned some real things, which gradually gave him some ideas about the sea-level bodybuilding technique. Of course, it is difficult to create a sea-level bodybuilding secret technique with these alone, and it requires countless attempts and sacrifices. For example, this time. In the Black Cauldron space, Shimura Gento controlled his own replica to take a horse stance. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly came from his chest, and then blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Just at that moment, his heart was shattered by the impact of chakra. If the replica in the Black Cauldron space could not be revived infinitely, he would have died long ago. He was not discouraged. He tried again after recovery. He died again after a few seconds. However, the cause of death this time was a ruptured blood vessel in the brain, which was also a fatal injury. As early as when he discovered that the replica could be revived infinitely, he knew how to use this feature. In his previous life, there were many ways to innovate something new, one of which was called trial and error. As the name suggests, trial and error is to eliminate errors through continuous trials. It is a learning method that relies purely on experience accumulation. Through continuous trials, summarize the experience of failure, and find the right method on this basis. This method is the most time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it is most suitable for the feature of the replica that can be revived infinitely. It is with this trial and error method that he uses Soundwave vibration as the foundation was developed to develop the existing body-strengthening secret technique. It's a pity that the Shimura family didn't do much research on physical strengthening, and the foundation was seriously insufficient. Even with this plug-in, after several years, he only deduced the body-strengthening secret technique to the D level. After dying countless times, Shimura Xianding exited the Black Cauldron space, looked at the morning sun shining in from the window, got up and prepared to wash and eat breakfast. He has lived a very regular life in recent years. He rests for 10 hours at night, and his consciousness stays in the Black Cauldron space. He either tries to improve the body-strengthening secret technique or fights with Huize's replica. That was a real battle, a battle of life and death. Did I miss anything last night? Walking into the living room, looking at the human-shaped dent on the wall, Shimura Xianding felt that he might have missed a big show last night. Without thinking too much, after washing up, he went to the restaurant to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Shimuraji. He looked at Senju Nawaka, who was eating a lot across the street, and asked Shimuraji curiously, "Where is Miss Midu? That adult seems to have the habit of sleeping in." Shimuraji, who was also enjoying breakfast on the side, recalled the experience of escorting that adult that year, and felt that the adult should be sleeping in at this moment. Leave a breakfast for the young lady. Shimura Xianding was not surprised by this casual order. After all, sleeping in is one of the characteristics of creatures like young ladies, isn't it? Especially since the young lady seemed to be of a high generation, which meant that without the elders to take care of her, she would naturally live quite casually. "It's ready." Nodding, and then as if he remembered something, Shimuraji took out a sealed scroll from the ninja tool bag behind him and unwrapped it, revealing a large pile of scrolls. These are the inheritances of various clans obtained from the last exchange. The young lady has sorted them out. "I'm full." Seeing Shimura Lu take out those scrolls, Senju Nawaka hurriedly finished the breakfast in front of him and ran out. After all, the secret inheritance that their Senju family took out for trading last time was not very good, and staying would only be more embarrassing. After swallowing the porridge in his mouth and rinsing his mouth with tea beside him, Shimura Xianding picked up a scroll casually, looking at the word Sarutobi on it, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With the size of this scroll, it seems that there is no record of any high-level inheritance. Isn't Uncle Hokage so close to my father that he covers the quilt with him? Why did he only take out such a little stuff? Puzzled, Shimura Xianding didn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's operation. "It's okay for other ninjas to do this, but as my father's good friend, are you so stingy? And I'm still your nephew-in-law." Shimura was speechless, because it was hard to say. From the perspective of the Sarutobi family, they were right to do so, and they could only say that their young master was too stupid. In fact, he also couldn't understand why the head of the family allowed the young master to act so recklessly. Or was it really the head of the family who instructed him to do so? There was no silence in Shimura, because Xianding could probably guess the reason. He could only blame him for overestimating the power of the ninja clan. Exclude those families from the catering plan, and we will do it alone. His expression gradually became cold, and Shimura Xianding ordered in a deep voice. He asked Shimura and the other 8 people to copy the Chinese delicacies in his previous life, naturally not only to satisfy his own appetite, but more importantly to make money, big money. The experience in the previous life has shown that if you want to make a lot of money, you have to focus on the wallets of women and children, and food is undoubtedly a big breakthrough. Originally, he wanted to make money with the ninja forces in Konoha. Now it seems that those ninja forces don't want to make money with him, so don't blame them for eating the cake alone. The head of the family has won over many small families this time. We can let them participate. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our Shimura family to swallow this delicious meal alone. After all, Master Yunzong Niao's series of businesses have made many ninjas jealous. It's up to you. He replied indifferently. Shimura Xianding didn't intend to intervene too much in this matter. As long as this business can make money and then buy what he wants, it's fine. As for how to run it, it's the business of his father and Fianxa copyright. I believe that the two will handle this matter well. Monkey stick technique. Unfolding the scroll of the Sarutobi family's secret technique in his hand, looking at the first line of text, Shimura Xianding deeply felt the malice from the Sarutobi family. What is that old guy doing with monkeys? He punched the table angrily, which was really too much. The physical skills of the Sarutobi family are centered on stick skills, but the foundation of their stick skills lies in the summoning beasts of the monkey family that have been passed down from generation to generation in the Sarutobi family. The monkey family has a strong body and can transform into a hard long stick. Even a small number of monkeys can have a body of diamond, which is enough to fight some magic weapons and ninjutsu. For example, the monkey king of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the body of the monkey demon, can be called diamond indestructible. The stick skills of the Sarutobi family are varied, and their foundation lies in the long sticks transformed by the monkey family can be changed at will, and even transformed into arms for secondary attacks. Once there is no assistance from the monkey family, the power of this set of stick skills will plummet, and it can only be regarded as a D-level physical skill at most. Is this the equal exchange that the old guy said at the beginning? You are so shameless to be the village chief with this kind of ability? No wonder Konoha will fall in your hands. Shimura Gentoi pouted his lips in disdain and showed his contempt without concealing it. As the head of a village, he may not have other things, but he must have courage and ability. Look at Uncle Dong from Tazai village, he is so domineering. It is obvious that the title of the ninja hero Sarutobi Hiruzen the name is not worthy of the title, or it can be said that the name is just a compliment to his strength. Shimura Lu on the side was speechless. The Hokage was not something he could arrange, but he had already set up a wind escape barrier after Senju Nawaka left, which could isolate the spread of sound and ensure that it would not be heard by outsiders. After all, this is the Senju clan's land, not their Shimura clan. Although Shimura Gento on the side was angry, he still finished reading the stick technique scroll. Although the power of this stick technique would plummet without the cooperation of the monkey clan, it is still worth reading in itself, which can further enrich one's knowledge. Uncle Qfeng has also learned bad things. Shimura Gento sighed when he opened the secret technique scroll marked with the word Akimichi. Originally thought that Akimichi Qfeng, with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a fat face, would be an honest person, but he didn't expect that he was the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was a pity that he respected and trusted him so much before. The Akimichi family gave an A-level secret technique, but it has great limitations like the monkey stick technique of the Sarutobi family, and is only suitable for the special physique of the Akimichi family. This secret technique is used by the Akimichi family to accelerate the digestion of food into chakra, and store it in the body in the form of fat, and burn it into a huge amount of chakra when needed. It also has a little bit of the principle and skills of the multiplication technique, which is the foundation of the Akimichi family's series of multiplication secret techniques. But this secret technique is only suitable for the Akimichi family. You must know that although the Akimichi family is only a secret technique family, not a blood inheritance family, hundreds of years of secret technique practice have already made their physique different from ordinary people. Accumulating a lot of fat will not cause pressure on the body, and consuming this fat instantly will not cause symptoms such as sudden death. Otherwise, if someone else practices this secret method, they will suffer from diseases such as high blood lipids and fatty liver before burning fat. So this thing is a tasteless chicken rib that is a pity to throw away, and the Akimichi family actually played tricks on him. Okay, this time I will remember it. Even if you kneel down and beg me, don't expect me to help you get rich. Wait, this seems to be a good way to make money. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Shimura Suending's eyes fell on the scroll of Akimichi's secret art in his hand again, and he found a major business opportunity from it. A major business opportunity that may surpass the catering plan. 33. Chapter 33 Bagua Seal. Breakfast is so rich, and it's different from yesterday's. After getting up and washing up, Uzumaki Midoriya was once again shocked by the rich food on the table. It was hard to believe that such a rich table was just a breakfast. And it was different from what he had last night. Is the life of the Shimura family so luxurious? Delicious food always whets people's appetite. Uzumaki Mido is a person who doesn't like to waste food. He ate a large table of breakfast very neatly, and then lay on the sofa with a slightly bulging belly. Miss Mido, do you have a sealing technique that can seal up the chakra at ordinary times and use it when needed? It would be best if I can learn and perform it now. I can exchange the whole set of body-strengthening secret techniques of our Shimura family with you, and with your Uzumaki clan. Carrying 2 cups of tea and sitting in the living room, Shimura Xianding put 1 cup in front of Uzumaki Mido, and made a request. Through last night's delicious food, he and this young lady have become much closer, and they can start trading. His biggest shortcoming now is the amount of chakra. Even if the divine power technique and the divine speed technique consume very little chakra, if both are performed at the same time, he can only be a real man for 1 minute at most. Once there is no chakra, his combat power will drop rapidly, and this shortcoming must be solved. This time, he met Uzumaki Mido, which made him think of the sealing technique. You want to make a deal with our Uzumaki clan? Sitting up, Uzumaki Mido asked seriously. The Uzumaki clan is different from those ninja clans in Konoha. Although they are allies of Konoha, they are outsiders after all. Will the Shimura family really agree to pass on the set of body-strengthening techniques to the Uzumaki clan? Don't worry about my father and the family. I can make the decision on this matter. As he said, Shimura Xianding took out a sealing scroll, which contained a whole set of body-strengthening secret techniques. Looking at the sealing scroll pushed on the table in front of her, Uzumaki Mido was moved. She had seen this set of body-strengthening secret techniques before. Although it was unconventional and full of countless dangers, it would not be a big problem as long as she practiced it according to the schedule. The most important thing is that there is almost no threshold, which is invaluable to a clan. After a little thought, Uzumaki Mido accepted the scroll and said, I have many sealing techniques to seal chakra that is not used in normal times. The strongest one is yin seal, which is the one on my forehead. However, to practice yin seal, you need to have both yin and yang chakras. You are not suitable. Pointing to the diamond mark between his eyebrows, Uzumaki Mido rejected Shimura Gentoi's talent in this area. Doesn't Tsunade-sensei only have yang attribute, but not yin attribute? Shimura Gentoi was puzzled. He knew very well that he did not have the qualifications. After all, because he was a premature baby, his chakra was not nurtured in his mother's body before he was born. Not to mention yin and yang attributes, he did not even have the 5 common attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. But he remembered that Tsunade did not have both yin and yang, and did not have yin attribute. Yin seal only needs yin chakras with yang attributes do not necessarily have to have yin and yang attributes. Acquired yin and yang attributes can also be used. In the words of your Shimura family, acquired yin and yang attributes chakra can barely be cultivated into yin seals. Tsunade only cultivated acquired yin attribute chakras some time ago, which meets the requirements for yin seal cultivation. She patiently explained in detail, while Uzumaki Mido secretly thought about which sealing technique to pass on to this little brother. Although the level of that set of body-strengthening secret techniques was not high, it was invaluable, especially for a large clan, enough to double the strength of their Uzumaki clan. Since they were so sincere, she naturally couldn't be stingy. By the way, Bagua seal. After thinking about the sealing techniques she knew, Uzumaki Mido quickly made a choice. Bagua seal? With a thought in his mind, Shimura Gento knew something about this seal from the Naruto he had seen in his previous life. The protagonist Uzumaki Naruto used the 8-diagram seal to seal the 9 tails tightly. The seal you want to seal your own chakra usually has to be constructed by yourself, such as the yin seal, and others cannot assist. But the 8-diagram seal is different. I can do it directly on you. Originally, this seal was used to deal with a big guy. It can extract the power of that big guy and convert it into the sealer's own chakra. Unfortunately, the 8-diagram seal can only extract chakra of a single attribute, and that big guy happens to be a dual attribute of yin and yang. And that big guy is too powerful, which makes the 8-diagram seal a failed work. At the end, Uzumaki-Mei couldn't help sighing. Because the 8-diagram seal was created by her, it is composed of 2 4-symbol seals. The purpose is to refine the 9 tails chakra into its own power. Unfortunately, the 9 tails is too strong and failed. Kuroma? Suddenly, Shimura Gentoi realized that the big guy the young lady was talking about must be the 9-tailed Kurama, and he also understood why Minato Namikaze used the 8-trigram seal to seal the 9-tailed. According to what the young lady said, the 8-trigram seal was indeed a failure for the complete 9-tailed, but if the 9-tailed was split into yin and yang halves, it would be different, and its effectiveness could be maximized. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is so huge in the original work. It turns out that the problem is with the 8-trigram seal. Suddenly, Shimura Gento was puzzled when he first watched Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, who had just graduated, had 100 times more chakra than Kakashi. This was too crazy. Although Kakashi had severe kidney deficiency, he had yang attribute. Any ninja with yang attribute chakra would have good chakra. Even so, it was obviously abnormal for Uzumaki Naruto to have so much chakra at the age of 12. Even if he was the reincarnation of Ashura, it was too much. Now he finally understood that it was the 8-diagram seal that refined the chakra of the yang 9 tails. Take off your battle suit, I will carve the 8-diagram seal. While taking off his loose and obstructive outer garment, Uzumaki Mito gestured to Shimura Gento to take off the suit, intending to carve the Bagua seal for him now. Shimura Gento naturally would not refuse such a good thing, and took off the outer and inner armor very neatly, leaving only the venom suit covering his whole body. Little brother, you have a good figure. I can't tell that you are only 13 years old. Looking at Shimura Gento's angular body wrapped in the venom suit, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but joked. Our Shimura family's secret bodybuilding technique has a certain effect of accelerating physical development. A humble smile, but the complacency could not be concealed. This body is the result of his years of hard training, and it is definitely the favorite of young girls and women in the boudoir. Don't be funny, show your upper body. Rolling his eyes, Uzumaki Mito showed Shimura Gentoi his upper body, and then asked, is the chakra meridian in your body a right spiral or a left spiral? Left spiral, what's wrong? Answering truthfully, Shimura Gentoi knew this very well. The human meridians in the chest and abdomen are spiral-shaped, and they are divided into 2 types because of the different directions of rotation, namely left spiral and right spiral. The chakra refining technique is to rotate the chakra in the meridians, absorb the spiritual power and vitality to merge new chakra. The 8-diagram seal will simulate a meridian vortex, which must be opposite to the direction of your own meridian vortex, so that it can be perfectly connected. To explain simply, Uzumaki Mito condensed the chakra of the 2 attributes of yin and yang at the fingertips, and depicted the chakra technique with Shimura Gentoi's navel as the center point. This is the preliminary preparation work. It may be a little painful next, bear with it. After depicting the complex and mysterious chakra technique, Uzumaki Mito moved her wrists, and the whole person seemed eager to try. This look made Shimura Gento suddenly feel uneasy. Maybe? Miss, haven't you used it before? With his eyes wide open, Shimura Gento felt as if he had become a little white mouse. Don't worry, it won't kill anyone. With a smile, Uzumaki Mito replied that it was indeed the first time to use the 8-diagram seal. She was not completely sure, but at least 70% of it would succeed. You make me even more worried when you say that. With a helpless complaint, Shimura Gento closed his eyes and looked like he was ready to be picked. Since Uzumaki Naruto, a baby, could succeed in the original Naruto, there was no reason why he couldn't. Hiss. Suddenly, he felt a small hand on his belly button, followed by an indescribable pain, as if dozens of steel knives were stabbing into his abdomen and stirring cruelly. The intense pain made him open his eyes wide and gasp for air. Contributed to the overall warming of the Naruto world. Miss Mito, please be gentle, it hurts a little. With a tremor in his voice, Shimura Gentoi felt that he could not bear it anymore. He had been tortured by Keiko's clones in the Black Cauldron space for the past few years, and his tolerance for pain was very strong. If it were someone else, he would have fainted from the pain. Uzumaki Miito was speechless, and her pretty face was full of solemnity. Although she created the Bagua seal and knew it well, it was the first time to use it, and there would always be unexpected situations. Moreover, this time, a blank Bagua seal was formed, and there was no seal inside, which was very different from the previous calculation. She could only adjust these differences slowly, and there would indeed be severe pain in the process. Thinking of this, she looked at Shimura Gentoi, who was trying hard to stay still in surprise, and was surprised by his willpower and endurance. Although she did not experience this kind of pain, she knew very well how painful it was. It could be said that it was 10 times more painful than a woman giving birth, and the area of a pain covered the entire chest and abdomen, which was much larger than the pain area of a woman giving birth. But even so, this kid did not scream, and even insisted on not moving. This endurance and willpower are really rare. This bastard! At the same time, Senju Nwaka lay outside the window and watched the scene inside. Especially when he heard Shimura Gentoi's trembling words, he gnashed his teeth with hatred. He was facing away from Uzumaki Miito. From this position, the postures of the two were extremely ambiguous. If it were other children, they might not understand, but he was different. He had studied with his elder brother Jiraiya and had seen similar postures in the illustrations of the Intimate Paradise. In addition, Shimura Gentoi's trembling that seemed to be extremely comfortable made him more certain. Yesterday, I only saw that the two behaved in an ambiguous and intimate manner. Who would have thought that it would progress to this point? His sister is letting a wolf into the house. At this moment, Senju Nwaka felt that the grave of his great-grandfather might be growing grass, the kind that is green and lush. No, I have to report it to my sister. Glancing at a certain bastard who was lying on the sofa in the living room and trembling comfortably, Senju Nwaka rushed to the secret room and prepared to inform his sister and uncle of this information. He had no way and no ability to solve this matter, so he could only let his sister and uncle think of a solution. In short, he must not let things continue to develop, otherwise he might not only have one more step-grandfather, but also one or more uncles and aunts. 34. Chapter 34, Tricking the Little Sister. Bang! That little pervert actually let his grandmother do that to him. She punched the table, and Tsunade's eyes were about to spit fire. The face of Senju Orange Water on the side was gloomy and scary, and the murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. Rope Tree, go out first, I have something to tell my uncle. Resisting her anger, Tsunade signaled her frightened brother to go out first, as some things were not suitable to be said in front of him. Senju Rope Tree, who was frightened by Senju Orange Water's murderous intent, hurried out, and his legs were a little weak. Growing up with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had never experienced such a scene before. He was already strong enough not to piss his pants. Uncle, just do as you said last night and castrate that little pervert. Tsunade expressed her attitude with hatred. She knew that she had no time to persuade the little pervert. She had to act as soon as possible to castrate the little pervert, otherwise she might have a little uncle. There is no way to do it in the village. You need to take the boy out of the village in the name of a mission. Speaking viciously, Senju Orange Water was already thinking about how to castrate the boy. Not to mention Tsunade and Senju Orange Water who started to plan here, Shimura Gendo on the other side finally succeeded in sealing the 8 diagrams after enduring torture for most of the day. I will write down the 8 diagram seal later. You must learn it as soon as possible so that you can control it freely. Also, find a way to cultivate the acquired yin and yang properties in the future to replenish the consumption of the 8 diagram seal. Otherwise, the seal will gradually weaken and eventually collapse without replenishment. Wipe the sweat off her forehead, Uzumaki Mido reminded her. This time, she was also very tired. Miss Mido also thinks that I can cultivate the acquired properties of chakra. After recovering a little, Shimura Gento looked at the young lady in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party was so confident in himself. Your situation is indeed a bit special, but those mutated chakra acupoints should have ways to repair them. If Hashirama is still here, he should be able to help you repair your body with his power. Uzumaki Mido couldn't open his mouth to attack, so he could only say that this situation is not unsolvable. Hearing that Uzumaki Mido's words were just a comforting one, Shimura Gentoi was not discouraged, and humbly asked, if I want to practice the acquired attributes of chakra, which attribute do you think is best to start with? Yang escape and yin escape. He gave a suggestion without thinking. Uzumaki Mido knew the 7 attributes of chakra very well and understood the essence of them, If Shimura Gentoi wanted to practice, it would be best to start with Yin escape and Yang escape. Why? Curious, Shimura Gentoi was a little confused. You should know that among the 7 basic attributes of chakra, Yin and Yang ninjutsu are the most difficult to practice, and Yin is the most difficult to practice. The Yang attribute is illusion, and the Yang attribute is medical ninjutsu. The proportion of illusion ninja and medical ninja in the entire ninja group is less than 1%, which shows how difficult it is to cultivate these 2 chakra attributes. Of course, except for the bloodline family like Uchiha, they are born with cheats. According to his previous idea, he should start with the relatively simple 5 chakra attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, but Uzumaki Midu said to start with the most difficult Yin and Yang. Chakra is a fusion of vitality and mental power, and the Yang and Yin chakra characteristics are most compatible with vitality and mental power. With vitality and mental power as the foundation, it will be easier to comprehend the 2 attributes of Yin and Yang, and the chakra of Yin and Yang attributes is infinitely useful, which should be helpful to your physical condition. After patiently explaining this secret to Shimura Gendo, Uzumaki Midu also hopes that this little brother can cultivate the acquired Yin and Yang attributes. If there is a Yin and Yang attribute, it should be able to improve his own physical symptoms. Life, spirit, Yin and Yang. Muttering these 3 words, Shimura Gendo seemed to be thinking about something. What the young lady said was right. Compared with the 2 attributes of Yin and Yang, the 5 chakra attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth do not have a foundation in the human body, and it is more difficult for me to practice. After all, even if I use the ability of fusion to master the acquired nature changes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth in the black cauldron space, I still need to evolve it in the real world. And the real body does not have the conveniences after fusion, so the difficulty can be imagined. The 8-diagram seal itself was created to refine the power of external objects. In addition to being able to store its own chakra like the Yin seal, it can also seal external objects with only a single attribute into it to refine the opponent's power and strengthen itself. This function should be of great help to you. Seeing that Shimura Gendo had some understanding, Uzumaki Mido said the greatest function of the 8-diagram seal. Because this little brother was born prematurely, he has a poor talent in chakra cultivation. Until now, his chakra volume has not reached the minimum standard of a genin. This is a problem with the foundation of the body. It is difficult to change it by oneself at this stage. At this time, it must be changed by external forces. This is also the main reason why she finally chose the 8-diagram seal. I'll take note of this. Thank you, Miss Midu. Nodding solemnly, Shimura Gentoi took note of this favor. Although this is a transaction in itself, the other lady is really good for him, which is countless times better than those ninja forces. No need to thank me. When are you going to start teaching rope tree? As soon as the voice changed, Uzumaki Midu asked about the training plan for Senju rope tree. You can start at any time, but before that, I want to ask what is the innate attribute of rope tree's chakra. He was quite curious about this. He had asked his fiancé copyrightee to investigate before, but unfortunately the information obtained was very little. It seemed that the Senju family was deliberately blocking the information of Senju rope tree. Noeki is quite special. Like Tobirama, he has chakra with all attributes. Uzumaki Midori did not hide this fact and was not optimistic about it. Although Senju Noeki has the same chakra with all attributes as his brother-in-law Senju Tobirama, his qualifications are among the best in the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, the boy's brain is very ordinary and he is often stubborn. It is impossible for him to reach the level of his brother-in-law Senju Tobirama in the past. It is even difficult for him to grow to the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No wonder. After being shocked, Shimura Gento suddenly realized. No wonder the Senju family in the original book let Senju Noeki worship Orochimaru, it turns out that he has the same full attribute qualifications as Orochimaru. However, full attribute qualifications are indeed not a good thing. This thing requires a good brain to develop. There are not many people with full attribute qualifications in the original book, only Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Hotaki Kakashi. These people have very bright brains, but Senju Noeki. Does that kid have a brain? No wonder the Senju family blocked the information about Senju Noeki. Among the 4 strong men with all attributes, Senju Tobirama was the strongest. In addition to possessing many forbidden techniques, he also had a strong vitality and huge chakra because he had the body of a thousand-hands sage. Many ninja clans in Konoha now don't want another Senju Tobirama or even Senju Hashirama to appear in the Senju clan, including their father and the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once the news that Senju Nueke has all attribute qualifications is leaked, those ninja clans will inevitably be uneasy, and it is estimated that it will be quite difficult for Senju Nueke to live to adulthood. In this case, I suggest that Senju Nueke take my current route first, train his body first, and then practice those attribute ninjutsu after reaching the Quasi-Kage level. After a little thought, Shimura Gento felt that it was safest to let Senju Nueke take the route of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. First, develop slowly, and then slowly show all the attributes after you have the ability to protect yourself. I believe that when those ninja forces find out, that kid should have the strength of a real Kage under his training. Even if that kid is a stubborn person, it is difficult for him to die with such strength as a foundation. I originally had a similar idea. The way you are going now is also very good. With this set of battle clothes, it is difficult for anyone who is not a Kage-level strongman who is good at physical skills to take you down. You don't have to worry about protecting yourself. But your battle clothes are too expensive, and our Senju family doesn't have that much cash to make them. Uzumaki-mae agreed with Shimura Gento's proposal. She also wanted to let Nueke grow up in secret and show all his talents after he has the ability to protect himself. A full set of battle clothes is not necessary for the time being, but we can get one first. Let Rope Tree wear the low-end version of the inner armor. I have some spare materials, enough to make a set of inner armor. But in this way, he needs to seal up almost all the chakra in his body, and first use the sealing crystal to train the chakra concentration and control. Shimura Gentoi consciously said that he could make a set of low-end inner armor for Rope Tree to wear first. How could he miss such an opportunity to increase the favorability of the young lady? When I contribute a set of low-end inner armor, young lady, would you not give me an S-level vortex seal? I can carve a set of improved Bagua seals for him to seal up 99% of the chakra he usually produces. Still agreeing, even Uzumaki-mae bluntly said that she would make a set of Bagua seals for Rope Tree later to seal up 99% of the chakra. Improved? This word gave Shimura Gentoi a bad feeling. Could it be that this young lady got inspiration from the process of sealing herself just now, and thus improved the Bagua seal? Looking at the embarrassed smile of the young lady, Shimura Gentoi covered his heart, feeling stabbed here. Do mice have no human rights? Young lady, you don't understand. Pain is a ladder of progress for us men. Only by experiencing painful tempering can we show our edge and grow into a real man. The first and second generations of adults also experienced the hardships of the Warring States period, which led to such achievements. Those who achieve great things must first make their hearts distressed, their muscles and bones tired, and starve, and experience endless pain, so that they can toughen their temperament and increase their abilities that they did not originally have. As the grandson of the first generation, Rope Tree must embark on the path of the first generation to truly grow up. With a change of expression, Shimura Gento spoke in a deep voice, saying that only men who have experienced pain are real men. Just kidding, I, Master Ding, have experienced pain once. How can you escape the disaster? Is there such a saying? Blinking her eyes cutely, Uzumaki Midu heard this statement for the first time, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Seeing that the young lady was moved, Shimura Gento continued to deceive, Miss Midu, haven't you found that since the establishment of Konoha, the overall strength of those ninja forces has been slowly declining? Take our Shimura family for example. In the late Warring States period, there were a total of 3 powerful people at the level of the Kage level, and even my grandfather and senior Sarutobi Suzuki teamed up to fight against Uchiha Madara without losing the upper hand, and won the respect of the Uchiha family. But now, in the entire Shimura family, only my father is a powerful person at the level of the Kage, and there are only 2 Quasi-Kages, which is far less than the Warring States period. The head of the Hyoga family during the Warring States period, Hyoga Tenin, could fight against Uchiha Madara alone, but looking at the Hyoga clan now, saying that they are a powerful family is smearing the word powerful family. This is a step backward, and even more sad. As the saying goes, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Without the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the Warring States period, people gradually relax. Listening to Shimura Genteng's serious nonsense, Uzumaki Midu's expression gradually became solemn. As someone who came from the Warring States period, she understood this truth very well and made a decision quickly. You are right. It seems that I am short-sighted. The previous Bagua seal was perfect and did not need to be improved. Seeing the young lady make the right decision, Ziken Xianding smiled with relief. He did all this for the good of Shenshu, and it was definitely not revenge for the imbalance in his heart. He guaranteed this with his father's conscience. 35. Chapter 35, Ma Zhe Shenshu. What are you doing? Qian Shao Shenshu, whose whole body was tied to the tree trunk, was very uneasy. He always felt that this bastard was pitting him. Come on, bite this piece of wood. After tying up Qian Shao Shenshu's limbs with iron chains, Ziken Xianding smiled and stuffed a piece of hardwood into his mouth to prevent him from biting off his tongue due to pain. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Patting Rope Tree's shoulder, Shimura Gentoi showed a kind smile, and that smile made Senju Rope Tree feel even more uneasy, and he struggled hard. Woo woo woo. Unfortunately, these chains are made of steel, and they are wrapped around so many times that he can't break free at all. Miss, it's time to start. Ignoring Rope Tree's struggle, Shimura Gentoi called out to Uzumaki Midori who had been sitting next to him, saying that the preparations were complete and the seal could be carved. Rope Tree, bear with it, this is all for your own good. Walking slowly, Uzumaki Midori suppressed the pain in his heart and made up his mind to draw the chakra technique. After a while, a pig-killing scream was heard. It was just blocked by the wooden stick, making the scream seem very dull. After all, he was a child, and he fainted from the pain after a while. Shimura Gento, who was well prepared, stepped forward and considerately pierced several acupuncture points in his body with chakra threads, stimulating him to wake up, and then there was another pig-killing scream. Then he fainted from the pain again, and was awakened again, and this cycle repeated endlessly. Nawaki, hold on, you are the grandson of the first generation, you can do it. While stimulating Nawaki to wake up from coma, Shimura Gentoi started to cheer him up. As the grandson of the first generation, how could he fall down like this? And Uzumaki Midori looked rather unhappy, because Nawaki actually had urinary incontinence. Compared with Shimura Gentoi's previous performance, the boy is too bad. This phenomenon made her agree more with her younger brother's previous remarks. Sure enough, her grandson was spoiled by being pampered. He must be treated with heavy hands to make him reborn, otherwise he will really be ruined. Does the young master have a grudge against that boy? Shimura Lu, who was standing aside, looked at his young master's strange operation, and his expression became more and more weird, wondering if Senju Rope Tree had offended his young master. It took another half a day of operation to perfectly integrate the Bagua seal into Senju Rope Tree's body, and poor Rope Tree could no longer shout, because his voice was hoarse and even numb, and he looked like he was played by 100 or 80 big men. Isn't it too exciting? Is he stupid? After untying the iron chain and looking at Rope Tree's dazed look, Shimura Xianding was a little worried. The grandson of the first generation master is not so bad. You bastard! At this moment, Senju Nawaki seemed to be resurrected, and suddenly pounced over to bite the bastard Shimura Gento to death. It was this bastard who stimulated him to wake up again and again, making him endure that inhuman pain again and again, and cheered him up on the side. Do I need to be cheered up? He wanted to bite this bastard to death now, but unfortunately the gap in strength between the two sides was too big, and he was caught by a chakra thread and hung on the tree before he could get close. What an enviable physique! Seeing that Senju Nawaki recovered so quickly, Shimura Gento was full of envy and jealousy. If I had such a good physique, I would have broken the record of Hotaki 50-50 and become a jonin. My chakra! Where's my chakra? At this time, Nawaki just realized that the chakra in his body was gone. No, to be precise, there was still a little bit left. What on earth is going on? Confused, Rope Tree looked at his grandmother, hoping to get an explanation. Xianding will teach you in the future, and you must follow his arrangements. Uzumaki Miyadu, who was drinking tea on the side, expressed her opinion, saying that you will follow your little brother Xianding in the future. Let him teach me? What can he teach me? Slightly stunned, Rope Tree did not understand his grandmother's arrangement. What could that bastard teach him? Do you want to have a handsome battle suit like mine? Knocking on the breastplate, Shimura Xianding said seductively. Can you get me a set of the same battle suit? With a turn of his eyes, Senju Rope Tree felt that if he could really get a set of such a battle suit, it would be okay to let this bastard teach for a while. At most, he would go to his sister for tutoring later. He knew how crazy the cost of such a battle suit was. Anyway, their Senju family could not afford it. As long as you are obedient, I will give you a complete set of battle clothes made of the same material after you become a master, and I can even give you a set of inner armor now. While taking back the chakra line that bound rope tree, he made a promise. Shimura Gentoi didn't care about this little money. If he really waits for this kid to become a master, his catering plan may have been rolled out in the land of fire. At that time, money will really be just a number for him. Boss, please accept my respects. After receiving Shimura Gentoi's promise, Senju Rope Tree bowed decisively to his elder brother. Since the other party made such a promise in front of his grandmother, he must not be able to deny it, otherwise the Shimura family can't bear the anger of the grandmother. It is a big profit to be able to get such a handsome battle suit for almost nothing. With a teachable expression, Shimura Gentoi nodded slightly, picked up a set of chainmail next to him and threw it over, saying, "This is the innermost chainmail of the holy clothes, you put it on first." The chainmail is made up of small rings. He had people make a lot of rings to forge the battle clothes before. This small set of chainmail is made of the remaining rings, just for this kid to use first. Ah! Excitedly raised his hand to catch the chainmail, but instantly threw it away like an electric shock. Rope Tree looked at the chainmail on the ground, then looked at Shimura Gentoi, and gave him a resentful look, feeling that he seemed to have been cheated. As soon as he touched the chainmail, the little chakra left in his body went out of control and ran wild, and the impact on the meridians was painful, like a needle. Put it on. With your current meridian strength, you can withstand the chakra runaway. If you can't even bear this little pain, you are not qualified to wear a full set of combat uniforms. Speaking in a cold voice, Shimura Gentoi knows Senju Nuei's body very well. Because of his thousand hands body, his meridians are much stronger than ordinary people. In addition, there is only a little chakra left in his body. Even if he runs out of control, it will not cause substantial damage, and it will only hurt a little. This is also a major advantage of the Senju family. Otherwise, without strong enough meridians, how can it bear the flow and explosion of huge chakra? Think about it, when Senju Hashirama performed the true thousand hands, he instantly burst out chakra equivalent to thousands of times that of Senju Tobirama. The strength of his meridians can be imagined. Although Senju Nuei's is far inferior to the first generation, he is much stronger than ordinary Senju people. Looking at Shimura Gentoi's handsome battle suit, Nueika gritted his teeth, picked up the chainmail and put it on, and immediately grinned at the uncontrolled chakra in his body. Why is it so big? Resisting the pain of needles in his body, Senju Nueika looked down at the loose chainmail, which seemed to be ill-fitting. You are growing up now, so you don't need to change it when you grow up. After a casual reply, Shimura Gentoi looked at Senju Nueika, who was less than 1.4 meters tall, and came to the side of the little sister and said, "We have another one in our family. This is a secret technique that can promote the rapid growth of the body. It can make Rope Tree have a tall and strong body within a month. Do you want to try it? Are there any dangers and side effects?" Uzumaki became interested. She had seen the whole set of secret techniques for strengthening the body of the Shimura family. It was indeed very good. It would be better if there was a set of secret techniques to make the rope tree grow taller and stronger. In the future, she could learn the magic technique to become stronger. Of explosive power. It is indeed a bit dangerous. Most people practice basically without death, but the rope tree has strong vitality and huge chakra, so it is basically immune to the risks and side effects of that secret technique. He did not hide this. Shimura Xianding felt that the rope tree was very suitable for practicing that secret technique. That secret technique was an accidental product when he was deducing the secret technique of strengthening the body. Although the effect was remarkable, it was only suitable for people with strong vitality and huge chakra to practice. And it can only be practiced by those under 10 years old. Among the people he has met so far, the only one who meets these conditions is Senju Ninshu. Let me see it first and then talk. Uzumaki felt that she couldn't mess around in this aspect, and she had to check it first to make sure there were no life-threatening or unknown dangers before letting the tree practice. Uncle Lu, please go back and tell Sister Keiko to bring the scroll with the forbidden words under my bed. Seeing that Uzumaki was interested, Shimura Xianding told him to go back to Shimura Road and get the secret scroll. Yes, Master. Shimuraji bowed and accepted the order, controlling the prosthetic legs on his legs and walked out quickly. Boss, how much taller can your secret technique make me grow? Senju Nezuki was also interested. He naturally knew that his biggest disadvantage now was his young age, which caused his body to fail to mature. If you can grow up quickly, if nothing else, the increased vitality due to the increase in size will increase the amount of chakra, not to mention the increase in strength. It's hard to say. That secret technique can only speed up your growth. As for how tall you can grow in the end, it varies from person to person. It all depends on your own potential. However, you cannot control your height, but you can control your body shape. It all depends on your personal wishes. No definite answer was given because Shimura Xianding didn't know it either. He never practiced the secret technique after it was developed. At the same time, the Shimura family did not have a young Shota who met the requirements, so it was left under the bed to gather dust. Can you control yourself? His eyes lit up. Kyunju Naisho was quite satisfied with this. Now he really needed a tall and strong body to improve his strength. This secret technique was tailor-made for his uncle Naishu. Tsunade-sensei, are you out of seclusion? Suddenly turning his head to look at a beautiful figure at the gate, Shimura Xianding was surprised that this fat sheep had finally come out of the gate. No, this is just a shadow clone of mine. I came out early to take you to practice in the Forest of Death. After nodding hello to his grandmother who was sitting there drinking tea, Tsunade's shadow clone said that she would fulfill her responsibility as a teacher. I have been delayed for a month in order to practice the yin seal. If I delay any longer, Hinata's girl will have an objection. Of course, the most important thing is to take this little pervert away from my grandmother. Otherwise, who knows if I will go directly to my grandmother's remarriage after I get out of seclusion, or even get a little uncle. The rope tree can't practice with you for the time being. Uzumaki Miyadu suddenly spoke and intercepted the rope tree. Now the Senju Nashu is adapting to the chain armor, which has basically no combat effectiveness. It will be useless if he leaves it. Instead, it will become a burden. Moreover, we still need to practice the secret technique of Suanding's little brother, so we should not be distracted. That's just right. There are only 10 students graduating this year. Now the Uchiha girl is still single. The leader of the N clan asked me to help lead the group. This time, they will form a team of 3. Tsunade didn't refuse. Anyway, this time the main purpose was to push the little pervert away from her grandmother, with or without that stupid Udu. Uchiha. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Shimura Suand couldn't help but recall the girl who sprayed a huge fireball at him that day. That is also a girl who can vigorously sponsor herself. 36. Chapter 36 Would Escape Secret. Snort. Outside the Forest of Death, Uchiha Mikoto, who was carrying a large backpack, saw Suand Shimura walking with Tsunade. She couldn't help but snorted and turned her little head to the side. If it weren't for her father's mission, she wouldn't team up with this hateful guy. Formal introduction, my name is Shimura Suand, and we will be teammates who rely on each other from now on. Stretching out his palm and putting on what he thought was a kind smile, Suand Shimura was very optimistic about this little beauty of the Uchiha family. He asked his younger brother Genma Shimura to check the girl's information. She was the only daughter of the current generation leader of the Uchiha clan. She was very talented and was known as the strongest female genius of this generation of Uchiha. She had mastered the art of powerful fireballs at a young age. Although he was far behind her future son Uchiha Itachi, who killed his father and mother, he was still a genius. In the future, he could at least open his Sharingan to the level of 3 Megatama. It is a very good material and a high-quality sponsor. Ida Euro trademark S natural to have a good relationship with such a high-quality sponsor. Snort. The girl snorted again and turned her little head to the other side, obviously not appreciating it. She didn't forget this guy's arrogant attitude that day. She must be pretending to be so kind now. She is not interested in making friends with such a hypocritical guy. This mission is mainly to determine whether the Shimura family has more advanced body strengthening secrets from this guy. If there is, find an opportunity to get it from him. Tsunade's shadow clone looked at Hinata Suzune who was shyly lowering her head, then looked at Uchiha Mikoto who looked cold and arrogant, and finally looked at the little pervert, and couldn't help feeling a headache. I didn't expect to meet such a student for the first time as a team leader. It's not easy. I believe you have learned the chakra control skills of climbing trees and treading water. Suzune and Mikoto can learn better chakra control skills from Xianding. This is also one of your tasks to survive in the Death Forest for the next month. Tsunade spoke out one of the main purposes of this wilderness survival. She knew that these 3 people were from the ninja clan, and Hinata Suzune and Uchiha Mikoto were from 2 powerful clans, and each had their own heritage. Some basic skills did not need to be taught by herself. Hey? Shouldn't you, the teacher, teach? Why did it become me? Blinking his eyes in a daze, Shimura Gentoi didn't expect Tsunade to do this. This is to cultivate the tacit understanding between you. You won't be stingy and don't want to share those skills to exercise chakra control, right? Tsunade teased and squeezed, using a little provocation. Of course, she didn't lie. The main purpose of doing this was indeed to let the three-person team understand each other and increase tacit cooperation. The strength of these three people is not weak. The worst has reached the level of Chunin. What they lack most now is the tacit understanding of cooperation. Only by cultivating this tacit understanding can they be taken out of the village to perform tasks, and actual combat, especially the battle of life and death, can best cultivate the tacit understanding of teammates, so she chose the Death Forest. Okay, I'll teach. Shrugged helplessly, Shimura Gentoi is not a stingy person, isn't it just some chakra control skills? Considering that these two girls are high-quality sponsors, it's just an investment. Your main task this time is to survive in the Death Forest for a month. Take these 3 flares and fire them when you encounter irresistible danger. I will arrive as soon as possible, but this way you will fail the mission. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. I know. The 3 responded in unison, and then Tsunade's shadow clone performed the instant body technique and disappeared. She will only follow behind secretly to watch over them. As long as the 3 people are not in danger of their lives, she will not show up. The 3 people standing in place looked at each other, and finally Shimura Gentoi spoke first. I suggest that we build a temporary residence for training in the first half of the month, and travel around the entire Death Forest in the second half of the month to fight those beasts and increase tacit cooperation. Okay. The introverted Hyaga Suzun lowered her head and whispered in agreement with this proposal. Whatever you want. Compared to the weakness of Hyaga Suzun, Uchiha Mikoto was much more indifferent, carrying a large backpack and stepping towards the Death Forest. Shimura Gento and Hyaga Suzun followed quickly, looking for a suitable place to build a temporary residence. These trees are so big. Hinata Suzun, who was leaving the village for the first time, seemed very excited. She looked up at the huge trees around her. It was the first time she saw such tall trees. These are not trees grown in a normal environment. It is said that the entire Death Forest was created by the first generation of adults using wood release, right next to the wall of our Konoha. As a good girlfriend, Uchiha Mikoto explained, and was amazed in her heart. The trees in the Death Forest are very huge, far larger than normal trees. They are not grown naturally, but all the work of the first generation of Hokage. It is really hard to imagine that such a large forest was created by a ninjutsu of the god of ninjas. How powerful must the other party be? But their Uchiha family is not bad either. That existence has the power to compete with the first generation of Hokage. Even though the first Hokage won the Battle of the Valley of the End, he died soon after. Obviously, even if the first Hokage was stronger than that person, he was only so strong. Xianding, are you looking for something? While walking, Hyaga Suzun suddenly turned her head and asked. She found that Shimura Xianding had been spreading chakra threads to touch the surrounding trees, as if looking for something. I'm looking for trees that still retain the characteristics of wood release. Without hiding it, Shimura Xianding replied. He has always been interested in the wood release of the first generation. Other things are fine, but the wood release's ability to autonomously devour external chakra as its own nutrients to grow rapidly is very unusual. As a time traveler who saw Naruto to the end, he is very clear about the nature of wood release. It is not only the product of the fusion of the 2 chakra attributes of water and soil, but should also have some characteristics of the sacred tree. Even in the Fourth War, after Uchiha Madara performed the infinite Tsukuyomi, the sacred tree spread to the entire world, sealing all humans and absorbing chakra, which is obviously also a kind of wood release power. This forest was created by the first Hokage's wood release technique, and there might be trees that still retain the characteristics of wood release technique. Wood release technique. With a curious look on her face, Hyaga Suzun had indeed heard that the first Hokage used wood release technique, but she didn't know much about it. Uchiha Mikoto, who was standing by, couldn't help but stop and listen. We're tired after walking for so long, let's stop and rest for a while. Looking around, Shimura Gento sat on a stone and took a sip of water from the water bottle he carried with him. Hyaga Suzun and the other 2 also sat down to rest. Although they were ninjas with strong endurance, they were very strong, but it is not safe here. It is best to stay in peak condition throughout the whole process to deal with possible dangers. There is nothing to say about the wood release at the level of bloodline limit, the main thing is the wood release at the level of bloodline elimination. After drinking a sip of water, Shimura Gento began to explain, but was interrupted by Uchiha Mikoto in a cold voice just halfway through. Wood release is obviously just a bloodline limit, how did it become bloodline elimination? Uchiha Mikoto frowned slightly, feeling that this guy might not know the power of wood release. What is bloodline elimination? At this time, Hinata Suzune asked weakly. It was the first time she heard the term bloodline elimination. The fusion of two chakra attributes will obtain a new attribute, which is named as bloodline limit. For example, the bloodline of our Konoha Gekkou family is the bloodline limit after the fusion of two attributes. Of course, this is just an ordinary attribute bloodline. There are also special bloodlines like Urahyaga Uchiha and Senju. For example, the bloodline of the Senju family is what I call the Sage Body, which is formed by the fusion of the Yang attribute and the special power in their blood. Your Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyaga's Byakugan are formed by the fusion of the Yin attribute chakra and the blood in the body. I call it the Sage Eye. Sage Eye? Very vivid description, but how do you know that our Uchiha inherited from the legendary six-path sage? The beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, blood flashed inside, and a Megatama slowly rotated inside. Uchiha Mikoto felt that this guy knew too much about them. The secret of being the descendant of the immortal was a top secret even among them. Only the lineage of their clan leader and the lineage of the great elder knew about it. It was a top secret passed down by word of mouth. Although she was skeptical about this, and even doubted whether the legendary six-path sage really existed, there was no doubt that these were the top secrets of their family and could not be known by outsiders. I saw a statement in an ancient book of my family that said that we Hyaga are descendants of gods, not descendants of immortals. Seeing the dull atmosphere, Hyaga Suzune spoke again weakly and told a piece of information she knew, which she saw in an ancient book. Descendants of gods? You can say that. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi agreed with this statement. The Uchiha clan inherited from the six-path sage, so the Sharingan can be called the Sage's Eye, but the Hyaga clan inherited from Otsutsuki Hamura. Otsutsuki Hamura does not have the title of sage, but the Otsutsuki clan calls themselves god. Even that Otsutsuki Kagaya has the title of the goddess of the rabbit, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the descendant of God. In this way, the Byakugan can be called the god's eye. Ignoring Uchiha Mikoto's questioning cold eyes, Shimura Gentoi continued, the fusion of two attributes is the bloodline limit, and the fusion of three chakra attributes is the bloodline elimination. The wood release used by the first generation of Hokage in the early stage is indeed the bloodline limit, but in the later stage, the Yang release chakra was integrated into it, making it a stronger bloodline elimination. The Yin release and Yang release are more special than the other 5 chakra attributes. Yin release can create from nothing. The Susanoo of the Uchiha family's Mangekyo Sharingan is an advanced application of Yin release. Yang escape can give life to dead things, and wood escape combined with Yang escape has life. In fact, this level of wood escape is more appropriately called tree escape. And the wood escape at the level of bloodline elimination has the characteristic of swallowing chakra. Even the chakra of the tailed beast can be suppressed and swallowed. As Shimura Gento explained, Hinata Suzune was shocked and opened her mouth slightly, with a silly look on her face, while Uchiha Mikoto narrowed her eyes tightly, and the Megatama inside her spun faster. How much does this bastard know about the Uchiha? How come he even knows such top secrets as Mangekyo and Susanoo? Did the Shimura family plant spies among the Uchiha? Little pervert, where did you know this? A beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Tsunade's shadow clone. She had been hiding in the dark before, and had no intention of showing up. Unexpectedly, this little pervert actually told such a secret, and she didn't even know about the bloodline elimination. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Then the question is, how did this little pervert know these secrets? The Shimura family alone cannot know these, could it be that the grandmother told it? Thinking of this, Tsunade's shadow clone felt even more gloomy, and the idea of a wanting to humanely destroy this little pervert in front of him emerged again. 37. Chapter 37 Our Eating Tree. I learned it from the notes of my ancestors. A sneer rose at the corner of his lips, and he said, you can't deceive yourself into thinking that as long as you block the news within the clan, you can prevent it from spreading outside. The ninja profession is based on intelligence, and intelligence analysis is the most basic ability. According to the records of our ancestors, the growth of the first generation of Hokage can be roughly divided into 3 periods. The wood escape used in his youth was pure wood, and its strength was equivalent to other bloodline limits. However, the wood escape used in adulthood has vitality, and even the tree world can attack the enemy autonomously. As far as we know, only Yang escape can give life to dead things, so the wood escape at that time must have merged with Yang escape to become a 3-attribute bloodline elimination. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, the first generation of Hokage showed the legendary power of fairy arts. These are all obvious, and the results can be analyzed with a little thought. Speaking of this, Shimura Gento glanced at the other Uchiha Mikoto said, back then, the brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna used Susanoo Gundam to sweep the battlefield at any time. Others are not blind, so they will naturally leave relevant records. That thing is obviously a pure energy body. At present, only the Yindun of the creation from nothingness has this characteristic, and it must be an extremely advanced Yindun. These can be analyzed with the brain. Don't treat other people as fools, that will make you look stupid. You. The last word stupid stimulated Uchiha Mikoto, and the speed of the pair of single Magatama Sharingan rotation increased, making Shimura Gentoi think that it was about to be upgraded to 2 Magatama. Your Shimura family is too curious about our Senju and Uchiha. The beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on the face became more and more unfriendly. Tsunade became more and more wary of the Shimura family in her heart, and her evaluation of them was raised to a higher level. We, the Shimura family, are not only curious about your 2 families, but also about all the ninja clans in the ninja world. However, we are most interested in you, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Since you each have an extraordinary person, I think the other ninja clans should be similar to us. As I said before, don't treat other people as fools, that will make you look stupid. Shrugging, Shimura Gento ignored Tsunade's threat. As the son of the Nabe Cage, he was fearless in Konoha. And this is the truth. Now the entire ninja world is very interested in the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and they all want to have the invincible power of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Even many people in Konoha are interested in this, which led to the subsequent wood release experiment. We've rested enough. Let's set off. Sister Suzuan, please open your Byakugan to check if there are any trees with chakra around. I need the power of the first generation to heal my body. Is Xianding sick? Hinata Suzuan cast a concerned look. She had a good feeling for this teammate and became nervous when she heard that he was sick. I was a premature baby. Not only did my chakra fail to grow completely in my mother's body, but my meridians and acupoints were also underdeveloped and mutated to a certain extent. I can't release ninjutsu through hand seals. Shimura Xianding said it frankly without hiding it. He did want to find a tree with the characteristics of wood release, but he didn't want to be targeted by Tsunade or even the entire Senju family, thinking that he was stealing the power of wood release. That was no joke. I said so much before, mainly to give Tsunade a shot of prevention to avoid misunderstandings. Nonsense, where does the fetus get chakra from? Uchiha Mikoto pouted disdainfully, and disagreed with Shimura Gentoi's statement, thinking that the guy was fooling them again. Shimura Gentoi didn't care about this, but asked with a smile, chakra is indeed formed by the fusion of our spiritual power and vitality, but why can't some people cultivate chakra, while others can? As a man who saw Naruto to the end, he knew the nature of chakra very well. This thing itself does not belong to this planet, it is an external force. And the members of the shinobi clan during the Six-Path Sage period were not his descendants. The chakra of those people came from the Six-Path Sages sharing, and then they used the shared chakra as seeds to fuse their own spiritual power and vitality to form more chakra. Another point is that it was said in the original Naruto that the chakra in the body of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would flow to the fetus during childbirth, causing the seal to weaken, which proves that the fetus also has chakra. His own situation proved that the innate properties of chakra were formed in the mother's body, so as a premature baby, he did not have innate properties. Infants do have chakra, but it is very weak. Our chakra refining technique is based on the innate chakra, integrating their own vitality and mental power to form new chakra. At this time, Tsunade explained, agreeing with Shimura Gento's point of view, and her mood was quite complicated. Maybe the Shimura family has surpassed our Senju in some aspects. It must be said that since she met this little pervert, she has been shocked one after another and gained a lot of new knowledge, such as the innate and acquired chakra properties. The view is very novel and solved many previous doubts. She herself has cultivated yin attribute chakra, but it is much worse than her own yang attribute chakra. She was confused at first and thought that she was just not suitable for cultivating yin attribute chakra. After meeting that kid, she realized where the root of the problem was. And this is just the tip of the iceberg shown by the Shimura family. God knows how much new knowledge they have secretly studied. Others are pioneering and innovating, while they are just living off their old capital, and they are not even living off their old capital well. This situation is not good. There is a man-eating tree in the center of the death forest. That thing should be able to help you. Leaving a word, Tsunade's shadow clone leaped away and continued to hide in the dark. Then the target is the center of the death forest, let's go. With a smile on his lips, Shimura Gento waved his hand to signal to set off, ready to go to the center of the death forest. Since there is a clear goal, there is no need to waste time searching outside, just go directly to the target point. Xianding, wait for me. Putting on her backpack, Hinata Suzune hurriedly followed. Uchiha Mikoto also got up reluctantly, and at the same time she was quite confused. Why was she, who was born in the Uchiha family, crushed by Shimura Gento in terms of knowledge? Is it her problem? Or is it the family's problem? The death forest is very large, with a diameter of 20 kilometers. To reach the center, you have to cross 10 kilometers of dense forest. If it were just a simple forest, there would be no what, but over the years many beasts and poisonous insects have moved here. Although Shimura Gento, who was wearing a battle suit, didn't care about these things, Hyaga Suzune and Uchiha Mikoto didn't. So they could only slow down as much as possible, and the two women would open their own pupil techniques from time to time to observe, but even so, they were still hard to guard against. A poisonous snake with the same color as the branch suddenly jumped out and bit Uchiha Mikoto, who was passing by, at a very fast speed, and at this time Uchiha Mikoto didn't open the Sharingan. Hyaga Suzune behind her also reacted a beat slower and couldn't remind her in time. Although she opened her Byakugan could only observe chakra, and this poisonous snake obviously had no chakra. Damn it! Sensing the danger coming, Uchiha Mikoto instinctively jumped to avoid it, but the heavy backpack behind her slowed her down a bit. Seeing that the poisonous snake's fangs were about to bite the white and slender calf, it suddenly stopped in mid-air, and its head seemed to be pierced by something, and the snake body was twisting and struggling violently. Chakra thread! Uchiha Mikoto, who finally opened her Sharingan, looked closely and found that a chakra thread pierced the head of the poisonous snake, allowing her to escape. This discovery made the girl grateful. She had seen the relevant picture albums of this kind of poisonous snake when she was in school. It was extremely toxic and a rare neurotoxin. Once bitten by it, the nerves would suffer permanent damage. Even if she brought some antidotes, it would be useless. By then, it was estimated that the leg would be crippled. This is a great favor. You are so unvigilant. Are you really the first female genius of the younger generation of Uchiha? Are all Uchiha geniuses so watery? Looking at the girl behind him, Shimura Gento wondered whether to use her as a sponsor representing Uchiha. This ability is a bit poor. His black cauldron has limited space, so the number of people he can copy is naturally limited, so he can't waste them. If you don't have enough qualifications, you'd better have nothing than to have something of poor quality. These words made the girl's thank you, which she was about to say, stuck in her throat. She turned and glared at him, and the rotation speed of her single Megatama Sharingan increased a little. This bastard! Give me your backpacks, we must reach the central area before dark. Ignoring the girl's anger, Shimura Gento looked up at the sky, controlled the chakra thread to pull the big backpacks of Uchiha Mikoto and Hyaga Suzune over and hang them on his back, turned around and held the big sword to continue to open the way. Asshole, I won't thank you. Muttering, Uchiha Mikoto quickly followed, and at the same time took out two kunao in both hands, ready to guard against possible dangers at any time. Hyaga Suzune at the back was also more vigilant, and frequently opened her Byakugan at the cost of chakra. Mr. Xianding's battlesuit is so strong. Hinata Suzune was full of envy as she watched several poisonous insects bite and stab Shimura Xianding's battlesuit to no avail. This battlesuit is not only extremely handsome, but also has strong defensive power. Last time in the ninja school, it didn't even leave a scratch. And today, it completely ignored the attacks of countless poisonous insects. It is really practical. It's useless for you to envy. We can't afford that thing. Hearing the mumbling of her best friend behind her, Uchiha Mikoto said depressedly. After understanding what kind of material that thing is made of, she gave up the idea of a euro making a set. If nothing else, the price of those materials alone is prohibitive. It is estimated that even if the family is emptied, it may not be able to afford it. Not to mention that the set weighs a ton, she can't bear it, or it can be said that the thing is not prepared for ninjas at all, and the overall style is different. But if other materials are used instead, it will not make much sense. The core of that suit is the sealing crystal. If there is no sealing crystal, she can burn it red with a fire escape and burn that guy to death. In addition, its main material is heavy gold with extremely high density. The strong density makes heavy gold have high hardness and toughness, and it is almost impossible to destroy it by physical force alone. The two are combined to form that almost unsolvable suit. I really don't trademark know how that guy thought of creating such a strange armor. Mikoto, are you also practicing that set of body strengthening secrets? Stepping forward a little faster and standing side by side with Uchiha Mikoto, Hinata Suzune asked in a low voice. Well, the E-level body strengthening secrets have been practiced, and now the D-level ones are being practiced. What about you? Nodding, Uchiha Mikoto did not hide this. Since her fiancé copyright Uchiha Fugaku brought back the whole set of body strengthening secrets, she has started to practice. With a decent amount of chakra and a strong physique, he quickly mastered the E-level set, and is now practicing the D-level body strengthening secret technique. I'm also practicing the D-level set. Hinata Suzune nodded as well, and was amazed at this set of body strengthening secret techniques. She really didn't know how the Shimura family created this secret technique, which almost broke the conventions of the ninja world. Stop! Suddenly, Shimura Gento, who was walking in the front, called for a stop, and the two women immediately became alert. 38. Chapter 38 Would Release Flower Tree. Suzune, use your Byakugan to see if there is anything strange in front. Quickly retreating, Shimura Gento indicated to Hinata Suzune to open her Byakugan to scan the front position. Hearing this, Hinata Suzune jumped onto the top of a tree next to her, opened her Byakugan, and focused her attention on the area ahead, searching for any suspicious target. What's wrong? Uchiha Mikoto asked in a low voice while opening the Sharingan. There is something wrong with the air ahead. It contains a toxin that can paralyze the human nerves, and the attack speed is extremely fast. After explaining casually, Shimura Gento waited for Hinata Suzune's investigation results. There is nothing containing chakra within a kilometer ahead, but there seems to be a river at 2 o'clock. After carefully observing for a few minutes, Hinata Suzune jumped down and informed the results of the observation. It seems that we are almost at the target location. With a happy look on his face, Shimura Gento knew that they were about to reach the center of the Death Forest. There is a river passing through the middle of the Death Forest, dividing the entire forest into two. Since Hinata Suzune saw the existence of the river, it is obvious that they are almost there. Let's go around to the river to set up a base. After speaking, Shimura Gento wrapped his face with the venom suit, connected a small air filter inside the helmet, and detoured to the river that Hinata Suzune mentioned. The drinking water they brought was very limited, so they had to find a stable water source as soon as possible to facilitate daily water collection. The next station had to be built near the river. The three of them quickly came to the bank of the river, walked along the river for a while, and finally stopped under a cliff. Who of you knows Earth Escape Ninjutsu? Looking at the surrounding environment, Shimura Xianding nodded with satisfaction, put down the two backpacks on his back and looked at the two women behind him. You want to build a station here? Looking at the cliff wall that was more than 70 meters high in front of him, Uchiha Mikoto felt that this guy seemed to have a problem with his brain. The rock here is the hardest granite, and it is difficult to dig even with Earth Escape, let alone build a station. What's the matter, do you still want to build a station in the woods? Aren't you afraid that poisonous insects will crawl into your bed when you sleep at night? With an evil smile, Shimura Xianding really wanted to know whether this girl was afraid of those little bugs, especially those that looked disgusting. I can't escape from the earth. Uchiha Mikoto's face turned pale, and she no longer insisted on her opinion, saying that she couldn't escape from the earth. Hinata Suzune beside her shook her head and said that she couldn't escape from the earth either. Well, it seems that I have to do it. With a sigh, Shimura Gento inserted the big sword in his hand behind his back and hooked it with the hook on his back. He took a deep breath and rushed to the rock wall in front of him. He used his hands and feet to climb with the help of those protruding rocks. After a while, he reached a height of 50 meters. He controlled the ends of the wings on his back to forcefully pierce the rock, and then extended the chakra thread to wrap around the protruding parts of the surrounding rock walls to fix himself. Clang! He pulled out the big sword behind him and chopped it hard. Under the sharp edge of the big sword, pieces of hard rocks kept falling, and soon a pit large enough to accommodate one person appeared. Standing firmly inside the pit, Shimuragento continued to work hard and turned into a miner, with a series of clanging and clanging sounds. The big sword in his hand was indeed made of a lot of money. Even without the blessing of chakra, it was still sharp and sharp. It was no exaggeration to say that it could cut iron like mud. After struggling for half a night, he finally dug out a stone cave that was 2 meters wide and 10 meters deep. "Let's make do with it today. I'll dig out an inner room for you tomorrow." After seeing the two women clean up the cut rocks, Shimuragento indicated that they should rest here tonight. The two women did not object to this. They consciously walked to the innermost part of the stone cave and slept back to back. Although they were born in the ninja clan, as ninjas, they did not have the concept of being spoiled. Now this environment is already quite good. Shimuragento sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave to keep watch, while looking at the big sword in his hand. Tisk tisk. He is indeed a master craftsman of the craftsman country. His craftsmanship is beyond reproach. Gently brushing the blade without any cracks, Shimuragento was very satisfied with this great sword carefully crafted by the craftsman country. Although the heavy gold is extremely hard, the craftsmanship of the craftsman country is indeed powerful, almost bringing the characteristics of the heavy gold to the extreme. It is estimated that this thing can be used to chop against the Susanoo Gundam. Of course, if it really happens, it is very likely that his body will be shaken to death first. Such a big guy has a lot of strength, far beyond Tsunade's strange strength. How strong is Ashura's physical strength? Thinking of this, Shimuragento couldn't help but recall the episode recalled by the Six-Path Sage in the Naruto animation. There is a scene where Ashura holds the Seeking Truth Jade and fights against Indra's Susanoo. You must know that it is not a semi-finished Susanoo, but the ultimate form. One sword is enough to split mountains and cut rivers, but Ashura used his physical strength to hold it. Compared with that, the power that Uzumaki Naruto possessed after achieving the Sage Mode was nothing. Before the time travel, those netizens complained about the ninja's fragility, but that was referring to the general ninja. The Otsutsuki family was all super tanks and blood cows. How can I get the physical data of the two girls under the eyes of Tsunade's shadow clone? Looking back at the two big Lolitas sleeping back to back, Shimuragento was thinking about how to win the sponsorship of the two girls. According to his idea, it would be the most straightforward to use drugs to knock the two girls unconscious, but there is a Tsunade shadow clone watching in secret. Once that woman finds out his intention, he will definitely be beaten into a peeing beef ball. He needs a perfect opportunity. The night passed like this. After dawn, Shimuragento simply slept for a while. After getting up, he waved the big sword and turned into a miner again. It took a whole day to finally dig out two big Lolita that could accommodate a person's rest. In the inner room of the rest room, Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Suzune returned at nightfall. How was the exploration? Sitting cross-legged, Shimuragento handed over 2 water bottles to signal the two girls to drink water and rest, and asked about the results of the day's exploration. This time his target was the man-eating tree that Tsunade mentioned. During the day, he transformed into a miner here, and the two girls teamed up to explore the central area, especially the area covered by unknown poisonous gas. The area covered by the poisonous gas has a diameter of 3 kilometers, right in the center of the death forest. We have surveyed the surrounding area and there is no man-eating tree like what teacher Tsunade said. It is very likely that the thing is within the range of the poisonous gas. And I looked from a distance. There seems to be a tall tree in the center, and there is a big flower on the top. After taking a sip of water to soothe the dry throat, Hinata Suzune told the results of their exploration. A big flower? Did the first Hokage use the flower tree world advent here? Shimuragento frowned and immediately thought of the flower tree world advent in wood release. The flower tree world advent is an upgraded version of the tree world advent, and it can produce a big flower on the top of the tree and emit toxic pollen to paralyze the opponent's nerves, which is very similar to the previous nerve poison. But it's true. I haven't encountered a tree that still has the characteristics of wood release along the way. If you want to keep the power of wood release for such a long time, you must have a stronger wood release tree. The flower tree world advent meets the requirements. I just don't know how much wood release power is left in that flower tree. I hope I won't be disappointed. Flower tree world advent? Is it a wood release ninjutsu of the first generation? Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help asking curiously. Although she knew that the first Hokage had the power of wood release, she only knew a general idea and didn't know the specific situation. The flower tree world advent is an upgraded version of the tree world advent. It is more powerful and can also bloom flowers to spread poisonous pollen to paralyze opponents. It has even been used to paralyze Uchiha Madara, who has Susanoo as a defense. After a brief explanation, Shimura Gentoi thought about how to enter the central area and find out the situation there. Even Susanoo can't be defended. Uchiha Mikoto was extremely shocked by this with her eyes wide open. Although she had never seen the eye technique of Susanoo, she had seen detailed records in the family's classics, which can be called absolute defense. Unexpectedly, it still couldn't defend against the wood escape pollen of the first generation of Hokage. That kind of pollen can indeed be integrated into my chakra. Fortunately, I gave up that part of chakra during the day, otherwise I would definitely be hit and fainted. Hinata Suzune told an experience during the day. She once curiously tried to touch that kind of pollen and was almost left there. Now she is still scared when she thinks about it. Why were you fine after inhaling that pollen before? Suddenly asking, Uchiha Mikoto recalled that Shimura Gentoi was the first to discover that pollen and knew that it could paralyze nerves, and he had obviously experienced it himself. So why did this guy look fine at that time? Why am I fine? Although I absorbed less at that time, I was also affected. However, our Shimura family's speed technique acts on the nervous system and has a strong resistance to this kind of neurotoxin. Even if I get infected, I can quickly clear it. Not only the speed technique that acts on the nerves, but other parts of the body strengthening secret technique can enhance the resistance to the corresponding toxins. Of course, I mean biological toxins. If it is a chemical toxin, there is no way. Shimura Gentoi did not hide this, and told him frankly. Anyway, he will know this after he has mastered the whole set of body strengthening secret techniques, so there is no point in hiding it. As a new person of the new era, he is already familiar with the concept of immunity to all poisons. If the secret manuals of martial arts novels do not include immunity to all poisons, they are embarrassed to be called divine skills. Moreover, there are many poison masters in the ninja world, so when he created the set of body strengthening secrets, he focused on developing the characteristic of poison resistance, and it has achieved some results at this stage. Of course, the current poison resistance is only aimed at biological toxins, and there is no way to deal with chemical toxins. The principle of poison resistance in the body strengthening secret is to enhance the body's metabolic capacity. Those biological toxins can be metabolized by the strong body, but chemical toxins are not good. The human body cannot metabolize them at all. Therefore, the big account is still not at the maximum level, and it has to continue to develop in a wretched way. Uchiha Mikoto and the others looked at each other and said nothing, but they paid more and more attention to the set of body strengthening secrets. Ninjas will do anything to the extreme, and poison accounts for a large proportion of their application methods. More than half of ninjas will apply deadly poison on kunao, shuriken and other ninja tools. Just like the demigod salamander Hanzo of the Rain Country who relies on the power of poison to dominate the ninja world, it is important to have a poison resistance ability if you want to survive in the ninja world to the end. Don't overestimate the poison resistance ability of the body strengthening secret technique. The reason I was able to withstand it before was not only because I absorbed less poisonous pollen, but more importantly, the toxicity of that pollen was not strong. Maybe because of the passage of time, the power of that flower tree has dropped by several levels, otherwise we would definitely kneel. Also, have a good rest tonight, and I will teach you the chakra control skills tomorrow. After a reminder, Shimura Gentoi returned to his inner room to rest. At the same time, in the Senjua family, Uzumaki Mito found Tsunade's body who was practicing yin seal on the top floor of the secret chamber, but her intention made Tsunade and Senjua Orange Water hate her. 39. Chapter 39, Transfer of the Diamond Chain. And, you want to give the 8-diagram seal to that kid? He is the son of Shimura Denzo. Suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, Senjua Orange Water disagreed with his aunt's approach. Even if you develop a relationship with that little pervert, you can't pass on such an important sealing technique. What kind of magic potion did that little pervert give you that made you lose your principles? Are you teaching me how to do things? Looking at him, Uzumaki Miyazu spoke indifferently, feeling more and more disappointed with this nephew. Compared with that little brother, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Look at the little brother, who took out the family's secret technique to trade without blinking an eye, seeking new breakthroughs, and then look at your narrow mind. With this look, let alone bringing forth new ideas and leading the family to glory, it would be a blessing from God if you can stay where you are and not regress. Alas, this generation of Senju is really useless. My nephew dares not. Being looked at by Uzumaki Mido's indifferent eyes, Senju Orange Water couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Just dare not? Or do you want to? With a half-smile, Uzumaki Mido saw through this nephew, and his tolerance was even worse than that of his brother-in-law Tobirama. Isn't it too hasty to hand over such an important sealing technique as the 8-diagram seal to that little pervert? Tsunade couldn't help but speak, and also disagreed with her grandmother's decision. You must know that the 8-diagram seal was created specifically to seal the 9 tails. Once the Shimura family obtains the 8-diagram seal, they will have the ability to seal the 9 tails. With the temperament of the ambitious Shimura Denzo, he will definitely have evil thoughts. Not everyone can bear the 9-tailed fox. Even I find it very reluctant. You don't need to worry about this. Seeing the worries in her granddaughter's heart, Uzumaki Mido comforted her. She had carefully considered choosing the 8-diagram seal at the beginning. She passed it to Shimura Gendai only after confirming that there were no hidden dangers. Moreover, after 2 days of contact, she found that the little brother seemed to be very disgusted with external forces and paid more attention to his own purity. It is estimated that even if there is a tailed beast in front of him, he will not seal himself. In addition, the target he is aiming at is bigger, far beyond the reach of the tailed beast. If he really succeeds, his future is limitless. At that time, it is possible that their Senju family and the Uzumaki family will have to rely on that little brother. Now she is doing this to establish a good relationship in advance. If the boy succeeds, everyone will be happy. If he fails, they will not lose anything. Of course, she would not tell anyone about the deal with the little brother. After all, the Uzumaki clan is considered an outsider to Konoha, and there are some taboos in this regard. Telling it out will not benefit the Uzumaki clan and the Shimura clan. Next time you send out a shadow clone, give him this scroll. Leaving a word, Uzumaki Mido stood up and left the secret room. She still needs to teach Nawaka to learn the secret technique of accelerating physical development as soon as possible. What should I do? Tsunade looked at the sealed scroll, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should give it to the little pervert. Give it to him. With a gloomy face, Senju Orange Water could only admit this matter. Now her aunt is the pillar of their Senju family, and she must rely on the other party. That kid is right. Although the uncle has brought supreme honor to our Senju, he has also made us the target of public criticism. With a sigh, Senju Orange Water felt even more gloomy and disgusted. Strong power always makes people greedy, and once greed appears, it cannot be controlled. In the past, when my uncle was still alive, he was enough to suppress all the little scum, but since my uncle died, many people have had small thoughts. In the First Ninja World War, their Senju family was secretly targeted by the major ninja clans in Konoha. If not, they would have taken the position of the third-generation Hokage, and there would be no Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the current situation in the village, their Senju clan can't think of another Hokage in 2 generations, otherwise they will inevitably be further targeted by the major ninja clans in the village, and even cause a civil war. Previously, my uncle and my father were re-elected as Hokage for 2 generations, which made many ninja clans dissatisfied. In the next 30 years, they must not get involved in the position of Hokage again, otherwise it will be a disaster for Senju. Tsunade, is the wood release reconstruction plan that my father studied back then really unsuccessful? Thinking back to a plan that his father had started, Senju Orange Water's heart gradually became hot. If they can reshape the wood release bloodline, their Senju will surely return to the top. Don't dream. Second grandfather failed to succeed back then, and even had to stop the experiment and sealed most of the research data to grandma. Do you think we can realize the wood release plan with our ability? Tsunade said mercilessly. She didn't think they could complete the plan that even the second grandfather couldn't succeed. She had seen a small part of the remaining wood release experimental data and was sure that the plan could not succeed at all. Wood release is too strong. Ordinary people can't bear it at all, even their Senju clan can't do it. Many clan members were sacrificed back then. I'm not referring to the bloodline elimination wood release that my uncle had in the later period, but the bloodline limit wood release that he had when he was a teenager. That bloodline elimination wood release is too powerful. We can't copy it, but what about the bloodline limit level? Speaking out what he thought in his heart, Senju Orange Water was very concerned about the wood release plan this time. He had learned from Tsunade that the little boy's analysis of wood release had suddenly opened his eyes, and he set his sights on the wood release at the level of the Kekii Genkai. The wood release eliminated by the Kekkei Genkai. The success rate of the plan to rebuild the escape is indeed infinitely close to zero, but the bloodline limit of wood release, which is one level weaker, should have a high success rate. I need the data that my grandmother sealed for analysis. After a slight hesitation, Tsunade was also tempted. The bloodline limit can be transplanted. During the Warring States period, their Senju family and the Uchiha family went to war and obtained many Sharingans. Some ancestors even transplanted Sharingans to themselves. Although the consumption is amazing, they can indeed use Sharingans. It is based on this point that the second grandfather started the wood release rebuilding plan that year. At least in theory it is feasible. Leave this to me. Gritting his teeth, Senju Orange Water decided to fight, all for the family. After receiving the affirmative response from his uncle, Tsunade no longer paid attention to this matter, raised his hand to form a seal to separate a shadow clone, and took the sealed scroll to the Death Forest. Shadow clones cannot last too long. She will create a new shadow clone every 12 hours to replace the previous one, while the main body receives the memory of the previous shadow clone. Because of this, her main body knows what the little pervert said about wood release. Miss Mito. Smelling the familiar fragrance on the sealing scroll in his hand, Shimuragento guessed that it was given to him by Miss Mito. Before this thing was thrown in abruptly, it should be the work of Tsunade's shadow clone. Unfold the sealing scroll, use chakra to stimulate the sealing technique on it, a puff of mist disperses, revealing 2 scrolls, one large and one small. 8 trigram seal, Miss is very efficient. The eyes first fell on the slightly larger scroll. The words 8 trigram seal were written on the cover, and it was obviously the 8 trigram seal practice method written by Miss Mito herself. Turning his gaze to another small scroll and unfolding it, a sealing technique appeared inside, with the word shadow at the core. Shadow clone. Thinking, Shimuragendo did not hesitate, using chakra to activate the chakra technique above, and another burst of mist exploded, revealing a beautiful figure. Who else could it be but Uzumaki Midu? Of course, this is just a shadow clone, not the real body. Miss, why are you here? He showed joy on his face, and at the same time secretly guessed the purpose of this young lady's visit. Don't talk, my clone won't last long. With a simple reminder, Uzumaki Midu's shadow clone activated the seal on his body, and a chakra chain extended from his body, rushed to Shimuragendo's abdomen, and entered his Bagua seal. I'll give you a life-saving trick. You can only use it once. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. When the chain was completely sealed with the 8 diagrams, Uzumaki Mito's shadow clone also reached its limit. After leaving a word, it turned into mist and dispersed. Vajra chain. With a deeper look on his face, Shimuragento realized that the set of holy clothes he promised to Senjunawaka had taken effect. After 2 days of getting along, he had a good understanding of that young lady. She was a very kind and upright person. As the old saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by his own methods. When facing a young lady like Uzumaki Mito, you can just say what you think directly. Even if you don't say it, the other party will show enough. It's like for a truly principled person, the debtor will be more anxious to pay back the money than the creditor. The young lady obviously doesn't like to owe others. She promised to get a set of priceless battle clothes for Nawaka's henchmen before, and it was obviously remembered by the young lady, so she got a Vajra chain. This is a super weapon that can even bind a complete version of the 9-tailed fox. If used well, it can save lives or even kill enemies. Good stuff, but it's too good. It's best not to use it. Satisfiedly stroking the Bagua seal on his lower abdomen, Zhikan Xianding knew that this was given by the young lady to save his life, and it can only be used once. As he said, it's best not to use it unless it's a critical moment, otherwise it would be a waste of this killer weapon. However, it can only be used once in reality, but it can be used countless times in the Black Cauldron space. Walking out of the stone cave, looking at the fish belly white gradually emerging in the east, Zhikan Xianding jumped down and simply washed his face with the stored clean water, and then started to prepare breakfast. Although it is a survival training in the wild, the quality of life cannot be bad, especially in terms of diet. Not to mention that the 2 girls are practicing physical fitness techniques and need various nutritional supplements, so this aspect cannot be bad. Unfortunately, he was just a qualified foodie. Although the food he made was not bad, it was far from being comparable to the cooking skills of Uncle Lu and others. Fortunately, Hinata Suzune and Uchiha Mikoto were not delicate people, and they quickly devoured the breakfast he prepared. What level have you reached in your tree climbing and water treading skills? After eating and drinking, Shimura Gentoi asked, ready to find out the bottom first, and then formulate a chakra control training plan based on the situation of the two girls. Are those two skills still divided into levels? Casting a curious look, Uchiha Mikoto had a better understanding of this bastard guy, and realized that what he said should be a new concept of the Shimura family. In other words, you didn't practice deeply after learning to climb trees and tread water. Rubbing his forehead, Shimura Gentoi had a general understanding of the basics of the two girls. Although they were not bad, they were not good either. The two girls blinked their bright eyes without saying anything, just staring quietly, waiting for Shimura Gentoi's teachings. There is no limit to the practice of chakra control. Theoretically, you can practice it forever. Let me show you how. After saying that, Shimura Gento took off his heavy gold combat boots, stepped barefoot onto a large tree nearby, and followed the trunk till he walked up and finally hung upside down on a thick branch. Do you see any difference from my tree climbing? Looking down at the two little loli below, Shimura Gentoi asked, and at the same time felt sorry. This angle is quite good, just enough to see the collars of the two little loli, but it's a pity that they are just little loli, and there is no benefit. Battle suit. After frowning and observing for a while, his eyes fell on Shimura Gentoi's battle suit, and as if he understood something, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened. Hyuga Suzune on the side also reacted, with a look of disbelief on her face. 40. Chapter 40 Flower Tree Fruit. The ninja's tree climbing is to gather chakra on the least sensitive feet and then attach it to the object. This is nothing in itself, both of them have mastered it, but Shimura Gento is different now. That guy is still wearing a battle suit, and even without the combat boots, it weighs nearly a ton. Carrying nearly a ton of weight and still being able to climb a tree, this chakra control is really amazing. You should complete the second stage of tree climbing training first. When you can carry a load of 100 kilograms and complete the tree climbing, I will teach you the second stage of treading water training. Flipping over and landing on the ground, Shimura Gento said while putting on the combat boots he had taken off before. His current chakra control ability is still a little bit poor. Under the interference of the sealing crystal, he can only condense chakra into silk threads and extend them out. Simple chakra diffusion is not enough for the time being, so he needs to take off his combat boots. Second stage? Is there a third stage of training? Uchiha Mikoto opened her eyes again and heard the hidden meaning of that sentence. Hinata Suzune on the side also widened her eyes. Isn't this the ultimate training of climbing trees? I said that there is no limit to the training of chakra control. You practice slowly and don't get too tired. This is not your clan land. Don't wait for me to come back and find that you have been fed by a beast. Hanging all the shields, bows and swords on the special buckles of the battle suit, Shimura Gento gave a warning and stepped towards the central area of the Death Forest. The station they chose is 500 meters away from the area covered by the poisonous gas, and they will arrive soon. Today he was going to the central area to find out if the flower tree was the man-eating tree Tsunade had mentioned, and what its state was. Should we let the main body practice later? Tsunade, who was hiding in the dark, watched Shimura Gentoi enter the central area, thinking in her heart. The second stage of tree climbing training was indeed very interesting. Even with her current control of chakra, it was difficult to achieve the level of Shimura Gentoi. She needed special training. It was not that she couldn't do it, but she had no concept of this before. After all, no one in reality would be stupid enough to carry a ton of stuff to climb a tree. Why don't you go in and take a look? Tsunade asked, turning her head to look at the masked Shimura family ninja beside her. She had long discovered the existence of this person. He should have been sent to protect the little pervert. It seemed that Shimura Danzo still cared about his son. After all, he was the only child, so it was understandable. That tree won't last for a few years. The cold voice came out. Shimura Ninja knew the flower tree in the central area of the Death Forest very well. The pollen poison has been weakening over the years. If this trend continues, it will be completely ineffective in 10 years at most. It really won't last for a few years. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Tsunade replied indifferently. Tsunade didn't pay much attention to the flower tree. Although it was her great-grandfather's wood escape creation, there were many wood escape creations in their Senju family. Even most of the houses were built with wood escape. Even the great-grandfather's wood escape chakra was preserved in the secret chamber. Grandmother often lived in the secret chamber, using the wood escape chakra there to better suppress the power of the nine tails. With their wealth and power, they naturally wouldn't care about a flower tree, not to mention that the flower tree was about to die. It would become an ordinary tree in a few years. The most important thing is that the wood escape chakra inside has been exhausted. Even if the Shimura family gets it, they are not afraid that the wood escape power will be studied out. After getting Tsunade's response, Shimura Ninja said nothing and jumped to chase after Shimura Gento. He was sent to protect the young master, especially after knowing that the young master was interested in the flower tree. He asked the family to get a set of special equipment, which was enough to reduce the toxicity of the pollen. On the other side, Shimura Gento held a big sword and cut through the thorns and soon reached the edge of the central area. He stopped and threw a venomous snake caught on the road. The venomous snake that landed instinctively wanted to swim quickly, but its movements became slower and slower, and finally it collapsed on the ground and stopped moving. It seems that this should be a restricted area for animals. Retracting his gaze, Shimura Gento continued to step forward and walked into the area covered by pollen. Previous experiments have shown that this kind of pollen is not friendly to animals. Even the venomous snake can't resist it for a few seconds. It is believed that there will be basically no other animals in it, which will be relatively less troublesome. However, he did not relax his vigilance. He extended the chakra thread while walking, testing the surrounding trees to avoid the appearance of things with wood escape properties. Tisk tisk! How miserable! Stopped and looked at the skeleton tightly entangled by the roots of a big tree, Shimura Gento's heart trembled, and he had a sense of the danger here. Further understanding. The forehead protector on the opponent's head is still there, but it is not Konoha's forehead protector, but Uegaku's forehead protector. To be able to reach here, the strength must be not bad, at least the level of special Jonin. But even so, the opponent still died here, which shows the horror of wood release. This death forest is said to be used by the first generation of Hokage to resist Uchiha Madara. This kind of stuff is impossible to intervene in that battle. In other words, it came here to explore after the Battle of the Valley of the End. After such a long time, the trees here can kill the enemy on their own. It really deserves to be a generation of cheaters. After sighing, Shimura Gento continued to step forward, and soon he suddenly saw the light and came to the edge of an open space. In the center of the open space stood a super giant tree. The trees in the central area of the Death Forest are much taller than those in the periphery, basically more than 100 meters, but the super giant tree in the center of the open space is at least 150 meters high, and there is a red flower on the top, which continues to spread out streams of pollen. The pollen around was so dense that it even affected the vision, like a thick fog, and could only be seen barely. Man-eating tree, see if you can still eat people. Take down a hair hanging from his waist and throw it hard. This hair was caught before he entered the central area. Like the unlucky poisonous snake, it was prepared for testing. The hair, which had long been paralyzed by pollen, had no power to resist. Its blood-red eyes stared at the culprit, Zhikan Xianding, as if cursing him for not having something. As the hair flew down, a black shadow broke out of the ground and wrapped it up, then retracted into the ground. The speed is not too fast, within my reaction ability. After making a judgment, Zhikan Xianding stepped decisively into the open space and walked towards the flower tree in the center. As if sensing the arrival of the invader, a tree root broke out of the ground and swept over like a long snake. Swish! A flash of sword light passed by, and the tree roots were cut off instantly. Without the blessing of wood release chakra, these tree roots were just ordinary tree roots, with low strength, and naturally could not withstand the sharpness of the big sword. And this sword seemed to have angered the flower tree, and more tree roots broke through the ground and swept over, like a snake tide, which made people's scalps numb. However, Shimura Gento was not afraid, and he swung the big sword in his hand quickly, cutting off the roots that swept over one by one. After cutting off the first tree root, he observed it carefully and found that the thing did not have the ability to regenerate. In other words, as long as all the tree roots under the ground were cut off, they could get close to the flower tree. Of course, the job of a lumberjack was not easy to do. After persisting for a minute, Shimura Gento decisively withdrew from the open space. Although those tree roots lost the blessing of wood release chakra, their hardness was greatly reduced, and they did not have the ability to regenerate, they still could not be underestimated. Even if he could only rely on the nerve reaction speed blessed by the speed technique and the power blessed by the power technique to fight, otherwise he would definitely be dragged into the ground, which would be a trap. He couldn't hold his breath for too long now. Master Ding, I have plenty of time to waste with you slowly. Looking at the huge flower tree in the open space that was blurred by the dense pollen, Ziken Xianding turned and left, and quickly walked out of the central area covered by pollen. Coming to the river, he removed the 2 small air filters and cleaned them while restoring the chakra that had been lost before. The 2 air filters were very small and could not last long in that pollen environment. If the pollen on the filter net was not cleaned in time, it would be blocked and lose its effect. Fortunately, he also needed a relatively quiet environment to restore the chakra loss, and it was just right to clean the filter. An hour later, when the chakra in his body was restored, Ziken Xianding entered the central area again. In this way, after 3 days and 3 nights, he finally cut down many tree roots and arrived under the flower tree. It's so big. Looking up at the flower tree in front of him, Shimura Gentoi became more and more certain that Hashirama Senju's wood release must be related to the sacred tree. Because this flower tree is extremely similar to the ultimate form of the sacred tree, which is a bare trunk with a flower on the top and an oversized samsara sharingan in the middle. Now this flower tree is exactly the same as it, except that it doesn't have the samsara sharingan of the sacred tree. This almost identical similarity is no coincidence. Obviously, Hashirama Senju's wood release has some connection with the sacred tree. Bang bang! Dry! He stepped forward and hit the trunk hard, and the echo made him frown. He just experimented with the chakra line and found that this flower tree has completely lost its wood release characteristics and cannot absorb external chakra. Even before he dug out the rabbit that was dragged into the ground, he found that the poor rabbit was just suffocated and died, and the tree roots did not penetrate into its body to absorb vitality. Obviously, this flower tree has also reached its end, and he is naturally disappointed. I hope you can bring me a little surprise. Looking up at the huge flower on the top of the tree, Ziken Xianding did not rush to go up, and turned to leave the central area. His chakra is almost exhausted now, and the 2 filters must be cleaned as soon as possible. It is not a wise choice to go up at this time. Moreover, the closer to the flower, the more concentrated the pollen, and the greater the pressure on the filter, you must be prepared before going up. An hour later, Ziken Xianding, who had recovered, returned again, climbed straight to the top along the thick trunk, and soon jumped onto the flower. Although it is a flower, the petals are extremely hard, and he did not shake at all even when he was wearing a battlesuit. Fruit of the sacred tree. Looking at the middle of the flowers, Ziken Xianding was stunned by the red fruit, and the first thing he thought of was the fruit of the sacred tree. No, it should be just a simple fruit. After all, it is an instinct for trees to bear fruit. I guess most of the vitality of this flower tree was gathered in that fruit. Thinking of this, Ziken Xianding was more interested in the fruit of the flower tree. Although it was definitely far inferior to the fruit of the sacred tree, it was definitely countless times stronger than ordinary fruits. Apart from anything else, the size alone was amazing, bigger than him. After making sure there was no danger around, Ziken Xianding jumped into the flower, swung his sword at the node where the fruit connected to the flower tree, and prepared to pack it up and take it away. But at this moment, it seemed that some mechanism was triggered, and the petals that were originally like dead things closed instantly, and countless vines entangled up, tying Ziken Xianding tightly, and the shape was extremely shameful. Damn, Senju Hashirama is not an old pervert. How can the flower tree he left behind be used for the tortoise shell binding technique? This shameful gesture made Shimura Gentoi so angry that he cursed. It was too shameful. 41.